Chapter 461 The Guard is in progress. Ling Yi used the strong wind to sweep through the area, and kill information appeared in front of him one after another. You killed the Ethereal Hermit, LV-105. Elite. Experience plus 160. Divine Power plus 10. Guard points plus 1. Double gold coins. Divine Elements plus 10. Guard points plus 1. You killed. Ignoring these kill messages, he turned his attention elsewhere. Thousands of meters away, you can clearly see other God Kings still fighting with the green flame-back king. The battle between the two sides is earth-shattering, and the waves of air blow the land, and the sky is filled with yellow sand. In fact, for strongmen like them, just a few thousand meters is not only not far away, it can even be said to be within the combat range. Whether you will be involved in a battle or not is actually just a matter of a moment. Ling Yi pondered for a moment, but still didn't move to help them. A few minutes later, the second wave of demons appears. It was still a level 105 invincible breath demon. Although it had the ability to reduce damage, it was still killed by Ling Yi's 10 times spark lightning. A few minutes later, the third wave of demons appeared. More than 20 minutes have passed since the event started, except for Area 3 where Ling Yi is located, Area 7 where Xian Jintian and Kaik are located, and Areas 1 and 8 where the other two God Kings are located. The other 6 areas have been conquered by monsters. The players in these 6 areas did not leave the field, but ran to other areas to help defend. Although they will no longer gain defense points by killing monsters, the more waves they successfully survive, the higher the basic rewards given to all players participating in the battle will be. Certainly, monsters will not stay in those areas that have been defeated. They will go to the nearest undefeated area to attack again. So at this moment, in addition to dealing with the monsters that came out of the demon altar, Ling Yi also had to deal with the monsters that came from other branches. No wonder I couldn't hold on to the 5th wave on medium difficulty before. In the 5th wave, 2 demon kings will appear in each branch, and there will be a total of 20 demon kings in the 10 branches. Now there are only 4 areas left, so each area will face an average of 5 demon kings. Ling Yi raised his eyes and scanned the distance. Seeing that the God Kings in Area 1 and Area 8 were still fighting fiercely with the demon king in level 4. He couldn't help but shake his head. It didn't take long, as 10 huge dark vortexes appeared on the demon altar in front of him. Everyone around the altar instantly realized the boss of the 5th wave is coming. In front of everyone's eyes, a stone giant holding a giant stone axe and a big black snake flying in the sky emerged from the whirlpool. Coming! After finally killing the demon king in the 4th level with a divine power bomb, 2 more demon kings appeared in front of him. Xian Jintian frowned, his expression extremely solemn. In his peripheral vision, the demon king who appeared on other roads was also approaching him. After a quick scan, there were 6 in total. Hold on! I'll kill them one by one, Xian Jintian said to Kaik behind him without looking back. Huh? Holding down 5 invincible breath demons? Are you kidding me? Kaik twitched the corner of his mouth and said speechlessly, Do you think I am Ling Yi? While speaking, he glanced in Ling Yi's direction. The opponent was now floating in front of the 6 demon kings with his arms crossed, looking calm and unhurried. Even if it's him, it's hard to defend now. Before he finished speaking, Kaik's throat seemed to be strangled by invisible hands. Suddenly strangled, looking at the scene in the distance, his eyes widened in disbelief. Huh? What's wrong? Xian Jintian's eyes were staring at the demon kings gathered in front of him. He paused when he heard Kaik's voice and asked subconsciously, 6666. 6. Kaik's shocked voice passed in his ears. 6 what 6? Xian Jintian frowned and said, You are an old god king who is more than 900 years old. Can you be calmer? As he spoke, he quickly glanced into the distance. But he only saw large areas of light around Ling Yi, and did not see half of the demon king. All 6 demon kings were killed in an instant. Kaik's extremely shocked voice finally came out at this time. What? Xian Jintian subconsciously exclaimed. He no longer cared about the demon king in front of him, and quickly turned his head to look at Ling Yi's position again. At this moment, he was still floating in the air with his arms crossed, and his expression looked the same as when he came. There was no gray stain on his body, as if he had not experienced a battle, if it weren't for the large swaths of light spots flying into the sky around him. Xian Jintian must have thought that Kaik was joking. Did you read that correctly? He asked again in surprise. Even if the demon kings in front of them passed through them and rushed to Area 7, they didn't care, because the meaning of the fact in front of them was far more important than the rewards this event brought them. Billions of players should have seen it by now. OMG! Xian Jintian and Kike looked at each other. They ignored the protection of guard area number 7 and flew in front of Ling Yi. Did you just kill 6 demon kings? Keck wanted to confirm again. Ling Yi glanced at the two of them, already understanding their purpose, and nodded lightly. He didn't use all his strength. He just used 10 times the sparks and lightning to cross the 6 demon kings. None of them have specific self-protection skills, and it is normal for them to die. Xian Jintian and the two took a big breath of cold air, and became extremely curious about Ling Yi's true strength. No wonder you dared to select the difficulty level as medium. Now I feel very hopeful that I can pass. Keck nodded with a smile. The next generation is to be feared. The next generation is to be feared. Seeing these two old men, whose actual age was more than 900 years old, floating in front of him and saying this, Ling Yi looked strange. Why don't you go on defense? Your 7th district is almost gone. It doesn't matter. The two of us can't stop each other. Xian Jintian looked indifferent. You old guy just wanted me to stop 5 of them. Keck became angry when he thought of this. Aren't you good at setting up formations? Boo your head. Seeing that the surrounding monsters would die as soon as they emerged without any need for them to take action, Xian Jintian and Kike looked at each other with curiosity in their eyes. Well, I don't know whether to ask some questions or not. Xian Jintian rubbed his hands, with an embarrassed look on his face. He didn't know how many years it had been since he felt the pressure of facing a strong man. He was still a little confident when he fought against Ling Yi yesterday. But now that he knew that the opponent had killed 6 invincible demon kings in an instant, he was only nervous about facing an unknown strongman. Just like when he first entered the divine path and met advanced players. Ling Yi guessed what he wanted to ask by looking at his expression. So he nodded and said, Asked, yesterday. When we were fighting yesterday, did you really let yourself go? Real. Seriously? Do I have a chance of winning? Xian Jintian asked again. Ling Yi glanced at him and smiled softly. I don't know about that. Good. Xian Jintian nodded his head lightly and frowned slightly. Soon, areas 1 and 8 were unable to block the 5th wave of Demon King attacks. And the players and monsters there also came here. Area 3 became the last piece of pure land. Chapter 462 The Devil is Coming. Time flies. The 10th wave came in the blink of an eye. This is the last wave. This wave of monsters has been cleared. And the only enemies left are the demons at the bottom of the pass. Yes, Ling Yi is really awesome. His strength is obviously a level higher than that of the God King here. It's hard to make a conclusion yet. I can only say that his output is indeed higher than that of the God King present. It may be because of the legendary invincibility level. This is the reason for the legendary invincibility level. In front of the demon altar, in addition to Ling Yi and other God Kings, many players also came from behind. Some came to the front line to check on the situation because they found that no monsters had come in. Some simply want to come to the front line to help. After everyone gathered, it was inevitable that they would discuss the situation of the war. The God King of Immortal Palace, Li Mingxian, stood together with the other 3 God Kings. On his left were Xian Jintian and Kike, and on his right was Mu Bai, the God King of the Natural God Cult. This is a God King who also looks to be in his 20s. He is wearing a green robe, has a slender figure, and a handsome face. Hey this Ling Yi is really powerful. Li Mingxian turned his head and smiled at Mu Bai. The devil comes one at a time, and I haven't seen anyone who can survive in his hands for one more second. Mu Bai looked at the calm young man in the sky and analyzed rationally. Legend has 10 times the damage to Invincible. Assuming that his attributes and combat power are similar to those of the Demon King, then as long as there are skills that can exert 10 times the power, there is hope. Do it. But there is no such thing. Just because we don't know doesn't mean there is none. The facts are right in front of us. Mu Bai slowly shook his head. As soon as the words fell, an extremely huge black vortex suddenly appeared in the sky above the altar. When several people saw it, their expressions changed slightly. The devil is coming. The dark vortex was about tens of thousands of meters in diameter, slowly rotating in the sky, under the expectant, nervous, and curious eyes of countless people. A beam of dark light shot down from the center of the vortex and hit the top of the 300-meter altar. Boom! The dark circular shock waves swept across the world, sending many players still flying in the air swaying left and right. Wow! Such power. The devil is coming. Back away. It's too dangerous here. If the fight breaks out later, everyone from the God King on down will be killed by the aftermath. Why are you still sitting around? Run quickly! The players retreated into the distance noisily. In an instant, only Ling Yi and a few others were left. Xian Jintian and other 4 god kings flew to Ling Yi at this time and said, "The demon god is extremely powerful. We will deal with it together with you." Not to mention the conflicts between the external forces. They are all teammates at the moment. Ling Yi nodded slightly. His eyes were all on the figure emerging from the dark pillar of light. It was a humanoid unit about 100 meters tall, shrouded in a mysterious purple light. It looked like a giant wearing a purple cloak. Its whole body was shrouded in hazy purple gas, and it had a pair of giant hands made of translucent purple gas. The whole thing looks weird and mysterious. Ling Yi quickly activated the Eye of Truth to check. Lord of Magic Mist, LV-105. Type, Demon God. Rank, Invincible. Attributes, Strength 11550. Mana 23,100. Agility 17,325. Endurance 17,325. Constitution 17,325. Skills, Chaos Bell, 10 stars. Speed Star, 10 stars. 7-star Annihilation, 10 stars. Undead Mist Beast, 10 stars. Divine Power, Incarnation of Demonic Mist, 12 stars passive. Falling Stars, 12 stars. Current status, 100%. As everyone knows, the demon god possesses 2 divine powers. 1. Immune control, immune weakening. 2. Level suppression. The so-called rank suppression means that the actual rank of the demon will be 1 level higher than the one shown. Ordinary demons are at the invincible level, and invincible demons are at the legendary level. In other words, the current invincible demon god is at the same level as Ling Yi. Finally, we have an opponent with whom we can have a serious fight. Ling Yi raised a smile, while he was checking with his real eyes. The other 4 god kings had already taken the lead. Shocking, son! Xian Jintian shouted low, and raised his hands holding the magma dagger to the sky. The next moment, a crack appeared in the blue sky, and a beam of red sunlight shot out from the crack, shining directly on the demon god. Jinghong Blazing Sun, 9 stars, summons a ray of blazing sunlight to shine on the enemy, continuously burning the buff status on the opponent and reducing its physical condition by 25%. After releasing this skill, Xian Jintian stepped into the void with the dagger in hand, and shot out towards the demon god. In the blink of an eye, he flew to the air in front of the opponent's head, and then his body began to spin at high speed like a top, turning around and shooting towards the devil. Kike, Li Mingxian, and Mu Bai also used their own methods to attack the demon. However, the demon god just opened a light purple translucent giant bell to protect it inside, and then raised his arms, and purple light bloomed from his body. Clang, 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 clang. A series of attacks by the kings of gods hit the wall of the giant bell. Apart from making a clang, clang sound, they did not bring any changes to the giant bell. At the same time, in the sky tens of thousands of meters high, hundreds of large fireballs with a diameter of thousands of meters appeared out of thin air, falling rapidly towards the earth like a rain of flames. What? The scope is so big? Kek felt bad. Oh no! It doesn't have to deal with us. It can destroy the crystal just by being here. Mu Bai exclaimed. I'll go back and guard the crystal. Kek responded, and was about to turn around and rush back when Ling Yi's voice sounded faintly. No need. My people can hold it. The 4 god kings paused and exchanged eye contact with each other for a moment. Kek still said, It's not that I don't believe you. I'll feel more secure when I go back. As soon as the words fell, the figure flew away. Ling Yi shrugged. Golden yang qi floated around his body, and the gorgeous golden light illuminated the faces of the 3 people around him. He raised his head and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The next moment, the figure disappeared in place. Boom! A violent sound came from above, and when the 3 god kings turned around to look, they saw that a large hole dozens of meters long had been broken into the giant light purple bell. Ling Yi had already passed through the big hole, and was attacking the demon god with fists mixed with golden flames and lightning. It's so fast! Li Mingxian opened his eyes, and said in shock, under the gaze of the 3 god kings. After punching up, the terrifying golden lightning exploded like an explosion. In just an instant, a large crater was opened in front of the demon god, which was several meters deep and more than 10 meters wide. Buzz! The demon god made a strange sound, and a stream of purple gas spurted out from his body, filling an area of 10,000 meters in an instant. After the god kings used their means to avoid it, They saw that the demon god and Ling Yi were nowhere to be seen. Look up again. In the blue sky, two figures, one purple and one gold, were colliding at a speed that was difficult for them to see clearly. Boom, 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 boom. Every collision can shake the space greatly, which is terrifying to watch. The demon god must have used the acceleration skill. It's so fast. How is it? King Li Shen, can you be faster than them? Mubai looked at Li Mingxian. The latter frowned and stared for a long time, and finally shook his head helplessly. My ultimate speed may be a little faster than theirs, but I can't maintain it for so long like them. Chapter 463 Fighting the Demon God. I should be inferior to them. Li Mingxian let out a long sigh. Mubai nodded slightly and said, Let's go. Let's help deal with the demon. Good. Xian Jintian nodded vigorously. The three god kings turned into three streams of white, green and red light, and shot into the sky. Seeing this scene, the thousands of players watching the battle were quite excited. Wow! Finally we can see the multi-god king fighting the demon god again! Although I can't see clearly, just by the sound, I feel that the battle is fierce. Just now Li Mingxian admitted that he is not as good as Ling Yi. It seems that Ling Yi should really be the strongest among these people. This battle will definitely show Ling Yi's true strength. While the players were talking, they saw three beams of white, green and red light falling from the sky faster than before. Boom, boom, boom. Three beams of light created three deep craters in the ground, raising smoke and dust all over the sky. Amid countless astonished gazes, the three god kings Xian Jintian, Li Mingxian, and Mubai crawled out of the pit in disgrace. Not ready yet. It's all your fault for affecting my fight. Careless. With one word from each of the three god kings, they rushed into the sky again in a hurry. After a few seconds, boom, 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 three streams of white, green and red light fell to the ground again, this time setting off a larger area of smoke and dust. The demon's strength is somewhat unexpected. Xian Jinting climbed up from the pit and said calmly, while wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. It's all your fault for always blocking my attack route. Li Mingxian snorted coldly. I was careless. Mubai still said the same thing. The three of them looked at each other, and when they looked up at the battlefield in the sky, their eyes could not help but show a trace of awe for the strong. It's too difficult for them to get involved in the battle between the demon god and Ling Yi. When the thousands of players watching the battle saw this, they also understood the current situation. These three god kings seem a little weak? Obviously, they can't get involved. No. Wasn't it possible to deal with the demon god before? Why is it not? Okay. If the difficulty is just slightly increased, don't underestimate the improvement of the medium difficulty level. Besides, the number of god kings appearing this time is the fewest ever. Among the players talking, in the sky, after a series of collisions with the devil, Ling Yi felt very happy. Ha ha ha! I haven't had this much fun in a long time. He did not awaken his true soul, nor did he use Jiuyuan Divine Body and Red Lotus Triumph. He just used his current 5-dimensional combat power to confront the opponent head-on. After working head-on with all his strength for such a period of time, he felt extremely relaxed now. Boom! After another collision, Ling Yi distanced himself from the demon god, stretched out his hand, and a battle flag appeared in his palm. Activate the effects of King of All Weapons and support skill Elemental Blade in the backpack, turning the battle flag into an S-level weapon with a dual elemental blade of light and fire attached. As he held the burning battle flag, he smiled softly. The next step is a serious battle. The Lord of the Demonic Mist in the distance seemed to be aware of the crisis. Instead of rushing in, he waved his giant hand of purple air and created a large area of purple mist around it. The figures of various giant beasts flashed in the purple mist, gradually condensing in the next few seconds. Immortal Fog Beast? Ling Yi glanced at it with his true eyes, and found that all these solidified purple mist behemoths had the ability to be immune to death. The Lord of the Demonic Mist waved his hand, and these mist beasts rushed toward Ling Yi with their big mouths open and roaring like hungry demonic beasts. The young man's figure flew through the mist beasts like a meteor, and quickly approached the demon god. The yang energy and ancient power in his body were injected into the burning battle flag along his right hand. In an instant, endless golden light burst out suddenly, and the light like the scorching sun instantly illuminated the whole world. Wow! The moment the battle flag was waved, the heaven and earth seemed to condense at this moment. The Lord of the Demonic Mist lowered his head to look down at this human being who was no bigger than his palm. But at this moment, he felt a strong sense of crisis all over his body. Just as it was about to dodge, the golden flame flag had already been slashed to its surface. Boom! The ferocious golden flames exploded like a huge bomb. And the golden shock waves swept across 10,000 meters in an instant. The loud noise that shook the earth spread out rapidly along with the tremors of the heaven and the earth. Buzz! The demon was in pain, making strange noises, and transformed into a purple ball of light, about to fly away into the distance. However, the boy on the opposite side didn't give it a chance. At some point, he flashed in front of it again, and the burning battle flag was slashing towards its head. Knowing the power of this battle flag, the Lord of the Demonic Mist absolutely did not dare to take it head-on. It's just that the opponent's speed at this time was almost twice as fast as before, making it unable to react at all. Next moment, boom! The second shocking loud noise spread towards this area. What happened on the front line? Why is the noise getting louder every time? At this time, the God King should be fighting fiercely with the Demon God. No, I heard from outsiders that it was Ling Yi who was challenging the Demon God. Holy shit! Is it true? It's impossible. There's no way the three God Kings are just watching. Right. They really watched. At this time, nearly 100,000 players have gathered in Guard Area 3. Everyone gathered together to chat. But what they talked about most was the battle situation on the front line. Within the sacred shield, Nan Gongli crossed her arms and paced back and forth in front of Lin Shiru and others with a slight frown. Seeing this, Xingyao rolled her eyes. What are you doing? Sister? I care about the battle situation. Don't worry. Although he has never fought against the Demon God before, he has many cards. Even if he can't defeat him, the Demon God can't do anything to him. Xingyao's words seemed to be addressed to Nan Gongli, but also to herself. After finishing speaking, she turned to look at Xiao Wanqing and Lin Shiru beside her. Both of them were very calm at the moment. What do you think? Lin Shiru remained silent, while Xiao Wanqing smiled slightly. Don't worry. Her melodious voice echoed in the ears of the women. When we feel the cold, that's when we really need to worry. When Nan Gongli heard this, his anxious heart finally calmed down. Yes, the Ice Emperor hasn't even taken action yet. However, just as the thought came to an end, cheers suddenly came from outside the sacred shield. Damn it! Ling Yi is so awesome! How long has it been? The devil is dead. It's so hacking fierce. From today on, I am Ling Yi's fan. Boss Ling Yi! Boss! Oh yeah! The sudden noise outside made everyone inside the shield confused. Some people quickly ran to the shield wall and asked the people outside. What happened? Boss Ling Yi beat the Demon God to death once. Now the Demon God is being resurrected. The people outside said excitedly. Are you sure? A lot of people saw it with scouting tools. Oh my god! As this news was transmitted into the shield, Nan Gongli and Xingyao looked at each other, and both of them showed relaxed smiles. You shouldn't worry about him. Yeah. Ha. That's a pervert. Chapter 464 Return after the event ends. While the two of them were relieved, their eyes involuntarily shifted to Lin Shiru's faces. You guys really know him best. Xingyao smiled. Lin Shiru and Xiao Wanqing looked at each other and smiled in unison. At this time, outside the shield in the distance, Kek touched his chin, looked at the beautiful women in the center of the shield, frowned and said in confusion. Strange. Why didn't you see the one yesterday? He had just learned from other people's rumors that those beauties had a close relationship with Du Lingyi. Looking at them now, it turns out that all of them are charming and beautiful. Shaking his head, Kek turned around and turned his gaze in the direction of the front line. You actually killed the devil once so quickly? Such strength. As if he remembered something, his expression gradually became surprised. It's hard to time between reflections. It seemed like only a minute had passed, and it seemed like only a few seconds had passed, when an ordinary piece of activity information suddenly appeared in front of me. The Demon God comes to the world, the Demon God has been killed, and the event is over. Looking at this message, Kek didn't react for a moment and blinked blankly. It wasn't until the beam of teleportation light fell from the sky and sent him back to the present world that he reacted belatedly. What? The devil just died like that? Ling Yi single-handedly kills the Demon God with 3 points. Explosion. The fastest time to kill the Demon God has been refreshed. 3 minutes and 2 seconds. Explosion. The devil comes to the world and clears it for the first time on medium difficulty. Explosion. A man more powerful than the devil has appeared. Explosion. Expert. Ling Yi is expected to become the strongest player in the universe. Fire. A simple Dakian event made the world's discussion about this Blue Star player once again become a hot topic on the Dakian forum. If yesterday's Great World War only raised the world's understanding of Ling Yi's strength to the level of God King, today's killing of the demon god once again raised the world's suspicions about his strength. Discussions about his specific combat power have also caused a lot of disputes on the Dakian forum. Currently, it seems that Ling Yi is the top combat power in the universe who can compete with the three god kings. Stop talking nonsense. Even the number one Yushin doesn't dare to say that he can kill the demon god alone in 3 minutes. Right. Are you blind? Did Ling Yi kill alone? Didn't you see there were 3 god kings present? Those 3 god kings are useless. But even if Shenlu didn't consider it a solo kill, you didn't even see the announcement. While the players were frantically tearing apart, Ling Yi, the person involved, also returned to the present world. He stretched his body back, fell backwards, and fell heavily into the soft sofa. After a while, 2 pairs of snow-white hands on the left and right pulled him out of the sofa. Lin Shiru and Xiao Wanqing sat next to him, one on the right and the other on the left, sending the comfortable and refreshing fragrance into his nostrils, which restored his energy a lot. Are you tired? Xiao Wanqing raised her head and asked softly, with pity and heartache floating in her beautiful eyes, as clear as black gems. Good. You have murderous intentions so soon this time? Lin Shiru blinked her beautiful blue eyes with curiosity. Well, I originally wanted to fight slowly, but I feel that with so many people watching, if we can show some strength and solve it quickly, it may bring better results. He is at the same level as the demon god and has similar attributes. As long as 100 times the sparks and lightning hit, the demon god will be disabled even if he is not dead. Therefore, he was sure to kill the demon god in a short time. Originally, when the war started, he wanted to hide his clumsiness and kill the opponent slowly. But he changed his mind as soon as he hit him. Since he is already the top combat power in the universe, there is no need to hide his clumsiness anymore. Only by showing your amazing strength with all your strength can your reputation spread far and wide. Make Xiao Xiao afraid. That's it. Lin Shiru nodded, immediately turned Ling Yi's head, closed her eyes, and raised her head to offer her red lips. Xiao Wanqing unbuttoned his belt and laid down. The 2 women already have a great understanding of each other, and sometimes they can cooperate very well without even looking at each other. After a while, when the 2 of them were lying on Ling Yi's lap, one on the left and the other on the right, Lin Xian from outside entered. At the right time. Ahem. She blushed slightly and coughed twice, then calmly moved a wooden chair to sit down and said, You have shown your true strength this time. Both good and bad. Real strength? Ling Yi took the warm tea that Shengya had warmed for him, took a sip, and said with a smile, No, there is still a long way to go before the true strength of full firepower. I can tell. At least the Ice King hasn't appeared yet. When Lin Xian was speaking, he couldn't help but glance at the armrest on the second floor. On the armrest, a white-haired girl in an ice crystal blue skirt was flipping through a notebook. Lin Xian withdrew his gaze and frowned slightly. The combat power is higher than expected, which may arouse the fear of those big forces. Now, if I am guessing correctly, some alliances may have been secretly considering you. Don't worry. It's impossible. Relying on the wisdom aura, Ling Yi has the confidence to say this. Although Lin Xian didn't know the existence of the halo of subduing wisdom, seeing how confident the man was, he didn't think too much. He nodded and continued. The next Dakian event will come tomorrow. It is a team event. Only the top 10 will be rewarded. This time there's really no chance of winning. Then I won't participate. Ling Yi waved his hand and handed the finished warm tea to Yun Ji. While the latter was pouring tea for him, he raised his eyebrows and said, Is this Dakian so active? Ha. Not really. It's just that the past few days have been intensive. Seeing Yun Ji pouring the tea and handing it to Ling Yi, Lin Xian pursed her lips and stared at the latter with her deep, beautiful eyes. You are really living the life of a fairy. You are so obedient to everyone. Ling Yi smiled slightly and then said, Then do you have anything else to do? It's okay. I'm going to start ascending to the divine level. I just exchanged all the guard points for divine elements. Yes. Lin Xian nodded suddenly, looking slightly embarrassed. That's right. Yeah, that's right. She hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, Don't you still have a place for your ancestors' gem? I want to find one for my little niece. The world has been around for a while now, and events have appeared frequently. If you are stronger, you can take more benefits as soon as possible. After finishing her words, she added, Little niece? Ling Yi frowned subconsciously and didn't react for a moment. My sister? Lin Shuju said, lying on his right thigh. Oh, I remembered it. Lynching you. It's okay. It's okay. Then it's better to hit the sun than to choose a day. How about now? Lin Xian asked again. That's okay now. Okay. Come with me. Lin Xian stood up and walked out happily. Ling Yi, Lin Shuru and the others simply said goodbye, turned around and left the Ice Emperor, and naturally escaped into Ling Yi's body again. After a while, a group of 3 people arrived in the northeast of Xinjiang City. The 3 of them stopped in front of a small courtyard. Besides Qingyu, there are some other people living here. I'll go in first and say hello. Will you come in later? Good. Ling Yi nodded indifferently, taking advantage of this time. He opened the panel and prepared to start upgrading the divine position. Chapter 465, Visit and Xingluo. During the Demon God's Coming event, he earned more than 2 million guard points. These guard points can be exchanged for divine elements at a ratio of 1:1, including those gained from killing divine breath monsters. He gained a total of approximately 4.3 million divine elements from this event, including what he had saved previously. His current total amount of divine energy is up to nearly 7 million. Well, 18 to 19 will cost 5 million points. After hesitating for a moment, he still invested 5 million of the divine elements on the God of Martial Arts throne. LV18, LV19. Check it out again after upgrading. God of Martial Arts level 19, 0/10 million. Good guy. It takes a full 10 million points to level up to level 20. Although he had expected it, Ling Yi couldn't help but sigh. Beside him, Lin Shuru clasped his fingers, turned around and said with a smile, If it were you, you might be able to reach the full level of all 3 gods in less than a month. Not sure. Ha. I believe you. After closing the panel and looking at the 100 new free attribute points, Ling Yi didn't know where to add them for a while. Forget it. Keep it for now. After a while, Lin Xian walked out of the room, waved to the 2 of them, and said, Okay, come in. Ling Yi nodded and walked in slowly with Lin Shuru. This is a 3-story small villa with gray-white stone bricks on the walls. You can walk up 3 steps to the solid wood door. The door was open at this time, and there was a red carpet underneath with the 4 characters, Welcome, on it. The light gray marble floor tiles are arranged neatly, and the bright light shine down, giving it a cool aesthetic feeling. There are several sofas on the left side of the hall on the first floor. There is a wooden table surrounded by the sofas, and a coffee table on top. At this time, several women were sitting there, looking at the 2 people who came in with different eyes. Ling Yi didn't expect there to be so many people here, and was obviously taken aback. Lin Shuru quickly glanced at all the women present, seeing that they were not as beautiful as herself. She couldn't help but raise the corners of her mouth slightly. Upon seeing this, Lin Xian quickly led the 2 of them closer. Actually, there should be many people here that you have met before. Do you want to introduce them to you? No need. Ling Yi waved his hand. His eyes swept from left to right. Lin Qingyu and Wu Qingtian, who were discussing something with a book, and Zhang Qing, who was sitting on the sofa opposite and smiling at him, turned around and stared at him with wide beautiful eyes. The demon Pure Lotus. On the pink carpet not far away, a woman who looked exactly like Xiao Wanqing was stretching ligaments with Yun Zijin. Ling Yi focused his attention on the woman who looked exactly like Xiao Wanqing, and thought to himself, I heard Wanqing say that she has a sister before. Could it be this guy? As if sensing his gaze, the woman turned around, tilted her head and smiled at him, then put her posture back, put on her slippers and strode over. My name is Xia Shuimei. I am Sister Qing's biological sister. Hello. Idol. Xia Shuimei stretched out her slender hand towards the idol in front of her. Ling Yi reached out and shook her hand, confirming the identity of the guy in front of him. Do you live here now? He looked at Zhang Qing. Yes. Zhang Qing glanced at Lin Shuru imperceptibly and smiled gracefully. The house is big and there are few people, so he invited us to move in with a whisper. Oh. Although there are still many things to complain about, Ling Yi is too lazy to complain at this time. Soon, after conveying their experience to Lin Qingyu, Ling Yi and the other 2 said goodbye and left. The two of them flew side by side slowly in the night sky. Lin Shiru asked curiously, "How much did you transport just now?" 500,000. I have returned 1 million. Oh. By the way, why didn't you talk to your sister just now? We've talked about it many times on the forum. At this point, Lin Shiru recalled the people she had just seen, raised her slender eyebrows, and said leisurely, "I see Zhang Qing and Yao Jinglian looking at you with eyes that make them want to eat you. You have to be careful. But I didn't expect them to live there too. I think it was intentional." Why? To taste you better. Lin Shiru sighed slightly, raised her head, and kissed the face of the man next to her, saying, "Don't worry. I will protect you." Lingy. The impact of the demon god's arrival continues to spread throughout the universe. Star Rosency headquarters. On the hexagonal conference table, the elders in the 6 corners looked at the Lingy versus demon god battle video that had been played back for an unknown number of times and let out complex sighs again. Alas, the white-haired middle-aged man Guang Tianzi stroked his long and white beard, sighed heavily, and then glanced at the crowd, saying, "Ling Yi's strength once again exceeded our expectations. You killed the demon god twice in 3 minutes. Our Yushin may not be able to accomplish such a feat." "Right. Probably not," Mayoko said bluntly. "How did he do it? I really don't understand." Others frowned. The conference room fell silent again. However, this time it was only quiet for a few seconds before a virtual image appeared out of thin air above the hexagonal conference table. When the 6 elders saw it, they immediately sat up straight and looked solemn. "Ushin is coming out soon." The picture shows a voluptuous beauty wearing a tight-fitting black gilt cardigan and robe, showing her graceful figure to the fullest. The beauty is about 30 years old, with long black and bright hair tied up high, and a fire stick stuck in her head. Bird gold hairpin. Her skin is as white as jade, and her facial features are delicate, and her lips are bright red. She wore a pair of black silk gloves on her hands, which made her white arms more eye-catching. The tight-fitting robe hung straight down to her ankles, revealing the high heels that reflected the cold black light. When the elders heard this, they hurriedly said, "Let's make preparations right now. If you don't satisfy him, you know the consequences." The woman in the virtual screen said coldly. In those charming peach blossom eyes, the dark red pupils glowed with endless indifference. "Lord Minkei, let's take action now." After the 6th elder finished speaking, the virtual screen in front of him suddenly disappeared. The 6 people did not dare to neglect, and hurriedly ordered people to go to the food bank to take out a large amount of food and place it outside the conference room. 1 meter high, 2 meters high, 3 meters high. Soon, the food in front of them was stacked 5 stories high, occupying an area of more than 300 square meters. Before their god king officially came out, looking at the pile of food in front of him, Guang Tianzi couldn't help but sigh again. "How amazing!" Before he finished speaking, a dark vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. A large bird with silver-gray light reflected all over its body flew out gracefully from the vortex, flapping its dark wings. After circling in the air, it slowly landed on the ground and turned into the figure in the virtual picture just now. Lord Hades. Several elders gave a perfunctory cry, glanced briefly, and quickly looked away. The woman known as Minkei paid no attention to them. She just stood alone on one side, exuding an aura that no one could enter. Chapter 466 Yushin. Boom! A flash of lightning suddenly flashed across the dark night. And then without warning, a heavy rain suddenly fell here. No one present was surprised, and they all stopped talking and looked up into the air. In the midair, a small black dot appeared there out of nowhere. As the rain increased, the small black dot gradually grew into a huge black ball. When the diameter of the black ball expanded to about 100 meters, a fat giant hand covered with mites suddenly poked out of the black ball. Boom! The giant hand hit the ground, shaking the earth, and then a huge head emerged from the black ball. The face of this huge head was facing straight to the ground. From the perspective of everyone below, you could clearly see an ugly and festering giant face slowly pulling out. The elders suppressed their inner discomfort and maintained a calm and smiling face. Before he could fully crawl out of the black ball, the giant saw the pile of food in front of him, grinned, stretched out his giant hand, and put the pile of food into the mouth full of strange poisonous insects. Clop, clop, clop. While the giant was eating, the friction of its bones made a mechanical version of a clucking sound, which was noisy and harsh. Half a minute later, when the giant stopped eating, the 6 elders half knelt down in tacit agreement and said in unison, "Welcome the return of the God King." The giant in front of him is none other than the God King of Xinglua Sahai, Yuju, who is known as the #1 player in the universe, and is also known as Yushin, belonging to a rare branch of the giant clan. The Cyclops clan is extremely huge. But after finishing eating, Yuju raised his head and let out the unique laughter of his Cyclops clan. After a moment, after he finished laughing, his face turned cold, and his single fierce red eye glanced coldly at everyone present, and finally placed it on Ming Ke. His face suddenly turned cold. His huge palm suddenly hit the ground, making a loud boom sound, and a terrifying shock wave swept across all directions, destroying buildings with a radius of 10,000 meters. "Why are you still so young?" His cold voice echoed throughout the sky. "The experiment failed." Ming Ke cherished the words like gold. The elders were so frightened that they lowered their heads and trembled, daring not to speak. Cyclops Yuju blew out an angry breath, glared at the 6 elders with dissatisfaction, left the words "last month," and crawled back into the black ball. The heavy rain fell on everyone, watching the black ball gradually shrink and disappear. The 6th elder let out a long sigh of relief. "Call. I finally left. It was so stressful. The character of Lord God King is becoming more and more moody. If this continues, I'm afraid." Alas, while the elders were talking, the black-haired woman beside them turned around and left. Seeing this, Emperor Guang quickly shouted, "Lord Ming Ke, there have been some changes in the world recently. I think you need to report it to the God King." Ming Ke stopped and looked back at him. There was an extremely calm look in those dark red eyes. Guang Tianzi and other elders felt guilty, and did not dare to look directly at him. But they still bit the bullet and said, "A super newcomer has appeared in the world." Before they finished speaking, several people heard Ming Ke snorting dissatisfiedly. "Humph. Newcomer? Do you, the elders, think that this little girl like me has no time to waste with you?" The 6 elders were stunned when they saw each other turning around to leave. Emperor Guang gritted his teeth and said, "This newcomer's strength is terrifying. Yesterday, he made 2 God Kings surrender in the Great World War." Snap, snap, snap. In the heavy rain, the footsteps of Ming Ke gradually faded away. Looking at each other's backs, several elders looked at each other. On the side, Myoko was quick to think and shouted at the opponent's back, "He is stronger than our God King." As soon as these words came out, the other party's departure finally stopped. She did not look back, but said in her usual tone, "Send all the information." As soon as the words fell, the figure finally disappeared into the heavy rain. The 6 elders looked at each other, and in the end, they all sighed quietly. "Oh, is it really right to give her the information? It's our fault that it turned out like this. Let's make up for some of our mistakes. What should I do if the God King holds me to account? You know, it is impossible for her to report to him. Oh, it would be great if the God King was still the God King before. His reputation is still spread among the outside world. But who knew he would become like this now?" Each of the other 5 elders said something, which made Guang Tianzi, who was deep in thought, shake his head and sigh again. How can the human body enlargement experiment be successful? There are many skills and props of varying sizes, but there is no permanent change in size in the entire Dakian Shenlu. Early the next morning, Lingy was lying on the deck chair in the yard, basking in the warm sun, while leisurely listening to Nandongli telling him about the top combat power of the major forces. "You have been in contact with the ancient realm, Hualien, Immortal Palace, and Divine Sect, so you understand them almost. Let me tell you about the other 3 major forces." Nandongli tucked her golden hair behind her ears and stared at the man in front of her with her beautiful red eyes. Seeing his lazy look, she couldn't help but smile gently again. She reached out and touched the man's head, and smiled happily when the latter looked comfortable. "I'll just use the rankings of these 3 forces. The #1 star, Luo Sunhai, has a God King named Yuju. He is the god of fighting, a Cyclops, and is 1,011 years old. He was already the 6th realm God King 85 years ago, and is extremely good at outputting violence. The second-ranked one is the Divine Court of Order. Its Divine King is named Yin. He is the god of destiny. He belongs to the Fox tribe. His age is unknown. He became the 6th realm God King only 30 years ago. He is extremely mysterious. The third-ranked player front is the player front. Its God King is named Alnus, a summoning god. He is an ox human race. He is 998 years old. He became the God King of the 5th realm 112 years ago. He is currently attacking the 6th realm. He is currently recognized as the most powerful person in the universe. Strong summoner. After saying that, Nangongli saw the man with his eyes closed and looked drowsy. He smiled fondly and said, "Are you bored? Then let me tell you some rumors." "Okay." Ling Yi responded immediately. Haha. Nangongli poked Ling Yi's cheek with his finger and recalled. Rumor 1 is that the Cyclops tribe is actually ugly. And Yushin's image of a handsome man has always been disguised. Isn't he a Cyclops? That must be a disguise. Ling Yi interjected. Don't interrupt. Rumor 2, in order to find a spouse, Yushin ordered the 6 elders to capture an entire group of women from a special race in their territory for enlargement experiments and body modifications. The leader of the race is said to have completed the transformation of his eyeballs. So cruel. Ling Yi frowned. Rumor 3. Some people say that the God King of the Divine Court of Order has disappeared. The last time he appeared was 22 years ago. Rumor 4. Every 10 years, someone will receive a mysterious letter from outside the Divine Road. And the sender is another player outside the Divine Road. Rumor 5. The Supreme Heavenly List contains the secret of the Divine Path. According to rumors, if you clear it, you may be able to see players outside the Divine Path. Chapter 467 challenged the Supreme Sky ranking for the first time. Players outside the Divine Path? Ling Yi raised his eyebrows, curiosity appearing in his eyes. Nangongli pursed her lips and replied, Well, yes, but these are just rumors, and it is difficult to tell whether they are true or false. Besides, it is extremely difficult to pass the Supreme ranking. Even Yushin, currently recognized as the strongest person in the universe, has only reached the 9th level, which is exactly halfway. Even now you, should only be able to reach around the 10th level. There are a total of 18 levels on the Supreme Heavenly ranking. Each level has a powerful group of monsters and up to 3 clearance conditions, such as being unable to use certain skills, being unable to use props, taking less than a few minutes, and being unable to be hit during the entire process. Only those who are qualified to challenge the Heavenly ranking can challenge the Supreme Heavenly ranking. This qualification must be obtained from the worldwide hegemony. The qualification is valid for 5 years. By the way, you can challenge directly. Nangongli suddenly remembered that there had been a Dakian announcement awarding Ling Yi a permanent heaven ranking challenge qualification. Ling Yi nodded. He had also understood this thing before, and knew that challenging the Supreme Heavenly ranking would not result in any reward. Therefore, he had not taken any action against this heavenly ranking until now. Originally, there was no challenge because there were no rewards. Now that I think about it, even if there are no rewards after beating it, some related content should be triggered. Thinking of this, he turned around and kissed Nangongli's thin lips, then pulled up the challenge interface of the Supreme ranking and chose to enter. A colorful spiral beam of light descended from the sky, taking Ling Yi away from this place. Nangongli pursed her lips lightly, and 2 blushes appeared on her face. You have entered the Supreme Heavenly ranking. Current number of layers, 1. Clearance conditions, 1. The combat time is less than 5 minutes. 2. No water skills are used. 3. Throughout the battle, vitality must not be less than 50%. Tip. Successfully annihilate all enemies and meet the above conditions to pass the level. In a world of blazing magma, flames fill the sky. The red earth stretches as far as the eye can see, and the vermilion clouds stretch for thousands of miles. Is this the environment on the first level? After Ling Yi arrived at the first floor, he habitually observed the environment for a moment, and then turned his attention to the monsters in front. About several thousand meters away from him, one could see a 50 to 60 meter long giant horned beast standing still in the flames. The hairs all over the bodies of those giant beasts were flying in the fire like flames. And on the top of the volcano further away, there was a giant horned beast that looked as tall as the mountain. With a quick glance, as expected, it was the level 120 Invincible Demon King, the Lava Bull Demon. Kill within 5 minutes. Easy. Ling Yi glanced at the 3 conditions for the last time, lifted the corner of his mouth and shouted, Xinglu! Wow! The huge flame star burned through the red clouds and appeared in the sky, awakening all the standby monsters. As the flame star blessed with 100 points of eternal power fell, the Lava Bull Demon led the group of Flame Bull Demons to attack Ling Yi. One after another, the Flaming Bull Demons faced Ling Yi's direction, merging their claws and pounding into the ground. In an instant, Rings of fire formed under the ladder's feet, and thick pillars of flame shot out from the rings. Ling Yi just casually changed his position and dodged all these fire pillar attacks. Moo! The lava bull demon rushed forward quickly, wielding its thick flaming hands and swatting at them. However, in Ling Yi's eyes, the speed was still too slow. Soon, the flame star landed. Boom! Ling Yi begins to challenge the supreme heavenly ranking. New. On the Dakian forum. While countless people were still discussing Ling Yi's feats in the Demon God Coming to the World event, a piece of related news inexplicably broke into the attention of the forum players. Huh? Ling Yi is going to challenge the heavenly ranking now. Go and have a look. Players open their respective supreme ranking interfaces. There is an 18-story stone tower on the interface. At this moment, the stone door on the 3rd floor of the stone tower is shining outward, which means someone inside is challenging. After swarming into this interface, some people immediately express doubts in the comment areas on the left and right sides of the interface. I can only see someone challenging the 3rd floor. How can I be sure it's Ling Yi? This player's doubts were quickly answered by other players. Nonsense. There are only 10 qualified people, and the lowest level among them is 2 levels. And this guy just started playing from the 1st level. Obviously, he is not among the 10 qualified people. Yes, a previous Dakian announcement rewarded Ling Yi with this qualification. After confirming that the person inside was the person who is now famous in the world, players from all sides hurried back to report. Within a few minutes, this incident spread throughout the universe. Rabbit Fairy Star. On the White Jade platform, a cry of surprise spread far away. Oh my god! Baiyu, a girl with rabbit ears, stood by the fence, looking at the interface in front of her. Her pink eyes widened. This Ling Yi who is at the same time as us is so unbelievable. In the Great World War, the 2 god kings were subdued. When the demon god came to the world, he single-handedly killed the demon god. Now he has begun to challenge the supreme heavenly ranking again. You won't do another shocking feat again. As Baiyu spoke, she felt inexplicably excited and anxious. Beside him, his brother Bai Zhuang crossed his arms, pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, It probably won't happen this time. To pass the supreme sky ranking, you must meet various conditions. It is not just a matter of strength, but also requires a lot of background. And the background is exactly what the Blue Star people lack the most. And Ling Yi must be the same. After the words fell, Bai Zhuang suddenly felt his sister's distant gaze. Brother, although your previous predictions were very reasonable, in the end they underestimated Ling Yi. Do you think it will be the same this time? Meaning is, I think he might be able to do something big this time, such as reaching the same level as Yushin. Hee. Hearing this, Bai Zhuang frowned and fell into deep thought. After counting the breaths, he shook his head and sighed. Forget it. Forget it. This guy is too unpredictable. I can't guess it. The two were silent for a moment, and Baiyu suddenly said, I heard that many people in the Divine Court of Order call him the Son of Destiny and want to form an alliance with their Blue Star. What do you think, brother? Well, I haven't seen the God King of the Divine Court of Order for more than 20 years. I think they just want to find Ling Yi, the Son of Destiny, as their excuse. Bai Zhuang analyzed carefully. Shunting lacks the fighting power of the God King, and Blue Star lacks the background. The two parties can hit it off immediately, and it should be quite easy to form an alliance. But Blue Star doesn't seem to be able to form an alliance. That's not clear. Hey, he's been promoted again. To the 4th floor. The two of them once again turned their attention to the interface in front of them. For the next period of time, I just watched the doors on the stone tower light up one by one. 5th floor. 6th floor. 9 floors. It's the 9th floor. Chapter 468 challenged the supreme heavenly ranking. When Ling Yi successfully reached the 9th floor, all the players who were paying attention to this interface became nervous. Yushin cleared the 9th floor and got stuck on the 10th. If Ling Yi can clear this level, he will be tied with Yushin. So fierce. This newcomer is so hacking fierce. Who still remembers that he was just a player who entered the divine path for 2 months, thinking of the man's extremely short time as a god. All the players once again felt the unparalleled sense of absurdity. A 2-month-old player has surpassed all the players in our universe? This is too outrageous. What the HL is going on with this guy? He's so perverted that it makes no sense. Such a performance would be exaggerated even in my dreams. The Divine Court of Order says he is the Son of Destiny, and I believe it now. It must be cheating. But he's really handsome. It sounds like a fantasy, but it is a fact that is happening before your eyes at this moment. The older the players, the more difficult it is to accept this fact. Ancient Realm Headquarters. Xian Jintian sat in the middle of the conference room, clasping his fingers on the clean and reflective tabletop, making a soft bang 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 sound. Beside him is not an Alliance elder, but Kek, his friend who has been with him for hundreds of years. Alas, actually, from the moment he killed the demon god, I was vaguely aware of his terrifying strength. Kek sighed quietly. What level do you think he can get to? Well, 10th floor should be fine. Xian Jintian nodded silently, then chuckled after a few seconds. In the past, people always said that this Tianbang would be destroyed by Yushin Tong. Who would have thought that Lingyi would appear in the middle? Ha ha ha. Are you happy? Kek wondered. Ha! I don't like that Yushin guy. I'll feel much better if I let Lingyi pass away. At least this young man. It seems that it's really easy for people to like him. He took Lingyi's photo and looked up and down, and finally sighed helplessly. It's a pity that I don't have a daughter. Tyke stared at Xian Jintian with a very strange expression, as if he was meeting Xian Jintian for the first time. A 900-year-old man like you still wants to be the father-in-law of a young man in his 20s? Ahem. Age doesn't matter. What matters is love. Love. Do you understand? Kek suppressed his mouth and shook his head. As he shook his head, he vaguely saw that the stone tower in front of him had changed again. I stopped and took a closer look, and I could clearly see the light blooming in front of the door on the 10th floor. Here he comes! He has cleared the 9th floor. Now his progress is the same as Yushin's, Kek said hurriedly. Xian Jintian cast his gaze, his expression slightly excited. Does this mean that the current combat power of the two is about the same? It's hard to say. It depends on the conditions for passing the 10th level. Hearing Kek's words, Xian Jintian looked at the conditions of the 10th level. 1. The combat time is less than 10 minutes. 2. The number of attacks received is less than 5 times. 3. Cannot fly. C. It's not that Yushin doesn't have the hard power. It's just that the conditions were too restrictive, and he couldn't pass the level. Tyke touched his long white beard and continued. So even if Lingyi passes the level, it does not necessarily mean that his hard power is stronger than Yushin. It can only be said that he is better than Yushin in terms of dodge. Oh, that's the truth. The two continued to follow up and pay attention. Emin praises you for your incredible strength. Long-lasting factor +1. Dulana is impressed by your powerful strength and regards you as an idol. Long-lasting factor +1. Yue Guangshaoan once again confirmed that you are the son of destiny in the universe. I admire you even more. The long-lasting factor +1. Lingyi floated in the air half a meter above the ground, glanced at the long-lasting factor information flashing in front of him, and then turned his gaze to the distance. After discovering that the battle here would not be known to the outside world, he summoned the White Tiger King without any worries. At this moment, the legendary invincible level White Tiger King was fighting fiercely with the 2 invincible level Giant Eagle Demon Kings on the opposite side. Master, don't you have a holy shield? Next to him, the Ice King, who was wearing an ice crystal blue dress and bare white jade feet, was slightly confused. I can use the invincible holy shield, but when I use the holy shield, I can't attack myself, so it's safest to let the White Tiger King fight. Then let me go up too, the Ice King said, quickly entering his second form and heading towards the distant battlefield. As soon as she joined, she took away one of the giant eagles, which greatly reduced the pressure on the White Tiger King. Lingyi looked at this scene and nodded slightly. Xiaobing and White Tiger King are both equivalent to level 90 legendary demon kings with double attributes. It is easy to deal with 2 level 120 invincible demon kings. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint green light suddenly bloomed in his right hand. Lingyi frowned subconsciously and raised his right hand to take a look. A light green pentagram appeared on the back of his hand, and a petite figure emerged from the pentagram, about 10 centimeters tall, with long light green gradation hair, a pair of pointed elf ears, wearing a floral dress as thin as cicada wings, with a pair of translucent, crimson butterfly wings on the back. Hello, Master. I am the Butterfly Immortal. I can also join the battlefield to help. She put her hands in front of her lower abdomen and bowed respectfully to him. Butterfly Fairy. After being stunned for a moment, Lingyi immediately recalled. Oh. You are the summoned beast in my magical tool fairy butterfly summon dot. He was not surprised that Xiandai was in human form, could speak, and could take the initiative to appear. Anyway, mutation is so overbearing. Okay, then go ahead. Ling nodded. Butterfly Immortal responded. Turned around and turned into a ray of green light that flew into the distance. Another legendary devil joins the battlefield. Soon, under the joint attack of these three legendary demon kings and Lingy, he successfully passed this level with 0 hits. 11th floor. Passed in 2 minutes and 15 seconds. 12 floors. Passed in 1 minute and 54 seconds. 13th floor. Passed in 3 minutes and 22 seconds. Current number of layers, 16. Clearance conditions. 1. The combat time is less than 1 minute. 2. No skills were used during the entire battle. 3. No hits during the whole battle. Good guy! After fighting all the way to the 16th floor, and seeing clearly the conditions for passing the 16th floor, Lingy was speechless. How can players fight this? It's basically making things difficult for players. He looked at the opposing lineup. 30 level 120 invincible bosses, and 3 level 120 invincible demon kings. Lingy. He gritted his teeth and stared for a long time. Then smiled helplessly. I can't kill them in 1 minute without using skills. If he wants to use the battle flag to cut it, he will most likely be hit. Even if the Guardian Aegis is turned on, he will be hit if the Guardian Aegis is hit. Opening the invincible Holy Shield can be regarded as a miss. But in that case, he cannot output. Of course, using skills will count as failure. So if he wants to pass the level, he cannot use the above 2 skills. In the words of the King of All Weapons, there is some hope. His King of All Weapons can temporarily turn anything into an S-class weapon. If they all choose the weapon's special skill, Explosion, there is hope that they will be blown up to death. Thinking of this, Lingy immediately took action, activating the effect of the backpack prop, King of All Weapons, turning the stones on the ground into S-class weapons. Chapter 469, Level 15 of the Supreme Sky Ranking. Wait a minute. If you control the wind, it counts as using a skill. Lingy originally wanted to use King of 10,000 Weapons to turn the stones on the ground into pieces of S-class weapons, and use them to perform a move like 10,000 swords return to the clan. But when he thought about the need to control the wind, he had to give up the idea. Seeing the countdown in front of him decreasing by the second, he frowned again. It's really difficult to kill so many monsters without using skills in 1 minute without getting hit. But props, scrolls, artifacts, etc. can be used. When the monsters in the distance discovered him and rushed towards him, Lingy thought to himself, the easiest thing to get among them should be the one-time destruction scrolls. After they are mutated by me, they can be more powerful. As long as there are enough, it will definitely no problem. After making up his mind, he did not dodge the attacking monsters and was hit by them. Tip, you have been hit. The clearance conditions have not been met, and the clearance has failed. As this message appeared, Lingy's figure was also teleported to a light door. Tip, passing through this light gate will lead you to the Road of Glory, and you can return after walking through the Road of Glory. Path of Glory? He's a little nervous. From his previous understanding, Lingy knew that there was such a thing as the Road to Glory in the Supreme Heavenly Ranking. As long as you create a new record in this list, you will have to walk back through a 10-meter-long red carpet when you come out. During that time, the picture will be projected into the universe. Jingle. While he was still preparing, an extremely loud and distant sound came from the sky and the earth. Lingy was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said with a smile, Since the Dakian announcement has come, let's leave now. He then stepped into the light door. It's the 10th floor. It's the 10th floor. Lingy has surpassed Yushin and became the holder of the highest record on the heavenly list. This young newcomer has once again created a myth. Today is another day worthy of being recorded in the annals of history. It's level 13. His clearance speed is as fast as before. Miracle. Miracle! This man has created a miracle. He should be the strongest player in the entire universe. Dakian announcement. Congratulations to Blue Star Player 01 for successfully passing the 15th level of the Supreme Ranking. When this huge announcement came out, in addition to the hundreds of millions of players who were already paying attention, ordinary people in the public now also knew about it. What? Lingy reached the 15th level on the Supreme Sky Ranking. Only the last 3 floors left. Oh my god! Then isn't he more awesome than Yushin? Ordinary people don't care about so many rules. They just think that Yushin can only reach the 9th floor. But Lingy can reach the 15th floor, so the ladder should be more powerful. And just when these billions of living beings were stunned, several huge virtual pictures appeared in the sky from all walks of life. In the picture, there is a gray-white stone tower located in the prosperous starry sky. On the 15th floor of the stone tower, a golden light path extends out. This light path is about 3 meters wide and shines directly from the doorway on the 15th floor to the bottom of the white light vortex 10 meters away. At this moment, at the door of the 15th floor, you could clearly see a handsome young man walking out. Wow! So handsome! Is that Lingy? I've always heard rumors about him, and never watched him before. I didn't expect him to be so young and handsome. Yes! He is only about 20 years old. This is his true appearance. And Datian. Is this the terrifying newcomer who has surpassed all Millennium players? How confident! Seeing Lingy embark on the road to glory, players and ordinary people from all walks of life in the universe could not hide their excitement and shock. I don't know why, but I was very excited when I saw such a young man walking on it. An old player who was more than 900 years old clenched his fists and had tears in his eyes. There are people who will succeed us on the divine path. Someone sighed. Ancient Realm Alliance headquarters. Looking at Lingy in the picture, Xian Jintian and Kai couldn't help but sigh again. Confident, young, handsome, and upright. This young man who combines countless advantages has defeated the world's perception of top powerhouses in one fell swoop. A top expert is no longer a title that can only be given to people who are hundreds of years old. People in their early 20s can also be called one. From today on, he will be the idol of countless people, Xian Jintian said with great certainty. Keck nodded his head in agreement, opened his mouth, and took several deep breaths. Hoo-ha hoo-ha. What's wrong with you? I'm so excited. I feel like I might be a fan of his too. Keck shook his head and smiled. Real or fake? Anyway, I'm convinced. At his age, I'm just an insignificant one among countless players. But he has surpassed all the players. The two looked at each other in silence for a moment, then laughed in unison. Ha 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 or. At the same time, located in a dark forest at the headquarters of Star Luosin High. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several vigorous figures passed through the woods and came to the edge of this empty cliff. Lord Hades, the leader, a woman in black, led everyone to half kneeling on the ground, and said in respect to the woman in black, who was standing alone on the corner of the cliff. Ahead, the woman in black robe was facing away from them, looking up at the empty night sky. The gentle breeze blew across the land under the moonlight, making a sound of sand, sand, and sand. After an unknown amount of time, the woman in black robe in front finally lowered her head. She still had her back turned to everyone, but her peaceful voice floated in the wind. I want all the information about this man. A flash of excitement flashed in the eyes of the leading woman in black. As if she had expected this, she responded very quickly. Sure enough, there is no reward at all. After returning from the supreme heavenly ranking, Lingy sighed a little. The yard is still sunny, and the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. A warm scene. He originally planned to lie down on the recliner again, but when he saw Lin Shiru and Xiao Wanqing playing on the carpet beside them, he couldn't help but join in. It didn't take long for the three people, dripping with sweat, to reach the second floor and take a bath in the spring water of the Holy Angel Fountain. After a while, Lingy, who put his hands on the wall of the spring and looked up at the ceiling, said suddenly, Shiro, how strong are you now? Well, under the God King, there should be very few people who can be my opponent anymore. Good. Lingy thought that he still had an original God King secret key that was useless. He had not been able to decide who to give it to before, but now he had a plan. You are the one who has been with me the longest, so I will give you the secret key. Everything is up to you. Wow. Lin Shiru stood up, and as water dripped down her body, she flipped up her wet hair and bent down to kiss the man she loved. After a long kiss, she knelt down next to his body. Then which god should I choose? The beautiful blue and moist eyes stared lovingly at the man in front of her, and the snow-white and beautiful dewy jade face was filled with a gentle smile. Just choose whatever you like. Well, then I'll choose the god of life. Can. After the man nodded in response, Lin Shiru smiled sweetly. He pushed the hair on his face behind his ears with both hands, then leaned forward, lowered his head, and licked the man's neck, gradually spreading downwards. Chapter 470. First trip to the outside supercontinent. At night, when the black and white cats were lying next to Ling Yi's legs, enjoying his comforting touch on the head. Nandongli walked in from outside in a hurry again. The impact of your killing of the heavenly ranking today is greater than that of killing the demon god yesterday. She quickly glanced at the two sneaky cats, pursed her lips slightly, and continued. In addition to the divine court of order, the ancient realm of heaven and earth and the United Nations also want to form an alliance with us. We have just discussed it across the league and finally came up with 3 plans. She sat down on the left sofa, put her right leg on her left knee, turned to him, and said seriously, these 3 options have their own pros and cons. We discussed it for a long time, and finally decided to leave the decision in your hands. Then go ahead. Ling Yi looked calm. The first is to promise them to form an alliance with these 3 alliances. This is not considered. The second rule is that we make the decision ourselves and let other forces join us. Ling Yi frowned, his eyes flashing with thought. The third one is to maintain the previous non-aligned attitude and continue to ignore them. Nandongli knew that Ling Yi didn't want to hear complicated things, so he spoke very concisely. After Sanja finished speaking, she saw the other party frowning and thought. She thought for a while and analyzed. If we take the initiative to establish an alliance ourselves, with your current prestige, it is very likely that we can quickly establish a supergiant alliance. I just read the forum and found that many players have the intention to leave the original alliance and join our Blue Star team. And if we establish an alliance, we will be able to compete with major forces and gain benefits from those group activities in the future. Hearing this, Ling Yi looked at Nandongli and said, so you support the establishment of an independent alliance? The latter frowned, shook his head and said, but establishing an independent alliance is not a simple matter. It is easy to establish, but it is troublesome to manage. Besides, when there are too many people, alliance rules and the like still need to be considered. Ling Yi pondered for a long time, and finally shook his head. It's so complicated. I don't want to be the leader of any organization. I just want the freedom to do whatever I want. I won't build it, and the rest of you can build it as long as you want. Nandongli understood the meaning and chuckled. I knew you would say that. So if my father, or Senior Lin Ning and others built it, would you accept it? Sure. Hearing her talk about this, Ling Yi thought of that girl Lin Ning. After that time in the sunflower field, she would sometimes come to give him warmth. Okay, I see. Nandongli stood up with a smile, and when she turned towards the door, she suddenly paused. Then he turned around and asked curiously, when are you going to release Sister Ro out to fight? The sudden question made Ling Yi stunned for a moment. Oh? I'm looking forward to the day when thousands of players see Sister Ro show her strength. After saying that, Nandongli smiled and left quickly. After she left, Ling Yi didn't think much and went to Dakian's store to look for the powerful scroll products. The interfaces between several people were now open to each other. So seeing Ling Yi searching for this, Yunji, who was not far away, only turned her head slightly to understand his thoughts. If you want powerful scrolls, you may want to go to God King Kek. He has a hobby of collecting powerful scrolls. He has collected many of them over hundreds of years, and it is said that they are all stored in a scroll library. Ling Yi recalled the changes in Kek's attitude towards him in recent days, and felt that it made sense. So he nodded and said, okay, I'll give it a try. In the last event where the demon god came to the world, the 4 god kings Xian Jintian, Kaik, Li Mingqian, and Mubai had already added him as friends one after another. So now he can contact the other party directly, open the forum, find the other person, and start a chat. 01, here? About 6 or 7 seconds passed. God King Kek, yes. Yes, I am here. What's wrong? You have just reached the 15th level of the Supreme Sky ranking. It is really exciting. Many players are proud of you. I am still chatting with Mr. Xian in their headquarters about you. 01, oh? It's nothing. I heard you collected a lot of scrolls. God King Kek, are you going to hit the 16th floor? We also looked at the customs clearance requirements, and they are indeed too difficult. My scrolls are all placed in the scroll library. How about that? How about you come to our scroll library and choose for yourself? 01, that's fine. After the discussion, Ling Yi set off. A few minutes later, after passing through the outer continent, Ling Yi took Yunji to the supercontinent Yuan continent, where the joint headquarters of all races is located. Yunji was simply bored and wanted to come over and have a look together. As soon as the two came over, They saw Kaik and Xian Jintian standing side by side on the teleportation platform, looking at them with smiles.
Ha 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 ha!
Seeing Ling Yi's arrival, Kaik laughed loudly and strode forward.
Ling Yi! I'm very happy that you can come here.
The teleportation platform is a huge emerald platform, about 100 meters high and 1,000 meters in diameter. The ground is green and transparent emerald. Players coming from other continents will come here. At this time, in addition to Ling Yi and the two God Kings, there were also many players from other continents nearby. At this moment, they were all looking at this side in amazement.
Ha ha!
Ling Yi smiled politely while observing the environment habitually. The blue sky is filled with white clouds. The air is fresh and warm, and the wind is smooth. In the air, you can occasionally see flashes of bright green light emerging from the earth and slowly fading away as it floats into the sky. It was the first time for him to come to the supercontinent of his world, and it felt quite novel at the moment.
Ha! This is your first time coming to our place. It's very beautiful.
On the way to the scroll library with Ling Yi, Kaik proudly showed Ling Yi the surrounding environment.
Yeah, it's really beautiful.
Ling Yi nodded, pointed to the bright green light spots floating from the ground, and asked curiously,
What are those? That is the light of life. One of the blessings of the supercontinent.
Xian Jintian on the side saw this and immediately interjected. Kaik glanced at his old friend speechlessly, then nodded and added,
Yes, each supercontinent can only get one kind of blessing, and blessing obtained in the global battle for hegemony. This light of life can make all the people in the 100 realms on my supercontinent have stronger vitality and recovery. It is the best blessing in my opinion. Including ordinary people?
Yunji asked.
Yes.
Kaik nodded.
That's a bit similar to the power of the ancient monument. I can understand it that way. Ha ha.
Kaik laughed twice and then said,
The next worldwide competition is coming soon. I believe that you, Blue Star, will achieve excellent results and get the blessings you want. Maybe.
Ling Yi smiled and nodded. When Lin Xian introduced the
Battle of the 100 Worlds
to him before, he told him that the
Battle of the World
was somewhat similar to this activity. Players are randomly selected to play. Therefore, it was difficult for him to judge at this moment.
Ha ha. You have to be confident. This can be summoned by design. You will definitely be able to play.
Kaik said the last word, and a group of 4 people came to the door of the scroll library. Chapter 471 The Empty Scroll Library. This is a secret room that looks like a giant turtle SHL. It is located in the green woods and is easy to miss when sweeping across the sky. The stone gate looks like the belly of a turtle, and the lime walls have symmetrical light gold lines. Kaik took a few steps forward and put his palm on the door. As a burst of cyan ripples spread outward, the lines on the stone door lit up one after another. Then, there was a bang, and the 2 doors moved to one side. Gorgeous and strange colored light reflected from inside. Kaik took the lead and walked in with a slight smile.
When I became the God King and established the Alliance 300 years ago, this secret room was established almost at the same time. From then on, the scroll collection department I formed will obtain various powerful scrolls from various sources. As of now, I actually don't know how much is stored in it.
Oh! Ling Yi raised his eyebrows.
Ha ha. But even if I only collect 100 pieces every year, I should have collected 30,000 pieces by now. There will definitely be something you want. Are you considered a repeater? Of course it counts.
As soon as they entered, the group saw an endless expanse of wooden shells, each of which was empty.
Yunji's
eyes widened, thinking that she had seen it wrong. Kaik smiled slightly.
You must be shocked. This is just an illusion.
As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. The next moment, the fantastic colorful light that filled the area disappeared, as if an invisible curtain had lifted up the space. Wait for Ling Yi to take another closer look. The wooden frame was still empty, and even looked much dirtier than before, with some dust piled up to a height of 1 centimeter. He opened the eye of reality and took another look, and found that there were really no other mechanisms here, and those were really just ordinary wooden frames. He cast doubtful eyes on Kaik, who didn't seem to realize it at the moment, staring blankly at the dusty wooden frames.
Is there another illusion?
Xian Jintian twitched the corner of his mouth. Why are all the scrolls here missing? Kaik blinked blankly and snapped his fingers again in disbelief. 3 seconds passed and nothing changed.
Holy crap! Old man Kai, your scroll library has been stolen!
Xian Jintian exclaimed, under the gazes of Ling Yi and the others. Kaik took 2 deep breaths,
and then exhaled them slowly and pretending to be calm. It's okay. It's okay. The scroll was just stolen. It's not a big problem. He smiled and invited Ling Yi and the others out of the scroll library and said, You guys go to the reception room of the headquarters to have tea and rest. I'll find someone to investigate right away. Soon. 5 minutes passed. In the reception room, while Ling Yi was still enjoying Yunji's shoulder massage, Taik walked in from outside with a frown on his face, stroking his long white beard. How? Have you found out? Xian Jintian asked immediately. Kek responded softly, glanced at Ling Yi and the two, and sighed softly. If my information is correct, it should be the God King guards of Star Luo Sunhai who did it. What? They are the guards trained by Yushin himself. Xian Jintian's young and handsome face suddenly wrinkled up. He frowned and said solemnly, Old man Kai, is your information accurate? 0.99%. Why did he do this? Could it be that he still remembers the little festivals he had in the past? Xian Jintian asked again. Kek shook his head. He turned his gaze to Ling Yi's face and said apologetically, I'm sorry. I originally wanted to give you the scroll, but it's gone now. Fine. Ling Yi waved his hands casually and asked, What are you going to do now? Humph. Of course, I want to ask for an explanation. Kek snorted coldly. Although I'm often called an old bastard by players and don't dare to fight head-on, it doesn't mean I'm cowardly. Okay. Old man Kai. I'll go with you. I've long disliked that guy Yushin. I have to get him to give an explanation this time. Xian Jintian stood up after patting the case. Seeing this, Yunji bent down and said excitedly in Ling Yi's ear, Let's go take a look too. It looks so interesting. Hearing this, the eyes of the two god kings lit up. He immediately cast his expectant eyes on the young man who was sitting leisurely. If he passes by, even Yushin will be afraid of him. Xian Jintian was a little excited. If he wants to go there, it will definitely happen. Kek was very nervous. Faced with Yunji's persuasion, Ling Yi grinned. All right. Star Luo Sahai headquarters. Somewhere in a dark forest. When Ming Kei, who was dressed in black robe, was checking the information about Ling Yi handed over by his subordinates. Birds and beasts scattered outside the woods. Ming Kei slightly frowned and looked at the approaching figure with puzzled eyes. Master Ming Kei, quickly inform the God King that God King Kek is here. Guang Tianzi, who came in a hurry, said anxiously. A few rare traces of panic appeared on his slightly weathered face at this moment, as if he had encountered some life-or-death crisis. The God King is resting, Ming Kei said calmly. The Cyclops are sleepy, and can usually sleep for 3 to 5 days. If they are awakened by the outside world while sleeping, they will fall into an irritable state. Of course I know he is resting, but now God King Kek is outside, and we must invite the God King out, Guang Tianzi said anxiously. When Yuju re-entered the black ball, the elders knew that he was about to fall into sleep. If he hadn't said that only the underworld bird could disturb him, Emperor Guang would have called it himself now. Ming Kei seemed not to notice Guang Tianzi's impatience, but still asked leisurely and contentedly, Why is God King Kek here? I didn't say anything. Just let us call the God King out. Ha. Then let him wait. You 6 elders are pretty awesome anyway, so just stop him. Ming Kei sneered. But King Xianshen is here too. And, having said this, Guang Tianzi suddenly gritted his teeth. When he thought that the man was here, he couldn't help but tremble. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a dazzling beam of silver lightning suddenly passed through the sky. Boom! The silvery white lightning was incredibly fast. By the time the two men could react, a small black hole had been struck in the blue sky. There is a big black ball floating in the center of the black hole. At the same time, the cold snort of God King Kek came from the distant sky. Old man you! Why don't you come out to prepare tea when your old friend is here? Before he finished speaking, Kek, dressed in yellow clothes, crossed into the void with his hands behind his back and took long strides. His stern eyes were staring at the black hole in front of him, and his upright posture made people look extremely confident. Swish, swish, swish. This loud voice alerted the surrounding alliance powerhouses, and one by one they flew into the sky and cast their gaze towards this place. At the same time, the other 5 alliance elders also flew over and flashed to Guang Tianzi's side. No, I can't stop it. It's over. There are 2 powerful god kings behind us. It won't end well today. We've tried our best. Let's look at the King of Gods next. Each of them made their position clear with just one sentence. Ming Ke looked at these elders in great surprise. It was hard to imagine that these old men who had been following Yuju all day long would actually say such neutral words. Chapter 472 Come to the door. You? Ming Ke wanted to say something. But suddenly, he heard exclamations coming from not far away. Hack! Hack! That's... Damn! Mr. Zero is here too! What's going on? Why is Lingy here too? Good guy. Are you going to beat Yushin to death? Oh my god! This could be another big thing. Get it on the air. Get it on the air. Ming Ke's originally calm expression suddenly changed. She turned her head sharply and looked in the direction of the crowd's exclaims. At some point, a young man with black hair and yellow skin stood on the edge of a huge rock 100 meters away. The young man was looking at the black hole in the sky with curiosity. A faint smile on his handsome face. Lingy! The young man was also accompanied by the young-looking god King Xianjintian and a beautiful woman about 1.9 meters tall. However, at this moment, Ming Ke seemed to only have eyes for him. Boom! There was another loud noise in the sky, and everyone followed the sound, only to see that the black ball had rushed out of the black hole, making a violent sonic boom. Immediately afterwards, under the surprised eyes of everyone present and a large number of viewers in the live broadcast room, the tall Cyclops slowly climbed out of the black ball. I'll go! Why has Yushin turned into such a ghost after not seeing each other for a while? So big! Players in the live alliance did not dare to talk nonsense. But a few brave and careful people started the live broadcast, and the players in the live broadcast room did not have any worries. So what happened? Why do you look like you're about to start a fight? If there is a real fight, it depends on whether Ling Yi can take the lead. If Ling Yi adds 2 more God Kings, Yushin will lose. Yes. When the Cyclops stood up completely, everyone saw its full appearance. He is nearly 400 meters tall, with brown skin all over his body, and many parts are covered with thick hair. As the name suggests, there is only one huge eye on the face with gray-black pupils. Thin black gas lingered around his body. The black gas seemed to absorb light, making the space he was in much darker. He just hung his hands naturally, standing there for a moment like a zombie. And then after about 2 seconds, he regained his energy belatedly. An angry look appeared on that ferocious face. Boo! Who woke me up? The giant's voice pushed the roar 10,000 meters away. The dark green saliva was like some unknown poison. When it dripped to the ground, it made a sizzling sound and eroded part of the land. All the natural birds and beasts in the forest felt great fear and crawled to the ground trembling. Most of the powerful people present also felt a strong sense of crisis at this time. Oh no! Yushin is angry. It's me! Kek, who was flying in the sky, calmly held up the protective circle, looked up at the giant in front of him, and said calmly, I woke you up, old guy. Yuju looked down and said angrily, It turns out it's you, old guy. Without saying much, a large axe burning with dark green flames appeared in his hand and struck him with a loud shout. Uh-huh. His speed was extremely fast, and he directly cut the Kek in the air into smoke. The real Kek had already used the 8-star skill, Flash of Clones, to move to another place at this time. He was not surprised to see that the other party started fighting after a disagreement. Oh! You are still so angry now. Without further ado, he started fighting with the opponent. Bang 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 bang. When 2 God Kings fight, the power is not comparable to that of ordinary strongmen fighting. Hundreds of kilometers in radius became a war zone at this time, and the small animals in the woods on the ground were wiped out by the powerful aftermath in the first few seconds of the fighting. The players quickly retreated and flew away from this place. F***CK. F***CK. It's really a fight. I will definitely fight, but I don't know to what extent it will develop. Alas, Kek is the weakest God King. If he dares to fight Yushin like this, I'm afraid Xianshan King will also help. Not long after the battle, Kek fell into a disadvantage, as countless people expected. Upon seeing this, Xian Jintian, a good friend, flew to join the battlefield without saying a word. The remaining 2 people, Lingyi and Yunji, attracted much attention. Kek is a mage and Xian Jintian is a warrior. If they fight together, they should be evenly matched with Yushin. Yunji ignored the looks of others and analyzed with great interest. Her beautiful pale gold eyes were staring straight at the battle nearby, even though she was still weak in front of the God King. With Lingyi by her side, She didn't feel in danger at all. Yeah. Almost. Ling Yi nodded subconsciously, then reacted and looked at Yunji with surprise. Can you see their battle clearly? Hey, isn't this the skill you enhanced for me before? The one with super speed vision? Oh. He remembered that when he mutated Yunji's skills before, there was a skill that could see the opponent's actions clearly. After being mutated by him, he had the effect of being able to see clearly no matter how fast the opponent is. While the two were talking, there was another explosion in the sky. Then under the gazes of the two men, one of Yushin's blows missed. An fire shock wave hundreds of meters high rushed towards this place. Ling Yi summoned the strong wind that swept the world and dispersed the shock wave with a wave of his hand. This attack also made Yushin, who was in a state of anger, notice him. He paused for a moment, and immediately his eyes filled with even more alarming anger. Ling Yi! Ling Yi frowned and looked at the other person in confusion, thinking to himself, huh? It seems like there are no holidays between us. Right? Why does it sound like you have a deep hatred for me? While he was thinking about it, the opponent abandoned Keck, and the two of them, the huge body split into four, flashed to the four directions of the two people, southeast, northwest, and attacked them on the huge rock together. You are immune to block out. You are immune to Devil Blade's assault. Before the attack could land, two messages appeared in front of Ling Yi. He held Yunji in one hand and moved here. The next moment, an attack from afar fell, and with a loud rumbling sound, endless dust instantly rose up, as if it was about to fill the entire world. The figures of Kai Ke and Xian Jintian flashed here. They looked at Ling Yi's expression carefully with their eyes wide open, looking like they were hesitant to speak. It's like I want to say, you're not hurt, are you? But I feel like asking this seems a bit retarded. Ling Yi glanced at the two of them and said, protect her, and I'll deal with this big guy. The two of them were stunned for a moment, then nodded excitedly one after another. Okay. After saying this, he flashed to the left and right in front of Yunji. They stared excitedly at the man in front of them, the curiosity in their hearts rising to the extreme at this moment. Ling Yi said he would deal with him. Is it possible that he is sure? The two looked at each other, their bodies trembling uncontrollably due to excitement. Under the eyes of countless people, Ling Yi took the first step. Instantly, the surging and rich golden light burst out from his body. The golden light was bright and warm, making all those who watched involuntarily calm down. In just one step, everyone realized that Ling Yi had entered combat mode. Chapter 473 Battle with Yushin. Facing what the world considers to be the most powerful person in the universe, Ling Yi does not dare to be careless. As soon as he came up, he activated his true soul awakening and mobilized all the yang energy in his body. The bright yang qi like fire surrounded his body as he walked, flowing to his hands as he controlled it with his thoughts. When Yuju, who was angry in the distance, teleported and attacked again, Ling Yi raised his eyebrows slightly, and a flash of fierceness flashed in his deep black eyes. The next moment, his figure suddenly disappeared on the spot. Yuju's green flame axe cut through the air with a whoosh and slashed down. The loud rumbling sound instantly spread across 10,000 meters in radius, and the terrifying air waves were layered one after another. Seeing that this blow failed again, the Cyclops immediately activated his senses. After almost an instant, he suddenly raised his head, and a huge golden lightning was reflected in his huge gray eyes. Boom! In the sight of the two god kings and Yunji, Yuju, who looked up, was hit by Ling Yi's fist with golden lightning. In an instant, raging electric sparks surged down, starting from Yuju's head and spreading vertically along his huge body. The next moment, with a loud pop sound, Yuju's knees bent, and he knelt on the ground. If his hands hadn't been on the ground in time, his head would have hit the ground hard. At the same time, 7 emerald green halos surrounding him appeared one after another, and shattered one after another. Strong shock waves roared in all directions, blowing the clothes of the two god kings high. They looked at the scene in front of them with wide eyes, and the horror gradually rose in their eyes. 7777! The 7th ring is gone! Xian Jintian had an expression of, are you kidding me? He opened his mouth and looked blankly at the field, and then at old man Kai next to him. Just one punch! Kai's expression was the same as Xian Jintian's. The two looked at each other, and it was only then that they realized that they had underestimated each other. Yunji's expression was very calm, but when she saw that the two god kings beside her were so surprised, She still asked curiously. Isn't it normal to knock them down with one blow? Why are you so surprised? While speaking, Ju in the distance let out an angry roar. Like an angry beast, with a demonic red light blooming all over his body. Hurry up! Yushin has used the explosive skill Monster Chaos. Let's talk about the problem later. Keck summoned 3 groups of bubbles, and quickly evacuated the place with the 3 of them. As soon as the 3 people left, the terrifying energy emitted by Yujue began to vent crazily to the surroundings. No rock, grass or tree was spared. They were all crushed and destroyed. After evacuating to a safer area, Keck explained to Yunji. Yushin has a passive skill called 7 Rings of Life, which can provide him with an additional 70% vitality every once in a while. Just now, Ling Yi's punch broke 7 rings in a row, which means that this blow knocked out at least 70% of Yushin's vitality. Wow! Yunji suddenly understood after hearing this. No wonder these 2 old guys were so surprised just now. At this time, through the slow playback function in the live broadcast room, players outside also had a panoramic view of Yushin's collapse. 7 rings with 1 punch? I thought Ling Yi's output was outrageous before, but now it seems like it is. Ling Yi is so handsome. This scene is great. I want to edit it and show it on the Dakian forum every day. Some people are still watching the scene in slow motion, while others continue to watch the current battle. In the field, Yuju's offensive, which launched Monster Chaos, became extremely violent. He separated into 3 clones, slashing left and right to attack Ling Yi. The latter is currently using his Guardian Shield, just like a boss being challenged, allowing the former to use various attacks with composure. Good guys. Good guys. I thought it was an evenly matched battle, but now no matter how you look at it, Ling Yi has a solid upper hand. Too strong. Ling Yi is the boss. It seems that from today on, the throne of the #1 player in the world will have to be changed. Come on, Ling Yi. Hoo ho ho. The violent wind blew across the shaking world, and loud rumbling noises could be heard. In the Guardian Shield, which was as purple as the stars in the universe, Ling Yi stood upright and silently stared at the crazy attacking giant outside. His hands hung naturally at his side, looking unhurried. 99.97%. 99.96%. 99.95%. Under the attack of a top powerhouse like Yuju in the universe. No matter how thick Ling Yi's protective shield is, sooner or later it will be shattered. As expected of the strongest man, his strength is really fierce. His level is 1 level higher than his opponent. His Guardian Body has 90% damage reduction, and his Guardian Shield has a shield value equivalent to 5,000% of his own health. The opponent attacked wildly for more than 10 seconds, although he didn't even destroy 0.1% of the shield value. This performance was enough to attract his attention. Ling Yi clenched his fists and wanted to control the strong wind to attack him, but suddenly thought that the opponent was the god of martial arts. Physical damage is ineffective against him. As expected, we can only look at Yang Qi and Flame Star. He raised his eyes to the sky and shouted in his heart, "The stars are falling." Along with the disappearance of a large amount of physical strength in the body, the huge flaming star suddenly appeared in the blue sky. Ling Yi had no intention of killing Yuju, so he did not apply Red Lotus Triumph or long-lasting divine power to this tenfold flame star. Yuju, who was attacking furiously, sensed the danger coming from above his head. His gray eyes glared, and a circle of silver-gray light spread out from his body in a hemispherical shape. Field? Ling Yi's eyes flickered, and the golden Yan domain burst out from his body, colliding with the opponent's silver domain. The 2 sides were in a stalemate for a while, and then after the former increased his strength, the golden territory completely defeated the silver territory. Seeing that the expansion field failed and the crisis above his head was getting closer, Yuju immediately stretched out his giant hand and drew a stroke in the air, drawing a dark arc in an instant. And with a move of his hands, the dark arc was stretched into a small black hole. He only jumped slightly. The huge body shrunk and was sucked into it. Finally, with a soft sound of "su," Yuju's entire body disappeared into this space. Ling Yi watched silently and did not stop him. Soon, the flame star landed. Boom! After Yinqing washed the ground, Yuju tore a hole in the air and crawled out of the darkness again. He seemed to have calmed down a lot in the darkness. When he climbed out, all the demonic red aura on his body had dissipated, and the anger in his eyes had also dissipated a lot. Enough! Standing on the land burning with flames, he looked at the man in the sky with his calm eyes. Stop it now. What are you here for?
Seeing that his fighting spirit had faded, Ling restrained his yang qi and removed his protective shield.
Where are the scrolls in the United Scroll Library of all races?
He asked. Yu Ju was obviously stunned when he heard this.
Does this matter?
He looked confused. Before Ling Yi finished speaking, two streams of light came around him, namely Kai Ku and Xian Jintian. Chapter 474. The voice of the heart reappears.
It's none of his business. But I want to give him the scroll,
Keck said confidently. Although the confrontation just lasted for less than a minute, everyone could see what the situation was like. It was obvious that Ling Yi had the upper hand and could even be said to be suppressing the opponent. Therefore, standing next to this young man at this moment, Keck has more confidence than ever before. Until then, only then did all the powerful people present and the players in the live broadcast rooms understand the purpose of Keck and the others coming here.
So that's it. King Keck wanted to send a scroll to Ling Yi, but he couldn't find the scroll. So it was Yushin who took it? Ushin wouldn't do such a thing. It's a pity that Yushin is in an irritable state. So the divine power and the 1,000-year-old artifact are useless. Otherwise, the battle would be much more exciting.
Knowing the other party's intention, Yu Ju frowned slightly. Because he is a giant, this action can be clearly seen by everyone.
I don't know,
he said. As he spoke, his gray eyes looked at the faces of the three men in front of him one after another, and finally stopped on the face of Ling Yi in the middle. The gray eyes flickered, showing no emotion.
You do not know?
Kaik and Xian Jintian looked at each other, wondering whether the other party was lying or whether they had misunderstood him. The former is okay, but if the latter is the case, then they will be embarrassed. Thinking of this, Keck's expression slowed down a bit.
But according to my intelligence, it was your God King's guard who stole my scroll.
Hearing this, Yu Ju clapped his big hands, and immediately 10 figures flew over. Each of these people wore loose black robes and masks with ghost faces, and their figures and appearance could not be clearly seen.
Which of you stole someone else's scroll?
Yu Ju lowered his eyes and glanced at the 10 people coldly. None of the 10 people answered. During this stalemate, Yunji flew over and said quietly to Ling Yi,
You can find out if you just turn on a bell? Ah, yes.
Ling Yi nodded, took out the truth-telling bell from his backpack and turned it on, while saying to everyone,
I am happy.
As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Ju's expression changed slightly. In the next second, a piece of information suddenly appeared that made his face even more ugly. Each scroll is equivalent to a temporary skill. As long as you collect enough scrolls, it is equivalent to having countless skills and never giving up. In order to realize this idea, Yu Ju ordered the God King's Guard to search for scrolls everywhere. In addition to the scroll library of the United Nations of all races, a lot of the scroll library of their old enemy, the Divine Court of Order, was also stolen by them.
What? Did you really do it?
Keck looked at the giant in front of him with slight surprise, as if he didn't expect that the giant would lie openly.
Then why didn't you take it out during the battle just now?
Xian Jintian was confused, because he didn't expect that anyone would dare to come and find trouble with him. The scrolls are still in the treasure room and are not on him.
I see.
Keck nodded, and the look he looked at Yu Ju suddenly turned cold.
Now that the truth is out, I ask you to return it.
If Ling Yi and Xian Jintian weren't by his side, his words would not be so sonorous and powerful. As soon as these words came out, the scene gradually became quiet. Everyone was waiting for Yu Ju's reply, but the latter stood there with his eyes flashing, looking like he was thinking. Yu Ju secretly thought that if Ling Yi was not here, he could use his strength to drive Kaik away. He believed that the other party would not fight with him because of the scroll. It's just that now that Ling Yi is here, the opponent is so strong that he is not sure of defeating him. So he is very confused. As soon as the heartfelt message came out, the scene became even quieter. After a few breaths, Yu Ju snorted softly and said,
Okay, I will return the scroll to you.
He really wanted Ling Yi to shut down his voice, but he still knew the outcome of a real fight between the three people on the other side. After finishing speaking, he lowered his head and scanned the 10 people below, and let out a subtle hum. The next second, without warning, he stretched out his giant hand with lightning speed, and a green cloud of fire condensed in his palm. The fire cloud pressed straight towards the 10 God King guards below, and was about to kill 10 of them. At this moment, a dark figure flashed past and rushed directly into the fire cloud. Boom! The giant hand condensed with the fire cloud slapped the ground hard, and the green fire rushed in all directions. When the earth trembled, Keck reacted, frowned and asked,
What are you doing? Humph. I'm just dealing with some subordinates who are not doing their job well. Do you want to take care of this too?
As long as the guards are killed. No one knows how many scrolls they have stolen. At that time, Yuju can send them away as long as he gives them some casually. Kek's face turned a little colder. His slightly aged eyes stared straight at Yuju. His white brows furrowed tightly.
Old man, you have changed. If it were you before, you would never do this.
He still remembered that 50 years ago, the high-spirited and gentle young man who had broken through the 9th level of the Supreme Sky ranking. Although many people knew that it was just the appearance of Yuju, in their hearts, that was the real Yuju. A man who is gentle and has his own pride.
Snort.
Yuju snorted lightly and ignored him, but turned his gaze to the 10 people in the distance who were saved by Minkei. His eyes were staring at the Minkei coldly, as if he would launch a thunderous offensive at any time.
What are you doing?
He asked the woman in black robe. Under everyone's gaze, Minkei just clenched his fists and said solemnly,
These are my people. So what? You said that as long as I accept the experiment, you will protect them.
A faint bronze light appeared on Mink's body, as if it had entered a fighting state.
You have become bolder.
Yuju, who was more than 300 meters tall, looked down at the ant-sized woman on the ground and said in an incomprehensible voice. The development of the scene was somewhat beyond everyone's expectations. Just when many people were still confused, the voice message appeared again. As the leader of the Ming tribe, Minkei has the obligation to protect every member of her tribe. Now that Yuju is on the weak side, she feels that she might be able to lead her people out of this dark place now.
Huh? You want to escape? Where in the world do you think you could escape to?
Pangu supercontinent is very safe, and Yuju is very afraid of Ling Yi. Yuju was just about to laugh wildly, but when he saw the information in front of him, his whole body froze, thinking that sooner or later this heartfelt message would spread to all parts of the universe. He was shocked and angry, and quickly turned his gray one eye to Ling Yi.
Do you really think I can't beat you?
Yuju was just overwhelmed by anger. When he calmed down, he realized that he still had many methods that he had not used. When it came to real fighting, his strength was not limited to this. Of course, he didn't know that Ling Yi was worried about accidentally beating him to death. When he attacked just now, he was still calculating the damage in his mind, and didn't use all his strength. Yuju, who was quite happy when he saw the first message, completely dropped his face after seeing the second message. He looked at the young man quietly, as motionless as a giant stone sculpture. All the powerful men present turned their heads and stared at Ling Yi with extremely exaggerated expressions. Chapter 475. The Nether Clan?
F***CK. Isn't it? Ling Yi. He was actually worried about beating Yushin to death just now. I knocked out 7 rings with one punch. I thought it was full force. So it turned out to be a carefully calculated output? He is facing the strongest person in the universe. Oh no! The former strongest person. Oh my god!
After seeing this heartfelt message, all the powerful men present were no longer afraid of Yushin, and all expressed their inner surprise. These voices came one after another, and they were all heard clearly by Yuju, who had the 8-star skill, wide area wisdom, above. It was like invisible slaps, hitting his face one after another. While he was shocked, he couldn't help but feel hatred for Ling Yi in his heart. Intelligence 10%.
This time. That time.
He stared at Ling Yi below, and said in a deep voice with that loud voice.
After I use all my strength, we still don't know who will win. What? Do you want to have a real fight?
Yuju believes that as long as he shows confidence, with Ling Yi's cautious character, he will definitely have concerns. After all, they are not life and death enemies now. He doesn't think the other party will start a fight with him like this. After his thoughts were exposed again by his inner voice, Yuju frowned and said again,
Can't you turn off that annoying thing?
Ling Yi shook his head.
You are full of lies. It doesn't matter. Then what are you going to do now?
In fact, Ling Yi himself was a little confused. He just wanted to find the scroll and follow him. Now that the Nether Clan was introduced inexplicably, he didn't know what to do. On the side, Kek glanced at the Ming bird in the distance, suddenly turned his head, and said to Xian Jintian,
Speaking of old man Xian, if I remember correctly, this Ming clan is a super rare race in the world.
Although Xian Jintian didn't understand why Kek suddenly mentioned this, he still nodded and said,
Yes, their clan's original name was actually the Yin clan, but because it was easy to cause ambiguity, it was changed to the name Netherworld. This entire race has more girls than boys. And they are all born with blue eyes. Everyone in the race is born with powerful yin chi. And they all have the talent to cultivate yin chi. Wow. Then with Ming Kei's combat power second only to the God King. Isn't she the person with the strongest yin energy in the entire universe? Most likely. Listening to what the two old men beside him said, Ling Yi suddenly remembered the rumors that Nan Gongli had told him before. It is rumored that Yushin captured an entire race of women for experimentation and transformation. He looked back at the woman named Ming Kei a few hundred meters away and found that her eyes were blood red. When he first discovered this, Kai poked him and said, Ling Yi, why don't you take this nether tribe under your command? They are just suffering here anyway. They might as well go and live on your Panga supercontinent. At the moment, Keck and Yushin are in a relatively antagonistic relationship. He was very happy to be able to cause trouble for the latter. Xian Jintian understood what his old friend was thinking. His eyes lit up, and he nodded suddenly and said, Yes, yes, this old man Yu is crazy. He is seizing others for transformation. Yes, yes, you look at them. They are so pitiful. Yunji also echoed at this time. Ling Yi glanced back and saw the woman named Ming Kei looking at him with pleading eyes, and couldn't help but feel soft in her heart. Okay, he nodded. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Ju in front snorted coldly and said angrily, Ling Yi, what do you mean? Are you openly robbing someone? Yu Ju feels a little guilty. In this situation, if the other party wants to rob someone, he really can't stop him. Yes, as you can see. Ling Yi spread his hands. Other people from the Hades tribe don't matter. But the Hades bird must stay. Because the Ming Kei is currently the most perfect experimental subject. Yu Ju believes that it may not take long to achieve permanent giant size. The voice of the heart explains why. At this time, Yunji pulled Ling Yi's sleeves and whispered softly, Ming Kei is currently the strongest person among the God Kings except you. And those God King guards, who only listen to her. They are all top experts second only to the Alliance elders. So this person really cannot be given up. Hearing this, Ling Yi looked at the 11 people in the distance with surprise. He originally thought they were just 11 miscellaneous fish. But now, he realized that they were also a force that should not be underestimated. I won't let it. He raised his head and stared at the giant in front of him. Then we want to do it again? A red fierce light appeared on Yu Ju's body. Come on then. Keck, who had been waiting for a long time, said excitedly at this moment. Ha! I'm here to help too. Xian Jintian took out his magma dagger. Ling Yi plus 2 God Kings. No matter how confident Yu Ju is, he knows that he has no chance of winning. His huge gray pupils swept across the 3 men. And he suddenly noticed the woman next to Ling Yi. Intelligence 20%. If I fight Ling Yi alone, I still have a chance of winning. And those 2 old men just didn't go out to fight just to protect that woman. Yu Ju plans to attack Yunji to make the 2 God Kings return to defense, but is unable to intervene in the battle. As soon as the heartfelt message came out, Kaik and Xian Jintian clearly saw that Ling Yi's originally calm and indifferent expression quickly turned cold. There was a thump in the hearts of the 2 of them, and they looked at each other and made eye contact. Ling Yi is angry. The wind that was still whistling around him fell silent, and the world suddenly became extremely peaceful. The surrounding strong men also noticed the change in Ling Yi's expression one after another, and they felt bad and fled further away. Gulu. Yunji swallowed her saliva and consciously retreated into the distance. Ming Kei, the God King guard she led, and the 2 God Kings saw this and hurriedly followed. In the blink of an eye, only Ling Yi and Yu Ju were left in the field. Yu Ju is a little scared. He feels that the man in front of him is angry. If a fight breaks out later, he plans to activate the tool depth disaster diversion first, causing the other party to suffer a wave of counterattack damage first. What? His inner thoughts were revealed before the fight even started. At this moment, Yu Ju truly discovered the horror of this mysterious voice. In the blink of an eye, the human being in front of him, who was as big as an ant in his eyes, emitted a golden light that seemed to illuminate the entire world. The rich aura was something he had never felt before. Unprecedented pressure hit his face, and Yu Ju could no longer hide the panic on his face. He quickly took out the forest fire axe burning with green flames, and used monster chaos and other explosive skills one after another. Then, he slapped the ground with both hands and shouted, Martial arts explosion! Circles of translucent air appeared from between his feet, and quickly rose over his head. This was not over yet. He took out a pair of blood-red wristbands from his backpack,
and put them on his right hand. After doing all this, Yuju raised his eyes and stared at the man in the sky, saying,
"Come on! Look at how powerful this most powerful attack in the universe is."
Yuju laughed and rushed towards Lingy, who was swooping down with a burning battle flag filled with golden light. Seconds ago, looking at Yuju's series of actions, Keck in the distance built a defensive shield while stroking his white beard inside.
Yushin used 3 explosive skills, and with the blessing of a 1,000-year artifact, he used his divine power. His extremely high panel is undoubtedly the strongest attack skill in the universe before.
Chapter 476 Kill.
Millennium Artifact?
Yunji was a little confused.
Yes. That blood-red wrist is the 1,000-year-old artifact instant blood sealing, which can greatly increase power by sacrificing life.
Xianjintian added.
Even Yushin only has 1? No. He has 3 of them. But the other 2 are not used yet.
Mingke looked at Yunji with his blood-red eyes and replied seriously. Oh. Suddenly, Yunji realized that the 2 sides' attacks were already at odds with each other. In an instant, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color, with golden light shining brightly on one side. One side is as red as a prison. Click! There seemed to be 2 thunderbolts striking both sides, and the space seemed to be cracked open, making a dull sound of rumbling. The violent opposing air currents swept across thousands of kilometers in radius, lifting up the surrounding earth. The hard rocks were crushed into powder during the impact, and together with the silt, they turned into a sky full of dust and rushed into the distance. This stalemate only lasted for about a second, and then under the witness of countless people, the golden light completely overwhelmed the red light with extremely domineering power, and the fierce red heaven and earth instantly turned into a golden sky. Boom! As the giant was suppressed underground by the golden light, the outcome of this confrontation was announced.
Lingy wins!
Even though he had expected it, Keck still couldn't hold back the excitement in his heart. That slightly old face was full of joyful and excited smile. Yunji was a little puzzled and asked doubtfully,
"Isn't this just one confrontation? Can we judge victory?" "Little girl, you don't understand,"
Xianjintian immediately explained.
"The sacrifice of this 1,000-year-old artifact instant blood sealing will only be carried out after the attack is issued, and this process will not be blocked by other skills or props. So now that Lingy has suppressed him, he has basically no power to resist. If it's just a loss of vitality, how about restoring it? No. Those parts sacrificed by the instant blood sealing can only be replenished through natural recovery." "Wow. Isn't he afraid that the other party will use invincible? That's okay. The attack must be vented before it can be sacrificed. If it can't be vented, it will be fine."
After a conversation, Yunji completely understood the situation. At that moment, I subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Call. The news that Lingy, Kaik and Xianjintian came to the headquarters of the Xinghua Sahai Super Alliance and triggered a conflict with Yushin, the strongest person in the universe, had appeared on the hot search on the Dakian forum a few minutes ago.
Surprise! Lingy and the 2 God Kings arrived at Xinghua headquarters.
Explosion.
The great crisis of Yushin. The power of the 3 God Kings is approaching.
Explosion.
Tragedy caused by scrolls.
Hot. At present, countless players are following this conflict intensively. Trillions of viewers flooded into the live broadcast room opened by the powerful person on the spot. From the appearance of the voice to the final collision between Lingy and Yushin, every second makes trillions of viewers on tenterhooks.
Good guy. It's really Yushin who took the scroll. It's a shame that I still believe in him. The scroll of our Order Divine Court has also been stolen. Oh my god! That rumor is true. Yushin really captured the underworld for experiments. Is he actually such a person? Holy shit. 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 Lingy seems to be angry. Coming. Coming. Let's fight.
After a few seconds, when everything disappeared, the only thing left in the picture was the golden figure hanging alone between the vast world. Apart from that, nothing else can be seen. There were also many sensible people in the live broadcast room who expressed strong sighs when they saw the scene.
Obviously, Lingy wins. An epic-making scene. Today is an epic-making day. The new strongest man in the universe is born. This young man, who has only been on the path of the gods for more than 2 months, has truly become the most powerful person in the universe at the moment. I thought the battle between the 2 sides would be a protracted battle that lasted for several days. I didn't expect that the winner could be determined in just one fight.
Regarding the outcome of this confrontation, rumors were spreading rapidly across the world.
News! Ling Yi defeated Yushin and became the strongest. Phoenix News, Ling Yi ranks as the top player. Oolong is shocked. Shock. A young man in his 20s actually bullies a 1,000-year-old man like this? After receiving the news, ordinary people in this world quickly changed their expressions. Oh my god! Returned to the field. Ling Yi exited the fighting state and slowly fell from the sky. Keck and others took a look at it from a distance. And after a moment of confusion, they immediately came over. They first quickly glanced at the scene. But they didn't see anything except the endless deep pit below. Ling Yi! Aren't you going to fight? Where is Yushin? Keck asked with a frown while using his perception skills to sense his surroundings. The fight is over. Ling Yi clapped his hands, shrugged and said, That guy was killed by me. He should still be in the crystal of the supercontinent, waiting for resurrection. Kill it! Kaik and Xian Jintian looked at each other blankly. There is a clear difference between defeating the opponent and killing the opponent. They thought it would be great if Ling Yi could defeat the opponent. But they didn't expect. Kikik, doesn't he have the ability to resurrect? Xian Jintian asked in shock. I've sealed it. Oh. The two old god kings nodded blankly. But a sense of tension suddenly arose in their hearts. A strong man who was stronger than them was killed by the man in front of them in just a short while. The more they thought about it, the more panicked they became. And their expressions became a little unnatural. What's wrong with you guys? Ling Yi smiled. I'm not going to kill you. But you look nervous? Oh. It's okay. It's okay. We thought you were just a little better than us. But we didn't expect you to be so much better. Ha. We still need an acceptance process in our hearts. Xian Jintian laughed. Now he is like a new player who has just entered the spiritual path. And the person standing in front of him is a big boss among the players. A feeling that he had not felt for 800 or 900 years emerged in his heart again, making him unable to help but sigh. One side, Ming Kei and Yunji flew together. They listened to the conversation of several people and looked at the collapsed earth below, still unable to stop being surprised in their eyes. The giant actually died like that? Ming Kei muttered to himself in disbelief. It is impossible to completely kill the opponent on the supercontinent. Only in this world. But even so, the fact that the other party died once is real, not to mention downgrading and dropping props. If you are unlucky, even the real soul will drop. As for the artifact, because it uses Divine Binding Talisman, an S-level talisman paper that specifically binds artifacts, it won't fall off so easily. Beside her, Yunji quickly recovered from her surprise, moved closer to Ling Yi and said excitedly, Since the guy hasn't been resurrected yet, let's go! Go and move his scroll library away now. Hearing this, Kaik and Xian Jintian glanced at the woman unexpectedly, as if they didn't expect the other party to be so brave. Ha! That old guy Yuju has been defeated. Even if he is resurrected, he doesn't dare to stop us. Let's go! Let's go! Keck laughed loudly. But I don't know the location. I know. Ming Kei, who still hadn't digested the reality in his heart, forced himself back to reality and volunteered. I know where the scroll library is. I will take you there. Okay. Everyone nodded. Soon, a group of people followed the Mingqiao and flew towards the north. Chapter 477 Blue Star Constructor. August 8th. On this sunny morning, the news that Ling Yi defeated Yushin and became the new strongest man in the universe has spread rapidly to all walks of life. Xinxia Qianjiang City and Ingwa Town. In the yard filled with birds and flowers, Ling Yi had just escaped from the hands of the twin butterflies with his front feet, and fell into the circle of black and white fairies with his back feet. It wasn't until the sun reached midday that the two goblins, who had finished absorbing the food, moved away from Ling Yi, one on the left and the other on the right, and released the vulnerable man. Ling Yi. He stood up from the carpet and walked to a log table under a nearby tree to sit down. When he was illuminated by the warm sunshine, he felt as if he was bathing in flames, feeling comfortable and relaxed. Ding dong. The doorbell rang outside. Yunji, who was sitting in a hammock not far away, turned over and walked to the door like a dream and opened it. It's you. Yes. Ling Yi, who was enjoying the warm sunshine with his eyes closed, heard Lin Ying's voice. He opened his eyes and saw that Lin Ying today had a high ponytail, an off-white tight top that showed off her figure, a pair of loose sweatpants, and a pair of white sneakers. She looks like a fitness beauty who loves sports. Her clean and refreshing appearance is eye-catching. Hi. Seeing Ling Yi, she said low with slightly red cheeks. Why are you here today? Lingy looked curious. When Yunji returned to the hammock, Linning giggled and sat down on another wooden chair beside the round table. Can't you come if you have nothing to do? Of course. After saying that, Lingy opened his arms to her. The latter smiled sweetly, threw herself into his arms, put her hands around his back, and rested her beautiful head on his shoulder. As Lingy gently stroked the hair on the back of her head, she said, Yesterday you defeated Yushin, and now there are more forces that want to form an alliance with us. The entire alliance discussed it all night and decided to adopt a joint structure to form an alliance. The moist and warm orchid fragrance came out from her fragrant lips and hit Ling Yi's chin. The latter parted the other person's jade lips, lowered his head, and covered it with his mouth. After counting the interest, when Ling Yi looked up again with a proud face, Linning in her arms had already turned red and her face was as soft as mud. And her half-squinted beautiful eyes were filled with the face of her lover. Then what? Holding the warm jade body in his arms, Ling Yi spoke calmly. Linning Xiang calmed down the emotions caused by the man's seduction, and said calmly, This coalition is also a kind of alliance, but it is extremely free. Members can join or enter at will. Moreover, we do not control each other. Member communities' capabilities. Simply put, it's like a virtual camp. I'm not interested in these things. Just tell me what you want to do. Ling Yi raised his eyebrows and thought to himself, sure enough, Lin Xian is more experienced. Well, this coalition does not have a position like leader. There is only a 5-person council to decide the actions of the coalition. My dad was elected. Oh, I'm so grateful to you that I'm here again. After saying this, Lin Ying's beautiful face turned rosy again. Ling Yi knew what the other party was thinking, so he was not in a hurry, but continued to ask, Who are the other 4 people? Lin Xian, Nan Donghan, Luo Yuan, Yun Hui Wang. That's it. Ha. These 4 names are all more or less related to him. It can even be said that he is fully capable of changing the actions of this conjoined body. Then what is this joint structure now? It is now in an open state, and a large number of star realms are joining in every moment. Ling Yi nodded. He is not interested in these alliances, and so on. Let others operate it. At the moment, he just picked up Lin Ying, who was blushing with shame, and walked into the house laughing. At the same time, on the Altian supercontinent, where the Tianwai Ancient Realm headquarters is located, in a clean and beautiful manner, the 4 divine kings, Xian Jintian, Kaik, Li Mingxian, and Mu Bai, were sitting at 4 positions on a white jade table, sipping tea and discussing the current situation. I didn't expect that. In just a few days, this blue star grew from a small world to the terrifying size it is today. Mu Bai, with an elegant face, sighed. There was a bright blue translucent interface in front of him, which contained information about the Blue Star Concatenation. Alliance, Blue Star Alliance. Core Realm, Blue Star. Member Circle, 6,782. Current status, peaceful/open. On the side, Li Mingxian, who was wearing a black and white striped top with gray hair, was also looking at this interface. A hint of implicit admiration appeared in his bloodshot gray pupils, and he said, Oh my! I didn't expect this to be so short. In less than a day, there are so many people who have quit their original alliance and joined them. If nothing unexpected happens next, I'm afraid it will become the largest force. The other 3 god kings nodded in agreement. If there were no conditions for withdrawing from the alliance, I'm afraid the current member world would be far more than this. Keck said, It's a pity that Ling Yi doesn't have the idea of becoming a king. Otherwise, if he directly establishes the Blue Star Alliance, the deterrent effect it brings will be far higher than this joint structure. The joint structure is really too unsafe. Xian Jintian felt a little pity. No. Mu Bai tapped his fingers on the table, his eyes flashing with thought. Perhaps this joint structure that we have always ignored is the real right direction. It can ensure sufficient freedom and equality among members. Before he finished speaking, Li Mingxian on the side interrupted. Hasn't this been analyzed a long time ago? The upper limit of this joint structure is extremely high, but the key is to have a charming spiritual figure to attract all walks of life to join. None of us here have this ability, but Ling Yi really does. As soon as these words came out, the other 3 god kings all nodded. But then again, Li Mingxian folded his arms, looked up at the blue sky, and let out a long sigh. I'm really envious. In the current universe, there is only one branch of the Nether clan, and they are all taken under Ling Yi's command. As far as they know, that group of Hades has now moved to the Pangu supercontinent. Bases and cities are being built near the portal where Blue Star is located. He seemed to be guarding the gate for the Blue Star realm. I heard that the women of that race are all fair-skinned, extremely beautiful, and extremely strong. Oops. Li Mingxian felt very regretful. Haha. If you had the courage to challenge Yushin, maybe that nether tribe would have followed you long ago. Mu Bai said with a smile. Forget it. Li Mingxian shook his head. At this time, Keck stroked his white beard and suddenly frowned. Do you think Yushin will do anything reckless because of what happened yesterday? The three of them were stunned. This was something they had not considered before. Probably not. Although he died once, his strength should not have declined too much. He may still be the strongest besides Ling Yi. He may find opportunities to take revenge in the next activities and come back. The next event is a worldwide hegemony? The four god kings were all startled. Chapter 478 Destiny Spying Strengthening and 7-in-1. Afternoon. In the hall, Ling Yi was sitting cross-legged on the sofa. Lin Shuru and others were still playing in the family space. At this time, only Yun Ji, who was curled up on his lap and resting, and Bing Huang, who was sitting on the steps reading a book, were beside him. Ling Yi stroked Yun Ji's head back and forth while checking the plan store in front of him. Destiny Spying Enhancement Plan, no consumption when used. You can drill down into future images and take screenshots. Price, 1,000 mutation points. Originally, using Destiny Peeping required life force. But now it's gone. That's fine. Ling Yi quickly bought it. Immediately afterwards, in order to test the new effect, he turned around and launched Destiny Peeping on Yun Ji. August 8th, sleep in the morning. Have fun with a man at noon. August 9th, experience more happiness. Excitement to the point where I lose control of my body. August 10th, ask for help in the kitchen, bathroom, toilet, and bedroom. August 11th, pursuit of happiness. Everyone in the row is happy. Ling Yi twitched the corner of his mouth, focusing mainly on number 9's message. More happiness? Did I increase the pleasure multiplier of the double-faced emperor? Looking at the body out of control behind him, he couldn't help but nodded in agreement. This is indeed a manifestation of a higher multiple. Originally, he wanted to try the new view future pictures function, but thinking that he was just having fun, he gave up the idea in a slightly speechless manner. Looking down at the woman next to him, Ling Yi noticed the golden bell collar on her snow-white jade neck. Ling Yi couldn't help but said, "Why don't you take off this collar yet?" "No." Yunji still closed her eyes, but opened her red mouth. "This gives me a greater sense of belonging and security." Alright. No longer paying attention to this topic, Ling Yi turned his mind to what he had to do next. After entering the scroll library yesterday, both Kaik and Xian Jintian took the initiative to give him more scrolls. If some of them were not scrolls from the Divine Court of Order, he could even move the entire scroll library away. But even so, he finally got 90% of the scrolls. In fact, Ling Yi felt that it was not good to behave like a robber. But everyone was trying to give it to him, so he had no choice but to accept it. After you have the scroll, you can continue to challenge the Supreme Sky ranking. Saying this, he thought of his current goal to upgrade the 3 god levels to the full level. This requires a lot of divine energy. When he mentioned Shinsu, he couldn't help but think of Dakian Shinlu and Dakian activities. The Great Thousand God Road can be entered at any time. The next event is the Worldwide Hegemony the day after tomorrow. Let's talk about it tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow. After making some calculations in his mind, he began to rummage through the scrolls in his backpack, preparing to take some excellent ones for mutation. Soon, after successfully mutating several excellent S-level scrolls, he once again entered the Supreme Heavenly ranking with them. Just use all these scrolls while driving Invincible, and you can easily pass the 16th floor. Go to the next level. Current number of layers, 17. Clearance conditions. 1. The combat time is less than 1 minute. 2. No skills were used during the entire battle. 3. No props, scrolls, or other external forces were used during the entire battle. Good guy. It's getting more difficult again. The environment on the 17th floor is a glacier with crisscross ravines, endless ice, and the blue sky seems to be cleansed by ice, making it moist and smooth. The cold wind kept whistling around, and flakes of crystal snowflakes were scattered among them. Ling Yi looked into the distance. Surprisingly, there were not many monsters there. There were only 200-meter-tall frost giants, and an extremely huge frost dragon. The giant dragon was lying in the glacier ravine. It was roughly estimated that it was about 1,000 meters in size. Among them, the two giants are level 120 invincible demon kings, and the giant dragon is the level 120 invincible demon god. Kill them within 1 minute without using skills or props. TSK.
Ling Yi frowned tightly. 55. 54. Dot. The countdown in front of him was still running at a constant speed. Ling Yi pondered for a long time and finally shook his head.
I can kill the Demon King and the Demon God in a short time only because of the 100 times output of the long-lasting divine body. Without this,
how could I kill him in a short time?
Sighing, he decided to think about it after he went back. At night, in the family space under the stars, beside the huge hot spring.
Have you ever visited Pangaea?
Nandongli, who was wearing a crimson bathrobe, sat on the carpet on the green grass and curiously asked the young man sitting on the wall of the hot spring.
Not yet. What's wrong?
Ling Yi turned around unexpectedly. There is mist in the spring. He was sitting facing the direction of the hot spring, with a hazy figure kneeling between his legs.
The Hades have already built a city there, and the progress is very fast.
Oh, it doesn't matter. Nandongli nodded slightly, walked up to Ling Yi, sat on the rock wall with his back to the spring, and said seriously,
not to mention the other members of the Ming clan. But Ming Ke and the 10 original God King guards are all extremely powerful. Together they can even deal with an entire alliance of Presbyterians. It happens to be the level of combat power that our Blue Star currently lacks the most.
Before that, Nandongli and everyone in the alliance had already analyzed it. Their Blue Star players are seriously polarized in strength. The powerful Ling Yi can defeat the God King, but other alliance players are far behind even an alliance elder. The top-level combat power in the middle is what they currently lack the most.
So I hope you can find time to go to the Pangaea supercontinent and formally accept those people into our Blue Star, so that they can truly join us.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Ling Yi nodded. After a while, he suddenly raised his head and closed his eyes, as if he was experiencing something. After a long time, his body slowly relaxed. After that, there was a
pop
in front of him, and an extremely graceful figure stood up from the spring water. Nandongli turned her head and looked at the beautiful figure looming in the vast white mist, still unable to hide the strong sense of amazement in her red eyes. Did not expect Lin Ying's figure after merging Xu Rou, Wan Qing, Yun Ji, Xiaoya and Shengya turned out to be so beautiful. No, Xu Rou still has linger in her body. So it's actually, as this figure stood, the mist in the spring rose up with her as if it liked her. Ling Yi put his hands on the grass beside the hot spring and looked at the woman in front of him. No matter how calm he was, he could still blush uncontrollably.
You are beautiful.
He remembered that this was the first time he had said this to a woman. The figure in the spring smiled and stretched out his arms to hug him. Then he turned around and wandered in the spring water, which led him step by step into the white mist. When turning around, Nandongli vaguely felt that the other party glanced at her.
Gulu.
She swallowed, silently mourning for Ling Yi in her heart, turned around and left the place quickly. After a while, after coming out of the family space and sitting on the sofa in the hall to calm down, Nandongli had to think of another direction.
Lin Ying has merged with him, not to mention her beauty, just her strength in this state. It should have truly reached the level of a God King.
Right? She was still thinking to herself. In this state, Lin Ying might be able to compete with the God King of the Divine Court of Order to be the strongest female in the world. Chapter 479, The First Retreat. Shining Miraculous Fusion. I didn't know how long I sat in the hall. When the time came to around 9 o'clock in the evening, Nandongli finally saw Ling Yi walking out of the family space. Seeing that there was no one else around him, she raised her eyebrows curiously.
What's wrong? Are you the only one coming out?
Ling Yi shrugged.
I'm stronger. Oh, okay.
Nandongli tucked the golden hair on her cheek behind her ears, as if she had thought of something. Her face turned slightly red with embarrassment. Ling Yi hadn't calmed down yet. After sitting down on the sofa, he couldn't help but said,
after these people merged, their performance was a bit surprising. How strong do you think Lin Ying is in this state? Well, Lin Ying is the god of victory. After fusion, she should have a God King level of combat power, probably similar to Keck.
Oh! Nandongli nodded thoughtfully. As soon as he finished speaking, the door to the family space opened again, and a woman wearing a snow-white dress and suspender skirt walked out barefoot. Lingy only glanced at it, then turned his head with a blush, and said helplessly,
"You obviously have 2 eyes and 1 mouth. Why can you make people feel excited?" "Ha."
Fusion Linning smiled softly, walking towards him step by step with her white and crystal clear feet stepping on the light yellow marble floor tiles that were so clean and reflective. Every step she took was like stepping on Lingy's heart, making his heart beat faster. In just 3 or 4 seconds, she came to the sofa, leaned up, and sat directly on the boy's lap.
"You're so cute."
Fusion Linning pinched Lingy's cheek and smiled.
"You are so cute. I feel so comfortable just now. Come again." "No. There's still business to do."
Fusion Linning made a long and disappointed sound, but the next second she smiled.
"Okay. You do your business, and I will do mine."
As he said that, he squatted down and started doing it himself. Lingy held her arms and pulled her back, saying speechlessly,
"Are you thinking about all that? But I like the feeling of being dominated by you and occupied by you. You have become bolder in what you say. You were not like this before. I can't help it. Everyone loves you so much. The emotions are so overwhelming that I can't control my words. Why haven't you released the fusion yet? Because I think you are cute when you are so shy. And it makes me want to protect you for the rest of my life."
Lingy couldn't cope with Lin Ying's situation. He sighed helplessly and looked serious.
"I want you to cancel the fusion."
Seeing that the man was serious, Lin Ying was reluctant to merge, but she still curled her lips and said,
Okay.
As soon as she finished speaking, there was a flash of light, and she successfully released the fusion state, causing 5 more people to appear in the hall in an instant. Knowing that Lingy had other things to do, the others didn't bother him and returned to the family space.
"Lin Ying, you stay."
"Okay." Lin Ying obediently sat on the sofa on the right. Lingy opened his personal interface, activated the effect of New Fossilized Star Stone, and disassembled the 10-star skill, Miracle Transfer. Immediately opened the
Super Mutation System,
and used the
Rewind
function updated when the system reaches level 3 to roll back the skill. The skill Miracle Transfer doesn't help me much, and it's not good to keep occupying 10-star slots. It's better to dismantle it and revert it back to make it more perfect based on its original effect. He had considered reverting to this skill at the beginning, but he hadn't made up his mind yet. Now known as
the most powerful person in the universe,
he felt it was time to retreat.
"Are you sure you want to roll back the skill Miracle Shift?"
"Sure." After a few seconds,
the retreat is successful. You have obtained the skill Ultimate Miracle Fusion.
Originally, Miracle Transfer was mutated from Ultimate Miracle Fusion, so this skill appeared after the regression. Facing Ultimate Miracle Fusion, Lingy activated mutation again. The rollback function can ensure that when mutation is performed, the same effects as before will not appear again, visible to the naked eye. The skills in the backpack were blurred for a few seconds, and then gradually became clear. Click to view. Ultimate Miracle Fusion 10 stars, : The effect was mediocre, and Lingy was not satisfied. Then it went back and mutated again. After doing this several times, he finally achieved an effect that satisfied him. Shining Miracle Fusion 10 stars, can fuse up to 5 people into one's own body, inheriting 100% of the attributes of each fusion person. Panel skills and god positions can be switched by switching the main personality. Oh, yes. Originally, only 50% of the attributes were inherited, but now 100% is inherited. This alone is enough. Lingy happily handed this Shining Miracle Fusion to Lin Ying and said,
"When the new Fossilized Star Stone has the number of times tomorrow, you can replace it with this skill."
Lin Ying took it and took a look.
Wow. It's not an exaggeration to say that this effect is divine power.
Ha.
Almost.
Guessing that this was Ling Yi's secret, Lin Ying was understanding and didn't ask any more questions. She just nodded her head happily and left here happily. Until now, she still does not live here. Watching her leave, Lingy sighed.
There are more stars again. There are 43 now. Ha.
Nandongli laughed.
More is a good thing. You can learn more excellent skills. Yeah. But sometimes, no matter how powerful your skills are, it's hard to help. Such as in the heavenly ranking.
Lingy thought about the conditions for passing the 17th floor and couldn't help but frown again.
Active skills can't help, but passive skills can.
That's right. The King of Gods has verified it as early as some previous single-digit levels. The no skills used in the clearance conditions are only for active skills. It doesn't mean that after the player enters, the passive skills will become invalid. Then I will look for passive skills that can increase output. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately remembered the two props, prompt and precognition prompt. After thinking about it, he gave priority to the latter. You want to find passive skills that can increase output. The higher the number of stars, the better. You think you might want to go to the Great Thousand God Road to take a look. After all, there are the strongest monsters in the whole God Road there. Maybe some of the rare divine breath monsters have this skill. You remember again that you have an ancient altar. Maybe you are lucky enough to meet an ancient elf with similar skills. The precognition prompt gives 3 lines of information. We don't have much pure food, so we still have to go to the Great Thousand God Road tomorrow. Whether it's for the divine element or the skills. Ling-Yi made a decisive decision. The next morning, when the sun was shining brightly outside, and the cicadas were chirping, and the birds were chirping, Ling-Yi and Lin-Ning entered the Great Thousand God Road together. It is divided into 2 major areas, New Territories and Tai Territory. There are more than 700 new territories, which can only be entered in each phase of the 100 realms. There is only one big world. After the boundary monument is opened, all worlds can be entered. So here, you can meet players from all over the universe. Chapter 480, Entering the Great World of the Great Thousand Divine Road for the first time. When Ling-Yi and Lin-Ning crossed the boundary marker, the scene in front of them suddenly changed. It was as if he had suddenly traveled to an ancient battlefield, with rumbling sounds and shouts of killing all around him. The earth trembled, and various elements danced in the sky, making it dizzying and dizzying. This is the real Dakianshin Road. It was the first time for Ling-Yi and Lin-Ning to come here. Looking left and right, one could tell at a glance that this was the newcomer coming in for the first time. Ha ha ha. Got it. Suddenly, a loud laugh came from behind. Ling-Yi sensed it for a moment, and knew it was a player charging towards the two of them. Before he could take action, Lin-Ning beside him snorted coldly. She didn't see any other movements, and the player behind her was suddenly crushed into powder, and turned into a point of light before disappearing. You, now that I have the strength, I will definitely protect you, Lin-Ning said. Ling-Yi had no idea who was in charge of the woman next to her, who was wearing a uglifying hijab to reduce her charm. As soon as she heard this, she immediately knew that it was Lin Shuru who was currently in charge of her body. In the early morning, Lin-Ning put on Shining Miracle Fusion. Well, I can't see you switching your dominant personality. What will you call it in the future? When we merge, we will all be called Lin-Ning. We are now considered one individual. Alright. While the two were talking, there were still many blind players rushing towards them. Each one of them was killed by Lin-Ning using invisible means. Of course, there were also a few players who recognized Ling-Yi. Some of them hurried back calmly, while others screamed excitedly on the spot. Ling-Yi, Ling-Yi! That's Ling-Yi! Is it a real person? Isn't it someone else pretending to be someone using a disguise mask? You'll know if you really come forward and try it. That's it. Listening to the discussion of the surrounding players, Ling-Yi wondered why there was no conspicuous blazing light pillar when he came here, and raised his hand to pull it down. The stars are falling. In an instant, thousands of bright lights bloomed from the sky, shining on countless players extremely quickly. When everyone looked up and saw the huge energy body like the sun, they quickly realized one thing while being stunned. Ling-Yi, the man who stands at the top of hundreds of millions of players, is here. You feel that the forest to the east seems to be exuding an ancient atmosphere, and you guessed that there may be rare monsters in it. Following the predictive prompt, Ling-Yi came to an intersection. Turning around and looking to the east, I found that there was indeed a huge forest full of primitive atmosphere. It's called the Primeval Forest, and there are a lot of rare materials in it. Lin-Ning, who was following him, explained. She had no other purpose in coming in, just to accompany Ling-Yi. Well, by the way, I heard that there are many locations in this world that have not yet been explored by players. Right. Lin-Ning nodded. The Great Thousand God Road is very vast and mysterious. Until now, players have not discovered its edges at all, as if it really will expand infinitely with exploration. And among them, some special locations also possess some mysterious powers. Even for the God King, it is a very dangerous place. These places are called dangerous places. A total of 23 have been discovered so far, of which 5 are the most dangerous and are referred to as the 5 dangerous places by the world.
She paused for a moment and said half-jokingly,
Some people say that King Yin, who has been missing for more than 20 years, is trapped in the depths of one of the 5 most dangerous realms. Ha. I don't know if it's true.
Fake.
Wouldn't everyone be kicked out when the time comes? It's fake. Ha. I thought so too.
After a while, the two came to the virgin forest. The surrounding players already know that Ling Yi here is the real person. One by one, they either run away or return quickly. No one would seek death foolishly. Therefore, Ling Yi successfully followed the prompts and found a rare monster. Next to a patch of dirt, he seemingly picked up a small stone on the ground at random.
No wonder it's a rare monster. Look, I've got it in my hand, and you haven't noticed it yet.
Ling Yi weighed the stone up and down and smiled at Lin Ning.
What? Is this a monster?
Lin Ning opened her beautiful eyes and looked at it carefully, murmuring in surprise.
It's amazing. This disguise is really amazing.
Ling Yi placed the stone in the palm of his right hand, closed it with his 5 fingers, and immediately condensed sparks and lightning in his hand. Zitzi. The next moment, the stone in his hand just made some strange movements, and was crushed by Ling Yi with all his strength. The golden lightning condensed by Yang Qi leaked out from between the fingers, illuminating their faces. You killed the rare monster Ancient Stone Soul, LV 97. Experience plus 11, 45%. Divine Element plus 9. Double gold coins, Shinsu plus 9. You have obtained the 8-star rare skill, Wild Stone Power. Prediction prompts that this is a passive skill that increases output. Ling Yi quickly opened it and took a look. Power of Wild Stone, 8 stars rare passive. Every time you perform a physical attack, there will be a small probability that an ancient wild stone will appear to follow the attack target, causing moderate physical damage to it. Power of Wild Stone, 8 stars, plus Psychedelic Stars, 8 stars, Power of Meteor, 10 stars. Since the last Eye of Truth buff, more details on the crafting formula can now be seen. Not only the star rating of the skill is displayed, but you can also click to view it in depth. When Ling Yi reached out and clicked on the affix of Meteor Power, information about this skill also appeared in front of him. Meteor Power, 10 stars rare passive. Each time it is performed, it will cause rare and huge physical damage. Nothing else has changed, except that the wild rocks have turned into meteors, and the medium-sized ones have turned into rare and extremely large ones.
It is indeed a good skill, but for me, it is still far from enough.
Ling Yi touched his chin and frowned slightly.
Then you can collect a few more similar skills,
Lin Ning said.
This is the only way it can be, but it would be much better if these could be combined into divine power.
Whether the skill Meteor Power can be combined again, he can't see yet. He can only get this skill and activate True Eyes on it. You also want to look for similar skills. You think you might be able to encounter them in places like Dangerous Realm. After all, crises often come with opportunities.
Dangerous situation.
Others are afraid of bad situations, but Ling Yi is not, because he has precognitive prompt. So when he saw the prompt, he asked Lin Ning very heartily,
What are the 5 most dangerous situations recently?
The latter was stunned for a moment, and immediately replied after coming to his senses.
It's a desert insect lair 3,000 kilometers away from here.
Good. You plan to go to the desert bug lair, but you have a vague feeling that the skills you want may not be there. Ling Yi, who had just nodded, twitched the corner of his mouth and asked again.
What about the second one? The second closest one is probably 7,000 kilometers away. An underground maze.
You plan to go to the underground maze, but you feel that there may not be one there.
The third? 20,000 kilometers away. Yuling Ice Cave.
You plan to go to Yuling Ice Cave. You guess there may be what you want there.
Let's go to Yuling Ice Cave.
Holding Lin Ying's perfect and delicate white jade hand, Ling Yi took the lead and flew away. Chapter 481 Yuling Ice Cave. As the current top expert in the universe, Ling Yi's flying speed is not unpleasant. Not long after, the two of them arrived outside the Yuling Ice Cave, one of the 5 most dangerous places. This place is located in the mountains covered with cold mist, and there are still a large number of players around. When entering the Great Realm from the new territory, players are randomly teleported. Some people are randomly teleported in the Virgin Forest. Others are randomly teleported near here, and so on.
Do you want to clear the place?
Lin Ning asked after killing several players who came to die for no reason.
That's fine.
Ling Yi looked around, nodded slightly, and raised his hand again to pull the flame star.
The huge light in the sky instantly attracted the attention of countless people. When they looked up at the flame star, everyone was scared to death. Yinching is yinching. Ling Yi is here. Everyone, stop fighting. There is still a glimmer of hope to return to where we were. Holding Lin Ying's little hand, Ling Yi flew into the ice cave below. There were many players at the entrance of the ice cave at this time. When they saw him coming, they all fell silent. You absorbed 77 points of Wang Yan's fear value. You absorbed 63 points of Bai Feng's curiosity points. You absorbed 81 points of Ernaw's tension. Dot! Ling Yi and the two ignored them, raised their steps and strode in. Boom! The flame star fell to the ground, and the majestic energy shook the entire cave violently. It seemed like endless energy spurts crazily along the entrance of the cave, rushing towards all parts of the cave. Ling Yi held Lin Ying in his arms and activated his invincibility. Call. Wow! No matter how many times I see it, it's so powerful. If it weren't for the protection of the invincible shield, Lin Ying would have felt like she would have been blinded by the bright light outside. Ha ha. It's okay, Ling Yi said modestly. You placed a flame star here, and the energy wave of the flame star spread along the entrance of the hole. You underestimated the power of the flame star. You didn't expect that with just one big flame star, the flying flames would kill all the monsters in the Yuling ice cave. You feel like you can easily enter the depths of the ice cave now. At the same time as the 3 reminder messages appeared, a massive amount of kill information also quickly appeared in front of him. You killed Wang Yun and obtained 666 gold coins and a C-level prop, super glue. Double gold coins plus 666. You killed the Frost Mist Bear, LV92. Elite. Experience plus 4, 45%. Divine Power plus 9. Double gold coins, Shinsu plus 9. You have obtained the 6-star skill, Giant Bear Pounce. Dot. Ling Yi looked at the cave ahead and couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. What's wrong? The reason why this Yuling ice cave is a dangerous place is mainly because there are dangers everywhere. Right. Yes. Such as the invisible poisonous mist that can cause people to lose a percentage of their vitality every second. Or the strange stones that can cause people to fall into illusions. Then as long as I drive invincible, can't I just walk straight through? Well, that seems to be the case. Ha ha ha! Let's go then! Ling Yi laughed twice and drove forward in invincible. You come to a corner. The stone pillars at the corner will make people who have looked at them for a long time fall into an illusion. You ignore them. You are flying in a bat cave where you can't see anything. There are no bats here now. There are only weird sounds that can make people fall into coma. You ignore them. You pass through a small hole, ignored the attack from the dark mechanism, and came to the depths of the cave. The Yuling ice cave is very large, even if they drove the invincible at full speed. It took Ling Yi and the two of them nearly 2 minutes to finally reach the depths of the cave. This is a closed area surrounded by stones, with a total area of about 200 square meters, just like the bottom of a deep well. Looking up, you can see a flaming gem tied to the top of the cave casting a beam of light as bright as sunlight. On the green grass, bunches of colorful flowers make the place even more beautiful. Is this the end of the ice cave? I thought there was some big treasure there. Lin Ying looked around and pursed her lips in disappointment. After finishing her words, she turned her beautiful eyes and said with a smile, There is no one here and the environment is not bad. Otherwise we would be here. Stop. Ling Yi knocked on Lin Ying's forehead, looked up at the flame gem hanging on the top of the cave, and chuckled. Ice cave! Ice cave! There is not only no ice at the bottom of the cave, but there is also such a gem. Don't you think? Is it very abrupt? You mean? You think this may have been left by someone else, and it may be necessary to take it down and take a look. Others. He stretched out his hand and summoned the wind to blow down the gem. This flame gem was about 2 people tall and 2 meters wide. When Ling Yi took it off, an extremely cold wind suddenly blew from above his head. The two looked up and saw that where the flame gem was originally placed, there was a hole wide enough for one person. The biting cold air was venting crazily from inside. It seems that this gem is blocking the entrance of the cave. Lin Ying understood in an instant. Let's go in and take a look. Ling Yi's purpose of coming here is to obtain another passive skill similar to Wild Stone Power that can increase output. Therefore, as long as he hasn't got it yet, he will continue to move in the direction prompted. Braving the cold air, he flew into the cave first. It was so dark inside the cave that he had to take out the luminous beads as lighting props. Luminous beads, E, can illuminate an area with a radius of 1 kilometer. In an instant, the environment inside the cave came into view. Gray ice covered everything, and large tracts of ice cones could be seen on the roof of the cave. The high slopes of ice spread vertically and horizontally. And when you look up, the layers are clearly scattered and disorderly. Human-shaped ice sculptures can be seen everywhere, adding a sense of horror to this claustrophobic cave. They either fell on their backs on the ice, or held a long sword in a fighting posture, or knelt on the ground and worshipped in one direction. About 1 centimeter thick ice covered them, but the expressions of this group of people were still clearly visible.
Oh, this is.
Lin Ying was slightly startled, and she pretended to be weak and shrank into Ling Yi's arms. The latter held her in his arms speechlessly, touching her head while scanning the statue with his real eyes.
They are all players. Player? Yes. It looks like it has been frozen here for a long time. It turns out that someone has been here at the bottom before.
Lin Ying looked at those people who maintained fighting postures. There were no monsters in front of them. I couldn't help but wonder at the moment.
Then what were they fighting at that time?
Ling Yi looked up at the top of the cave. On the highest ice slope, there was still a faint glimmer of light.
Just go up and take a look and you'll find out.
The two of them flew high into the sky together and arrived at the topmost ice slope. On the left side, there is a skeleton about 3 meters high, holding a bead in its skeletal hand, which is emitting a cold blue light at the moment. On the right side, there are 2 people, a woman and a man. The man looks young and handsome, and the sword in his hand pierces the woman's heart from behind. The woman in the middle is petite, and seems to be only 1.6 meters tall. She is wearing a purple and gold robe, and is decorated with a large number of jewelry. She looks extremely luxurious. Chapter 482, New Divine Power Miracle, Sky Flash Meteor.
Is this the missing goddess king?
As soon as she saw the noble frozen woman in the middle, Lin Ying's beautiful eyes lit up, and she hurriedly said. In fact, she was thinking about this when she came in and saw the ice sculptures. Now that she saw the other party, she was not surprised at all. As Yen Yu is the god king of a supergiant alliance, the outside world still knows what she looks like. You are full of doubts now, but you feel that maybe as long as you break the ice,
all your doubts can be solved. Ling Yi did not crush the ice immediately, but took a look at the skeleton first. Ice Cave Resentment, LV 100. Type, Aggregation of Resentments, Special. Rank, Invincible. Attributes, Strength 8921. Mana 11,320. Agility 9,238. Endurance 5,712. Constitution 9,966. Seeing that the other party was not strong, he felt relieved and looked at the orb in its hand. Holy Bead of Time, Millennium Artifact Unique, improves the holder's physical fitness by 2,000 points. After activation, surrounding players will not consume the Advent time in the Divine Path. It can only be activated 10 times a year and consumes the holder's physical strength during the duration. Can accelerate the flow of time in the universe up to twice as much. While this effect is activated, you cannot act.
Good guy. I finally understand why they won't be kicked out by Shunlu.
Ling Yi told Lin Ying the effect of the Holy Bead of Time, and then said,
It seems that the time for God King Yin Yu to arrive was running out. So he took out this artifact and used it. Then for some unknown reason, it was frozen here.
Lin Ying nodded thoughtfully.
Yes, there are so many of them. It is impossible for them to go as smoothly as us. It may have taken dozens of hours to get here from the entrance of the cave. What about us now? It's okay to break the ice.
Even though he said this, Ling Yi still put his hand on the orb first and activated the mutation simulation. I forgot to simulate the Millennium artifacts of other God Kings before. I'll try them again when I have time. After a while, when the manifested, True Time Holy Orb entered the backpack, Ling Yi couldn't help but be curious and took a quick look. True Holy Bead of Time, Millennium Artifact Unique, improves the holder's physique by 300 points. No limit to the number of activations. Can accelerate or slow down the flow of time in the universe. Up to 4 times.
Oh!
Can. The effect was good, but Ling Yi felt that it was of no use to him. Turning his attention back, he looked at the frozen resentful soul, raised his hand, and clenched his fingers into a fist. And the yang energy in his hand quickly condensed.
Huh?
Lin Ying was stunned for a moment. And after realizing what Ling Yi was thinking, she couldn't help but smile.
Uh-huh. You are indeed extremely cautious. Nonsense. I came here just for that skill. Now that this enemy is here, Of course, I have to kill it first. As soon as he finished speaking, he added 100 points of ancient divine power and punched the skeleton. Boom! The golden yang energy lightning exploded. And in just a moment, the skull was turned into ashes and turned into countless black light spots and dissipated. Speaking of which, what is this collection of resentments? In the past, monsters and players that were killed turned into white light, but now they appear black, which really makes people curious. I heard that it is extremely rare in the Dakian Divine Road. Anyway, it has never appeared in various Dakian activities for hundreds of years. It should be unique to the Fierce Realm. Possible. You killed the Ice Cave Resentful Soul, LV 100. Experience plus 11,000. Divine Element plus 1,000. You have obtained the 9-star rare skill, Super Heavy Impact. Oh! It's really tiring to run around for 1 or 2 skills like this. After opening his backpack and seeing that it was a passive skill that increased output, Lingy breathed a sigh of relief. Haha. It's already very fast. It's only been more than 10 minutes since we entered the big world. Lingy nodded slightly and used strong wind to blow away the surrounding ice sculptures. Until noon. With the help of the Eye of Truth and the prediction prompts, Lingy, who was collecting skills everywhere, finally successfully combined Meteor Power and Meteor Impact, 2 passive skills that can increase output. In fact, besides these 2 skills, there are some others. Foreknowledge tip, the reason why these 2 were specifically chosen, Lingy guessed, is because they can continue to synthesize divine power. Meteor Power, 10 stars, plus Meteor Impact, 10 stars, plus 3 materials, 10 stars, Miracle Sky Flash Meteor, 12 stars. After spending 30 million gold coins to buy 3 10-star materials at the replacement store, Lingy quickly threw them into synthesis. After a few seconds, congratulations on synthesizing the 12-star skill, Miracle Celestial Meteor. Open it quickly to view. Miracle Celestial Flash Meteor, 12 stars passive. When the attack hits an enemy, it will summon a meteor that is sure to hit, causing real damage to the enemy equal to 1% of its maximum health. There is a small chance that another one will land. Without saying a word, simulate the mutation. Miracle Celestial Flash Meteor, 12 stars passive. When the attack hits an enemy, there is a small chance that 3 more will fall. Very strong. True damage is an extremely noble and rare type of damage. If he learns this skill, no matter how high the enemy's resistance or damage reduction is, as long as he hits it once, the meteor will definitely cause the opponent to lose 1% of his life force. If other factors such as vitality recovery and dodge are not taken into consideration. If someone else learns this skill, they can kill the devil with 100 punches. Of course, in reality, it is not that simple at all. After coming back to his senses, Lingy didn't think any more and quickly learned this divine right. In this way, as long as my attack frequency is fast enough, I can hope to kill 2 invincible demon kings and 1 invincible demon god within 1 minute. One thing is beyond doubt. That is, since the supreme heavenly ranking has set these 3 conditions, it is impossible for the enemy to have skills that contradict them. For example, if it is required to kill within 1 minute, then the opponent cannot have skills such as being invincible for 1 minute. Otherwise it will be impossible to pass. It is extremely likely that the Frost Giants and Frost Dragons on the 17th floor do not have any self-protection skills. If this is the case, then taking into account the damage caused by my own punches, the recovery of the opponent, and the actual probability of triggering, it only takes about 50 punches to kill 3 of them. And it is not difficult to move around and attack 50 punches in 1 minute. Now Lingy's confidence has greatly increased, and he can't wait to enter the Tianban challenge immediately. But just as he stood up, Nandongli walked in furiously outside the house. I heard that you saved King Yen. She sat on the left sofa and asked with curiosity on her face. You can say that. The other party now wants to pay a visit to express his gratitude. Do you think it would be better for us to entertain him in Blue Star or Panga Supercontinent? Well, it's a supercontinent. Okay, let's entertain them at the headquarters of our Blue Star Alliance. After saying this, Nandongli opened the chat window and started speaking in a forum group called Ordinary Small Group. Seeing Lingy's curious eyes, she smiled. This is a small group of 5 joint members. Because I am by your side more often than Lin Xian. You brought me in. Do you want to join? Never mind. Ha. I just pulled me because I knew you wouldn't join. Lingy shook his head, smiled, waved his hand and said, Then I'll go to the heavenly ranking first. Well, come on.
Chapter 483 The Frost Dragon on the 17th floor. The 17th floor of the Supreme Sky ranking. The endless glaciers are endless. And the cold air is roaring. Lingy stood on the frozen ground, looking at the translucent frost dragon in the distance, and frowned tightly.
I didn't expect that this demon god actually has self-protection skills.
He arrived here half a minute ago, and began to fight them with full confidence. It started very smoothly. It only took more than 10 seconds to kill 2 frost giants one after another. But when it was his turn to fight the frost dragon, after being punched several times by him, the latter suddenly transformed into this form. Void Soul Body, 9 stars. After activation, you can enter a virtual state, ignore physical attacks, and restore 1% of your own life limit every second for 10 seconds. This skill can only be used once within 1 minute.
10 seconds. TSK.
Unable to use skills and prop scrolls, and with physical attacks ineffective. Lingy really had nothing to do about the ice dragon in its virtual state.
The artifact should still be usable, but I don't seem to have an output artifact.
The frost dragon was still attacking him, and he just spent 10 seconds dodging left and right. When 10 seconds passed and the opponent recovered, Lingy stepped forward again. His figure quickly rushed to the top of its head, raised his fist, and hit it hard. Because he couldn't use skills, he couldn't add any divine power, yang qi, or wind to it. Boom! The powerful force blasted the ice dragon's head out of a huge crater, and 4 fleeting white meteors swept away from the huge crater in the southeast, northwest, and gradually disappeared during the flyby. Take a real look. Vitality, 78.6%. For some reason, Eye of Truth is the only skill he can activate here. Look up at the time. 36. 35.
I don't know if it's too late.
As he spoke, he punched down again. Unfortunately, during this period, the frost dragon teleported and disappeared, causing his second attack to fail. When Lingy quickly turned his head to look at it, which was thousands of meters in the sky, the latter had already deployed a huge ice blue magic circle above its head. The magic circle projected a gray-white cold light downwards, illuminating the frost dragon with white light. Blessing of First, 10 stars, recover 40% of the lost vitality, and increase your own physical fitness by 20% in the next 10 seconds. This skill is available once per minute.
Healing skills.
The moment he saw this healing skill, Lingy realized that he probably wouldn't be able to pass the level this time. It was not until this moment that he truly felt the difficulty of the 17th floor.
Not only are the clearance conditions strict, but the monsters themselves are also strong enough. I thought the divine path would be set up with no ability to protect itself.
Lingy admitted that he underestimated the enemy. It was only now that he had the idea to use his real eyes to check the opponent's panel. In fact, he had seen it when he came in last time, but he only took a rough look at the level, category, and attributes, and did not look at the specific skills in detail. Frost Dragon, LV 120. Type, Demon God. Rank, Invincible. Attributes, Strength 18,000. Mana 18,000. Agility 18,000. Endurance 24,000. Constitution 24,000. Skills, Void Soul Body 9 stars. Blessing of Frost and Ice 10 stars. Falling Ice Giant 10 stars passive. Ultimate Ice Coffin 10 stars. Cold Roar 8 stars. Exhausting Death Power 9 stars passive. Ice Maw 9 stars passive. Divine Power Ice Dawn Spear 12 stars. Current status 87.17%. Difficult. After the Eye of Truth has been enhanced, you can now see the details of the panel. Therefore, now he can deeply view the detailed effects of each skill on the Frost Dragon panel. Among them, Ultimate Ice Coffin is a skill that seals oneself in an ice coffin and enters a state of complete immunity to damage, while Ice Maw is a skill that can restore a large amount of vitality by eating ice.
It seems that the Ice Dragon is the real difficulty of this level.
As he spoke, Lingy continued to attack. Boom, 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 boom. During the rapid attack, the Ice Dragon suddenly looked up to the sky and roared. Roar! The astonishing cold air swept across all directions quickly, and Lingy couldn't help but frown at the biting chill. You are immune to the freezing effect of Cold Roar. At this moment, a heart-stopping sense of crisis suddenly came from behind. Lingy hadn't felt this feeling for an unknown amount of time. He couldn't care less about the giant dragon in front of him, and quickly looked back. I saw that in the air about 1,000 meters high, an ordinary-looking and simple ice gun appeared there at some point, with the head of the gun pointed at him.
Theocracy?
Before he finished speaking, the spear seemed to turn into blue light and shot toward him quickly. You are immune to the immobilizing effect of Ice Dawn's spear. The ice gun was extremely fast, but Lingy relied on his extremely high agility to react in time and dodge away. However, the attack of divine power is not so easy to evade. Well, after returning to the hall, Lingy sighed helplessly. What's wrong? Lin Shuru, who was sitting on the sofa with her legs folded, asked with concern. Well, it's a lot more difficult than I thought. I don't have enough time. This is already the penultimate level. It's normal that it's difficult. But I think you have an idea? Yes. There are still many ways to solve difficulties. He thought of the ability to silence the enemy. As long as the Frost Dragon couldn't use so many skills, it would be much easier to clear the level. It's a pity that the Ice King cannot be summoned. Otherwise the Zero Ice Spike in her hand could perfectly solve this problem. Don't worry. You still have plenty of time. After the man sat down, Lin Shura climbed up to him out of habit and kneaded his shoulders with her delicate and dexterous jade fingers. By the way, I heard that King Yin Yu is about to leave. Do you want to go to the supercontinent now? Yeah. Go. Soon. On this August 9th, at early 12 o'clock at noon, the two of them arrived at the Pengu supercontinent. Lin Shuru was wearing a clean white dress and followed Ling Yi with a smile step by step, like a docile and virtuous wife. Because Yen Yu hadn't arrived yet, the two of them wanted to visit the city of the Nether Clan first. Walking in a sunny forest, looking at the colorful flowers and butterflies flying in the distance, and smelling the fragrance of wild flowers in the forest, Ling Yi couldn't help but calm down. He looked back at Lin Shuru and said with a smile, I feel the best when I am with you. Although Lin Ying is beautiful, she is too proactive. Hee. Lin Shuru smiled softly, raised her hand to brush away a leaf that fell on Ling Yi's hair, and looked at her lover with beautiful eyes. Although she takes the initiative, she will actually listen to whatever you say. Ling Yi responded softly and raised his head to look at the beautiful woman in black robe who suddenly appeared in front of the two of them. Netherbird. Boss Ling Yi! Ming Kei shouted happily, and anyone could easily see her joy. Are you here to see us? She asked again. Yes. About wanting you to join us. No problem. No problem. Before Ling Yi finished speaking, Ming Kei nodded repeatedly like a chicken pecking at rice. As long as our supercontinent is connected to the Pengu supercontinent, we, the Ming clan, will completely join you. Chapter 484 The Double-Faced Emperor Strengthens and Meets Yen Yu. Supercontinent connection? Yes. Isn't it tomorrow's world hegemony? As long as we get continental energy, we can connect different supercontinents, Ming Kei explained. Good. When she said this, Ling Yi also thought about it and nodded immediately. I will get that. Yeah. Ming Kei nodded heavily. After saying goodbye to her, Ling Yi and the two went to the headquarters of the Blue Star Alliance. The headquarters is not a building or anything, but a large area that has been demarcated, with an overall area of about 30 square kilometers. The core building is located in the center of the area and is a 100-meter-high building in a circular shape. There is a small park called Water Lake Park behind the high-rise building. The park is crowded with people at this time. I heard that Yen Yu likes water and flowers, so they plan to entertain her here. When the two came to Shuehu Park, Lin Shujudo was beside them. Seeing a group of people busy decorating the park, Ling Yi didn't bother him and took Lin Shuru to a small stone pavilion to sit down and rest. In his spare time, he opened the solution store to check out the new solutions updated today. Double-sided Emperor Strengthening Plan, the maximum multiplier is increased to 100 times, and the target can continue to maintain consciousness during this period. Price, 1,000 mutation points. Is 100 times. Thinking that more than 20 times is enough to make people die, Ling Yi really can't imagine the power of 40, 50, 100 times, or what kind of power. After buying this plan, Ling Yi wanted to try it out. When he saw that there was no one around him, he chuckled, grabbed Lin Shuru's soft, boneless, white hand, and grinned at her. The double-faced Emperor activates, and the multiplier is 40 times. In an instant, there seemed to be an invisible electric current flowing down his hand into Lin Shuru's body. The latter's snow-white jade face suddenly turned pink. A large mist immediately appeared in her blue eyes, and her body trembled greatly at the same time. Stand up, she groaned, curled up her neck, and got into her lover's arms. Ling Yi looked down at her delicate red jade ears and grinned. I haven't done anything yet. I just held your hand, and that's all you did.
Bad guy.
She buried her pink face on his chest and whispered softly. Hee hee. Ling Yi smiled and did not intend to conduct the next test here. The pleasure and pain he caused to others will be remembered by the other person's body, which means that as long as he holds Lin Shuru's hand in the future, the other person will enter this state. And the same applies to other body parts. Ahem. A slight cough suddenly came from the front. Ling Yi looked up and saw Lin Xian standing on the steps of the pavilion and stepping towards the pavilion. He released Lin Shuru's hand and let the latter calm down. Lin Xian, who was dressed elegantly and beautifully in a bright red dress, walked to the middle of the pavilion, sat down on the stone pier beside the stone table, raised her eyebrows and smiled.
Shiro, you are completely manipulated by him.
Lin Shuru was still blushing and lowering her head. Obviously she hadn't recovered yet. Lin Xian smiled silently, propped up his chin with his hand, and looked Ling Yi up and down.
You are so handsome and perfect. Maybe you will be attracted by that old woman later. Ha ha.
Ling Yi shrugged and smiled.
Speaking of which, the Moon God King is quite domineering. Aw? Didn't you see Yen Yu being stabbed through the heart by a man with a sword when you went in before? That guy is actually Yen Yu's potential lover.
Lin Xian, who has always liked gossip, narrated.
After Yen Yu became the God Queen, she wanted to try the feeling of falling in love that she had never experienced before. So she chose a young girl named Xiaofeng, in order to prevent rumors that are unfavorable to Yen Yu. Xiaofeng was castrated by the elders as soon as he was selected. Yen Yu used resources to cultivate him, and soon he became a top powerhouse at the elder level of the alliance. Later Yen Yu felt that Xiaofeng could not bring her the feeling of love, and said that she would take back all the resources given to him. This made Xiaofeng feel resentful, and thus the scene in the ice cave in Yuling happened.
After listening to Lin Xian's gossip, Ling Yi and Lin Shuru, the two melon eaters, both had expressions of astonishment on their faces.
No wonder. No wonder.
Think about it from his perspective. If he was taken to be castrated by someone, and the other party forced him to fall in love with a strange woman, and finally the other party didn't want it, and wanted to take back all the things given to him. In that case, it would be cruel to be evil. Excusable. A few minutes later, while the two were still chatting here, a burst of colorful auspicious clouds suddenly floated from the distant horizon. Lin Xian looked back. Her red lips parted slightly.
It's Yen Yu. Let's go to the reception hall.
Before he finished speaking, the colorful auspicious clouds in the sky suddenly turned into a beam of colorful light, shining directly on the steps in front of the stone pavilion. Under the gazes of the three people in the pavilion, the colored light quickly turned into a petite silhouette, and within the next 2 or 3 seconds, the colored light quickly faded away. The woman, who was about 1.6 meters tall and dressed like a classical fairy, was revealed, wearing gold-winged colorful phoenix clothes.
Hello you all.
The person who came was none other than the King Yen Yu mentioned by Lin Xian. At this moment, she was waving to the three of them. On the fair and slightly cute cheeks, the beautiful light purple eyes quickly swept over the two women in the pavilion, and finally rested directly on the young man in the middle.
King Yen Yu? You? Why are you here? You should go to the reception hall.
Lin Xian originally wanted to address her with you, but felt that she was now considered Ling Yi's side, so she boldly used you. Yen Yu tilted her head and raised her eyebrows and said,
I'm here to see Ling Yi. Why should I go anywhere else if he's right here?
After saying this, she ignored the woman in the red dress and walked up the steps to the pavilion. Ling Yi was still thinking about what kind of person this guy was when he saw her walking directly in front of him, looking at him left, right, up and down.
No matter how you look at it, you are indeed handsome. What are you thinking about? Have you heard the rumors too? Aw?
Yen Yu turned back and sat on one of the stone pillars in the pavilion, crossed her arms, and said with a flat mouth,
Please, I am alive after all. Well, I have been a human for a long time. The expression on your little young man's face, I can still see it. I am not as ruthless and cruel as the rumors say. Although it is true that I abandoned that guy, I will not take back the things I gave him. Anyone who really knows me knows that I am actually very generous.
Ling Yi. He could feel that the other party was not lying.
By the way, I'm here to thank you this time. Without you, I might have been trapped there for decades, or even hundreds of years.
As she spoke, she opened her arms and said calmly,
Feel free to make requests. Whether it's a 1,000-year artifact or artifact, whether it's an S-level treasure or a prop, I will try my best to satisfy you with whatever I have. Of course, just try your best,
she added emphatically. Hearing this,
Ling Yi raised his eyebrows and said with a smile, I happen to really want something. Do you have a magic weapon that can silence the enemy? Yes, I have. Chapter 485. The Silent Brahma Bell. Cleared the 17th floor. Yin Yu showed a sweet smile. I have this extraterrestrial artifact, but it is very precious. I have never borrowed it from other god kings who asked me to borrow it. Oops. But if you want, she pondered hesitantly. After a while, he saw that Ling Yi still had the same indifferent expression, and he spread his hands helplessly. Okay. If you want it, I have to give it to you. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand, and a simple little copper bell appeared in his palm. Ling Yi didn't care whether the other party wanted to give it or not. He immediately activated Invisible Hand and performed a mutation simulation. During this time, Yin Yu saw the other person staring straight at the clock and couldn't help but laugh. Uh-huh. It seems you really want it. So you looked straight at it. It's okay to send you off now, but I want to hear what you think of me. Oh? Ling Yi was stunned for a moment. For example, my appearance and my conduct. I'm very curious about what you, the super pervert, would think of me. After returning, Yin Yu naturally collected information about Ling Yi. Now she is quite familiar with the boy in front of her. To be honest, I don't know you very well, so I won't comment casually. It's okay. You can just say a few words. I won't take it to heart. Yin Yu looked unconcerned. Ling Yi looked at Lin Shuru, who blinked her beautiful blue eyes as if she was thinking about something and seemed a little distracted. All right. He nodded, glanced at Yin Yu up and down, and said, although you are not tall, you are quite beautiful and a real person. Even if you could use props to improve your figure, you didn't use them. As for his personality, he seems a bit naughty at the moment, but otherwise he's fine. As soon as he finished these two sentences, Yin Yu frowned and asked, improve my figure? Do you think my figure is not good? It's okay. Quite normal. You think I'm naughty? Well, stop talking nonsense and give me that clock. I don't want to give it anymore. Please ask for something else. Ling Yi looked speechless. But then I thought, huh? I have already mutated and simulated this bronze bell. Even if I get the original version, it will be of no use. Why not let her come up with some other good things for me to continue mutating and simulating? Thinking of this, he nodded and smiled. Okay. Then if you have any extra good things, take them out and let me see them. Yin Yu looked at Ling Yi slightly surprised, and after thinking for a moment, she handed him the ancient clock in her hand. You are the most powerful man in the universe. It would be silly for me to offend you because of my little temper. After that, she waved her hand and displayed multiple items in her backpack one after another. S-level scroll, sword opens the heavenly gate. S-level prop, lucky cat. Outer world artifact, fluorescent night whisper. After Ling Yi mutated and simulated one by one, he finally selected the original out-of-world artifact, fluorescent night whisper. Okay, that's enough. Well, in this case, your kindness to me will be enough. Yin Yu breathed a long sigh of relief and put the other things back into his backpack. In fact, she was most afraid that the other party would ask for the 1,000-year-old artifact, Holy Bead of Time, from her. That thing also obviously blessed her combat power, and she was really reluctant to part with it. Then the next step is our alliance. Swish, swish, swish. Before he finished speaking, several figures flashed to this place. Several people in the pavilion took a look and saw that it was Lin Ming and Luo Yuan who came. I knew King Yenshin was here. Lin Ming smiled happily. Yin Yu glanced at them, turned her gaze back to Ling Yi's face, and continued. The next thing is between our Order Divine Court and your Blue Star joint construct. Your Blue Star Alliance has more than 15,000 star realms joining it so far. It is truly the largest divine power at present. We want to form an alliance with you. Just talk to them about this. I don't care about it. Ling Yi smiled. Everyone knows that you are the talker of Blue Star. I support them. Afternoon. After returning from the supercontinent, Ling Yi took the lead in sorting out his harvest. There are a lot of good things that were mutated and simulated from Yin Yu this time. A total of 1,000-year artifact, 3 artifacts, 5 S-level props, 5 S-level treasures, 7 S-level scrolls. In addition to there are some scattered other things. Among them, the most important artifact is the Bronze Bell. Silent Brahma Bell artifact increases the holder's strength by 1,500 points. Shake the bell to make all local units that hear the bell enter a state of silence and make them unable to speak. Each silence lasts for 1 minute. and this state cannot be cleared. Designate a unit to make all active skills invalid in the next 1 minute. This effect is available once per day. This is an artifact that has been mutated and simulated, and its power is truly extraordinary. There are no restrictions on the use of this effect. If you are not immune to silence, you can permanently silence surrounding enemies by shaking it once every minute. Even if you are immune to silence, the second effect can also invalidate the opponent's active skills. TSK. Ling Yi was not sure whether the Frost Dragon was immune to silence, but with these two effects, he was absolutely sure to pass the level. Don't wait too long now. Enter the Supreme Sky ranking again. Wow! As soon as the scene changed, he had returned to the Endless Glacier. There are still 2 Frost Giants and a Frost Dragon on the opposite side. According to his previous actions, with the help of Miracle Celestial Flash Meteor, he punched 2 Frost Giants to death one after another. When only 1 Frost Giant was left, he took out the Silent Brahma Bell. Boom! The bronze translucent bell sound emitted by shaking the Brahma Bell spread to the distance, and soon spread over the huge ice body of the Frost Dragon. To be on the safe side, Ling Yi activated the first and second effects together. Okay, then what's next? He took steps towards the giant dragon on the glacier, raised his fist, and hit its frosty thigh hard. Boom! Click! 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 After the violent collision, large swaths of ice shattered, falling on the ice and breaking into countless small pieces. The giant dragon roared upwards in pain without making any sound. It seems the silence worked on it. As thoughts flashed through his mind, Ling Yi's movements were not slow, and he continued to attack it with all his strength. After realizing that it could not activate its skills, the Frost Dragon also turned to attack the humans at its feet. Every time the human fist touches the Ice Dragon's giant claw, the air seems to explode, making a loud, rumbling sound. The majestic energy was vented in all directions, and the surrounding glaciers, for tens of kilometers, gradually collapsed and disintegrated under the impact of energy. The 2 top combat powers in the universe completed a life-and-death collision in such an ordinary battle. About half a minute later, as Ling Yi threw out his last punch, the giant Frost Dragon could no longer bear it. With a crash, its whole body shattered and turned into massive white light spots flying towards the sky. Congratulations on successfully completing the level. Chapter 486, The Legendary Demon at the top of the Supreme Ranking. Call. Ling Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. In order to get through the 17th floor, he successively obtained the Divine Power with True Injury and the Artifact with True Silence. If it were anyone else, it might take hundreds of years to obtain these 2 things. Even for him now, it is quite difficult. Otherwise, I wouldn't have fallen twice in a row on the 17th floor. It's so difficult. Other people, it's simply impossible. A new aperture appeared in front of him. Ling Yi knows that as long as he steps in, he will enter the 18th floor of the Supreme Sky ranking, which is the top. After experiencing 2 failures on the 17th floor, he was not sure about passing the top level now. But he still had to go in and take a look. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and stepped in resolutely. It was as if he had passed through a thin light curtain. Even with his eyes closed, he could feel a bright luminous object appearing in front of him. Still a little hot. There is no whirring, cold wind in my ears, but silence. Ling Yi frowned slightly and slowly opened his eyes. The starry sky in the universe is vast, and in the vast sea of stars, a small star emitting light and heat is suspended in front. This small star is as big as a blue star, and the entire planet is burning with golden flames, like a mutated version of the small sun. A meteorite belt about 300 kilometers wide was pulled by gravity and circled around it. Ling Yi turned around and looked around and found that he was in the starry sky of the universe. In front of him, there was only the mutated version of the small sun and the meteorite belt, and nothing else. Could it be? At this moment, the conditions for customs clearance finally came to mind. Current number of layers, 18. Clearance conditions. 1. When killing an enemy, the vitality is at 100%. 2. In each challenge, the number of resurrections shall not exceed 1 time. 3. The total number of challenges shall not exceed 3 times. Ling Yi was greatly surprised by the customs clearance conditions in front of him. There is no time limit. Not even skills, scrolls, props, etc. The battle begins. As the information flashed in front of him, Ling Yi suddenly felt a sense of crisis that made his whole body numb. Looking up, I saw a burst of majestic golden light bursting out from the golden star. spreading in all directions at the speed of light as if it was sweeping the entire universe. Extremely fast. There is no way to avoid it. To be on the safe side, he decisively activated Invincible Holy Shield and became invincible. Wow. That circle of golden and gorgeous light spread past and continued to ripple towards the depths of the universe. Thump, 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 thump. Ling Yi could feel his accelerated heartbeat. Even before he opened his eyes of truth, his intuition was telling him how powerful the enemy in front of him was. The Eye of Truth! In his deep black eyes, a ray of golden light flashed past. When he looked up, he didn't see the golden star yet, but he did see the wave of golden light that spread just now. Heaven and Earth Yaoyong, 12 stars, using itself as the center of the sphere. It releases a burst of radiant light that spreads outward, causes a small amount of true damage to enemies hit. Each time it is used, 50% of one's current vitality is consumed. Good guy. That hurts. Ling Yi felt bad. A small amount increases the true damage by 10%, which is 110%. This means that as long as your physical combat power does not exceed 1.1 times the opponent's physical combat power, you will be instantly killed by it. He frowned and turned his gaze to the golden star. Show me what you are. As the words fell, a luxurious interface that had never been seen before appeared before his eyes. Supreme Sun, LV-150. Type, Ancient Demon God. Rank, Legendary Invincible Rank. Attributes, Strength 60,000. Mana 60,000. Agility 60,000. Endurance 60,000. Constitution 60,000. Skills, Divine Protection Miracle, 10 stars passive. Supreme Force Field, 10 stars passive. Eternal Light, 10 stars passive. Nebula Monster, 10 stars. Natural Explosion, 10 stars. 6 Domains, 10 stars. Living Sacrifice Aura, 10 stars. Destruction Starburst, 10 stars. Incineration Ray Burst, 10 stars. Divine Power, Son of Heaven and Earth, 12 stars. Unquenchable Divine Healing, 12 stars passive. Reversal of Time, 12 stars. Legend of Invincibility, 12 stars. Final Extinction, 12 stars. Current status, 100%. Hack! Is this life force now full? What is the Ancient Demon God? Or is it the legendary invincible level? 60,000 in the 5 dimensions. 5 divine powers? This, looking at the interface in front of him, Ling Yi was surprised and surprised. Before this, the highest attributes he had seen other than him were only over 20,000. And the highest level was only 120. Now the Ancient Demon God in front of him not only had a breakthrough in level attributes, but his skill panel was also unprecedentedly luxurious. 5 divine powers, and 9 10-star skills are even more exaggerated than him. Wait a minute. The divine power possessed by the demon god is free from control, weakening and level suppression. What about this ancient demon god? Is it the same or stronger? In order to get the clues he wanted, he quickly turned on the predictive prompt in his backpack. Then the brain turns rapidly. If you guess the difference between the ancient demon god and the demon god, first of all, you can be sure that there must be a difference between the two, and the former must be more powerful. But I don't think the gap between the two is too big. After all, the highest level is only the God King type. Do you think the ancient demon god's first power is no longer immune to control and weakening, but immune to negative effects? Well, so to speak, the resistance is about the same as mine. Ling Yi frowned slightly, but felt relieved. He is not good at weakening the enemy or adding control to the enemy, so this immune negative effect does not affect his combat very much. However, the silent Brahma bell he just obtained is useless to him. The enemy is so powerful. No wonder the conditions for clearing the level are like that. His invincible holy shield only lasts for 600 seconds every day. During this time, he must quickly record all the opponent's skills, and then study the method of defeating the enemy when he returns. The total number of challenges cannot exceed 3 times, which means that this 18th floor can only be entered 3 times. If he fails to pass the level after entering for the 3rd time, then he will never be able to pass the Supreme Sky ranking. Owner! While he was thinking, the Ice King's voice appeared in his ears. Ling Yi didn't need to look back to know that this guy ran out again. I will always stand by your side. The Ice King took the initiative to grab his hand and smiled at him. When he said this, the Supreme Sun in the distance released another Heaven and Earth Sun. Endless golden light spread out, and only one wave reduced the Ice King's vitality to the last 1%. Okay, you're immune to death. so I'm not too worried. While speaking, Ling Yi quickly checked the vitality of the Supreme Sun. 100%. Huh? Did you reply too quickly, or was there no loss at all? He couldn't be sure of this, so he could only use his real eyes to check each other's skills one by one. Divine Protection Miracle, 10 stars passive. When attacked, there is a chance that the damage will be ignored. The lower the vitality, the higher the probability. Up to 70%. Supreme Force Field, 10 stars passive. You can only receive up to 10 damage in 1 minute. Eternal Flare, 10 stars passive. The target illuminated by its own light will continue to have its spirit reduced, and a layer of flare mark will be superimposed on it every second. When the flare mark is superimposed to 60 layers, it will be immediately targeted. It deals energy damage equal to 60% of its total health, and prevents it from regenerating health for the next 10 seconds. Chapter 487 Return. After reading the first 3 skills, Ling Yi couldn't help but take a breath. Isn't this crusade too difficult? It will only be damaged 10 times in a minute, which means that no matter how fast the attack frequency is, it will be of no use to it, and it can only optimize each attack. However, the opponent has a probability of ignoring the damage caused by the attack, which greatly reduces the effect of elite attacks. The other party is at the legendary invincible level like me, but because the devil has level suppression, its actual level is 1 level higher than mine, and its level and attributes are higher than mine. Just from these, Ling Yi felt a lot of pressure. He frowned and continued to look down. Summon, strengthen, domain, invalidate, strengthen and output, true damage, recovery and consumption reduction, retrospection, invincibility, designated death. After reading all the skills, Ling Yi's brows were already furrowed. 60,000 5-dimensional is actually just the norm. This guy has 3 enhanced skills, and also has invincibility. Monsters with invincible abilities are rare. Now that he appeared in front of this powerful enemy whose rank and attributes were higher than him, even though he was as powerful as Ling Yi, he couldn't help but feel a little powerless at this moment. After copying all the opponent's skills, Ling Yi began to prepare for battle. He turns off the Divine Shield and turns the Guardian Aegis on while the Divine Shield is on. He cannot attack. At this moment, the Supreme Sun used Heaven and Earth Shining Sun several times in succession. The golden halo continued to spread and flash, and the shield value of the Aegis dropped rapidly visibly to the naked eye. Starfall! He opened his arms and mobilized all his magic power. When a huge flaming star suddenly appeared in the starry sky, he added the power of the Red Lotus and 100 points of ancient divine power. In an instant, the flame star burst out with light that seemed to overwhelm the Supreme Sun. At this time, the golden light of the Supreme Sun bloomed. Life Sacrifice Aura, 10 stars, consumes 10% of one's current health, invalidating one use of skills with 10 stars or below. This skill was used, but when Ling Yi looked at its vitality, the latter was still 100%. The reason is its divine power. Unquenchable Divine Healing, 12 stars passive, restore an additional 5% of the maximum vitality every second. The cost of using skills is reduced to 10% of the original value. The Son of Heaven and Earth consumes 50% of life force, which is actually only 5%. It will be full in the next second. The Life Sacrifice Aura only consumes 1% and will be fully restored in the next second. Both of these are Kryptonian skills, and their power is astonishing. Fortunately, when my Flame Star rose to 8 stars, I gained the ability to not be affected by enemy effects. In the starry sky, the Flame Star was not affected by the Life Sacrifice spiritual light and was still falling rapidly. Seeing this, the golden star body of the Supreme Sun burst into bright light again, and then a beam of purple light with a diameter of thousands of kilometers shot out from its golden flame star body. The head of this light pillar is spiral-shaped and looks like it is rotating at high speed. Right now, the skills in front of me are clearly revealed. Destruction Star Explosion, 10 stars, consumes 5% of the current life force to release a destruction ray, causing a large amount of light damage to the hit target. If the target is a solid or energy body, the destructive power will be increased 5 times. After use, it will enter the destruction mode that lasts for 30 seconds, increasing its strength and mana by 10%. During this period, it will cause an additional double damage to solid and energy bodies. Destruction mode cannot be stacked. An attack specifically targeting energy bodies and solid bodies. In Ling Yi's eyes, the purple spiral light beam rushed to the 20 times Great Flame Star. Both sides were majestic energy bodies. and the energy was quickly offset at the moment of contact. As the energies of both sides offset, the flame star continued to fall. In the end, the 20 times big flame star still had more majestic power. Even though it was shrunk by more than half, it still successfully hit the surface of the Supreme Sun. The opponent obviously has such high agility and combat power. Doesn't he dodge? You are very confused about why the Supreme Sun does not dodge. You guess that it may be because it feels that the flame star in front of it with much reduced energy cannot pose a threat to it. Your guess is right. After all, you are one level lower than it. Boom! The flame star fell on the surface of the star that was burned by golden flames, like a ball of flames falling to the ground. It seemed to have no other effect besides scattering in all directions. Take a real look. 100%. Lingy. He made some calculations in his mind and found that after the opponent's destruction star explosion weakened his 20 times great flame star, it only had less than 0.2% damage left on it. Even if it's 200 times the big flame star, that's still less than 10%. TSK. There is still a chance that it will be ignored. It's really troublesome. As he spoke, the golden flames on the Supreme Sun began to boil and roll, and then swept overwhelmingly in his direction. If Lingy guessed correctly, this should be the normal attack of the Supreme Sun. You guessed right. He wanted to dodge, but when he saw the attack range, which was comparable to the size of a blue star, he couldn't help but shake his head and sighed. The attack range of this even A is too big. It's like a fireball the size of a blue star is being projected at a rapid speed, making people feel that all their efforts to escape are in vain. This time Lingy did not activate invincibility, but calmly accepted it. The mutated, guardian body allows him to reduce damage by 90%. When the Ice King is present, he can reduce damage by 50%. The total of both parties is 95%. Even with rank suppression, it cannot cause obvious damage to him. Besides, his life force can be replenished in 1 second. On the evening of August 9th, while Lin Shuru and the others were still chatting in the hall, a white light flashed on the edge of the sofa, and Lingy was teleported back. Because he has cleared the 17th floor, he will also take the path of glory this time. Ha! Congratulations! You have cleared the 17th floor, and only the last one is left. Lin Xiang congratulated with a smile on his face. Lingy nodded lightly, looking a little absent-minded. What's wrong? Lin Shuru asked with a worried look. Is it because of the 18th floor? He sighed and said, Alas! The enemies on the 18th floor are too strong, and I have never defeated them. Lin Shuru and the others looked at each other and then mused. Well, the road to growth may not be smooth sailing. It is normal to have setbacks. None of us players have ever experienced failure when we were growing up, so you don't have to pay too much attention. Yes. Xiao Wanqing on the other side immediately agreed. Seeing this, Xingya, who was setting dinner on the dining table not far away, turned around and smiled gently at him. You are already very good. There is no need to put pressure on yourself. Yes, for you to say that. He must be extremely strong. It's the enemy's problem. Yunji followed Shengya at the end of her words. What is the enemy? Nandongli also asked. Players who are not on the daily list can only see the conditions for clearing each level, but cannot see specific enemy information and actual battle scenes, unless Lingy changes the default setting of his challenge to the Tianbang to public. Well, next time, I will make the challenge public. He thought of Jiuyuan Divine Body. The more people watching, the faster he can collect. Immediately afterwards, he briefly told a few people about the top enemy's information. Chapter 488 Daily Life. What? The legendary invincible ancient demon god. Level 150 with 60,000 full attributes, 9/10 stars and 5 divine powers. Everyone present knew that Lingy could see enemy information. Therefore, they had no doubts about what he said. Then how were you defeated in the end? Nandongli was very curious about this and asked quickly. Lingy spread his hands and said with a smile. The demon god has a divine power called Heaven and Earth Yaoyang. It's so unreasonable. The attack range is so large that it is unavoidable, and it's really hurt. I don't use invincibility or protection. Shield. It can kill me instantly when it explodes. Wow! Several women exclaimed. So in the final analysis, the panel is not enough and the attributes are not high enough. Right? Nandongli said again. Yes. As long as my physical combat power exceeds the opponent's physical combat power by more than 1.1 times, that wave of Heaven and Earth Sun will not kill me in a second. Speaking of this, Ling Yi suddenly remembered something. His eyes lit up. And he said,
Not necessarily. As long as my vitality increases several times. That's okay. Vitality improvement.
You mean?
True God trial?
Yunji quickly thought of it. Yes. Thinking of this thing, Ling Yi's heart that had just dropped suddenly soared again.
Every time you pass one level of the True God trial, your vitality will be doubled. If you clear 7 levels, your vitality will be 128 times higher. With this, the damage done to me by the glory Son of Heaven and Earth will be insignificant.
True damage ignores damage reduction and resistance. But it is not difficult to deal with it as long as you increase your health. Thinking of this, Ling Yi couldn't help but feel the slightest hope of defeating the Supreme Sun.
Ha ha ha. Take your time. I will destroy its powerful methods one by one.
Seeing the confidence appearing on the man's face again, all the women smiled. Lin Shura knelt down beside him and took the initiative to rub his shoulders. Ling Yi turned his head and looked at her. He couldn't help but think of the double-faced emperor that had just been strengthened by the plan today, and subconsciously grinned. When the latter was confused, he stood up and patted her shoulder, stood up and walked into the family space, watching his figure disappear at the door of the second floor. The slim beauty in a translucent white skirt looked at Lin Xian and said,
Auntie, why don't you go back first? We'll be a little busy later.
Lin Xian blinked her beautiful eyes in confusion. After a few seconds, she suddenly said,
Oh,
left a sentence of,
pay attention to your body.
Stood up and left quickly. Snap. Lin Shura clapped her hands, glanced at everyone with her beautiful blue eyes, and laughed softly.
Let's go. You may taste something different today, so be mentally prepared.
With that said, he took the lead and got up and walked into the family space. It's 11:50 at night. Ling Yi rubbed his temples with one hand and rested his hand on the armrest of the sofa to calm the dizziness in his brain.
It was so powerful that I almost didn't escape.
He was the only one in the entire hall at this time. He opened the drawer of the wooden table, took out a small book and a pencil, opened a page at random, and wrote on it 30 times. This multiple stimulates the sensitive area enough to be comfortable enough to cause coma. Under forced retention of consciousness, the mood will be extremely exciting. 40 times. Excited to the point of no memory and no sanity. 50 times. So excited that you are crazy and keep talking nonsense. 60 times. The facial expressions and movements completely collapsed, and saliva flowed out. After writing this, Ling Yi put down the pencil in his hand. He originally wanted to try 100 times the power, but 60 times was no longer enough. So he didn't go any further.
Well, the stronger the strength, the stronger the endurance seems to be. Maybe integrating Lin Ying can test it to a higher level.
It wasn't anything life-threatening, just a little fun between them. While talking, Lin Xian strode in from outside.
Now she is still wearing the same red dress she wore at noon. If she wore a red hood, she would be basically the same as a married bride.
How long have you been out?
She asked.
Just came out. You need to be in control. Don't worry. My yang qi will be full in just one breath. Why did it take so long today?
Lin Xian asked something that surprised Ling Yi. She would never have asked such a question before. But he didn't think much about it and said calmly,
I tried a new thing. They thought it was interesting and wanted to have more fun. And then that was it.
What? Well, Ling Yi looked at Lin Xian seriously. The other person looked calm, as if he didn't realize what kind of question she was asking.
Just some improvement. Feeling.
Oh. Lin Xian nodded, skillfully poured a cup of tea for himself and Ling Yi each, and asked,
What about them? Still taking a rest inside.
After being silent for a while, Lin Xian raised his head, looked directly at Ling Yi and said,
Shuro, why?
Before she could finish her words, a call came from the door of the family space.
Auntie.
Lin Xian and Ling Yi turned their heads and saw Lin Shuru, wearing a white dress and bare white jade feet, standing at the door, looking at them with a smile.
Huh? You recovered faster than I expected.
Ling Yi let out a light sigh. Lin Shuru smiled sweetly, stepped on the warm yellow marble floor tiles, and walked to her lover, opened her arms, and threw herself into his arms. After rubbing her cheek affectionately on his chest for a while, she turned around and sat on his lap. Ling Yi hugged her, but his right hand reached into her skirt from underneath, stroking her delicate and tender belly.
Huh?
Lin Shuru looked up with a slightly blushing face, staring straight at him with her moist blue eyes. You? When Lin Xian mentioned the word, why, just now,
Ling Yi suddenly remembered the information about prying into destiny that he had read before. He lowered his head and kissed her cheek. After thinking about it for a moment, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you pregnant?" Lin Shura hugged him tightly and nodded gently with a smile. "Yes." Ling Yi was a little at a loss for a moment. "Don't be nervous. I don't want to bring any pressure to you," she said softly. "Good." He hugged Lin Shura tightly and subconsciously sketched the future in his mind. "Actually, you don't need to be stressed." Lin Xian on the side looked like he had seen a big scene before. He spread his hands and said, "You are currently the strongest and richest person in the universe. You don't have anything you want." "Yes." "Ha-ha." Ling Yi smiled. "So you can't be so messy in the future," Lin Xian said again. "Okay." Smelling the sweet fragrance of the person in his arms and holding her warm jade body, Ling Yi felt inexplicably calmer. At this time, Lin Shuru in her arms suddenly said softly, 2 months ago, I was just an ordinary player. An ordinary girl who could only be considered good-looking. 2 months later, I am already the top strongman standing in the universe, with a beauty that countless women are jealous of. I'm so happy to meet you and so happy to be with you." She raised her head and looked at Ling Yi lovingly. "I still want to be with you for the rest of my life. We will never be separated." Lin Shura suddenly said such words, which really surprised Ling Yi. For some reason, his heart beat faster. Good. He was not good at words and replied neatly. Yeah. Lin Shura leaned up and kissed his lips very tenderly, as if she had engraved a lifelong agreement. Chapter 489 The worldwide struggle for hegemony begins. After resting quietly in the hall for half an hour, the clock finally reached 0 hour step by step. New day. You get 3 hours of advent time. The Dakian event, Worldwide Hegemony, is officially launched. Players entering the arena from each supercontinent are randomly selected. Ignoring the series of information that followed, such as high-grade night stones and the daily resource income of the supercontinent, Ling Yi focused on the 4 words, Worldwide Hegemony. I want to go to the True God Trial to increase my vitality. And to enter the True God Trial, the God level needs to be at full level. That is to say, a large amount of divine element is needed. The World Hegemony is a large-scale event in the universe. As far as he knows, as long as you perform well, you can obtain a large amount of divine energy in this event. Therefore, he really wanted to participate in this event. Although the World Hegemony is similar to the 100 World Showdown in that players are randomly selected to play, players can still spend guard points to select strong players from all walks of life. Lin Xian seemed to understand what Ling Yi was thinking, and spoke slowly at this time. She opened the World Hegemony interface, and saw that players were still being randomly selected. She added, "There are currently more than 700 supercontinents in the entire universe. This event will be conducted in units of each supercontinent. 1 million players will be randomly selected from the hundreds of realms in each supercontinent to enter the game. On average, each realm will have about 10,000 players." Ling Yi nodded clearly and asked, "What about the reward? What is the reward based on? Defense time?" He had a brief understanding of the activity, but did not record it in detail. The main rewards are divided into 2 parts. One is the overall reward based on the length of defense, and the other is the individual reward based on the number of enemies killed. These rewards are all divine elements. Then the supercontinent with the most total number of enemies killed, and you can also get the additional reward heart of the continent. Lin Xian said unhurriedly. Oh. Then I understand. I just need to kill when I go in. Yes. After a while, a message popped up in front of several people. Randomly completed. The event begins. As expected, none of the 3 people in the hall were selected. Open the activity interface, and the initial perspective is naturally the screen where the Panga supercontinent crystal is located. In the endless yellow land, a sky-blue diamond-shaped crystal suspended 10 meters in the air and about 100 meters high was located in the center of the picture. Zooming out, you can clearly see that this is a vast valley. There are only 3 winding canyons leading here, each of which is about 1,000 meters wide. The mountains are vast. The peaks are steep. The shades are green. And the birds and animals are flying. This map is quite simple, and even has some primitive flavor, Ling Yi commented. Yes, Lin Shuru agreed. The 3 of them continued to look at the interface in front of them, but they saw that the players who entered seemed to have suddenly received some information, and each of them looked surprised. After Ling Yi zoomed in, the sound in the picture also came out. What? Can you summon a player for free before starting? How come I've never seen it before? A new feature suddenly appeared? Has the activity been completed? Why is there no news at all? No. 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 There must be something fishy in this. Something must have happened between the last worldwide battle for hegemony and this time's worldwide battle for hegemony. Ling Yi is the only one who has defied the heavens recently. There is only the last level left on the heavenly list.
Listening to their discussion, Lin Xian's beautiful eyes lit up. She looked at Ling Yi and said happily,
"Huh? It sounds like they can choose one person to play now. You are very promising." "No. The players in Panga's supercontinent will definitely choose you." "Ha. That's for sure."
Ling Yi is very confident about this. Lin Xian nodded.
Uh-huh.
Then frowned and said doubtfully,
"There was no such thing in the previous world hegemony. It suddenly appeared this time. Although I don't know why. But in the future, a similar situation may occur at the Dakian event. The variables are huge."
Lin Shura raised her head and smiled sweetly at him.
"That's great. The sooner you enter, the more rewards you can get. Now that this function suddenly appears, it's like a divine path. I hope you can get through the 18th floor quickly."
"Is also helping you."
"Ah. Ha. Maybe." Ling Yi didn't pay much attention, because at this time a line of information appeared in front of him.
"Worldwide hegemony, you have been chosen. Will you come?"
"I was chosen. Am I leaving?" "Yeah."
Lin Shura nodded vigorously. The next moment, after Ling Yi agreed, his figure was taken away from this place by a beam of light shooting from the void. Seeing this scene, Lin Shura breathed a long sigh of relief, leaned over, and lay down on the sofa.
"Are you tired?"
Lin Xian asked with concern.
"Not tired. Just a little sleepy." "Then go to sleep." "No. I want to watch him."
With that said, Lin Shura locked her sight on Ling Yi, who had just entered Pangaea's supercontinent crystal edge, when a beam of flaming sun-like light shot down from the sky and hit the land beside the crystal. The surrounding players all showed excited expressions after being stunned for a moment.
Coming! Coming! The most powerful man in the universe is about to appear. Ling Yi is coming! Ha. We belong to the same supercontinent as Blue Star. We are so lucky! Yes!
As expected, when the red flame light dissipated, the humanoid figure inside was none other than Ling Yi. When he opened his eyes and glanced in all directions, the surrounding players excitedly shouted,
"Boss Ling Yi! Big boss!"
Facing the enthusiastic players, Ling Yi smiled as expected and nodded slightly to everyone. Immediately afterwards, he raised his foot and stepped forward, and his figure disappeared here instantly. No one could see where he went.
"The boss must have gone to the central square,"
someone speculated.
"No need to guess. This is almost certain. The last time the devil came to the world, he also ran to block the door. And it must be the same this time. I think we can sleep here. Monsters can't come here."
Ha. As everyone expected, Ling Yi did arrive at the central square. He had briefly understood the activity of world hegemony before. The monsters appear from the central square in the middle, then pass through the portals on the edge of the square, enter the crystal valleys where each supercontinent is located, and then pour into the crystal valley through those 3 valleys. Therefore, the operation of
blocking the door
can be realized as long as it is near the teleportation door. It was only because Ling Yi wanted to kill more monsters that he came to this square.
It's not enough to just kill the monsters pouring into our portal. It would be best if we could also kill the monsters pouring into other portals.
This kind of operation has actually been done in previous worldwide hegemony competitions, so it is indeed feasible. In the middle of the central square is a huge black hole. As far as Ling Yi knows, all monsters come out of here. Surrounding the black hole, there are 8 huge dark towers about 100 meters high. There is a dark purple energy ball suspended on the top of the tower. This is the Tower of Destruction, which will automatically attack nearby players. Chapter 490 Central Square. The rail, I looked at one of the towers. Destruction Tower automatically launches a sure-hit destruction bomb to attack enemy units within a radius of 100 kilometers, ignoring rank. Attack, 1 million mana combat power. Defense, 1 million physical combat power. Attack speed, 5 bombs/second.
Wow! 1 million is not low.
Ling Yi's current physical strength is about 2.76 million. If he is hit by one of the bullets, even if the guardian body reduces the damage by 90%, he will still suffer about 0.27% of the damage. 5 pills per second, surpassing him by 1% in 1 second.
If multiple towers attack at the same time, the damage will be increased several times. Of course, because his recovery ability is incredible. These towers of destruction actually have little impact on him. I'm fine, but most God Kings can't bear it. He turned his head and looked into the distance. Through the perception of Wind God's Call, he clearly sensed that there was a powerful fighting force in the distance. The winds told him that they were other God Kings. Swish, swish, swish. Ling Yi discovered that even them. They naturally discovered him. One by one, they flashed around him. Ha ha ha. Ling Yi! I knew you would come here, Xian Jintian said directly. Originally, he habitually wanted to call the other party little brother or something like that. But he stopped when he thought of the other party's current strength and status. What are your plans? Mubai, the God King of the Natural God sect, crossed his arms and asked him calmly. In the upper right corner of everyone's interface, there is a countdown. 9, 8. When the countdown ends, monsters will begin to appear in the black hole. I want more Shinsu. Ling Yi turned his gaze to the black hole far away in the horizon and spoke concisely. Several God Kings looked at each other with unsurprising expressions. Okay, let's do it according to our abilities. Yan Yu, who had a bun and wore a green cheongsam, took a step forward and said bluntly. Ling Yi glanced at her, smiled lightly and nodded. After a few seconds, when the countdown ended and the first wave of monsters began to fly out of the black hole, several God Kings nearby launched their own methods. The stars are falling! The first one to stand up was Kek. He mobilized all his magic power and used his skill with the largest attack range. In the next second, a dark blue energy meteorite with a diameter of nearly 200 kilometers suddenly appeared in the blue sky and accelerated towards the ground. Oh, it's a bit similar to my Yenqing, Ling Yi thought to himself. The earth is woody. Mubai was the second to step forward. He opened his arms and summoned a large number of trees around the black hole. Earthwood 10 stars expand a deadwood barrier in the designated area, continuously causing moderate wood attribute damage to enemies within the barrier and poisoning them, causing them to receive additional trace poison attribute damage every second. You cannot act while the skill is continuously casting. After a little sense, the range is only about 170 kilometers. Hell's fire! Li Mingxian quickly rushed to the ground and slapped the ground with one hand. Almost at the same moment, a black line swept into the distance at the speed of light. That was difficult to see clearly, and rapidly expanded under the black hole in the distance, forming a black circle with a diameter of more than 100 kilometers. The next second, an extremely thick red flame spurted out from the black circle, impacting and burning the monsters that had just emerged. Ling Yi looked at the attack range of this skill and found that it did not exceed 200 kilometers. It seems that even for the God King, one skill can reach 1 or 200 kilometers. While he was pondering, the melee-type Xian Jintian took out the magma dagger, transformed into a rainbow, and flew towards the pile of monsters. His body rotated at high speed to form a magma storm, attacking the surrounding monsters. Although the killing range is far inferior to the skills used by the first 3 God Kings, the power is obviously higher, and a large number of monsters are killed in a row. At the same time, Yin Yu was not to be outdone. She took out a silver long bow and shot an arrow into the sky. The arrow flew thousands of meters into the air, as if it had penetrated an invisible barrier, and the blue sky shattered like a mirror, followed by countless light arrows like a dense rainstorm, swooping down at extremely fast speeds. Whistle, rustle, rustle. Ling Yi took his time to watch these 5 God Kings launch attacks, and had a more intuitive understanding of their level. Yes, it is indeed the top combat power in the universe. He nodded slightly, raised the sky with one hand, and pulled it down. The next moment, an extremely huge flame star suddenly appeared in the sky tens of thousands of meters away. The diameter of about 3,000 kilometers is far larger than the combined range of the skills of the 5 God Kings. Wow! This was the first time Yin Yu saw Yenqing live, and she couldn't help but let out an exclamation. This is too big! Not only is it big, but its power is also astonishing. Kek blocked the bright light of the flame star with his arm, and said with narrowed eyes. Indeed, even at our level, we can feel danger. Mubai frowned and suddenly turned to Ling Yi and asked, Are you planning to kill us too? Ling Yi was stunned, shook his head and said, No, but we are not teammates, and your attacks can also cause damage to us. There's no way you can't stop it. Mubai shut his mouth tightly and turned his gaze to Kike beside him. Keck laughed twice, and put a shield on Mubai, who was casting a spell, and couldn't move. So sweet. These 5 God Kings. I feel that their relationship with Ling Yi will get better and better. During the viewing room, the players' attention was mainly focused on Ling Yi in the central square. Seeing these people chatting, the players felt inexplicably calmer. It wasn't like this before. It feels like Ling Yi's personal charm convinced them. Otherwise, it would be rare to see the 5 God Kings communicating peacefully together. Alas, the God King on our player front is a bit aloof. Otherwise, I would also like to get along with him. Ling Yi's influence is really growing. Our current children are beginning to regard him as their idol. Time flew by as the players chatted happily. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours passed. Ling Yi, who didn't know how many monsters he had killed, turned his head and asked several God Kings. If I remember correctly, in the last world hegemony, we blocked more than 100 waves in total. Right. Yes. Keck nodded and added. Wave 123. The attributes of every monster at that time were so high that even our level of strength couldn't defend against them. Currently, there is no upper limit on the number of waves in world hegemony. The monsters in each wave will become more and more abnormal until players can no longer stop them. Of course, the harvest is also rich. Millions of divine elements. Then your divine positions are full. What are you going to do with the extra divine elements? Excess divine essence can be converted into experience. And then the experience can be used to exchange attribute functions for free attribute points. Yin Yu explained. Oh. While Ling Yi nodded, Li Mingxian, who had gray hair and a pale face, looked at the black hole in the distance and frowned. It's about 110 waves now. We may have to go back to defend. The monsters were already so strong that even a few attacks of skills were difficult to deal with. And they had no energy to care about the monsters running in other directions. Several God Kings discussed briefly, and decided to go back to defend themselves. But before leaving, Yin Yu still gave Ling Yi one more reminder. By the way, besides us, there may be other players with the power of God Kings in the universe. You also have to pay attention to your crystal. During the previous defense, Old Man Kai was still outside killing monsters, and the crystals in the valley were confiscated by someone. It is said to be a mysterious group with powerful strength. Oh? Ling Yi was stunned for a moment, then looked at Yin Yu in front of him with a strange expression, and said with a smile, What you said is like there is a dark force hidden in the dark. Hearing this, Yin Yu raised her slender eyebrows and asked, Is it possible that there has never been a dark organization composed of evil players on your planet before? Yes, I have. Then there must be some in the universe. Are you vulnerable to your 7 major forces? This is certainly the case in terms of total number, but they are walking in the dark and difficult to guard against. At this point, Yin Yu stretched out her little hand and patted Ling Yi's shoulder, and said like a big sister, Anyway, you should pay more attention to Ling Yi's death. After several God Kings left, Ling Yi continued to throw the flame star with a long-lasting divine power, while lowering his head and pondering. Chapter 491 Ancestral Gem Strengthening. There really don't seem to be any strong people in the valley of our Panga supercontinent. As soon as the thought emerged in my mind, the Ice King's voice came to my mind. Master, how about I go back with the Butterfly Immortal and the White Tiger King? Okay. Everyone knew that the Ice Emperor was in his body, so there was no problem in letting her go back. As for the other 2 summoned beasts, they will appear in front of the world sooner or later. So it is okay to appear now. Soon, the Ice King in an ice crystal blue dress, the 100-meter tall White Tiger King, and the Butterfly Fairy, who was only 10 centimeters in size, appeared next to Ling Yi. After saying goodbye to Ling Yi, Ice King flew away in the direction of the portal with the other 2 summoned beasts. After watching them leave, Ling Yi turned his head, looked at the black hole in front of him where monsters appeared continuously, and grinned. Then come again. He pulled the flame star again and added a certain amount of long-lasting factors to increase the power of the flame star. And he praises you for being handsome and powerful. And your longevity factor +1. Oh, Houchin is surprised that you are more handsome than him. Long-lasting factor +1. Fianina admires you even more. Long-lasting factor +1. Fortunately, there were a large number of players watching the battle, so Ling Yi's long-lasting factor was fully restored within a short time. In addition to activating Starfall, he also condensed a huge storm here and continued to attack the surrounding monsters. Speaking of which, today's plan store should also be updated, while maintaining a posture of continuous attack. He opened the plan store. Ancestral Gem Strengthening Plan can transport divine elements. Price, 1,000 mutation points. Oh! As soon as he saw this plan, Ling Yi's eyes lit up for a moment. His ancestral gem could originally deliver experience or gold coins to the imprinted object, and then he would receive double the amount in return. Now that there are more divine elements, with double gold coins, he will be able to wash all the divine elements he has obtained in this way. 100 divine elements can turn into 800 divine elements. Okay. I will be able to get a lot of divine essence when this event is over. This wave of enhancements is really timely. Ling Yi was excited and worked even harder to kill the monsters. Huh? What is that? The Ice Master and Ling Yi has appeared. Wow. It's been so long since I last saw her. There are two other ones. Are they summoned beasts? Obviously. The other two should be the summoned beasts of the Ice Master. Otherwise, unless Ling Yi has the summoning god status, it is impossible to be so far away from him. Seeing the Ice King, White Tiger King and Butterfly Immortal appear and fly away from Ling Yi, the players watching the battle were confused. Different voices competed with each other, making the viewing room busy again. And at this time, the Ice Queen, who has attracted the attention of many outside players, is standing on the head of the White Tiger King. She looks down at the huge blue crystal and feels a little relieved. Fortunately, it's still there. The little butterfly fairy was sitting on her shoulder. Hearing this, he smiled and stretched out his charming little hand to touch her cheek. Don't worry. Now that we are here, this crystal is absolutely safe. There was a large amount of white mist floating around the White Tiger King. The Ice King thought that the white mist could at least block his sight. So he lowered his head and said to it at his feet, Tiger King, let's go down. The closer we are to the crystal, the better the protection will be. The former also strongly agreed and flew to the sky above the crystal without any hesitation. The white mist around him slowly faded, covering the crystal. At this time, the players on the scene, who didn't know what was going on, looked at each other in confusion. That is a huge white tiger? If it weren't for the woman on top, I would have thought it was a monster. That woman looks familiar, as if I've seen her before somewhere. Isn't that the ice expert next to Mr. Ling Yi? Oh. Yes. I remembered. Information is transmitted among players very quickly. When one person remembers it, almost everyone has remembered it. Knowing that the woman was someone close to Boss Ling Yi, everyone's attitude quickly changed. One by one, the confusion, suspicion, and nervousness turned into relaxed smiles. Of course, there are some players who are suspicious by nature, but boldly step forward to attack the White Tiger King. When they discovered the existence of teammate protection, these people were completely relieved. Having teammates to protect you means you are teammates. They will not pose a threat to the crystal. When these people told the news to others around them, the White Tiger King opened his eyes slightly and glanced at these people, then slowly closed them. It doesn't bother to pay attention to these weaklings. Distance. Baiyu, a girl with rabbit ears, and Hu Man, a beauty from the Sky Fox tribe, stood side by side. They looked up at the giant tiger that seemed to stand in the clouds, with different expressions in their beautiful eyes. Sure enough, the people around the boss are also strong. Baiyu's delicate pink eyes were full of curiosity. How do you know she is strong? Hu Man knocked on Baiyu's head and twitched his slender eyebrows. I can feel that the white tiger is very powerful. That woman is probably a powerful person at the level of a god king. What? Real or fake? Baiyu was shocked. There are only a few strong players of this level among the billions of players in the entire universe. They can't appear so easily. In short, the pressure on me is no less than Kek. Wow. Baiyu knew that Hu Man had the rare skill of judging the enemy's strength based on pressure, so he had no doubts about her judgment. Boom! At this moment, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the distance. Baiyu and others quickly looked in the direction of the sound, and saw a dozen players wearing black iron ghost masks flying towards them from a distance. The sound just now was caused by one of them attacking the players on the ground. Before Baiyu could react, she saw these people flying into the white mist area. Those are... Roar! A tiger roar came from the white fog area, and the white fog that gradually spread disappeared with this roar. Several figures were knocked away at a faster speed, and hit the loose earth with several bangs in succession. Only then did a player fly from the distant portal. He held a loudspeaker in his hand and shouted while flying. Attention! Everyone! Those who wear evil ghost masks are bad elements. They have just attacked crystals in more than a dozen places. They are the targets that must be destroyed. Compared with other activities, World Hegemony has a unique feature. That is, players inside cannot receive information from outside players. Therefore, we really don't know what is going on over there at each crystal unless someone goes there. Now after hearing what this guy said, the players present reacted and rushed toward the players, who were shot down one by one. Cursing. 7-star technique. Meteor slash. 8-star technique. Annihilate energy waves. Tiger Dragon. Bite him. Chapter 492 150 waves. Activity ends. Players swarmed forward. And some of these ghost-faced masked men were killed on the spot, while others relied on their powerful strength to fight back and kill everyone. Among them, a yellow-haired man wearing a silver cloak stood out. He dashed left and right in the crowd, as if he were in a deserted place. There were constant light spots wherever he went, and he could kill hundreds of people per second on average. So strong! Who is that? Someone in the crowd asked in surprise, but no one gave him an answer. After witnessing the tyrannical strength of the yellow-haired man, the surrounding players gradually no longer dared to step forward until a man with horns pushed aside the crowd and came out. Wow! It's the awesome Mako! A super strong man who has cultivated to the full level of the Axe God. Although he didn't succeed in becoming the Alliance Elder of the Alliance of 10,000 races, he is definitely one of the top 1,000 among the hundreds of millions of players. Yes, he is definitely a top-level expert. While the players were discussing, an awesome man named Ake held a bronze axe, stamped on the ground and rushed away. The step left a hole hundreds of meters deep in the ground. Sieve! Boom! However, as soon as they met each other, everyone saw that Ake could fly backwards at a faster speed, creating a blank straight line in the crowd. Many people didn't even see clearly what had just happened. What? What just happened? So fast! Is Akko being knocked away now? Who is the yellow-haired man? His strength is very close to that of the God King. When the crowd was in commotion, the yellow-haired man snorted disdainfully, passing through the crowd and casting his gaze on the huge white tiger in the distance. Which supercontinent is this from? He's obviously not a God King, but he still has such strength. The yellow-haired man's name was Ai Lu. He looked up at the white tiger and then at the crystal under the white tiger, with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. However, these hesitations soon turned into determination. He no longer paid attention to the players around him, and turned into a ray of yellow lightning, flying towards the crystal in the space. However, a flash of cold blue light was faster than him. Before he could get close to the crystal, a light flashed above the white tiger king's head, and then a beam of blue light shot down at high speed, hitting him while he was still flying at high speed in the air. In an instant, the yellow lightning transformed into a man's figure again. At this moment, he opened his mouth wide in surprise, and was speechless as he looked at the blue ice thorn inserted into his chest in front of him. Just as he was about to activate his skills to escape, he was shocked to find that he had been silenced. What? Oops. Ai Lu felt bad, but from the moment he attacked again, his fate was doomed. A strong pain came from his stomach. When he looked down, he saw a bright and beautiful ice blue flower piercing his body and blooming from his body. Ah! The pain he had not experienced in decades caused him to fall to the ground, unable to distract himself from anything else. At this time, densely packed ice cones fell from the sky like a dense shower. Before they hit the ground, each one seemed to be attracted by Ai Lu and shot towards him. After a while, the man who had just been killing people among the players turned into a ball of white light and scattered in the wind. On the head of the white tiger king, the Ice King looked at the white light with an indifferent expression, and there was no joy or pride in his pure white eyes, as if he had just killed a little fly. The butterfly immortal sitting on her shoulder swung his legs happily and said with a smile, "The yellow-haired man is quite strong. If I hadn't temporarily enhanced your strength, the meteor throw just now wouldn't have been so easy to hit. Thanks." The Ice King turned his head and looked at the elf on his shoulder, remembering that his master had said before that the butterfly fairy was an auxiliary summoned beast. Just now, she was really strengthened by the other party, and the intensity of the strengthening really opened her eyes. "Your enhancement is very powerful. You should be by your master's side." Having said this, the Ice King turned his head, glanced at the players around him, and said, "The Tiger King and I are enough to deal with the invading enemies. We are not afraid even if the God King comes." Dacian shrugged. "I know, but it is the master's wish to let me come." The Ice Emperor pursed his lips and said no more. She cast her gaze in the direction of the portal, where her master was. Whether the world's hegemony has infinite waves or is limited, this question finally got the answer today. When the 150th wave of monsters appeared, all players who entered the game received a message. Worldwide hegemony. The last wave of monsters is coming. Please be prepared. The last wave! Oh my god! Wow! I haven't seen a single monster here so far. Is this the last wave? Boss Lingy is so awesome. He really blocked all the monsters in the central square. Hack! Hack! I really won this time. Big Brother Beer. The news about Lingy blocking the door is actually not a secret. Players from their respective supercontinents will inevitably come to the central square to check when they see that no monster has appeared. In this way, it is natural to know that the most powerful man in the universe is there. The other end. Lingy scanned these newly appeared monsters with his real eyes and nodded slightly. Three-headed demonic lion, LV100. Type, elite monster. Rank, invincible. Attributes, strength 12,000. Mana 4,500. Agility 7,500. Endurance 4,500. Constitution 7,500. Skill. Current status, 100%, 150 levels of enhancement. This level of enhancement is really huge. The attributes of an elite monster are even more exaggerated than that of the Demon King. At this moment, there were thousands of such three-headed demon lions in front of him. Fortunately, they were all only at the invincible level. Lingy could deal 10 times more damage to them. With a 10 times more powerful big flame star, he could kill them very quickly. You killed 3 demon lions. The number of enemies killed +1. You killed 3 demon lions. The number of enemies killed +1. When the last flame star fell and killed the last 3 demon lions, Lingy's eyes were still on the black hole. Generally speaking, there should be extra strong enemies in the last level. The destruction towers around the black hole had all been destroyed by the falling flame stars. And now there is no danger from the black hole. As soon as he finished speaking, the black hole in front of him slowly expanded and accelerated into the sky. When it rose to an altitude of several hundred meters, a blood-red spherical light point suddenly appeared in the black hole. In just 1 second, this light point grew from the size of a fist to hundreds of meters in diameter. It looks like a blood-red eyeball, which looks a little scary. Lingy frowned slightly, and the yang energy all over his body was released from the body, and gathered in his right hand bit by bit, causing golden thunder to flash in his right hand. The thunder spread everywhere in the space, and chirped, 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 like 1,000 birds. A dense roaring sound. I thought there was going to be another battle. But unexpectedly the black hole in front of me closed up and down at this moment, flattened into a black line and then disappeared, as if it was not there to fight at all. Congratulations on successfully completing the level. Although he didn't know what was going on in the black hole just now. Lingy's goal was just to clear the level. Now that it was completed, he felt relieved. Canceling the sparks and lightning in his hand, Lingy quickly exited the fighting state. Then the reward comes next. As he spoke, a beam of white light fell from the sky and took him away from the stage. Chapter 493, New Xinchuan's Martial Refining Explosive Qi. Congratulations on killing a total of 11,266,548 monsters in this worldwide hegemony. You have obtained 11,266,548 divine elements. Double gold coins. Shinsu plus 11,266,548. You rank first in the number of kills and receive an additional reward, Heart of the Continent, Blessings and Blessings optional package ×1. Cumulative number of successful guard waves, 150. Additional reward, 300,000 divine elements. Double gold coins. Shinsu plus 300,000. A series of reward messages appeared in front of Lingy. Before I knew it, I had killed more than 10 million of them. He just frequently pulled the flame star and drove the wind element to attack. Some monsters managed to survive and leave, and he didn't bother to chase them. Therefore, he could only say that he had killed 7 or 8. But not every one, counting the previous ones. He currently has a total of approximately 24 million divine elements. He took out the ancestral gem and turned his head to look at Lin Shuru beside him. The two of them only looked at each other, and the latter understood what he meant instantly, like a roundworm in his heart, and took the initiative to reach out and hold his fingers, squeezing the ancestor gem into the palms of their hands. Immediately afterwards, Lingy activated the effect of ancestral gem and transferred all his divine energy to the opponent. Ancestral gem, you receive 48,016,722 divine elements in return. Double gold coins. Shinsu plus 48,016,722. Okay. Okay. Looking at his current divine energy, it has climbed to 96.02 million. Looking at this number, Lingy couldn't help but frown and thought, I wonder if reaching 100 million will trigger any announcements. Should I use it now, or save it to 100 million first? Faced with this problem, he fell into a brief tangle. Beside her, Lin Shura heard his words and helped analyze. Your purpose is to defeat the Supreme Sun. If you use it now, raise the divine level to the full level and add the true God trial. Can you defeat it? Well, it's probably not possible, because that guy also has skills targeting vitality and an extremely buggy invincibility. Then you are not in a hurry to ascend to the divine position. You can save it first. Anyway, there are only a few million divine elements. If you say it, it won't take long. Lingy touched his chin and pondered for a moment, then finally compromised and said, Yeah, but I want to turn on the true God trial function first and level up the God of Martial Arts first. And we'll talk about the rest later. Okay. Lin Shuru agreed very much. Before upgrading the divine status, Lingy also handed the Heart of the Continent in his backpack to Lin Xian, who was here, saying, This is the Heart of the Continent. Go and bring the supercontinent where the Nether Clan is located to join us. Connect. Good. Lin Xian is one of the 5 seats in the Blue Star Alliance, so it is reasonable to do this kind of thing. After she left, Lingy began to upgrade his divine status. Shinsu 10 million. God of Martial Arts LV 19 LV 20. Congratulations on raising God of Martial Arts to the full level. You have obtained the divine power, Martial Arts Explosion, Quick Synthesis Formula. Tip. You have obtained the 10-star skill, Soul Explosion. Tip. You can now conduct the True God Trial. Ling Yi's body surface emitted a faint glow, which gradually faded away after a moment. He opened his backpack and looked at the so-called Rapid Synthesis Formula. Martial Arts Explosive Chi Rapid Synthesis Formula. Only players with the God of Martial Arts level can use it. If you already have the skill, Divine Soul Explosion, you can spend 100,000 gold coins to combine this formula with Divine Soul Explosion into a 12-star divine power. Martial Arts Explosion. Good. He tried to simulate the mutation of this thing, and found that there was only one option to reduce the amount of money. I simply gave up, and started using it directly. You have obtained the 12-star divine power, Martial Explosive Energy. Open it quickly and take a look. Martial Arts Explosion, 12 stars unique after use. It enters the explosion state, increasing strength and physique by 50%. It can also increase the power of the current physical attack by consuming a specified percentage of physical strength. Each time 1% is consumed, physical strength can be increased by 5%. While in this state, a certain amount of life force is consumed every second. Each god has a unique skill, which requires a specific god to learn. For example, this martial arts explosion. If you don't have the God of Martial Arts status, you won't be able to learn this skill even if you get it. He had actually seen the 12-star skill in front of him before when he fought Yushin. And now, he finally had a chance to mutate it. There was no hesitation at the moment, and he directly carried out the mutation. Are you sure to mutate the martial arts explosion? 66 mutation points will be consumed. Sure. The next moment, the skill in the backpack began to blur. When it returned to clarity after a few seconds, Lingy clicked it again. There are only 2 changes. 50% 100%. 5% 10%. Okay. Pretty much as expected. Without any delay, he quickly learned this new theocracy. Congratulations on successfully acquiring the 12-star skill, Martial Arts Explosion. Star position -12. Remaining, 31. At this time, Lingy also opened various panels, and looked at his current resources for the first time in a long time. Remaining gold coins, almost equals 56.5 billion. Remaining divine element, almost equals 86.02 million. Remaining mutation points, almost equals 1.07 million. Experience pool experience, almost equals 5.8 million. Immediately afterwards, he opened his personal panel, and finally took a look at the current 5-dimensional. Strength 17,528. Mana 23,756. Agility 23,459. Endurance 12,688. And Constitution 21832. When he upgraded the God of Martial Arts, he was given another 100 free attribute points. He took out the other 100 that had not been used before, and added them to the mana. Well, my stamina is still a bit low.
Ling Yi still remembered that there was an S-level prop, endurance dice, in his backpack. He used to use it frequently when dealing with the Demon King. Unexpectedly, now that he is powerful, the demand for this thing has increased again.
But the endurance dice can no longer keep up with me now. I hope the plan can be strengthened someday in the future.
After saying something hopeful, Ling Yi shook his head and formally focused on the newly opened function. True God Trial.
Don't you want to take a break? You've just come back from the event.
Lin Shuru, who was beside her, noticed Ling Yi's thoughts and immediately opened her beautiful blue eyes in concern. Well, Ling Yi looked at the night view outside the window and saw that it was getting late. So he nodded and said,
Okay, let's go and rest.
After saying that, he stood up and walked into the family space head-on. Lin Shuru also stood up and followed him closely like a docile daughter-in-law. Just when she entered the family space, she deliberately turned back and glanced at the women present. Early morning, when the sun shone among the colorful flowers, and in the front yard where birds were singing and the flowers were fragrant, Lin Shuru, who was wearing a thin white skirt and her bare white jade feet, walked to the wooden chair, looking at the man sitting on a wooden chair basking in the sun. She smiled sweetly, put the watering can aside, turned around and sat down gracefully, next to the man.
What are you thinking about? So lost in thought? Oh, I'm choosing blessing and blessing.
After the worldwide hegemony ended in the early morning, he also received the blessing and blessing optional package. He had just carried out a mutation simulation on this thing. Optional package of blessings and blessings. You can choose a permanent blessing and blessing. Chapter 494, Blessing the Alliance Flag and Entering the Trial. The blessings and blessings given to the supercontinent have a duration. It can be as short as a few days or as long as a few months. Now it has mutated into a permanent blessing, which is a good thing that makes people worry-free.
What happened? Well, just wish me life.
The scope of the supercontinent's blessings is huge, including all human beings in all realms on this supercontinent, whether it's a player or an ordinary person. Therefore, a blessing and blessing that can help everyone is the best. So after hesitating for a long time, Ling Yi finally chose such a blessing. Blessing of life, supercontinent blessing, gives huge vitality to all humans on this supercontinent. Simple effects often contain powerful performance. Ling Yi knew this truth, but he really didn't understand it.
Forget it. That's it.
After confirming his choice, a beam of forest green fluorescence burst out from his body and disappeared into the distant sky. Tip: the Panga supercontinent you are in has received the blessing and blessing, life blessing. Tip: your vitality has increased. As soon as he saw the words vitality, Ling Yi thought of the True God trial. Just when he was about to click on the details to view, Lin Xian's figure appeared beside him quietly like a ghost.
Don't you make any sound when you walk?
The young man complained speechlessly.
The five of us were just discussing an issue.
What?
An ancient monument.
Lin Xian sat down on the other side of Ling Yi and sighed slightly.
After the world hegemony is over, we all know that you will receive blessings and blessings. And this thing is somewhat similar to the ancient monument. So we naturally thought of it. In the Alliance, there is something called the Alliance Flag,
which could expand the influence of the ancient monument to the entire Alliance. We were just discussing whether there is anything similar like this in the conjoint structure.
Recently, Ling Yi has activated ancient lighting every week and entered ancient ruins to obtain ancient tablets. Nowadays, in addition to the 3 legendary ancient monuments on Blue Star, there are also many outstanding ancient monuments. Pure Domain Monument, Pure Heart Monument, Super Recovery Monument, Positive Monument, Cleansing Monument, Six Senses Monument.
Oh, what then? If there are, we can provide some benefits to the star realms that join our joint structure and increase the attractiveness of our joint structure.
Lin Xian rested his hands on the edge of the wooden chair, swinging his legs happily like a little girl, and said with a smile,
We have already thought about it. And there is no need to share the effects of the legendary ancient steel. Just some of the rarer steel. Just go out. Such as the Pure Realm Monument and the Pure Heart Monument. That's fine.
Ling Yi thought that regardless of whether there was a flag corresponding to the joint structure or not, if he was allowed to obtain the Alliance flag and then mutate it, he would not be able to include the
joint structure. Do you have the Confederate flag? Yeah, there is. Give me one. Okay.
Although he didn't know what Ling Yi wanted, Lin Xian still asked the warehouse manager of the joint structure for this prop. As soon as the former took it, he immediately looked at it with his real eyes. Alliance flag, if you place it in one place, the effect of the ancient monument within a radius of 10 meters will spread to the entire Alliance. System. Mutation simulation. After a while, 2 results emerged. Simulation 1. Kilometer radius. Simulation 2. Spread to the entire Alliance or the entire consortium. Without hesitation, he directly chose Simulation 2. The name of Simulation 2's flag changed to All Union Flag. When Lingyi handed it to Lin Xian, the latter looked confused. There is such a thing here. By the way, don't you have it yourself? Lingyi smiled, waved his hand and said, Go ahead and arrange the positions of those ancient monuments. Except for the 3 major ancient monuments. It doesn't matter if you share the other ancient monuments. All right. Lin Xian responded twice and left the place in a hurry. After she left, Lin Shura stood beside her without any warning. Lingyi looked at her affectionate expression and blushing face, and knew that she had entered an active state again. He didn't stop her at the moment, and while letting her act, he opened the True God Trial interface to check the details. True God Trial, it can be opened when the player's God level is at full level, divided into 1 to 7 levels from low to high. Annihilate all the enemies in each realm to clear the realm. Each time you pass a realm, the conversion of physical fitness into vitality can be doubled. There is 1 challenge opportunity every day. If the challenge fails, you will not be able to challenge again for 7 times cumulative number of failed challenges days. Each challenge requires the consumption of accumulated number of challenges times 10,000 gold coins. When challenging each realm for the first time, you can invite up to 2 players whose level is lower than yours to assist in the battle. Players who have reached the full level of the God realm cannot receive invitations. Obviously, this is a trial with obvious challenges and costs. The more failures there are, the greater the cost. There is 1 challenge opportunity every day, so it will take at least 7 days to complete them all. He stroked Lin Shura's flowing brown hair in front of him, thinking about the future in his mind. At this time, Xiao Wanqing, still wearing the same black gauze as before, walked out of the family space. When she saw Lin Shura's actions, she seemed not surprised at all. Her snow-white feet tied with a delicate black bow stepped on the air, and she came to Lingyi step by step. Fast and slow, she put her hands on his neck, raised her head, and offered him her lips. A moment later, when Xiao Wanqing poked her head into the crook of his neck, Lingyi sighed sadly. The time for you to take the initiative is getting closer and closer. By the way, don't you want to change your clothes? Xiao Wanqing raised her head and rolled her eyes at him, and said coquettishly, There are many identical clothes. Oh. In fact, Lingyi had already guessed it, and he just couldn't help complaining at the moment. Current location: the frozen earth in the first stage of the True God Trial. Challenge countdown: 10, 9. Endless ice covers the surface, and the earth and the blue sky are the same color. Standing on this extremely silent ice ground, Lingyi glanced around and marveled. I thought I would face overwhelming monsters as soon as I entered. Now it seems that this trial is an elite one. Behind him, Lin Shura and Xiao Wanqing, 1 white and 1 black, stood on either side of him, one on the right and the other on the left. After it was over, both of them had a period of reluctance that needed to be appeased. So Lingyi simply brought them in. He looked back and saw the 2 of them looking at him lovingly, and said with a smile, You will also have to undergo the True God Trial in the future. Now look at my strategy, and you will be better able to fight later. And after merging with Lin Ying, you will have the same mind, and the other people will be able to understand it more clearly. The 2 nodded heavily. Chapter 495: Clearing a Level. But having said that, we need to wipe out all the monsters here. Lingyi turned around and glanced around. He didn't see a single monster in his sight. The monsters in the True God Trial will not come to the player on their own initiative. Players need to find and kill all the monsters themselves. Lin Shura looked away from her lover and said leisurely, as her beautiful blue eyes scanned the ice. Yes, the ability to find enemies is also tested in this trial. Lingyi nodded slightly and opened the prediction prompt in his backpack. You open your true eyes to activate perception, and quickly discover the surrounding monsters. After killing the surrounding monsters, you feel that you may encounter more monsters if you go north. So you head north, following the prompts. Lingyi turned on the perception of the true eye, and the call of the wind god one after another. Where's Lingyi? In the True God Trial. In the yard. Nandonli, who had just come out of the family space,
found no one in the house. So he asked the woman hanging in the hammock.
Doesn't that usually last a long time? Do you want to make them dinner? Just ask. That's fine.
Nandonli nodded, walked up to a tree next to the hammock, sat down, opened the chat window, and sent a message. The other party responded quickly. 01, come back soon. Suzaka Messenger, okay. Nandonli looked up at the red clouds in the distance, then turned to look at the leisurely woman, wondering,
what are you doing? Look at the forum.
The setting sun shines through the gaps in the leaves and shines on Yunji's thick hair. In front of her, at this time, was a series of messages from the Dakian forum.
Surprise! 01 has cleared the 17th floor of the High Sky ranking. Explosion. Yushin once again attacks the 7th realm, and may become the first player in the universe to break through the 7th realm. Hot. 150 waves. The limit of global hegemony has finally appeared. Hot. The Hades officially joined the Blue Star Alliance. Hot. The Blue Star flag appears. The number of star realms joining the Blue Star Coalition has increased significantly.
New. Yunji has been browsing this information for a while. When Nandonli asked, she couldn't help but said,
these players in the universe are really realistic. When there was no benefit to joining us before, only more than 10,000 star realms joined. Not long ago, Lin Xiang just put up the flag and learned that joining would enjoy the blessing of many ancient monuments. Immediately, there were thousands of star realms. BND is coming. Ha ha ha.
Nandonli laughed a few times and said,
it's not because our ancient tablet is rare in the world and has powerful performance. It doesn't cost much to add it. I would add it if it were me.
After saying that, she waved her hands and walked back to the house. It was her turn to cook today. Yunji continued to wander here, and when she was bored, Xingya and Xiaoya, wearing the same colorful butterfly skirt, walked out of the room talking and laughing.
Hey, what are you talking about?
She asked proactively. Xingya stroked her smooth black hair, covered her mouth, and smiled shyly.
It's nothing. It's just about that feeling. Feel? Multiple that.
Yunji looked at Xingya quite unexpectedly. This gentle beauty, who had always been sensible and calm before, now exudes a hint of the temperament of a mature woman, and looks quite charming. Thinking about it carefully, it seems that these twins have been
taken care of
by that man very hard recently. Could that also change a person's character? While Yunji was thinking about it, she couldn't help but ask,
well, can I ask? How do you feel about that multiple now?
Xingya and Xiaoya looked at each other, and both of them raised the corners of their mouths slightly.
Okay.
They gave such an ambiguous result. Congratulations on successfully passing the first level. Your life-based multiplier has changed to 2.
Call.
After returning from the True God trial, Lingyi breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the information in front of him. Seeing this, Xiao Wanqing and Lin Shura looked at each other and started massaging him in perfect agreement. Not far away, Nandonli placed a plate of tomato scrambled eggs on the table, turned around and asked,
how do you like it? Of course it passed successfully.
Lingyi shrugged and said with a smile,
other god kings can defeat the 5th and 6th realms. If it weren't for the lack of challenges, I might be able to defeat the 7th realm directly now. Once a day. I don't know if there is any way to get extra times. Yes.
Yunji, who came in from the outside when she saw Lingyi coming back, echoed,
I just saw the news that Yushin has begun to challenge the 7th realm again. If he doesn't find a way to get extra times, the achievement of being the first to clear the 7th level might be taken away by him. Huh? Didn't he just fail once some time ago?
Lingyi raised his eyebrows.
I don't know about this, but some players on the forum said that Yushin got a prop that will give him an immediate chance to challenge. I'm not sure if it's true or not. Anyway, he has indeed entered now.
Hearing this, Lingyi touched his chin and began to think. You guessed there is such a thing. Maybe other god kings also have it.
Oh.
When he came back from the first realm, his precognition prompt had not been turned off. When he saw the prompt message, he immediately smiled on his face. In previous encounters, he had made friends with the 5 god kings one after another, and Keck also took the lead in establishing a small group called the
Big Boss Chat Group.
He was now speaking directly to the group. 01. If any of you have something to increase the number of challenges in the
True God trial,
I want it. Silence lasted for about a few breaths. Xian Jintian, unfortunately. I just used it a few days ago. Li Mingxian, me too. Mubai,
No. Keck, I have one. Yin Yu too. 3? Including simulation. There are only 4. Which is not enough. While Lingy touched his chin and pondered. Another message came from the other god kings. Xian Jintian, Lingy. Have you started challenging the true god trial? 01, right. Xian Jintian, that's good. With your strength. Even if you could easily pass the 7th realm now, it will be no problem at all. Do you have no chance to finish the 1st realm now? 01, yes. Keck, I understand. I understand. You don't want that guy Yushin to be the first to pass the 7th realm. Right? I really don't want to either. But we only have 3 here now. And it's not enough even if we give them all. Li Mingxian, that 2nd child in 10,000 years. No. He should be the 3rd child now. He should have it there. He always likes to stock up on goods. Mubai, I have a good relationship with him. So I went to him to ask for it. The 2nd number 2. In Li Mingxuan's words is naturally the god king of the player front, who was originally ranked 2nd in strength. He is aloof and has never communicated much with other god kings. Nearly 2 minutes later. Mubai, he has 3 over there. He can give them to him. But there is a requirement. 01, say. Mubai, he has been pursuing various treasures all his life. He got a tine flower before and learned about the existence of 3 mysterious spiritual plants. He wanted to collect them all. If you can help him find the other 2 mysterious spiritual plants, he will give you his 3. Chapter 496, The Supreme Core. Looking at the news in front of him, Lingy chuckled twice. It's like accepting a mission from an NPC. Ha. Smiling, he replied quickly. 01, okay. Okay. I'll find it soon. After closing the chat window, Lingy took out the prompt from his backpack without any delay. I haven't used this for a while, but now it comes in handy. Holding it, he whispered. I want to know the whereabouts of the last mysterious spiritual plant besides the sunflower and the lunar flower. There are lunar flowers in the other party's place, and sunflowers in his family space. So he only needs to find the last one. After a moment, orange-red flames burned 4 large characters in front of him. Ocean of Life. Huh? This name is so unfamiliar. Lingy felt a thump in his heart and had a bad premonition. Lin Shuru and others also saw these 4 words, and they all frowned at the moment. I haven't heard of it at all. Yunji, who has always paid close attention to player forums, was puzzled, let alone others. The group of people quickly searched the Dakian forum, and to everyone's surprise, there was no information at all about these 4 words. Isn't it possible? The Great Thousand Gods Road has been around for hundreds of years, and there are hundreds of millions of players. But you haven't heard of any of them? Xiao Wanqing opened her beautiful eyes and murmured in shock. Wow! Then this thing is either very, very rare, or it is in an extremely special environment. What should I do? Lin Shuru looked at Ling Yi. The latter was rubbing his chin and frowning. You are surprised that there is such an existence that has been unknown for hundreds of years. You have a vague feeling that it may be in some extremely mysterious place. Perhaps it is the most advanced and dangerous scene in Dakian Shenlu. But you don't know how to get in. You have been thinking for 10 minutes and still found nothing. There's nothing you can do about the premonition reminder. Just when Ling Yi was disappointed, another line of information popped up. You think that since there is such a place, there must be a way to get in. No one has known about it for hundreds of years. Maybe because they don't have the strength. It suddenly occurred to you that the divine path can be asked directly. Maybe you can ask directly? Shenlu, how do you enter the most advanced scene? Ling Yi asked following the message. It was quiet for a long time, but there was still no information in front of him. Do you think you should name the keywords, such as the name of the scene? Do you think that since it is the most advanced scene, the name will be quite noble, such as Supreme Core, etc.? The Divine Road. How to enter the Supreme Core? As soon as Ling Yi said these words, the whole world suddenly clanged at this moment, as if the world was frightened. In an instant, everyone present clearly felt a mysterious and vast force sweeping past them, and finally disappeared quickly. Everyone stared at each other with big eyes and small eyes. You looked at me and I looked at you. Everyone looked confused and surprised. Did I say something taboo? While Ling Yi was in shock and doubt, a line of words on the divine path with a gold background and red edges that he had never seen before appeared in front of him. Your strength meets the requirements. Are you sure you will enter the Supreme Core? Tip: this scene is extremely dangerous. Please consider carefully. Tip: for every 10 hours of advent time consumed, You can stay in this scene for 1 minute. Tip: death in this scene will result in permanent death. I rub. Extremely dangerous. This was the first time that Ling Yi saw these 4 words in the official information of Shenlu. He hesitated unconsciously for a moment. How about forgetting it? There's no need to take risks. Lin Shira grabbed his hand with some worry. Yes. You are already the #1 player. You have endless wealth, fame, and strength. There is no need to take risks anymore. Xiao Wanqing hugged his other arm tightly. You think the extreme danger may be a real danger, but you have precognitive reminders and the eye of truth. You think you can completely avoid possible dangers by relying on these 2. Besides, you are invincible. As soon as the prompt message came out in front of him, Ling Yi let go of his worries. He smiled and said to the 2 people around him, Don't worry. I have hints and invincibility. It's okay. When he said this, an urgent desire arose in his heart. Eager for the enhancement plans of Invincible Holy Shield and Precognitive Prompt to appear in the plan store. Now it seems that these 2 things are indeed extremely good at saving lives. The 2 of them knew they couldn't stop the man in front of them, so they released their clasped hands. The next moment, with Ling Yi's confirmation, his figure disappeared. The scene turned, and in a starry sky with twinkling stars, there was a huge palace filled with colorful lights floating peacefully. This huge palace releases mysterious and infinite colorful divine light toward the endless starry sky, as if it is nourishing the universe here. In front of the main hall, there is a shimmering white jade platform, on which a few colorful light particles float up from the ground, flying into the starry sky between flickers. At a certain moment, a circular crack suddenly opened in the space, and a pure white light shot out from the crack and fell straight into the center of the white jade platform. After the white light dissipated, Ling Yi's figure suddenly appeared. You have arrived at the Supreme Core. Remaining waiting time, 10 minutes. Before that, he had saved a lot of advent time, which was enough to stay here for a short while. Scanning around subconsciously, surrounded by the endless starry sky, the white jade earth beneath your feet, and a huge palace shining with divine light in front of you. The 2 stone doors of the huge palace are about 1,000 meters high and are being tightly closed at the moment. You are a little confused and don't know where to go, but you still remember that your purpose is mainly to find the vast ocean of life and obtain the eternal life flower, one of the 3 mysterious spiritual plants. You guess that the vast ocean of life may not be in the hall, but somewhere on this platform. Ling Yi let go of his perception and spread rapidly in all directions. You prefer the east. You think you can go there to see it. He turned to look east and grinned. The figure exploded and flew towards the east. Sieve. With his extremely fast flying speed, he soon saw a rainy area. The rainwater formed a clear blue lake on the sunken platform. If you look at it, it is the ocean of life. Water droplets fell on the lake, creating ripples and circles. Beautiful green flowers grew in the water, and their corollas stuck out of the water, letting the rain beat. Eternal life flower, one of the 3 mysterious spiritual plants. It absorbs the fragrance of flowers and can permanently increase trace amounts of vitality. You found it now? This is so smooth. Ling Yi frowned and glanced around, discovering that besides this vast ocean of life, there were some other existences around. A towering giant tree 500 meters high, blooming with emerald green light. The cold white flames, hundreds of meters high, looked as if they had been burning for thousands of years. What the hell is this place? Glancing around, Ling Yi became more and more confused. Chapter 497: The True Body of the Divine Path. Ling Yi didn't think too much. At the moment, he still prioritized the eternal life flower as his goal. He raised his foot and stepped lightly, and his body instantly appeared above the ocean of life. The invisible hand activated and collected these green flowers one by one. You think everything should be done in moderation. Maybe just take a little. If you take too much, you may suffer disaster. When the information appeared in front of him, Ling Yi also felt that it made sense. So he only took 3 of them. It is worth mentioning that although messages such as, you think, and you think, often appear in prompt messages, these are often not his real thoughts. After picking 3 flowers, Ling Yi backed away slightly and flew away. Remaining time, 9 minutes and 35 seconds. Looking at the countdown in front of him, he frowned and thought, since I can come in here at any time, there is no need to stay for 10 minutes at a time. He planned to leave immediately after waiting for 35 seconds. In the meantime, he wanted to see what kind of place this place was. You think that if you want to know where this place is, you might be able to fly to a higher place
and have a panoramic view of it.
Huh? That's right.
Ling Yi's eyes lit up, and he immediately flew higher into the sky. It turned out that he was only flying a few meters in the air, and much of his sight was blocked by the 100-meter hall, now flying thousands of meters above the platform. I was surprised to find that there were actually several shining balls of light as big as planets suspended in the starry sky behind the hall. A ball of light in the middle emits a gentle and dazzling white light. Just by looking at it, you can feel the great power. Behind the main hall, there is a translucent barrier hanging, which seems to separate those huge light balls from this place. Ling Yi frowned slightly and activated the Eye of Truth on the ball of light. Supreme Core, the origin of the divine path. These few words made Ling Yi stunned for several seconds. He didn't understand and turned to look at the surrounding light balls. Energy Core, the source of energy for all actions of Shenlu. Activity Core, responsible for creating and updating Shenlu activities. Monster Core, responsible for creating and updating monster templates. Skill Core, responsible for creating and updating various skills of the divine path. Announcement Core, responsible for creating, updating, and publishing announcements. After a long while, Ling Yi reacted belatedly.
Holy shit! 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 So the Supreme Core is the real body of the divine path. Hack!
The day the divine road appeared in front of the world, many people guessed that this thing must have a real identity. Ling Yi also thought about it at the time, but he didn't expect that one day he would actually see it.
Oh my god! Is this something that players can see if they want to?
You say that, but you think it is impossible. You guess that even a strong person like Ju may not be able to enter here in his life. Perhaps only a defiant player like you can meet the requirements to come in. Ling Yi finally understood why this place was called extremely dangerous by Shenlu. Because the core of Shenlu was here. Even if he had the ability to instantly kill him with one blow and prevent him from being resurrected forever, he didn't think it was an exaggeration. Seeing that the countdown was about to reach below 9 minutes, Ling Yi forced himself to regain his composure.
Slip away. Come back when you have a chance.
With that said, he quickly made the okay return. Back in the hall, Ling Yi was still a little scared. Nice guy. Thinking that he had just appeared in front of Shenlu's true form, he couldn't help but feel numb all over.
What's wrong?
Lin Shuru, who was beside her, was the first to notice the abnormality. When the girls looked at them with concern, Ling Yi briefly explained what he had just seen.
The Supreme Core is the core of the divine path? Wow. This kind of place is too dangerous. It's better not to go there in the future. Thousands of players have been searching for the true body of the divine path for hundreds of years. And it turns out it is in that place. Is there an invisible barrier? It seems that it cannot be disturbed and can only be seen by others. Mostly,
the few people said something to each other. And for a moment, it was like several sweet orioles chirping happily in Ling Yi's ears. Lin Shuru looked at the latter and saw that he was distracted. So she couldn't help but ask,
what are your plans for this?
Ling Yi touched his chin and pondered for a moment, then raised his head and said to everyone with a cautious face,
although there are extremely high requirements for entering this place, I suggest that everyone keep quiet. I don't know if this will have any consequences. The core of the divine road is very dangerous. In short, I don't want to contact it at all at the moment. Anyway, I won't go in if nothing happens in the future. Yeah, I agree very much.
Lin Shura nodded repeatedly.
Yes, yes.
Several others also expressed support, putting the content related to the Supreme Core to the back of his mind. Ling Yi opened the
Big Boss chat group
again and informed Mu Bai that he had gathered 2 other mysterious spiritual plants. Although the latter was surprised, he quickly contacted the God King on the front. Soon. Mu Bai, okay. Well, the other party believes in your character, so I can give you these 3 cards first. You can just find a time to get him the other 2 mysterious spiritual plants. Or can I hand them over on your behalf now? 01. Please hand it over now. Soon. Under the operation of the 2 people, Ling Yi lost an Eternal Life Flower and a Sunflower, and got 3 True God Challenge cards. True God Challenge card, you can ignore the remaining challenge time and directly proceed to the next True God trial.
Okay.
Ling Yi happily asked the other 2 God Kings, who had True God Challenge cards for their challenge cards. Keck, send it to you. Yin Yu, I'm very grateful that you didn't ask for my Millennium Artifact last time. I gave these 2 to you directly. He got 3 pieces each, so he managed to collect 6 pieces very smoothly.
Enough. Ling Yi didn't plan to mutate these cards anymore, because it was no longer necessary. He took out one of the cards and used it, then took Lin Shuru and Xiao Wanqing into the second stage of the True God trial. And just when Ling Yi continued to challenge, in the Big Boss chat group, communication continues. Keck, now he has 6 more cards. With his strength, it shouldn't be a problem to clear these 7 realms. Xian Jintian, that's for sure. I just don't know if anything will be triggered after all 7 levels of the True God trial are cleared. I'm really curious. Mubai, I don't know. Maybe there is. Maybe not. Yen Yu, I won't talk anymore. The day after tomorrow is the annual Sacred Path Knowledge Competition. I want to learn more about it. Bye. Li Mingxian, it's a competition. I almost forgot. The one who got first place last time answered 57 questions correctly in a row. Right? TSK. While several people in the group were still communicating, Ling Yi's path to the realm was also very fast. 11 points. Second level breakthrough. 25 points. 3 realms breakthrough. 36 points. Breakthrough in 4 realms. 51 points. 5 realms breakthrough. 1 hour and 12 minutes. 6 realms breakthrough. Chapter 498. Clear the True God Trial. Current location. The 7th realm of the True God Trial. Despair Canyon. The raging flames roared in this dark canyon that seemed to be scorched by the violent wind. As far as the eye can see, the earth and sky are pitch black. The only light in the entire world was the wind of fire roaring in the sky. Hoo ho ho! Ling Yi was sitting somewhere in the canyon, holding Lin Shuru's slender, snow-white feet with both hands and squeezing them. Although she is fused with Linger and has the ability to self-purify, so she won't be dirty when walking barefoot. But it will still hurt if she steps on sharp stones on the ground. Can't you fly? Why can't you fly? Ling Yi kneaded her delicate soles as if massaging them, with a strange look on his face. Lin Shuru lowered her head with a slight blush, and said with a little embarrassment, I don't fly every day. Do you think it would be good to take a walk sometimes? Well, Ling Yi has already sent the 3 summoned beasts, Ice King, White Tiger King, and Butterfly Fairy, out to fight. So he is not in a hurry now. Looking down at his belly covered by thin clothes, knowing that there was life in it, he couldn't help but feel a touch of tenderness in his deep black eyes. Speaking of which, will you be fine on the divine path like this? In fact, Ling Yi probably knew it better, but now he still wanted to confirm it again. Of course it's no problem. Lin Shuru raised her head and smiled gently at him. I have checked it all, and countless players have already verified it. Injuries in the divine path will not be brought to reality. So even if I was penetrated through the abdomen and cut into pieces, my body would still be safe and healthy when I return to reality. Ling Yi nodded, indicating that he understood. Isn't it really okay if you don't go? The monsters in the 7th realm are not weak. Right. Xiao Wanqing said at the side. It's okay. Ha. You guys have to believe in the Ice King's strength. But she doesn't seem to have any detection methods. Maybe she can't find invisible monsters? There are butterfly immortals. Oh. He had just checked and found that the monsters in the 7th realm were generally invincible level elite monsters and special monster leaders. And a few were invincible demon kings. This level of power is enough for the legendary Ice King to handle. While kneading, Lin Shuru suddenly opened her mouth and let out a soft moan. Ling Yi looked up and saw that the other party was pressing his lips tightly and burying his head in a shy manner. Seeing his gaze, she moved her body closer to him, and immediately put her small white hands on his chest and grabbed his clothes. Aware of the other party's condition, Ling Yi smiled and reached out to touch her head. Be good. Come back when you get back. Yeah, she responded shyly. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud, rumbling sound suddenly came from outside the distant sky. Ling Yi spread his senses and saw that the Ice Emperor was fighting a huge monster. The power of both sides was earth-shattering. Go ahead and finish the 7th realm first. Lin Shuru pushed him. Good. When he responded, his figure disappeared from here, the other end, facing the attack of hundreds of vines from a huge vine. The Ice Queen just waved it in the air, and thousands of ice cones condensed in front of her. She waved her hand, and these ice picks quickly shot towards the incoming vines. Bang, 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 bang. This vine monster should be the final boss of the 7th realm. It is obviously stronger than other demon kings. The butterfly immortal sitting on the Ice Emperor's shoulder said in a serious tone. On the left side of the vine monster, The White Tiger King was attacking the vines with his claws while dodging again and again, tearing the vines into pieces. The Ice Queen's pure white eyes stared coldly and calmly at the Demon King in front of her, until at a certain moment, she suddenly turned her head when she noticed a very familiar aura. Behind her, Lingy, who had appeared at some unknown time, was slowly flying to the same line as her. Master! The Ice Emperor stared closely at the man in front of him and couldn't help but shout. Let me do it! Lingy smiled at her, with golden light overflowing all over his body. Countless golden light spots gathered in the palm of his right hand. As he clenched his fist, the golden lightning that stirred up the space leaked out from between the fingers of his right hand, crackling and hitting the air. The Yangqi's golden light reflected yellow on the faces of Ice King and Butterfly Fairy. In their two pairs of beautiful eyes, the young man's figure flashed in front of the Vine Demon King. With just one quick punch, the golden lightning struck violently across the entire body of the Vine Demon King. Immediately in the next second, the latter roared, and his body collapsed and turned into countless white dots flying everywhere. Master's 100 times sparks and lightning are really unreasonably strong. Dacian sighed. The Ice King remained silent. In her pure white eyes, there was only the young man's back. Jingle. Dacian announcement. Congratulations to player 01 for completely clearing the True God trial for the first time. Hereby rewards, Shinsu Gift Pack ×1. Shinsu Big Carousel ×1. On this ordinary night of the 10th. A sudden announcement made all Shenlu players perk up. Wow! Lingy has now passed the True God trial? I heard that he just started playing today. Could it be that he collected 6 challenge cards before? For decades. I thought Yushin would be the first to pass the level. I didn't expect it. Boss Beer. Passing the True God trial is not a major event that can affect players from all walks of life. Everyone just chatted briefly, and then went back to doing their own things. There is only one exception. What? In the Valley of Despair, Yuju, who was fighting the Vine Demon King, was stunned when he saw the announcement. Taking advantage of this moment, the Vine Demon King quickly attacked, sending Yuju's huge body flying into the distance with a powerful whip. Bang! Yuju's huge body, hundreds of meters high, slammed into a mountain. The earth and rocks on the mountain rolled down, like a waterfall of mud and sand, seeming to bury him. Snort! He roared angrily and slapped it back hard. In just a moment, the mountain was turned into powder and disappeared instantly under the huge force of the palm. Whirring. The Vine Demon in front of him was attacking him again, and Yuju had no time to think about it. He could only let out an angry roar, throw out various skills as if to vent his anger, and behave violently and disorderly. Early the next morning, Lingy was basking in the sun and drinking warm tea in the front yard, while Linshuru, who was dressed in a white dress, curled up and lay on the side like a little kitten, resting with her hands on his thighs and squinting her eyes. The brown hair reflects a faint light under the sun. It feels smooth, delicate and gentle when touched, and feels excellent. On the other side, Xiao Wanqing held an orange dinner plate and said with a smile, I was quite lucky yesterday. Less than 5 minutes after you cleared the level, Yuju also cleared the level. If it had been any later, the announcement would have been taken by him. Ha ha. Yes. Speaking of which, I haven't seen the reward announcement yet. Lingy smiled. After coming back yesterday, he had been pestered by Linshuru, and now he had time to come out and bask in the sun. He put the teacup in his hand on the dinner plate and opened his backpack with a thought. Chapter 499. The 3 gods are at full level. Strength rises again. Shinsu Gift Pack. After opening, there is a 50% probability of getting 1,000 Shinsu, a 30% probability of getting 10,000 Shinsu, a 19% probability of getting 100,000 Shinsu, and a 1% probability of getting 1 million Shinsu. Shinsu Wheel, one-time item. You can throw up to 100,000 divine elements into it, and the same multiple will be returned according to the value of the turntable, up to 10 times. After scanning these 2 rewards, Lingy carried out mutation simulations on them one by one without saying a word. First is the gift pack. Simulation 1. After opening it, there is a 1% chance of obtaining 2 million divine elements. Simulation 2. 99% probability of getting nothing. 1% probability of getting 10 million divine elements. In Simulation 1, the divine elements of each probability are doubled, while in Simulation 2, there is a big change. Either nothing, or a huge amount is obtained. Lingy didn't hesitate at all and directly chose number 2. Next is the turntable. Simulation 1. Can convert up to 300,000 divine elements. Up to 10 times.
Simulation 2.
Can convert up to 100,000 divine elements. Up to 100 times. 2.
He still decisively chose Simulation 2. After manifesting these two simulations, he no longer hesitated and used them one after another. He used the Shinsu gift pack and got 1 million Shinsu. Double gold coins, Shinsu plus 1 million. He used the Shinsu gift pack and got 10 million Shinsu. After using 2 gift packs and 2 turntables in succession, with the help of double gold coins, Lingy obtained a total of 44 million divine elements. At this moment, there was a jingle and the announcement came again. An announcement. Congratulations to player 01 for breaking through 100 million existing divine elements. Hereby rewards, legendary artifact soul ×1. Call. Lingy took a breath, and when her whole body relaxed, she subconsciously touched Lin Shuru's hair with her left hand.
Wow! Your divine energy has exceeded 100 million?
Xiao Wanqing on the right couldn't help but exclaimed.
Well, I just got more than 40 million. So let me share it with you.
Lingy smiled and transferred 30 million of it to Lin Shuru through the Ancestral Gem, and the remaining 14 million to Xiao Wanqing. Ancestral Gem, you have received 60 million divine elements in return. Double gold coins, Shinsu plus 60 million. After such a wave of operations, the original 44 million became 176 million divine elements, counting the previous ones. His current divine power is as high as 262 million. Immediately afterwards, Lingy opened the panel and began to upgrade the remaining 2 level 15 gods. God of Elements level 16. Summoning God level 16. God of Elements level 17. Summoning God level 17. God of Elements level 20. Congratulations on raising God of Elements to the full level. You have obtained the divine power, Heart of Elements, quick synthesis formula. Tip. You have obtained the 10-star skill, Elemental Change. Summoning God LV20. Congratulations on raising God of Summoning to the full level. You have obtained the divine power, Whole Heart Summoning, quick synthesis formula. Tip. You have obtained the 10-star skill, Advanced Summoning. A total of 42.4 million more divine elements were consumed. Only the last 219.6 million are left. The 2 gods have been upgraded to a total of 10 levels, giving him 1,000 free attribute points. Lingy was not in a hurry to use them, but first spent 200,000 gold coins to quickly synthesize these 2 divine powers. You have obtained the 12-star skill, Elemental Master. You have obtained the 12-star skill, Full Heart Summoning. Whoa! Lingy touched his chin and smiled coincidentally.
If I learn these 2 divine powers, then I will have 6 divine powers in total, which is more than the Supreme Sun. Also, the Supreme Sun is level 150, although my actual level is only 90. My performance level is exactly 150.
He clearly felt that he was getting closer to the opponent step by step, and his strength was getting stronger and stronger. Without thinking any more, he quickly opened his backpack and began to check the divine authority. Heart of Elements, 12 stars unique passive, when using elemental skills. The total amount of elements gathered will be 5 times higher than before. In addition, you can activate powers that fit your element.
That's it?
Lingy didn't quite understand the skill Heart of Elements for a while, so he discovered it before he even opened the precognition prompt in his backpack. This prompt could also be used to explain some things that he didn't quite understand. Total expansion means that both power and scope will expand year on year. As for the elements that are most suitable for you, you think they should be the 2 elements that will be displayed in the elemental blade. The most suitable ones for you are light and fire.
Oh!
Lingy quickly mutated it. This kind of unique divine power can only be learned by those who have this divine position. Those with this kind of divine position can get the same fast synthesis formula at the full level of the divine position. Therefore, there is no need to keep this thing. Just mutate it directly. There is only one change. That is, the original 5 times has become 10 times. Without any delay, Lingy immediately looked at the second divine authority. Whole Heart Summoning, 12 stars unique, at the cost of half of one's own vitality, physical strength, and spirit. One of one's single target summoning skills is activated with one's whole heart. The summoned beast summoned in this way will receive, level times 100, all attribute improvements during its existence. This boost is not a buff, cannot be expelled, and can only be used once per day.
Oh! If you are at level 100, then activating this skill will increase all attributes by 10,000 points. Lingy smacked his lips and said, TSK, 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 a few times, but there was a bit of satisfaction in his eyes. Improving attributes has always been the most direct way to enhance strength. The Ice King has lagged behind him in strength recently, and he is very happy that he can continue to become stronger now. Rapidly mutate without saying a word. It will return to clarity after a few seconds. Click on it to take a look. Whole Heart Summoning, 12 stars unique, Whole Heart will receive, level times 200, all attributes increased. It cannot be expelled. Yes! Not only does the attribute increase double, but there is no usage cost, and it can be used multiple times a day. Lingy is very satisfied with the results of the current mutation. Without further words, just learn them. You have learned the 12-star skill, Heart of Elements. You, star position minus 24. Remaining, 7. When he got here, Lingy couldn't help but rub his temples, shook his head, and smiled bitterly. Acquire a large amount of divine elements. Reach the full level of divine status, and obtain divine power. This process is quite troublesome. Hearing this, Xiao Wanqing beside her laughed and said, You just passed the 7th level of the True God trial today. Your vitality has increased by 128 times. Now you have reached the full level of the divine position and gained the new divine power. Right now, you are stronger than before. A lot. Right. Almost. Lingy nodded and said with a smile. The main reason is that my vitality has greatly increased. Now I am no longer afraid of that guy's heaven and earth sun dot. Oh, is there anything else to overcome? Well, there are indeed some points that are more difficult to overcome. It's hard to say those, but in the final analysis, my attributes are not high enough. Recalling the opponent's basic panel of up to 60,000, he couldn't help frowning. If my attributes can be that high or even higher than it, it will be much easier to deal with. Chapter 500, 23,000 free attribute points. Enhanced prediction prompts. Attributes. Xiao Wanqing nodded in understanding, and then seemed to think of something. Her eyes as dark as a starry night lit up. Your divine status has been raised to the full level. Can't all the extra divine energy be converted into experience? Then use the experience attribute exchange function. I believe you can exchange it for a lot of attributes. Yes, I just thought of this too. Lingy has not yet learned the specific exchange ratio between divine elements and experience. Immediately open the corresponding exchange interface. I saw it written above. 1 Shinsu equals 10 experience. Oh, not bad. Lingy smiled happily and hurriedly exchanged it. You lost 219.6 million divine elements. Gain 2.196 billion experience points. 100,000 experience equals 1 free attribute point. Lingy quickly made another exchange, including his own experience, and the total amount was just over 2.2 billion. He omitted the fraction and directly exchanged it for 2.2 billion. You lost 2.2 billion experience. You have gained 22,000 free attribute points. Wow! Rao is as strong as Lingy, and now he sees that he has redeemed more than 20,000 free attribute points at once. And the smile on his face cannot be suppressed at all. How? Xiao Wanqing only knew that Lingy had over 100 million divine powers, but she didn't know how much he had just now. Seeing his surprised expression now, she became even more curious. 22,000 free attribute points. Wow! She opened her beautiful eyes and exclaimed with joy, counting the 1,000 points given when upgrading the talent level. Lingy has a total of 23,000 free attribute points. With so many attributes, he didn't think about how to distribute them for a while. My elemental blades and spark lightning are almost all close combat and require strength. Flame star and storm require mana. Agility needs to be fast. Otherwise you will not be able to keep up with the opponent, and you will only get beaten. In terms of physical fitness, I am now the 7-realm god king. The vitality brought by 1 point of physical fitness is 128 times the original. Therefore, increasing physical fitness can also bring great benefits. Lingy touched his chin, feeling entangled for a long time. On one side, Xiao Wanqing, an outsider, saw him hesitating and asked doubtfully, Are you still hesitating? Didn't you have a reminder? Yes, and the reminder was only strengthened today. As soon as he woke up in the morning, Lingy opened the plan store and took a look. The plan in the store at that time was Predictive Prompt Enhancement Plan. The future time can be predicted to be extended indefinitely. The prompt content is more accurate and frequent. The user's thoughts can be automatically read and deduced. Price, 2,000 mutation points. No matter what the plan in the store is, Lingy will buy it. After all, he couldn't use up all his millions of mutation points. As for prediction prompt, it was originally only able to predict the future within 10 minutes at most. But now it can be extended indefinitely, which can be said to be greatly enhanced. At that moment, Lingy quickly opened his backpack and activated the predictive prompt again. Originally, after activating it, he would have to turn his brain to imagine it before it could give a prompt. Now it's much simpler. As soon as it is started, a prompt will appear immediately. You are very hesitant about where to add the 23,000 free attribute points. The reason why you are hesitant is because you don't know how to add them to maximize the benefits. If you think about it carefully, even if you add all 23,000 to strength or mana, it will only roughly double the output. If it is added to your physical constitution, your vitality and resistance will be improved, and the former will be improved by 128 times. With such a 128-fold increase, you will feel like a fool if you don't upgrade this attribute. Besides, you have the ability to restore a percentage of your vitality every second. The value of the Guardian Aegis is also directly related to your vitality. Improving this aspect has real benefits. Is huge. This suggests that there are indeed some changes. Lingy couldn't feel the specific changes, but after being prompted to say this, he made a decision. At that moment, all 23,000 free attribute points were directly added to the physique. Physique 21832, Physique 58,632. Okay. Once the god's weapons are nested, it can be improved a lot more. Lingy still wears the S-level treasure, Fantasy Star God, but he has transferred the effects and skills of the legendary treasure, Full Attribute Ring, into it. Later, when he was embedding elementary god weapons on this treasure, Shenlu gave him a hint. Tip: the current treasure is very powerful, and nesting will take a long time. Please wait patiently. Until now, the nesting of the primary god's weapons has not been completed. Where did you add the attribute points? Xiao Wanqing couldn't see the prompt message, so she asked curiously. With all the added physical strength, it's 58,000. Wow. Let me calculate that your current vitality should be. Although there is no vitality attribute on the personal panel, everyone's vitality always has a different value. Based on the experiments of countless players, we finally came to the conclusion that vitality equals physical strength. 58,000. Performance level 150. 128 times higher. Wow. That's already over 1.1 billion. Can you do mental arithmetic? A little bit. What was your original physique? Yeah, 21,000. Then you didn't complete the True God trial, and your performance level was only 140. When you faced the Supreme Sun, your vitality was only 2.94 million. After Xiao Wanqing said this, Lingy intuitively felt the increase in his vitality. 2.9411 billion. In fact, during the True God trial, Lingy could clearly feel his blood boiling as he passed each stage. Now, he still has a strong feeling of vitality all over his body. The difference between whether you have taken the True God trial or not is really huge. Yes. So generally speaking, high-level God Kings are considered to be stronger than low-level God Kings. You are an exception. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wanqing looked at the cheerful smile of the man next to her, and a hushy smile subconsciously appeared on her face, and said, What about that? Isn't it a big improvement this time? Yes. My vitality recovery is based on a percentage. The vitality is increased by hundreds of times, and the recovery per second is naturally hundreds of times. The shield value of the shield is also hundreds of times. Overall, in terms of survival, Lingy has made a huge leap this time. Of course, there are also disadvantages. That was an attack-like percentage of life force, which would do more harm to him. Thinking of this, Lingy couldn't help but think secretly, it would be perfect if I could be immune to percentage attacks. Although this kind of thing is unheard of in the world. The super mutant system gave him hope that it was not impossible for him. Then what are you going to improve next? Xiao Wanqing blinked her crystal black eyes and asked again. Lingy recalled his last failure and gradually became clear about the areas to improve next. Chapter 501 Divine Road Knowledge Competition. Last time, Lingy was killed by the Supreme Sun's time reversal combined with Heaven and Earth's Glory Sun. Time reversal can record the target's life state at an instant, and can make the target return to that state at any time. For example, if the opponent's health is only 10% during a certain period of time, even if the opponent returns to full health later, when you attack, you can still make the opponent return to that 10% state 1 second before the attack hits. It is a powerful divine power that can ignore almost any recovery and treatment methods. Now that my vitality has greatly increased, I no longer worry about the opponent's world. The time reversal records a state that only lasts for 1 minute. Although it becomes easier and easier to kill me by constantly changing states, this cannot be done in a short time. And its other skills are not easy to kill me now. So I just need to think about how to kill the opponent. Thinking of this, Ling Yi couldn't help but recall the difficulty of killing the opponent. Extremely high panel. 1 level higher than him. Immune to negative effects. Has a chance to ignore damage when being attacked. Can be damaged up to 10 times in 1 minute. Recovers an additional 5% of life per second. Can invalidate skills up to 10 stars. And invincible. Ling Yi's brows furrowed deeply when he thought of the other party's invincible divine power. Invincible legend, 12 stars, immediately enter the invincible state. While invincible, you cannot move or use displacement skills. During the invincible state, 1% of stamina is consumed every second. And stamina consumption is doubled every 5 seconds. A simple line of words. But it gave him a great pressure. There are no restrictions on use. It only requires physical strength, which is terrifying in itself. With a level as high as 150 and a basic endurance of 60,000. Its physical recovery is destined to be high. Unless I have divine power like reversing time, it will be too difficult to kill it. That is why Ling Yi now focuses on skills like time reversal as the next direction of improvement. It doesn't matter if he doesn't get this skill, as long as he has the ability to copy the skill. He can copy the skill for temporary use. Have you had any activities lately? He asked Xiao Wanqing beside him. Well, there will be a Sacred Path knowledge competition tomorrow. Oh, noon the next day. There are still 5 minutes left before the start of the Sacred Road knowledge competition. Ling Yi was sitting in the lobby, checking out today's new plans in the plan store. Prompt enhancement plan. Prompt information is accurate and detailed. If a satisfactory answer cannot be given, the number of uses will not be deducted. Price, 1,000 mutation points. Prompts. Recently, there are prediction prompts. And these things are rarely used. But it's okay. He didn't say much and quickly bought it. Then, in order to test the enhanced effect, he took out the yellow prompt and held it in his hand, saying, I want to know a skill that can copy the opponent's skill. The flames burned 7 characters in the air before his eyes. Such a skill does not exist. In fact, yesterday, he had already tried the precognitive prompt, and the prompt said there was no such thing. Put the prompt in your backpack and check that it has been used 3 times. Not bad. This change is not bad either. Ling Yi folded his arms and recalled the past, thinking that the strengthening plan, Eternal Star Monument, for days ago seemed to be relatively ordinary. Just added 10 star positions. At this time, Lin Xian, who was wearing a bright red dress, walked in from the door with ease, as if she was walking in her own home. Sitting down casually on the sofa on one side, she turned her head to look at Ling Yi and asked in a casual tone, What's going on? Are there any clues about the time reversal? Last night, he told a few people about his latest goal, so they all knew that he wanted to get the divine power recently. Yes. Ling Yi nodded and said with a smile, and the skills to synthesize it are pretty easy to get. It's just that I don't have many stars right now, so I'm not in a hurry to do it. Don't you have a star level after you upgrade? Lin Xian raised her slender eyebrows. Yes. Anyway, now that you have Shinsu, you can upgrade at any time. Don't stop upgrading just to gain experience after upgrading. If this is the case, you will never reach level 100. Well, I will consider upgrading, but I feel that my god arms will be nested soon. I may get more stars by then, so I can wait a little longer. Well, just make your own judgment. Lin Xian nodded his head sharply, then looked at the time, and then asked everyone present, Have you considered participating in the competition? Yes. Yunji blinked her golden eyes and smiled faintly. Yes. Xingyan nodded. I'm quite confident in this aspect. Nandonli smiled confidently. The Divine Road Knowledge Competition is held once a year. Every player can participate, and the admission fee is only 10 gold coins. After paying the gold coins, players will be transported to each answering room to start answering questions together. If you answer the question correctly, you can stay and continue answering. If you answer the question incorrectly, you will be asked to leave. When leaving, The reward will be calculated based on the total number of questions answered correctly. Although I don't know much about the divine path, if I am vague, I might be able to answer a few questions, Shirya said with a smile. This is one of the very few activities that does not require fighting at all. It can be regarded as a national activity. Ha. Xiao Wanqing had just finished laughing when the 12 o'clock clock on the wall rang. At the same time, a piece of information appeared in front of the players in the universe. The Divine Road Knowledge Competition is officially launched. Participate? Yes! Countless players responded. As soon as the words fell, the figures of the responding players suddenly disappeared. The scene changes. In a classroom of about 50 square meters, Lingyi and 39 other players appeared here at the same time. There are a total of 40 seats in 5 rows and 8 rows in the classroom. And the 40 players each sit in one of them. Lingyi was stunned for a few seconds when he came from the hall to this unfamiliar classroom in the blink of an eye. He turned to look at the surrounding players. Most of them looked similar to him. Looking around with curiosity. I didn't expect to be able to return to school during the Dakianshan Road event. Ha. I have been reviewing for several days, and I will be satisfied if I can answer 10 questions this time. This is my first time participating in this event. It turns out this is the scene. Wow! Is that Lingyi? Someone discovered Lingyi, and with an exclamation, all the players in the room turned their attention to him. Are you the boss, Lingyi? The number 1 player? A girl on the left with long blonde curly hair and a pair of elf ears asked with wide eyes. She wore a pair of round-rimmed glasses, and her pink face looked chubby. Lingyi glanced at her and nodded slightly. Wow! When the others saw this, they immediately let out an uproar full of surprise. Chapter 502 Answer. Lingyi didn't pay much attention to them. He was checking the few lines of information in front of him. You are in the answering space. Please remember. 1. You are not allowed to leave your seat or speak during the answer period. 2. You cannot attack others or the environment. Otherwise you will be forcibly evicted. 3. Please do not be caught cheating by the monitoring elves. Otherwise you will be punished and forcibly expelled. Tip. After 10 seconds, the quizzes officially begin. Huh? This rule is quite interesting. After arriving here, Lingyi thought that his abilities would be disabled. But now he found that they were not banned at all. Taking a closer look at the third rule, he couldn't help but think of a possibility. Perhaps the Divine Road will also test each player's exploration ability? While he was pondering, the elf girl on the left took the initiative to reach out to him and said with a smile on her face. Hello! My name is Sun Ming. I am an ordinary player in the Holy Spirit Realm and a loyal fan of yours. We in the Holy Spirit Realm are the first ones to join our Blue Star Alliance. Now we can be considered to be on the same front as you. Lingyi had never heard of this world and didn't want to talk to her at first. But seeing that the other party's hand was stretched out for 4 to 5 seconds without letting go, he still shook her hand softly. Hee. The guy smiled at him, showing his big white teeth. 10 seconds flies by. The quizzes officially begin. When this line of information appeared, the entire classroom suddenly became quiet. A white scroll and a pen appeared in front of everyone. The white scroll flashed with golden light, outlining the first question. 1. If you kill the monster red horned snake, which of the following players may only gain 1 point of experience? A. Level 25. B. Level 35. C. Level 45. D. Level 55. Reward for this question, 100 experience. Even if Lingyi didn't turn on the prediction reminder, he would still be able to do this question himself. Decisively chose D. Of course, predictive prompts also need to be turned on. The answer is correct. When this prompt message appeared in front of him, Lingyi couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. It seems like this. Can I answer them all correctly? The time to answer each question is only 10 seconds. After answering the question, there will be a 10-second rest period before continuing to the next question. Soon, when 10 seconds were up, the white scroll in front of Lingyi flashed with golden light, and a medium-sized square root marked his answer. This means that if he answered the question correctly, he can stay and answer the question. Answer 1 question correctly. Current accumulated reward, 100 experience. Wow! The first question is so easy. Ha. The red-horned flaming snake is a monster in the 50 to 60 range. It's easy to know this. The questions of each question are random, and the difficulty is not fixed. Last time, the first question was extremely difficult, and many people were directly screened out. I hope the next questions will be this simple. During this 10-second rest period, Players entering the venue are generally used to discussing some issues with others around them. Of course, there were some players in the classroom who didn't answer correctly, and they had already left, because as each player leaves during the question answering process, there will be fewer and fewer people in the classroom. Therefore, every time 10 questions are answered, players will change to a larger answering environment and gather the remaining people together again and again. Now, looking at the accumulated rewards in front of him, Lingy couldn't help but mutter in his heart, "This reward doesn't look like much. Speaking of which, I don't know exactly what kind of rewards there are." Unfortunately, the forum cannot be opened in this event scene, and he cannot communicate with forum friends, so he has no way to check what rewards he can get from this event. Soon, the next question comes. 2. When using the skill Great Healing, how many people can be restored and how much vitality can be restored at most? A. Can restore a moderate amount of vitality to 3 people. B. Can restore a small amount of vitality to 5 people. C. Can restore a small amount of vitality to 10 people. D. Can restore a large amount of vitality to 1 person. Reward for this question, 500 gold coins. For this kind of question, people who don't understand this skill can only rely on guesswork. Lingy didn't understand this skill at all, but fortunately he had a hint. A. The information prompted was simple and crude, and he chose it without hesitation. There is another one flying in the air in the classroom, patrolling the emerald sphere. It is the monitoring elf. After Lingy finished his selection, he watched the monitoring elf wandering around. When it walked towards the front of the classroom, a player behind immediately activated the perspective eye to see the opponent's answer through the body of the player in front. If I remember correctly, this skill is forbidden in our blue star. In addition to those who use clairvoyance, there are also people who summon a small fly to fly in the air and watch other people's test papers. And when the supervisory elf turned around, they all quickly put away their skills. The player who used perspective just now was seen by the monitoring elf before he could cancel the perspective. Cheating. Expulsion. Punishment. It made such a mechanical sound, and then shot out a purple beam, turning the player into powder and disappearing. Seeing this scene, Lingy understood the rules of this activity better. It seems that using probing skills to see other people's answers is also a feature of this activity. Otherwise, to prevent cheating, everyone can have a separate space or prevent everyone from using skills and props. Maybe it was because they were afraid of angering him, but no one dared to take any chances on him. But this made him discover a shortcoming of his own. If other people want to come and see it, how can I stop or block it? He found that he had no such ability unless he opened a field. You think of the amazing agility of the Supreme Sun, and you think you might be able to find an ability to block space. It can not only prevent the enemy from teleporting, effectively restrict the enemy's movement, but also has other wonderful functions such as isolating prying eyes. The prompt in front of him confirmed Lingy's idea. He decided to search carefully when he returned. The players who were asked to leave the stage did not just ignore it. Most of them turned around and returned to the discussion room of the event, watching the heated discussions on new topics. 25. When using the skill Sunshine Flame, it will cause __ attribute damage to the enemy. A. Fire. B. Light. C. Yang. D. All of the above. Reward for this question, 5,000 divine elements. Sunshine Flame. Why haven't you heard of this skill? This is a rare skill. It's probably Yang attribute damage that's gone. By now, I have accumulated a lot of rewards. Remember, the one who got first place last time received a total of more than 100,000 experience points, divine elements, and millions of gold coins. Not only that, but there are also first place rewards and record-breaking rewards. Big Brother Zero is also participating this time. There's no way he can get first place in this kind of event again. Right. After all, he has only been on the path to God for more than 2 months, and his knowledge base cannot be as good as those hundreds of years old players. More. It's hard to say. Even if he takes first place now, I wouldn't be too surprised. Right? Chapter 503. The competition is over. As the players communicated, time passed quickly. With the help of predictive hints, Lingy overcame obstacles all the way and answered the questions very smoothly. 75 questions. Mr. Zero has broken the answer record of hundreds of previous issues. It's unscientific. His fighting ability is so strong. How can he still know so much knowledge about the divine path? Even if you have the ability to have photographic memory, it is impossible, because the answers to many questions are impossible to know. For example, how many hairs are there on the body of the hairy giant ape? How can you know it? I don't know. The boss is the boss. Lingy sat alone in a golden ocean, with the water flowing over the table legs and the setting sun in front of him. He has just finished answering 97 questions and is waiting for the next question to come. It is rumored that there are 100 questions in total. I don't know if it is true. As soon as he finished speaking, 98 questions appeared. 98. What is the strongest monster currently existing in the divine path? A. Guardian of Ruins. B. Demonic Eye of the Abyss. C. Supreme Sun. D. Supreme Guardian. Reward for this question, 250,000 divine elements. When he saw this title, Lingy was stunned for a moment. It took several seconds to react. Good guy. The strongest monster is finally confirmed. A prompt message appeared in front of him. D. Huh? Lingy, who originally thought it was the Supreme Sun, saw this D option, was stunned for a moment, and then nodded suddenly. This Supreme Guardian should be the Guardian at the Supreme Core. When I went there before, it was warned of extreme danger. The source of the danger should be it. It is normal that the one who protects the Supreme Core belongs to the strongest divine path. There was some curiosity in his heart about the guy's strength. Then, the next question comes. 99. When will Shinlu's upgrade challenge appear? A. Appears immediately after clearing the Supreme Sky ranking. B. 1 day after clearing the top list. C. 3 days after clearing the top list. D. 1 week after clearing the top list. Reward for this question, 300,000 divine elements. Lingy followed the prompt and chose option B. 10 seconds later, with hundreds of millions of viewers watching in the universe, the last question arrived. 100. After the upgrade challenge is completed, the divine road will connect to an extraordinary universe. Which one is most likely to connect to it? A. Main God Space. B. Reincarnation Tower. C. Dimensional Tower. D. Infinite Battlefield. Reward for this question, 500,000 divine elements. Lingy twitched the corner of his mouth speechlessly. Is this really considered divine knowledge? Isn't it super? D. The prompt message gave option D. Although Lingy had no idea what it was, he still wrote down the answer. When he wrote the answer, he was still muttering in his heart, it seems that the rumors are true. There are really players outside the divine path. I don't know what their strength is, and what kind of power system they have. Lingy was still thinking calmly, but the outside world was shaking at this moment. I'll go! There is actually a system of extraordinary power beyond the divine path. I'm excited and scared at the same time. So contradictory. There really are other players besides us. You won't start a fight with them, right? Or will there be a joint event? Originally, I thought it had nothing to do with me when Big Brother Zero hits the supreme ranking. Now I really hope that Big Brother Zero can take it easy. Don't rush to fight. And take your time. Afian Supercontinent. On an emerald platform in the headquarters of Tianwai Ancient Realm. Looking at the 100th question in front of him. The 5 God King Xian Jintian, Kaik, Li Mingxian, Mu Bai, and Yin Yu all look solemn. I didn't expect the rumors to be true. It seems that we are just looking at the sky from the bottom of a well. Kek sighed. I can't be so slack. I have to continue to become stronger. Xian Jintian started to become a little more urgent. With that abnormal speed, he will probably get through the supreme ranking in less than a month. It will be difficult to improve much in this period of time. Yin Yu shook his head and sighed. Well, let's do our best anyway. The 5 people looked melancholy. In the interface in front of them, Lingy successfully answered the last question correctly, and was successfully sent out of the answering room. But this guy is really perverted. I really don't know how he does it. He even knows about this kind of problem, Yin Yu said. And then the 5 God Kings looked at each other, and they all smiled bitterly. Congratulations on successfully answering all the questions in the Sacred Path Knowledge Contest. Get accumulated rewards. Experience times 3 million. Gold coins times 10 million. Divine element times 3 million. You are the first player to answer all the questions correctly. And you are hereby rewarded, wishing star times 1. You have broken through the previous best results, and set a new record. You are hereby rewarded, armed essence times 50. You have achieved first place in this event, and are hereby rewarded, armed essence times 10. Back in the hall, Lingy received all the rewards immediately. Double gold coins plus 10 million. Divine element plus 3 million. Yes, that's okay. Not only did I get these rewards, I also learned some useful information. You don't need to think about it to know that the 100 questions that appeared this time will definitely be included by the majority of players. When they are tested again in future competitions, they will be able to answer correctly and give more rewards. Ignoring other resources, he focused on the two unfamiliar rewards. Wish Star, limited, after using it. You can make a wish on the divine path to obtain a prop, treasure, weapon, scroll, treasure, or true soul up to S level. Or make a wish to obtain a skill of 10 stars or below.
Wow! So versatile!
Seeing this, Wishing Star, Lingy remembered a prop he obtained last time called Variety Skill Card. After that thing has been mutated, it can be transformed into any skill up to 10 stars. But he has not used it until now. He moved his eyes to look at the second reward. Arm Essence, it can increase the proficiency of the god's weapons by 1%. As we all know, divine weapons are divided into low level, intermediate level, and high level. To improve your rank, all you need is wearing time.
Speaking of which, how long does it usually take to upgrade this god's weapon?
Lingy turned to ask Yunji, who was on the sofa on the right, raising her beautiful white legs to the table. The latter tilted his head and looked at him with his beautiful golden eyes. The corners of his soft red lips lifted up, and he smiled.
Generally, it takes 10 years to advance from the beginner level to the intermediate level. And it takes 100 years to advance from the intermediate level to the high level. Wow!
After Yunji said this, Lingy realized how valuable this weapon essence was. Now we quickly carry out mutation simulations on these two things. Super Wishing Star, limited, after use. It can reach a maximum of legendary props, treasures, and skills of 12 stars or below. Super Armament Essence, it can increase the proficiency of God's armament by 100%. After completing the simulation, Lingy was thinking about where to use the two wishing stars, when Lin Shura suddenly grabbed his hand.
Huh?
He looked at her. The latter nuzzled at the people around him. Lingy raised his head and looked around at everyone present, only to see that everyone was staring at him intently, their beautiful eyes full of nostalgia.
Okay. Let's have lunch first, and then take a lunch break.
After saying this, the expressions of the girls instantly brightened. Chapter 504 Divine Power, Annihilation of Time and Space. Evening. Lingy, who was giving full play to his energy, sat on the sofa in the hall, with Yunji lying next to his legs wearing a light purple translucent summer pajamas. When he came out of the family space just now, this guy was the only one who followed him tirelessly. His fingers followed the other person's smooth hair, all the way down to that beautiful back. The texture of silk pajamas is soft and delicate, and it is very smooth to touch.
You are obviously not the strongest, but you are the most able to withstand it among them.
Lingy put his left hand into the hair on the back of her neck and touched the black necklace with several small golden bells on her snow-white jade neck. He shook it gently, and the collar made a crisp sound of
ding, 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 ding,
ding.
A few days ago, it could only withstand 60 times. Why can it withstand 70 times today?
Lingy asked curiously. Yunji turned her head and neck, rubbing her fair forehead against the outside of his left eye for a moment without saying anything. She adjusted her lying position slightly, then climbed up, put her hands into his shirt, and hugged his waist tightly.
All right.
Lingy, who was already familiar with the other party, swung his body to face her, placing his legs on both sides of her body. When the latter put her head on the pillow, he reached out and touched her head, and then thought about his next plan.
I said before that I was looking for something similar to time reversal and space sealing. Well, it would be great if these two could be combined into one.
In order to find out whether there is a similar divine power, he turned on the precognition prompt. You want to find a divine power that can regress the enemy's state and seal off space. You feel that the former involves time and the latter involves space. So there is a certain correlation. You feel that there may be some divine power in time and space that can meet this requirement at the same time. You think about it and decide that you can use the prompt to get the name. According to the prompt content, Lingy took out the prompt and said,
I want to know what I have.
He spoke out his request, and the flames quickly burned a line of synthesis formulas in front of him. Physiological time return, 10 stars, plus space suppression, 10 stars, plus aurora annihilation, 10 stars, plus 2 10-star material spacetime annihilation, 12 stars.
Originally,
If the prompt had not been strengthened, it would only give the name. Now that it has been strengthened, the prompt will be given directly to the formula. This saves a lot of worry.
He searched Dacian stores and found that no one was selling these 3 skills, as the 10-star skills for sale were basically the skills of the main road Demon King.
Is it possible to use the Super Wishing Star here?
As soon as the words came out, Lingy shook his head and said,
No. The Super Wishing Star is extremely precious. Now that we all know the synthesis formula, it would be too wasteful to use this.
He boarded the Dacian forum and was about to search for these 3 skills when he saw 2 figures suddenly appear outside. Taking a closer look, it was Lin Xian and Lin Ying. Ling Yi, Sigma, degree winky face. He was startled, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but twitch. The 2 walked to the door talking and laughing. They were stunned for a moment when they saw the situation inside, and then walked in naturally, as if they had not seen anything. Hi. Lin Ying waved to Ling Yi and came to him happily. She bent down and kissed him on the forehead. She smiled and said,
Sister Rose said that everyone is tired and asked me to come over and cook dinner. Oh.
Go ahead then.
Hee hee. Uh-huh.
Lin Ying covered her mouth and smiled, turned around, and walked into the kitchen happily. Lin Xian sat down on the left sofa, glanced at Yunji with her beautiful eyes, and said softly,
Young people should exercise more restraint. What are you here for? Can't I come if I have nothing to do? No. By the way, have you collected 10-star skills in your joint structure?
Ling Yi suddenly thought that maybe there are these 3 skills in the joint structure. Lin Xian was stunned for a few seconds, and then rolled his eyes at him with a speechless expression.
Our joint structure is the #1 divine power in the universe at the moment. Do you think you might not have collected it? Isn't it because there are so many people? More people also means more resources.
Ling Yi nodded and told the other party that he wanted these 3 skills. The latter immediately asked the relevant person in charge of the joint body to search. After a while, Lin Xian threw 2 orange-yellow crystals with 10 small light spots hovering around them to him and said,
Both physiological time and space suppression are available.
Aurora Annihilation did not find.
Oh.
What's the price?
How can it be? Lin Xian stared at him with wide eyes, and after a moment he realized what Ling Yi meant, and replied,
Oh. You mean the price for us to get these skills? It's actually nothing. It's just bartering. Some people get these skills by luck through world announcements from various walks of life or other things. But these skills are not necessarily what they want. So they will use these skills to come to us in exchange for resources. For example, exchanging skills for gold coins, a few props, treasures, etc. In this case, the exchange is basically profitable for us, because they are using things that are useless to them in exchange for resources that are useful to them. The requirements, it won't be too high. We won't accept it if it's too high. And if even we can't accept it, then those smaller forces won't be able to accept it, and they will have no choice but to rot in their own hands.
After hearing what Lin Xian said, Ling Yi understood the origin of these skills. And then he wondered,
what about the original capital of our joint body? It depends on everyone voluntarily donating. Those who join our star realm will donate more or less, especially after the joint flag appears and they enjoy our ancient monuments. They will donate more.
Knowing this, Ling Yi had a general understanding of the resources of their joint body. Without thinking any more, I quickly used Wishing Star to wish for the final skill, Aurora Annihilation.
Then bought 2 materials in the replacement store and started merging them. The next second, congratulations on successfully synthesizing the 12-star skill, Time and Space Annihilation. Open it and take a look. Time and Space Annihilation, 12 stars, seal the space in the designated area, completely isolating the inside and outside of the space. In the block space, the life of the designated target can be recorded once. When the blockade has not been lifted, the target's life status can be changed to the recorded status at any time. A blockade lasts up to 10 seconds, and this skill can be used 10 times per day.
It's okay. It does have the effect I want.
However, Ling Yi was not satisfied with the current usage restrictions, so he immediately carried out mutation simulation on it. Simulation 1.
Can record 10 lives.
Simulation 2.
Data blockade lasts up to 1 minute.
The number of simulated records increased tenfold. Simulation 2 increases the duration and removes the limit of 10 times per day. Ling Yi did not hesitate and directly chose the latter.
Are you sure it will materialize?
Sure. When he threw the revealed skill back into his backpack, Ling Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Now that I have the skills, I'll wait for my star position. Chapter 505 New Event. City of the Strong. An invincible holy shield strengthening. At present, Ling Yi's star position mainly comes from 3 directions. Levels, ancient monuments, treasures. After being strengthened, the Eternal Star Monument has been able to increase its star level by 30, reaching its limit. In terms of level, he can level up another 10 levels at any time, and he still has 10 star levels. Over there with the treasure. The Fantasy Star God gave me 50 star positions. My Mutated God's weapon can also improve the effect of my treasure skills. I don't know how many more star positions I can increase by then. While he was muttering in a low voice, Lin Xian on the side saw that he had difficulty moving. So he stood up and poured him a large glass of boiled water and said, "You are thirsty. Drink it." "Okay. I'm really thirsty." Ling Yi glanced at Lin Xian unexpectedly. Thinking that mature women are thoughtful, he reached out and took the glass of boiled water on the table and drank it in big gulps. Lin Xian stared at the boiling water in the cup and saw it flowing into Ling Yi's mouth. Then, as if he had a perspective, he watched the liquid flow down the esophagus and finally flow to the outlet of the lower body. "I found that Yunji particularly liked this," she said suddenly. Ling Yi was stunned for a moment, then nodded and said, "Yes. Does she have some kind of quirk? For example, she wants you to treat her like a pet? Or is she used to trying to please you in a lower status? There is such a thing." Lin Xian nodded, crossed his arms, and analyzed carefully. "Maybe she feels that the gap between you and her is too big, and she is not worthy of you. Wearing the collar can make her feel more at ease. Therefore, she often takes the initiative to serve you." Please behavior. That's not clear. Seeing that Ling Yi did not intend to study in depth, Lin Xian then said, "By the way, the next big group event will be in 2 days. Although our coalition is now the largest force, we still cannot guarantee that we can obtain it. Best result? I'm here. No problem." "No. As for that activity, you really can't do anything." Ling Yi was stunned for a moment, and then asked doubtfully, "Speaking of which, is Dakian active so frequently? We have only just entered the world for less than a month, and there are all kinds of demon gods coming to the world. Worldwide competition, and knowledge competitions. And there are still things happening 2 days later? It's not that it's frequent. It's just that it's more concentrated in the recent period." Alright. Ling Yi thought that if he wanted to defeat the Supreme Sun, it was necessary to continue collecting divine elements. Therefore, activities are concentrated during this period, which is actually beneficial to him. Just when she was about to continue asking for relevant information, Yunji adjusted her lying position, picked up his waist, and stood up on her knees. Because of this action, Ling Yi's upper body was forced to lean back and fall on the sofa. His top still covered the other person's head, and the black and shiny wavy hair spread freely from inside the clothes, looking extremely beautiful. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian turned away slightly shyly. Lin Ying, who was not far away, saw this and walked over with a hidden smile. She knelt between the wooden table and the sofa, put her hands around Ling Yi's head, lowered her head, and put her tender cherry lips on her. Their faces quickly touched each other. I do not know how long it has been, when Lin Ying licked her lips, stood up and left with a charming smile. Yunji slowly put his waist back on the sofa, then squirmed her legs and lay down again. Lin Xian looked back and saw that this guy hadn't pulled out his head yet, and couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. "Isn't it right? Are you still coming?" She suddenly turned her head to look at Ling Yi and said in shock, "Are you just letting yourself go like this?" The latter was closing his eyes, looking drowsy. After hearing this, he just shrugged and said without opening his eyes, "Once she starts, she won't stop until she is satisfied. I'll take a nap first." "Oh my god!" Lin Xian cast her surprised eyes towards Yunji's belly, and was secretly shocked. Could it be that every time I came to see her before? 2 days later, August 15th, 11 o'clock in the morning, when Lin Xian visited again, he looked at Yunji specifically. At this moment, she was sitting on Ling Yi's inner thigh with her white legs bent, resting with her hands folded on his left thigh and her eyes closed. She was facing outside, so when Lin Xian walked over, she could clearly see his slightly bulging belly. "The new event City of the Strong will start soon. Are you ready?" She naturally sat on the right sofa, raised her right leg, and hugged her knees with her hands. After her eyes stayed on Yunji for a moment, she shifted to the young man in the middle. At this moment,
He was lying on Lin Shure's lap. Xingya and Xiaoya were kneeling on one side on the left and the other on the right. He massages. Well, you enjoyed it. Lin Xian looked at this scene and pondered for a moment, and finally choked out these words. Ling Yi smiled. But before he spoke, Xiao Wanqing, who was bringing the lunch dishes to the table, replied for him. He has been working hard, and now he has reached this level. What's the matter with enjoying it? Lin Xian pursed his lips, tilted his head and smiled. I'm not saying he can't enjoy it. Well, I came here just to see if you have any countermeasures about the new activities. Nandongli, who was sitting opposite her, heard this and smiled confidently. We will definitely find him and protect him without any countermeasures. The new event Strong City is a group event. When a Star Realm /Alliance /Joint structure registers, it will enter the activity library, and the public can choose one person from each force as the target leader. The task of players from each force is to protect their own leader, kill other leaders as much as possible, and finally be ranked according to how long the leader survives. The location of this event is in the urban environment built by Shenlu. At that time, all leaders will appear randomly on the event map as ordinary people. Lin Xian was afraid that a few people did not fully understand this event. So he added, each force can only enter 100 people, and Shenlu will randomly select some people to enter from the countless ordinary people who signed up. So finding the leader quickly and protecting it is the most important thing. After the words fell, Nangongli on the opposite side nodded and smiled. You know, we are indeed ready. That's good. Are you all here? Yes. Good. After confirming the number of people, Lin Xian stood up and left. Ling Yi ignored her. He was currently checking today's plan store. Invincible Holy Shield Strengthening Plan. You can exchange 1 second of usage time by consuming 1% of your life force. New. Price. 1,800 mutation points. Oh! Not bad. Originally, his Invincible Holy Shield could only be used for 600 seconds per day. Now with this new effect, for him who can restore 100% of his vitality every second, it can be used infinitely. Ling Yi quickly bought it. While buying it, he couldn't help but think of the plan he made 2 days ago. Number 13. The Eternal Spiritual Protection Monument has a new effect that is ineffective against evil people. Ling Yi doesn't understand how to determine evil people. 14th. Time Spirit Monument. The advent time is increased from 15 hours at the beginning of each month to 30 hours at the beginning of each month. Chapter 506. The Intermediate God Armed activity begins. Then what's next? He turned to look at the Dreamstar God worn on his left wrist. Just now this message appeared in front of him. Nesting is about to be completed. Obviously, this refers to the progress of the primary god's weapon embedding the treasure in his hand. After waiting for so many days, finally, before he finished speaking, another line of information appeared in front of him. Congratulations. The nesting of the primary god's weapons is completed. For a moment, Ling Yi felt an inexplicable force pouring out of his wrist and flowing into every cell in his body. The blood flows faster and the skin heats up slightly. He can feel that he has become a lot stronger. Without checking the panel immediately, he first added Super Weapon Essence to the primary god's weapon. The primary god's weapon absorbs the essence. God's Arms upgrade. He also has 59 armed essences, all of which have been added. Take another look. Intermediate God Arms, 59/100. Good. Ling Yi smiled, then opened his personal panel and looked at the treasure. His mutated divine weapon can enhance the attributes blessed by treasures and the power of treasure skills. And his Fantasy Star God has the effect of full attribute ring. So in fact, 2 attributes and 2 skills will be strengthened. Fantasy Star God. Quality S. Mid-level divine weapon. Type bracelet. Effect Constitution plus 1260. All attributes plus 1200. Treasure skill. Increase the wearer's star level by 70. And it can only be worn if you hold a Certificate of Almighty. And all attributes will be increased by an additional 50%. This effect is far beyond what an S-class should have. Ling Yi looked back and forth several times with satisfaction, and then looked at his 5th dimension. Strength 21,159. Mana 28,166. Agility 27,831. Endurance 15,714. And Constitution 68913. Compared with before, each of the 5 dimensions has been improved. Among them, the one with the highest physique has even surpassed the normal Supreme Sun. Whenever my other attributes come up and rise to a level similar to that of the Supreme Sun, then there should be hope that the crusade will be successful.
That being said, it is not an easy task to improve so many attributes. If one were to convert free attribute points through experience alone, the amount of divine elements required could be said to be massive. Other than that, Lingy could only think of the solution store. When the planned shop strengthens his true soul and treasures again, his attributes should increase a lot. Shaking his head, he moved his gaze downwards and saw the column of stars. Remaining star positions, 27. He nodded slightly and took out the 12-star divine power, time and space annihilation that he had synthesized before to study. You succeed. Time passes quickly. In the blink of an eye, there are only the last 3 minutes left before the new event, City of the Strong, starts. After finishing lunch, Lingy and his group sat back down again, and now they began to discuss the activities.
Registration for this event opened yesterday. Up to now, the target leaders of all parties have been selected. It is no surprise that our Blue Star Alliance is you.
Nandonli smiled happily, his eyebrows full of joy.
There is no way. Other forces know that I am strong and will definitely choose me.
Lingy smiled.
When you get in later, you will become like an ordinary person. Stop running around. Just stay at a place with few people. We will find you soon.
Lin Shuju said beside him.
Good.
Lingy nodded. When the event entered the final countdown of 10 seconds, Lin Shuru and others stared at him hard, as if they wanted to carve his appearance into their minds. After a while, when the event officially started, 100 participants of the Blue Star Alliance were officially sent to the map. Your identity, target leader, Blue Star Constructor. Tip, please be careful to hide yourself. Countdown, 2 hours, 59 minutes and 59 seconds. 2 hours, 59 minutes and 58 seconds. Dot. The activity of
City of the Strong
lasts for a total of 3 hours. Although rewards are calculated based on how long the leader survives. If players do not attack each other's leader, there is a possibility that
everyone can drag it on forever.
Therefore, this activity has a prescribed activity time. After Lingy arrived here, the first thing he felt was that his body was being restricted. The backpack cannot be opened. The skills cannot be activated. And the body is as fragile as an ordinary person.
As expected. It's really like that. Ha ha.
He chuckled optimistically, then raised his head and looked around. Under the dark night, in front of you is a colorful night city with shining lights. There is a huge square in front, which is crowded with people, and the crowd is like a sea.
Wow! Is this the scene of the Strong City? It is indeed a city. I didn't expect that ordinary people like us would be lucky enough to participate in such a great event. Ha ha ha! I'm so lucky to be selected. I will be awarded a player qualification card at the end of the meeting. It's great! One of us should be the target leader. Right. What if a player shows up later and kills us all with the attitude of preferring to kill the wrong one? Ha ha. Don't worry. Killing ordinary people by mistake will result in immediate failure.
Lingy walked among the crowd as if going shopping, listening to the crowd's comments. But he didn't feel panic at all.
You absorbed 87 excitement points from Alima. You absorbed 74 points of Wanka's happiness points. You absorbed Yiming's 63 curiosity points. Dot!
Boom! At a certain moment, a loud roar suddenly came from the north. Immediately afterwards, violent air waves spread from the north along the gaps in the high-rise buildings, blowing up the clothes of people on the ground. Boom! 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 As if some kind of giant beast was walking towards here step by step. The ground shook one after another. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound, but saw nothing in the dark night. Until a few seconds later, the dull sound of bang bang suddenly stopped. And then, a humanoid monster about 60 meters tall, and with a body like the stars in the universe suddenly appeared. It was holding on to the roof of a tall building with one hand, and was bending down to look at the square, as if it was identifying the people in the square one by one. Summon Beast Starry Clayman. Lingy looked up to the side of the monster, and sure enough, he saw a yellow-haired man standing on the tall building. Before he could take a closer look at the guy's face, a beam of blue light suddenly appeared out of thin air and penetrated the man's body silently. The man didn't even let out a scream. His body collapsed with a loud roar and turned into large white spots of light that dissipated. At the same time, the huge clay figurine in the starry sky also turned into ashes.
Somewhat familiar light.
While talking, Lingy also smelled a familiar fragrance. Looking back,
Lin Shuru in a snow-white dress was behind her, smiling sweetly at her. What about the rest? I have merged with Lin Ying and are killing other players in the surrounding area. Oh, I'm responsible for protecting you personally. Lin Shuru smiled sweetly and took a few steps forward to hold his arm. Chapter 507. The event is in progress. Wow! What a beautiful beauty! That's Hack! Ling Yi! Yes! Yes! That is the #1 player in the God Road. A legend who has set countless records. The strongest man in the universe. The fastest player in history to upgrade. And he has only been in the God Road for more than 2 months. Oh my god! I saw Ling Yi alive! Quick! 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 While the other person is an ordinary person now. Go up and touch him to see if he is also a human being. Lin Shuru's stunning appearance and awe-inspiring aura attracted the attention of everyone around her. Therefore, surrounding players naturally saw Ling Yi beside her. They were shouting and about to gather around here. But before that, Lin Shuru had picked up Ling Yi and flew away with him. Sieve. He closed and opened his eyes. And when he opened them again, Ling Yi found that he had been taken to an unknown room. Here it is. He looked around with confusion on his face. This is one of the bedrooms in a certain private house. I have sensed it. There is no one around, so it is suitable for hiding. Oh. Ling Yi nodded and saw a bed in the room. So he walked over and laid down on it. There is a bunny doll on the bed. And the mattress is pink. It is obviously a girl's room. The map produced by Shenlu is mostly modeled after many star realms. For example, this star realm is a building, and that star realm is a square. Otherwise, there is no need to pay attention to these details. He could smell a faint fragrance in his nose, which made him feel strange. Lin Shuru responded softly, walked up to the bed, and looked down at him. Ling Yi only glanced at her and guessed what the other party was thinking, and his face changed. No! Now I can't exert my power. I'm just an ordinary person. Ha. Doesn't that mean I can do whatever I want? Normally we can do it hundreds of times per second. But if we can't do it now, I will die. I'll be gentle. I believe you. You are not Lin Ying. As soon as the words fell, a colorful light flashed around Lin Shuru. And then Lin Ying's figure suddenly appeared beside her. Huh? Call me? No. Ling Yi shook his head repeatedly. Oh. Lin Ying nodded obediently and noticed that the man was lying on the bed. She couldn't help but turn her head and look at the woman beside her, raised her eyebrows and said, Sister Ro, don't eat secretly while I'm not here. Lin Shuru squinted her eyes and smiled. Seeing this, Lin Ying was about to say something, but she heard several roars coming from outside. The two closed their eyes and felt it for a while. And then they all smiled. Our other strong men from Blue Star have arrived here. It's safe here now, Lin Shuju said. Ha! As long as we are by your side, it will be fine. Lin Ying laughed, climbed onto the bed on her knees, and moved her head closer with excitement. Ling Yi pushed her head away with a speechless expression, and said seriously, I want to go to the rooftop to see it. Please take me up there. Lin Shuru and Lin Shuru looked at each other. Although they knew it was dangerous, they were confident that they had enough strength to protect him and said, Okay. After a while, the three people came to the rooftop of this tall building. The night breeze blew slowly by, bringing a somewhat refreshing feeling. Ling Yi looked up at the stars in the sky, then turned his eyes to look at the various players fighting in the sky and in the streets in the distance. In order not to hurt ordinary people and cause them to leave early, these people are deliberately controlling the power of their output. Among them, Ling Yi saw Lin Xian, Nan Donghan, Luo Yuan and others. In his eyes at this moment, the speed of these people was unparalleled. He could only see them when they stopped. Is this what ordinary people think of a strong man? Ling Yi leaned his hands on the round iron railing. The dim moonlight shone on him, leaving a blurry shadow behind him. Looking at the colorful night city in front of him, he sighed. Lin Shuru and Lin Ying stood beside and behind him, one on the left and the other on the right. The two of them looked like fairies descending from the earth. Not only were they beautiful, but they also had a white and shimmering body. Let them attract the attention of others even in the dark. Call out. A beam of fire flew from the south across the airspace and exploded with a bang in the distant air. The explosion produced hundreds of fireballs, which fell toward the ground in large swaths. Wow! Ling Yi raised his head and looked at the overwhelming fireballs falling down from the sky, and said softly, This is the 6-star skill explosive fireworks. Normally,
This would be the same as fireworks. But now it is indeed a life crisis.
In fact, when he came in, he was thinking about the significance of Shilu holding this event. Is there any point in letting the most powerful people from various forces experience what it feels like to be ordinary people? Actually, there is. Just like now. He frowned unconsciously towards the players who were flying into the sky, whose actions were completely invisible to the naked eye, and who could easily destroy large areas with just a wave of their hand. Those who usually looked like passers-by in his eyes were now the top powerhouses of various forces. Everyone had gone through countless trials and challenges. At this moment, he could deeply understand the huge gap between ordinary people and top players. Desperate, powerless, and at the mercy of others.
The me who stands at the top of countless players.
Ling Yi looked at the night in the distance and became lost in thought. After a moment, he shook his head, turned to look at the two people around him, and said with a smile,
I finally understand why so many ordinary people worship me and regard me as their idol. Because I not only have the power to suppress everything, but I am also a kind person.
Lin Xiru and Lin Ning looked at each other and smiled. The flames that had fallen just now had been wiped away by them. Now beside them, Ling Yi felt safe for the first time in a long time.
This activity is really interesting.
While he was muttering to himself, 11 rays of black light flashed past and stopped on the other side of the rooftop. A closer look revealed that it was Ming Kei and her former God King Guard. The current guard team had been renamed the
Underworld Guard Team.
Ming Kei quickly glanced at the two beauties, forced himself to calm down, took a few steps forward and bowed to Ling Yi.
Boss, we are here.
The latter nodded and saw a large piece of thunder and lightning falling from the night sky in the distance, and couldn't help but be attracted to it. At this moment, Lin Ning turned her attention to Ming Kei and the others, and raised her slender eyebrows.
I heard that your Ming tribe has a special physique and a lot of yin energy all over your body. Every woman in the tribe is fair-skinned, beautiful, and has long legs.
As she spoke, she walked towards Ming Kei and the others.
I'm curious. Can you let me have a look?
Lin Ning said bluntly. Ming Kei was stunned for a moment, and looked carefully at the woman who had brought invisible pressure to her with suspicious eyes, and then turned to look at Ling Yi. To be honest, she had never seen this outrageously beautiful woman in front of her, and had no idea who she was. Before Ling Yi could say anything, Lin Xiru, who was behind him, answered,
I'm quite concerned about it too. Let's take a look.
Chapter 508, The Yin Energy of the Nether Tribe. An unexpected surprise. Ming Kei didn't recognize the woman in front of him, but he knew Lin Xiru and vaguely knew her status. Seeing her saying the same thing, she nodded heartily and smiled.
Of course you can if you want to see it.
As he said that, he turned around and pointed at the first player on the right. The latter walked out of the queue and came to Ming Kei. Ming Kei first took off her black robe, revealing her graceful body inside. A tight-fitting black leather vest covered her upper body, revealing her slender, snow-white hands. On her feet were a pair of thick black protective boots that reached to her knees, and her shiny white thighs were exposed to the air without any protection. Ming Kei bent down and took off the protective boots on the opponent's legs, and took off the black stockings inside, allowing the two beauties in front of him to take a good look at the snow-white long legs and legs of their Ming tribe women. Slender feet.
Because they have been exercising since childhood, and their feet are often covered in protective boots. Their feet have always been smaller.
She grabbed the team members' feet and squeezed them, then stood up and said quite proudly,
We, the Nether tribe, have always been favored by Yin Qi. No matter who it is, it will become whiter and more juicy as time goes by. This is more suitable for women than for men. Therefore, men of our tribe are extremely rare. Less than 1% of the entire tribe. I heard that you Nether tribe men are also very beautiful when they dress up as women.
Lin Ning joked.
Yes. Yes.
Ming Kei smiled.
Then men of the Nether race also have more yin and less yang? Fertility is a big problem. Right?
Lin Xiru asked.
It's not bad. Because we have superb reproductive technology on Pluto. And reproduction can be completed without a man. Just like me. I was born through this method. I see. That's why you don't have a father. Yes.
Ling Yi originally listened for a while, but later saw that their conversation was getting more and more outrageous. So he simply ignored it. There is also a small high platform on the rooftop with a wooden ladder to climb up. He walked to the wooden ladder, grabbed the ladder and climbed up. Click, click, click. As I walked up step by step, the wooden ladder made frequent clicking. Sounds as if it might break at any time. Lin Shuru and others stopped chatting and looked up at him one by one. Lingy noticed the sight and turned around to smile at them.
It feels a little strange to be looked at by you, the strongest female players in the universe.
After saying that, he continued to climb up. Under their quiet gaze, he finally climbed up the wooden ladder without any danger and reached the higher platform. The wind here is stronger, blowing Lingyi's face. Lin Shuru and others did not fly, but climbed up. They did not disturb him, who was watching the scenery, but continued talking next to him.
Speaking of your physique, are you sensitive to both yin and yang energy?
Lin Shuru asked.
Yes. We can all detect a person's yin and yang energy.
When he said this, Ming Ke subconsciously glanced at Ling Yi's back.
Are those with high yang energy more attractive to you?
Hearing Lin Ying's question, Ming Ke's usually calm and indifferent face showed a rare blush.
Theoretically, yes. But it doesn't mean that as long as there is more yang qi, we will like it. What about the degree of attraction? For example, if you have 100 times the yang energy of ordinary people, how much more attractive will it be to you? I think it's improved a lot. It's hard to say. It depends on the individual.
Ming Ke always felt that the two people in front of her were not having an ordinary conversation with her, but more like trying to get some information they wanted. Lin Shuru turned her head and looked at Lingyi again, then turned to her and asked her.
I was very curious before. What do you people from the Nether clan think of him?
Hearing this, Ming Ke smiled in his heart, secretly thinking that this was indeed the case. She pursed her lips and said hesitantly,
Do you want to hear the truth or a lie?
As soon as these words came out, not to mention Lin Shuru and Lingyi, even Lingyi's curiosity was aroused, and he immediately turned around to look.
Tell the lie first,
he said.
Well, he is powerful, invincible, and charismatic. We know his past, and what kind of person he is. We admire him very much. Admire him, and want to be loyal to him.
Lingyi was stunned, and Lin Shuru and Lin Ying's expression turned cold.
Are these lies? What about the truth?
Lin Ying said lightly, her expression too calm.
The truth is that he is indeed very powerful and invincible. And we do admire him. But we want him even more.
Ming Ke paused, as if it was difficult to say the next words, and hesitated for a long time. Finally, seeing that he really had to say it, he continued.
We want to take it back to the clan.
Do what?
Yes. It's all fine. He has a high yang energy. So just being around him will be of great benefit. Then you must have arrested a lot of men with high yang energy. Right? No. No. No.
Ming Ke waved his hands repeatedly, and a serious look appeared on his beautiful, snow-white, plump jade face.
We, the Ming clan, have a graded classification for the amount of yang qi and yin qi. Below 100 is level 1. Above 100 is level 2. Above 1000 is level 3. Above 3000 is level 4. And above 6000 is level 5. For us, there are obvious differences at each level. Only when we reach level 4 or above can we take the initiative. But obviously, the entire universe has not seen such a character for hundreds of years. Boss, his yang energy is so amazing. We speculate that it is very likely that it has exceeded 10,000. So we have specially set a 6th level for him. Level 6.
Lin Ying asked.
Yes.
After hearing what Ming Ke said, Lingyi and the others had a deeper understanding of the Ming clan. Lin Shuru suddenly remembered something and asked again.
You said that having Lingyi by your side will be beneficial to you. So it should be mutually beneficial to him. Right? Yes. Yin and yang merge. If we fully release the yin energy and blend with other yang energy, the most intuitive benefit is to enhance our yin energy and his yang energy. Does it have this effect? Yes. The higher it is, the more obvious the improvement will be. For example, if it only increases by 1,000th each time, then both sides will only have 5. And the improvement will be minimal. But if both sides have 10,000, then they can improve every time 10 o'clock. Like this.
Oh! After hearing what Ming Ke said, Lingyi looked happy.
How dare you help me improve my yang energy? Why didn't you tell me before? You didn't ask.
Lingyi's yang qi has returned to its usual state since the last time he absorbed a wave of yang qi from the sea of sunflowers in the sunflower field. Basically, it can only be improved by a few dozen points every day. If yang qi is regarded as the 6th attribute, then yang qi, which is currently over 10,000, is obviously his lowest attribute, and his lowest endurance is 15,000. Well? Lingy looked at Ming Ke and the 10 people behind her, nodded and said,
Then you will help me improve my yang qi.
Ming Ke nodded heavily and said excitedly with a happy face.
The 11 of us combined have more than 50,000 yin energy. If we are in a place with strong yang energy, it will be more beneficial to you. Good.
Lingy instantly thought of the sea of sunflowers in the family space, where there was enough yang energy to serve as a venue. Chapter 509. The event ends and the Q&A begins. Boom! There were several violent explosions from the sky. Lingy looked in the direction of the sound and saw 2 players fighting fiercely in the sky in the distance. A strong shockwave swept around, shattering glass for several kilometers. During the battle, one of them was defeated by the opponent and was knocked away by the opponent and crashed towards this place. Seeing this, Linning grabbed the air with her hand, and a handful of air arrows formed in her palm, and she threw it towards the opponent. Sieve! The arrow hit the opponent in an instant, causing it to collapse in the air and dissipate into large light spots. This scene was also seen by some surrounding players, and they all looked towards this place. Huh?
Wow. It's Ling Yi. Boss Ling Yi. Is he just standing in such a conspicuous place? He is really fearless. Although the beauty beside him has some strength, she is probably no match for the top powerhouses. If they find out, although Blue Star is the largest force, without Ling Yi, there will indeed be few top players. Who are the beauties next to him? They are all so beautiful.
Except for Ling Yi. Everyone else on the rooftop was aware of the discussions around them. Lin Shura pursed her lips slightly and said to Ling Yi,
To be on the safe side, how about I activate the sacred shield? Ha ha ha.
Okay. Ling Yi was not a person who liked to be romantic, so he nodded and smiled when he heard this. Upon seeing this, Lin Shuru immediately opened the sacred shield.
Wow.
This golden translucent shield only covered this small platform under the dark night. It was eye-catching because of its soft golden light. Ling Yi looked at the ground under his feet and asked doubtfully,
Is the ground protected?
Yes.
The area covered by my shield is fully protected.
Oh,
that's good.
After the words fell, Ling Yi laughed again.
I didn't think much about it before, but now I remember you still have this skill. Ha ha ha.
Seeing the man laughing, Lin Shuru and Lin Ning also chuckled.
Wow. Ling Yi's position is exposed. It's very dangerous. I remember that apart from Ling Yi, the only one who is stronger in Blue Star seems to be Ming Quebec. The Ming K is pretty strong, and he is the strongest person under the God King.
In the viewing room, more and more people knew Ling Yi's location. Some people are worried. Some are looking forward to it. And more people are just watching silently.
The Ming K is strong, but there are so many enemies that it can't stand up to.
Huh?
A golden shield has been opened. But instead of opening a golden shield in such an obvious place, it is better to find a place to hide. I don't know what they are thinking.
Yes. About 2 hours later, when Ling Yi and the others were still chatting safely inside the hood, a group of people suddenly came from outside. Lin Ming, Sun Tian and others who were nearby saw him and immediately stepped forward to attack. However, this group was faster and only sent out a few people to defeat Lin Ning, Sun Tian and others in just a few seconds. Boom! 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 One by one, Blue Star players fell to the ground and could not get up for a while. When Ling Yi turned around to look, the group had already turned their spearhead and focused their fire on the invincible shield. There were many golden shields. This color was not exclusive to the invincible shield. With the naked eye, the nature of this shield cannot be seen at all. Ling Yi looked down at the Blue Star people on the ground, frowned, and said,
Lin Ning, go ahead and deal with them all. Good.
Lin Shuru temporarily lifted the sacred shield for a moment and released Lin Ning. As soon as the latter came out, his momentum suddenly surged, and the surging coercion couldn't stop spreading to the surroundings. Although the other party's group realized that the other party might be a strong person, they did not panic too much.
This is the most promising opportunity to defeat Blue Star. Don't give up. I thought it was Ming Ke who would come out. Who is this woman?
I don't know. Before the exchange between this group of people ended, Lin Ning stretched out her hand and put her fingers together into a fist in the direction of the group of people. In an instant, it was as if the space was suddenly squeezed. Before the group could react, the huge external pressure pushed them together, forming a human ball composed of dozens of bodies.
Screams of aha
came from the human ball, but Lin Ning remained unmoved and continued to squeeze her fingers hard. after counting the interest, with bursts of intensive bang 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 sounds. One by one of these players could not bear the pressure and turned into light spots and dissipated. This scene, which seemed extremely normal to Ling Yi and others, was an astonishing sight in the eyes of outside players. I saw He, the elder of the former Tianwai ancient realm. He was not weak at all. Why did he die like this? Wow. This woman's strength is a bit exaggerated. Isn't she also a god king? We can apply for related Q&A after this event is over. And we will know then. It's amazing. Is this strength similar to that of Yin Yu? Where did Blue Star get such a strong person? With Lin Shuru's invincible shield, Ling Yi didn't feel any danger and spent 3 hours safely. After returning from the event, rewards will begin to be distributed. Congratulations to your force, Blue Star Alliance, for achieving a perfect 3-hour result in this City of the Strong. You have obtained gold coins times 300,000, experience times 15,000, and divine power times 3,000. Since you are the target leader, the above rewards will be doubled. Double gold coins plus 600,000, divine element plus 6,000. Well, there are so few rewards. Looking at the reward in front of him, Ling Yi couldn't hide the look of disappointment on his face. When Lin Shura next to her saw this, she immediately smiled and comforted. After all, it is a group activity, so it is normal not to give too many rewards. The focus is on the questions and answers at the end. Q&A? Any more answers? Yes. Players who are watching the game can create and submit questions. After being reviewed and approved by Shenlu, they will appear in the question and answer database. At that time, based on everyone's voting rate, the 5 highest questions will be selected to appear. You can ask any questions? Ling Yi's eyes widened. Of course not. Some issues with high privacy will naturally not pass. Oh, then what does this have to do with us? If the problem involves certain players, they will be compensated and rewarded. And they are generally pretty good. I see. Ling Yi nodded and opened the City of the Strong interface again. There is a Q&A countdown on it at the moment. 23. 22. Soon, the countdown was completely over. Q&A begins. Question 1. How many God Kings are there in Blue Star? A. 1. B. 2. C. 3. D. 4. Looking at this question, Ling Yi twitched the corner of his mouth. External players really care about the strength of our Blue Star. So can we respond? Of course. Ned Gongli on the side rolled his eyes. Ha! Okay. Everyone immediately chose option D. There is still a 10-second waiting time for each question. When 10 seconds are up, the answer is announced. Correct option D. Answer analysis. Blue Star has 4 God Kings. They are players 01, Lin Shiro, Suzaku Shur, and Lin Ying. Huh? Is there any analysis? It was also at this moment that a piece of information appeared in front of Ling Yi and the other 3 people on the analysis. You have received a compensation reward. Lucky draw ticket times 1. Chapter 510 End of Q&A. Only then did Ling Yi fully understand what Lin Shura meant by the compensation reward just now. I see. That's what it is. He looked at the 3 girls, Lin Shuru, and saw their happy faces, and couldn't help but ask, what rewards did you get? A random package of S-level props, S-level weapon selection package, S-level scroll optional package. Oh. Ling Yi opened his reward with a puzzled expression. Lucky lottery ticket. You can get a lucky item randomly after using it. While he was still thinking about this effect, the outside world had already exploded. What? The correct answer is D. There are 4 God Kings in Blue Star. This is not a Blue Star joint structure, but a pure Blue Star realm. There are 4 God Kings here. Good guys. Good guys. Our super giant alliance only has 1 God King. But Blue Star. What the HL? I know Ling Yi. Who are the other 3? I've never heard of them. Invincible. Blue Star is truly invincible. On the Altian supercontinent, the 5 God Kings who were gathering together were also frightened by this answer. I'll go. This. Xian Jintian was so shocked that he couldn't speak. I thought Blue Star's top combat power was all due to Ling Yi, but I didn't expect it. Mu Bai was greatly shocked. Lin Shiro, Suzaku Shur, and Lin Ying. Suzaku Shur should be that Nan Gongli, and Lin Shiro should be Lin Shura next to Ling Yi. These 3 are all people around Ling Yi, while the others were still surprised.
Yin Yu had already begun to carefully analyze the identities of the three people behind. Perhaps because she was rescued by Ling Yi. She was more interested in Ling Yi and the people around him. So she could probably guess who the other three people were.
It seems like they are all favored by Ling Yi. The boss is indeed a boss.
Tyke touched his white beard and sighed.
But if they can defeat the invincible Demon King, their strength is at least on the same level as ours.
Li Mingxian shook his head. The conversation didn't last long. And soon, the second question that countless people wanted to ask appeared. Question 2. Who is the enemy in the last level of the Supreme Sky ranking? A. 100 invincible level demons. B. 30 invincible level demons and 5 invincible level demons. C. 10 invincible level demons. D. 1 legendary invincible ancient demon.
I'm coming!
Xian Jintian and other god kings became nervous. If they hadn't learned in the last answer that they would come into contact with players outside the divine path one day after clearing the supreme heavenly ranking, they wouldn't have cared about this final enemy, and they wouldn't be able to contact them anyway. Regarding the choice of answer, everyone just chose one at random. Anyway, even if it was correct, the reward would be negligible. After all, everyone answered the question. 10 seconds later, the answer appears along with the analysis. D. Answer analysis. The enemy in the last level of the Supreme Sky ranking is the Supreme Sun. A level 150 legendary invincible ancient demon god with 60,000 normal attributes, 9 10-star skills, and 5 divine powers. Looking at this analysis, players from all walks of life screamed in surprise.
I'll go! Level 150. Normally, all attributes are 60,000? 5 divine rights? Oh my god! No wonder Ling Yi hasn't beaten him. Just seeing the words legendary invincible ancient demon god makes me feel overwhelmed. How can we defeat such an enemy? Shenlu doesn't want players to pass the heavenly ranking at all. Brother Zero turned out to be facing such an enemy.
Compared to the news that Blue Star has 4 god kings, the information about the Supreme Sun in front of them surprised thousands of players even more. Before this, no one thought that there would be a level 150 existence. No one thought that there would be an ancient demon god. And no one thought that the opponent would have such a terrifying panel. Such a powerful enemy has seriously impacted their cognition.
Ancient demon god.
Supreme Sun. Compared with ordinary players, these 5 god kings who are at the top of the universe can more intuitively understand the meaning of this analysis.
Just thinking about it, I feel like it's impossible to defeat.
Mubai, who had always been calm, frowned. He had already imagined in his mind the scenario of fighting the opponent. But every time without exception, he was killed instantly by the opponent.
The demon god already has level suppression, and the legendary invincibility level is 1 level higher. If we fight against him, it will be equivalent to 2 levels. Not to mention that the opponent's level and attributes will completely crush us. Well, we can't. Where is Ling Yi?
Tyke asked everyone. Everyone lowered their heads and pondered for a long time. And finally Yin Yu let out a sigh.
Ling Yi is a player who has only entered the divine path for more than 2 months, and has already achieved countless miracles so far. I believe he can defeat him in the future. But at that time, we were already very far away from him.
Upon hearing this, several people nodded and sighed.
Yes.
The next 3 questions are less important than the first 2. When all 5 questions were answered, Ling Yi also received a total of 2 compensation rewards. In addition to the previous lucky draw ticket, there is also a double Shinsu card. Double Shinsu card, limited, a one-time item. After use, in the next 1 minute, you can get an extra double every time you get the Shinsu.
Is this description?
Seeing this effect, Ling Yi immediately thought of the idea of brushing. For example, if the other party gives him the divine element, he returns it to the other party, and the other party gives it back again. If he goes back and forth several times, 100 divine elements can be converted into millions of divine elements. It's just a pity that Shinsu cannot be traded at all. So this idea is not feasible. Ling Yi didn't think much and carried out mutation simulations of the 2 compensation rewards one after another. Lucky raffle ticket, super lucky raffle ticket. Double the Shinsu card. 10 times the Shinsu card.
If you use 2 Shinsu cards together, it will be 20 times. With my double gold coins, it will be 40 times. Hiss.
Speaking of this, Ling Yi asked casually,
how often does this City of the Strong open? Are the compensation and rewards so good?
Yuan Ji, who is more familiar with these things, immediately replied,
this event is held once every 5 years. The quality of the compensation rewards actually depends on the players themselves. the information of an ordinary player is exposed. And the compensation rewards are just that. Maybe AC class items? D class items? But you are different. You are a miracle. You are a myth. Your influence is so terrifying. And the compensation reward for you must be the highest grade. Oh, that's a shame.
Ling Yi originally wanted to save all the multiple Shinsu cards and use them together after collecting more. When I learned that I would have to wait another 5 years, I gave up the idea in an instant. However, the opportunity of 40 times the divine power really made him unable to stop thinking about it.
What's the next activity where you can get a lot of divine energy? Well, I haven't been active recently, so the next issue of the Demon God will come to the world. Last time we chose the one with medium difficulty.
After finishing her words, Yunji saw Ling Yi frowning and quickly added,
But I am talking about regular activities. In addition to these, doesn't Shenlu also often launch new activities suddenly? Or update suddenly or something? So you also don't be disappointed. This is...
Ling Yi nodded, thoughts appearing in his eyes. Chapter 511 going out after a long absence. Without thinking much, he quickly used the other 2 coupons. You used the Lucky Lottery ticket and obtained the S-level prop, Divine Luck. You used the Super Lucky Lottery ticket and got the S-level prop, Amulet of Luck, X2. The effect of the simulated Super Lucky Draw ticket is the same as the original one, except that it changes from
getting 1 piece to getting 2 pieces.
Click on these 2 props in turn. Divine Luck, S limited, 10 chances per day. Roll a dice and select the following buffs up to the number rolled to obtain them. Each buff lasts for 10 minutes. Only 1 divination die can be used at a time. Specify an attribute to temporarily increase by 20%. The natural recovery speed of vitality is increased by 200%. The natural recovery speed of physical strength is increased by 200%. Increase damage reduction by 20%. Increase damage by 20%. Increase maximum vitality by 50%. Amulet of Fortune, S limited, it is effective as long as it is worn on the body. When receiving damage, the damage will be delayed for 3 seconds. If you are damaged again during this period, the next settlement delay will be extended by 1 second, up to 10 seconds. The former is a relatively regular buff effect, while the latter is an unheard of delayed damage type. Ling Yi looked at them briefly and simulated them all. The Dice of Divine Luck is still called the Dice of Divine Luck. The only change is that there is no limit on the number of times it can be used. The Amulet of Destiny has undergone a big change. Amulet of Destiny, S limited, it will take effect as long as it is placed in the backpack. When receiving damage, the damage settlement can be extended by up to 1 minute and at least 1 second.
Oh!
Obviously, the damage extension of the Amulet of Destiny is not passive, but active. He can choose to extend the time himself, which gives him a lot of room for maneuver.
Originally, I might be attacked twice in 1 second, each time at 60%, so I would die. But with this, I can extend the damage settlement of the second attack for a few seconds. And when my health is fully restored, let it settle again. Okay.
This is an excellent prop that seems to have average effects, but in actual performance, it can greatly improve Ling Yi's survivability. He quickly put it into his backpack. Immediately afterwards, he handed the original version of the Divine Luck dice and the Divine Luck amulet to Lin Shuru and said,
"Whoever wants them can take them."
Okay. On this August 15th, Friday night, Ling Yi and his group went out for a long time and had a meal in the dining room. When they came back, the group of people walked slowly down the street, while the women behind him were chatting and laughing. Ling Yi looked at the cars whizzing by on the road and the night view of the city, feeling a strange sense of being in another world. He has always cared about Shenlu and the players. This time when he came out and walked on the street, he felt inexplicably melancholy. Well,
what's wrong?
Lin Shuru, who was following closely, asked immediately.
It just feels like I've been dealing with things related to the divine path all the time, and I haven't paid much attention to my life.
There was no pedestrian on the street who didn't know him, and it was precisely because they knew he was the strongest man in the universe that these pedestrians didn't dare to step forward casually, but just stood there and stared at them in surprise.
Wow! Ling Yi! I didn't expect to meet Ling Yi when I went out today. I really want to take a photo with him. This is the most legendary man in the universe.
Someone said this, turned around and held up his mobile phone, taking a photo of himself and Ling Yi in the distance.
I got it! I got it!
Those who took the photo were extremely excited. Of course, because they knew what kind of person Ling Yi was.
Some people couldn't control their emotions and happily walked up to him and asked, Big boss! Big boss! Can I take a photo with you? Everyone had expected this to happen before going out, so they were not surprised by it at the moment. Whatever. I won't stop, Ling Yi said calmly and continued walking forward. The people around him were stunned for a moment, and then burst into excited uproar. One by one, they quickly took out their cell phone cameras to take photos or record videos. Many people rushed to his side and walked happily with him, showing no intention of leaving. This small area in Ingwa town was quickly besieged by surrounding people who came after hearing the news. Of course, the people did not dare to block Ling Yi's path forward, and they could still let him pass unhindered. Lin Shura looked both sides, raised the corner of her mouth and joked, You look like a star now. Ha ha ha. Ling Yi smiled, and everyone around him also laughed. Ha! As a celebrity, I am not even qualified to carry shoes for a big boss. Yes, the boss is a legend in the universe, and the most brilliant miracle in the universe. If you are really a star, then almost the entire universe will be a fan. Ha ha ha! Amid such joy and laughter, Ling Yi and his party finally returned home. Seeing this, the people gathered around him stopped staying any longer, and turned around and left in groups with laughter. In the hall, as soon as Ling Yi lay down, he let out a long sigh. Thinking back to the crowd just now, he chuckled and said, I remember. It was because I attracted a lot of people's attention every time I went out, so I didn't go out that often. Yeah. Everyone nodded. And then Nandongli said seriously, Actually, it's better to go out occasionally. Although we are players, we are also human beings. Playing like ordinary people occasionally can also be a good way to temper our mentality. After finishing her words, she raised her eyebrows again and said, Speaking of going out, it seems we have never been to other star realms. Right. Huh? Yes. Except for the last time I went to Chiefeng Realm. There is nothing else. After the Great Realm War ended last time, Ling Yi did go to the Chiefeng Realm as promised, causing a severe blow to that realm. When the universe was open before, I made some friends, and they kept inviting me to be their guests. I was thinking that if we have time later, we could go there together and have a look. For example, the rabbit fairy world full of rabbit people. No problem. Good. Seeing Ling Yi's agreement, Nandongli couldn't hide the joy on her face and smiled silly while sitting in her seat. By the way, this week's Demon King's patrol is about to begin, mentioned by Saint Yahoo. As soon as she said this, Ling Yi remembered the last time he killed several Demon Kings in a few minutes. What seemed extremely shocking to Blue Star players at the time is now fully accepted by them. If I don't take action now, you can handle it yourself. Right. Okay, Xingya responded. That's up to you. Uh-huh. It didn't take long. As the 0 hour passed, the Demon King's patrol officially began. When the five-headed Demon King came to Xingya, Xiaoya, Nandongli, and Yunji got up and left. Chapter 512 The Ice King is promoted. Great surge in mana. Open the activity interface. Watching a group of 4 people showing off their power against the Demon King, Ling Yi felt a little emotional. Time flies so fast. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye. The people around me would be able to deal with the Demon King easily. The main reason is that everyone has reached the invincible level. Nandong is still the God King, Xiao Wanqing explained. Yes. Ling Yi picked up a cup of steaming tea on the table and took a sip, subconsciously thinking about the future in his mind. In order to defeat the Supreme Sun, his next main improvement route is to improve his attributes. To improve attributes, a large amount of divine elements are needed, with 2 Shinsu cards and double gold coins. As long as there is an opportunity to obtain a large amount of Shinsu, you can make a fortune. It's a pity that the recent regular activities are gone, unless there are new activities on Shinlu. Thinking of this, he frowned subconsciously. But if you want to improve your attributes, other than that, you can only look at the solution store. He raised his eyebrows slightly and opened the plan store. Ice King Summoning Enhancement Plan. The Summoned Beast Ice King type is promoted to Demon God. Price: 2,000 mutation points. Hack! This short line of words made Ling Yi feel a strong surprise when he was surprised. Ice King is a summoned beast that has grown up with him and become stronger, and is an extremely important existence to him. Once she becomes stronger, his overall combat effectiveness will be stronger, and he will be able to copy more attributes. I couldn't care less about being happy at the moment and bought the plan immediately. Suddenly, there seemed to be a blue light flashing inside the body. After a moment, a voice appeared in Ling Yi's ear. Master! Accompanying the sound was the girl in front of her with white hair and white eyes, wearing an icy blue skirt and bare crystal white jade feet. She was still the same as before, and it seemed that she had not changed in any way. How do you feel? Ling Yi looked her up and down, his eyes full of joy and expectation. More powerful than ever before. The Ice King smiled calmly. Good. Ling Yi nodded. He could no longer suppress the curiosity in his heart and couldn't wait to activate the Eye of Truth to check. Ice King, LV 90. Gender, female. Attributes, Strength 19402. Mana 19,402. Agility 20,122. Endurance 19,402. Constitution 20,202. Yes! With the blessing of double attributes from the summoning god. The normal attributes will be around 20,000. If I summon this with all my heart, and then enter the second form. His. At this moment, Ling Yi was very curious about how far the Ice King could reach with full firepower. He immediately asked the Ice King to go back and immediately activated the divine power, full heart summoning. This was the first time he used this skill. A cylindrical column of 7-colored light suddenly appeared in the void 100 meters away. It shot straight down through the ceiling and shone in front of Ling Yi. Under the gaze of him and everyone present, the Ice King inside seemed to be on a rapidly falling elevator, descending to this place at high speed. When the colored light dissipated, the Ice Emperor's whole body was still emitting a hazy colored light. Immediately afterwards, the Ice King, who knew his master's thoughts, did not hesitate and activated the skill, Queen's True Body, and his body turned into pure white light and rapidly changed. When the second ray of light faded, the mature Ice Emperor appeared before his eyes. Because during this period, you could also bathe in the Holy Angel Fountain, which is even more moving than before. Ling Yi didn't pay too much attention to her appearance and quickly activated Eye of Truth to check again. Attributes, Strength 110804. Mana 110,804. Agility 112,244. Endurance 110,804. Constitution 112,404. Why can't I understand this attribute? He originally thought that Whole Heart Summoning and Queen's True Form would only increase the attributes by tens of thousands of points, pushing the attributes to around 60,000 to 70,000 at most. I didn't expect it to go directly to 100,000. Is it possible that the increased attributes of my mutated Whole Heart Summoning can be doubled by the Summoned God and the Queen's True Body? As far as he knew, the God King of the Super Giant Alliance player front was also the God of Summoning. His Hard-Hearted Summoning. Those increased attributes would not be affected by other effects at all, and you could add as much as you needed. And the fact that the current Ice King has such terrifying attributes can only be explained by the fact that the bonus attributes of the mutated, Hard-Hearted Summoning can be increased. TSK. Ling Yi was really shocked by the Ice King's panel. The 6-digit attributes were something he had never dared to imagine before. Master, come and copy my attributes. The Ice King walked up to the young man and smiled gently at him. Thinking of attribute copy, Ling Yi couldn't help but feel happy, and even couldn't help laughing. When my attribute copying is also strengthened by the plan store, I will definitely be able to copy more by then. Thinking of this, he quickly selected the Ice King's mana copy. When God of Martial Arts was upgraded from level 18 to level 20, he was given 200 free attribute points. This was his last free attribute point at the moment, and it was also added to his mana. Another look at your vision. 218,449. Hack! When Ling Yi exclaimed, the mana in his body also suddenly increased, causing his whole body to bloom with brilliant blue light. The majestic mana had affected the surroundings, and the entire space became more and more oppressive. What's wrong? Are you okay? Lin Shuru and others immediately noticed something strange about Ling Yi's body, as if there was an extremely violent and uncontrollable energy in his body. It's a huge improvement in an instant. It takes a while to get used to it. It's okay. I'll go to the family space. Ice King flew to the door of the family space and opened the door, and Ling Yi flew in without stopping. After a while, on the west side of the island, Ling Yi stood on the beach, letting the magic power in his body vent everywhere. A small amount of mana spills out, causing undulating effects on the surrounding trees and waves. In order to speed up the adaptation, He used all his magic power to condense a small tornado with shocking power in the palm of his hand. Under the influence of his other divine power, Heart of Elements, the energy contained in this condensed small tornado was 10 times the previous one. Good guy. Now that I'm normal, I don't need the Jiuyuan divine body, and I can make an elemental attack at random, which is equivalent to 1 with 1,000,000 mana. No one else can reach my performance level of 150. In the process of adapting to the magic power, Lingy also briefly calculated his current magic power in his mind. 210,000 multiplied by 150. That's at least over 30 million. He also has True Soul Awakening, which can double all attributes, as well as Long-Lasting Divine Body and Red Lotus Triumph, which can increase the power by 200 times. At this moment, he could hardly imagine how terrifying the mana output with full firepower would be. Half an hour later, Lingy, who continued to consume mana, finally let the mana in his body gradually calm down. At this moment, he had exceeded 200,000 mana, but there was still a bit of joy on his face. But then again, the mana has exceeded 200,000, and there is no announcement about the divine path. Chapter 513 Entering the Supreme Core again. Lingy thought that maybe Shenlu didn't think players could reach this level, so there was no announcement to set this level. How about I go to the Supreme Core to give you some advice? It was just a joke at first, but after thinking about it deeply, Lingy found that it seemed quite feasible. Even if the suggestion is unsuccessful, you should be able to get a little reward. The more he thought about it, the more he couldn't wait any longer. So he simply didn't wait any longer. He informed Lin Shuru and others, raised his head and said, God's way. I want to enter the Supreme Core. You have come to the Supreme Core, and you want to ask the Supreme Core for some advice. As soon as he arrived here, Lingy immediately turned on the prediction reminder in his backpack. Although he came with the idea of proposing suggestions, he had no idea in his mind what to do. Master, I think we should go to the main hall and take a look first. After he came in, the Ice Queen, whose strength had greatly increased, appeared beside him immediately, as if she could fight immediately as long as an enemy appeared. The main hall? Yes. To the north of this huge platform suspended in the starry sky, there is a huge hall. The last time he came in, Lingy didn't even get close. At that moment, the two of them looked at each other and headed towards the hall filled with colorful lights. After a while, the two came to the huge stone door of the hall. This stone gate is really big. Lingy raised his head and looked at the stone door carefully for a while. And when he was about to push it open, a prompt appeared in front of him. You plan to step forward and push open the stone door, but you guess that this kind of place must not be as simple as it seems on the surface. Do you think there may be guards in front of the door? Lingy glanced to the left and right, but didn't see anything. He frowned slightly and opened the eyes of truth, but still saw nothing. My real eyes can see invisible units. Since I can't even see them with my real eyes, there must be no invisible units. Without thinking much, he rushed to the stone door and pressed his hands on it. Before he could start pushing, violent fluctuations suddenly came from the air around him. Guard? Lingy did not rush to push, but flew back with Ice King to the boundless square. In their sight, two huge stone giants strode out of the void in front of the hall. Take a real look. Temple Guard, LV 100. Type, Supreme Guard. Rank, Invincible. Attributes, Strength 25,000. Mana 15,000. Agility 20,000. Endurance 20,000. Constitution 25,000. Skill. Current status, 100%. Huh? A new type? Not a monster? The opponent's attributes are not high, but the skill panel is luxurious. All of them are 10 stars. Lingy frowned slightly when he saw the two stone giants continuing to grow in size by using the gigantic skill. You don't know whether killing the temple guards will bring any bad consequences, and you don't know what would be better. But you know that the strongest person here is the Supreme Guardian. You guess that the temple guards may be just minions, and it doesn't matter if they are killed. Lingy quickly let go of her worries when the foreknowledge prompted her to tell the truth. When he saw a guard attacking him, he didn't hold back. He fired 10 times the sparks and lightning directly into the opponent's face, killing him instantly with one punch. Boom! Another guard rushed towards the Ice King, who condensed a purple-blue ice spear with one hand, raised his hand and shot it, hitting the giant, and also killed it with just one blow. Boom! The two giants turned into points of light and disappeared, and the whole process took less than 3 seconds. I thought it would be strong. After all, It's just a guard in front of the door. There might be stronger guards inside. That's for sure. At least there is a Supreme Guardian who is stronger than the Supreme Sun.
Speaking of this name, Ling Yi's curiosity couldn't stop rising. He is very curious about what kind of panel this strongest being in the world has. The two men flashed in front of the stone gate again. This time, they pushed the 100-meter stone gate open very easily. The moment they pushed it open, bright and shining golden light shone from inside, making their faces and eyes turn golden. All I saw was that it was filled with endless golden light, and nothing could be seen clearly. Wow! Ling Yi subconsciously screamed, then looked around strangely, twitching the corner of his mouth.
The light inside is so bright. You can't see anything. We can only go in and take a look.
The Ice King looked cautious.
I'll go ahead. I have high levels of immunity and immunity from control and death. Good.
Ice King took the lead and took a few steps ahead, followed by Ling Yi. You step into the temple. You don't know where this place is, but you feel that it is still full of dangers. Not even 2 seconds after this prompt appeared, golden light surged in front of Ling Yi and Bing Huang. In the blink of an eye, they were surprised to find that they were transported to an endless grassland.
Master, are you okay?
The Ice King in front quickly turned his head to look.
Fine.
Ling Yi waved his hand and glanced around with a blank expression. Blue sky and white clouds, cool breeze, vast grassland and flat plains.
Aren't we walking in the temple? And here we are?
You guess it may be the golden light of the temple that sent you here. Or maybe it was the test of the temple? After all, that is the Supreme Core. The closer you get, the more tests you will have. The information prompted gave Ling Yi a more reasonable explanation. He informed the Ice King of this information, and then looked cautiously alert to the surroundings. However, several minutes passed, and nothing appeared around him.
Strange. What's going on?
You have been waiting for several minutes with no results. You feel that the test may be patience. Ling Yi was really surprised when he saw this prompt in front of him. He thought some enemies would appear to test his combat prowess. In the end, Shenlu took the test with him.
How do you test your patience? Just leave us here?
Ling Yi looked at the Ice King.
Well, maybe. Don't worry. I will always be by your master's side.
The Ice King smiled slightly. As soon as he finished speaking, a ball of colorful light suddenly appeared beside Ling Yi. Immediately afterwards, the summoned beast butterfly immortal emerged from the light group. She floated up and down in the air for a while like an elf, and finally landed on Ling Yi's shoulder. Her tiny and tender hands caressed his cheek and smiled at him.
Master, I will also accompany you. Good.
Ling Yi sighed and sat down on the spot with a look of helplessness.
Actually, it doesn't matter if it's a test of patience or something. The main thing is that I don't want to waste time here.
Although you say it's a waste of time, you actually vaguely guess in your heart that although time here is moving, it is actually still compared to the outside world. So even if you spend 100 years here, when you go out, the outside world will only pass for a second. Your true age naturally flows with the flow of external time. 3 reminder messages relieved his worries. As long as there is no change relative to the outside world, it doesn't really matter how long he stays. Chapter 514 Supreme Warrior. Ling Yi was very lucky to have 2 humanoid summoned beasts that could talk. In the first few days of his stay, he was still very optimistic, thinking that he might be able to go out in a few days. When the time came to a month, he couldn't stand it anymore and had the idea of returning. But he was persuaded by the Ice King and the Butterfly Immortal. 100 days, impatient to wait, casually attack the surrounding environment to relieve stress. 300 days, compete with Ice King and Butterfly Fairy, and kill time by fighting each other. Day 500, careful study of the in-depth application of wind. 999 days, unusually calm and indifferent. Finally, when the time came to 1,000 days, Ling Yi, who was sleeping on the Ice Emperor's lap, finally felt the scene change again. In the blink of an eye, he and the 2 summoned beasts were back in the shining golden temple. Ling Yi looked at the space filled with golden light, and it took him a long time to react.
Hey guys! I've been here for 1,000 virtual days, and I'm finally back.
He opened the forum and looked at the time and found that it was still August 16th. In that grassland, he couldn't open the forum or find friends. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so bored. Call. Ice King and Butterfly Immortal also relaxed slightly. If they stayed in that quiet, depressing environment for a long time, they would inevitably feel a little bored.
Master, you have to be careful next. Since there is a test of patience, There are probably other tests. In fact, several people had discussed this point early on. So now that Ling Yi heard the Ice Emperor mention it again, he nodded with deep understanding. After saying that, the three of them moved on. After taking a few steps, the eyes of the three people suddenly became filled with golden light. In the blink of an eye, I came to a strange place again, this time in a boiling magma. The three of them were standing on a small stone platform in the magma. Astonishing heat was radiating from the magma, and it was heating up rapidly every minute. This time it is. You think this time is a heat test? Ling Yi asked Ice King and Butterfly Immortal to go back first. And then he activated the Invincible Holy Shield. The enhanced Invincible Holy Shield has the effect of consuming 1% of life to extend it for 1 second. So for him who can restore 100% of life every second, it can be extended indefinitely. An hour later, he successfully passed the ordeal. Was sent out again. Next, Ling Yi experienced many tests such as low temperature, hunger, and nightmares. With his own strength and perseverance, he finally passed them all without any danger. Finally, after returning from the test scene for the unknown number of times, Ling Yi and the others successfully walked out of the golden area and came to an oval vortex-shaped portal filled with colorful light. The portal was about 100 meters high and very huge. The three of them looked as small as ants in front of it. Ice King raised his feet and was about to move forward. Ling Yi put his arms around her. Wait! Huh? She looked back doubtfully. There are invisible guards. As soon as he finished speaking, a humanoid figure about 3 meters tall slowly appeared in the air in front of the portal. It was a figure covered in golden battle armor, and with a blood-red robe on its back. It held a long sword with a faint purple cold light in its hand, flying hundreds of meters in the air. Take a real look. Corporeal Guard Supreme Warrior, LV-120. Type, Supreme Guard. Rank, Legendary Invincible Rank. Attributes, Strength 50,000. Mana 30,000. Agility 51,000. Endurance 30,000. Constitution 75,000. Skills, Super Acceleration. Shining Leap, 10 stars. Passive. Breath Concealment, 10 stars. Passive. Divine Power, Miracle Clone, 12 stars. God of War Body, 12 stars passive. Abyss Demonic Heart, 12 stars passive. Artifact, One Thought Streaming Light. Weapon, Darkfall Demon Sword, Legendary. Current status, 100%. Huh? Are there artifacts and weapons? Ling Yi looked at the golden figure in the sky with some surprise. This was the first time he saw a divine enemy with a divine weapon. Not even the demon god has this attribute. Is it the privilege of the Supreme Guard? Or is this one just special? You can't tell exactly why this is, but you can probably tell that it's unique to the Supreme Guard. I see. The Supreme Warrior above lowered his head and cast his pair of pupils shining with emerald light at Ling Yi and the others. You feel that maybe you should enter the true soul awakening immediately. Before the prompt in front of him finished appearing, the figure of the Supreme Warrior in the sky disappeared from Ling Yi's sight. The next moment, boom, the Supreme Warrior appeared in front of the Ice King, and the dark meteor demonic sword in his hand was hitting the Ice King's 0-degree ice spike. The weapons of the two collided at this moment, blasting terrifying energy towards the entire hall. Awaken! The Supreme Warrior's movement speed just now was too fast for Ling Yi to see clearly, so he had to use awakening at the moment. The phantoms transformed from the 4 holy beasts of Green Dragon, White Tiger, Suzaku and Xuanwu roared around him for several breaths, and surging power also emerged from his heart. All attributes X2. He looked up and looked ahead. At this moment, the Ice King had already fought with the Supreme Warrior and reached the sky above the main hall. Because the space here was limited, the horrifying energy could not spread out and could only continue to spread back and forth in this space. This hall is indestructible. Right, said Dai Xian, who was sitting on Ling Yi's shoulder. Yeah. Ling Yi nodded. At this moment, in his eyes, the passive skills of several Supreme Warriors appeared in succession. Super Acceleration Shining Leap, 10 stars passive, the speed converted from agility is increased to 5 times. And the movement trajectory is eliminated. Breathe, 10 stars passive, can only be seen by the naked eye. Cannot be sensed, spied on, and cannot predict the future. War Saint Body, 12 stars passive, physical fitness is increased by 50%. Damage received is reduced by 75%. And natural vitality recovery speed is increased by 1000%. Abyss Demonic Heart, 12 stars passive, when the vitality is lower than 90%. The damage caused to the enemy increases to 1.2 times, When it is lower than 70%, it increases to 1.5 times. When it is lower than 50%, it increases to 2 times. When it is lower than 30%, it rises to 3 times. When it is lower than 10%, it rises to 5 times. When it is lower than 1%, it rises to 10 times. Alright, skills. While Ling was rapidly scanning these skills, the butterfly immortal beside him began to exert a positive status on him. You have been given the Holy Spirit protection. You have been given a divine blessing. Millions of prayers were imposed on you. Millions of prayers were imposed on you. You, in the patience test of the virtual 1,000 days, the bored Ling had already fully understood the Ice Emperor and the Butterfly Immortal, including every one of their skills. Holy Spirit Protection is a shield that can completely withstand 10 attacks. It is an enhanced version of the support skill Earth Shield. Divine Blessing can temporarily increase the opponent's vitality by twice. Millions of wishes can increase the attributes of a specified target by 30%. It can be used up to 5 times a day. Similar attributes cannot be superimposed. Shaking his head, Ling didn't have time to think too much and hurriedly flew forward to join the battle. Since the Supreme Warrior is the guardian of the core portal, if you defeat it, you can naturally enter the core through the portal. Chapter 515 Defeat the Supreme Warrior. It takes time to enter the Supreme Core. From the moment he came in and defeated the 2 stone gate guards, passed through the golden light area, and ended up fighting the Supreme Warrior here, only 1 minute actually passed. There are still 7 minutes left. Time was of the essence. So Ling turned on all firepower as soon as he joined the battle. Whenever he had a chance to hit, he would send out 100 times the amount of sparks and lightning. He is now well known throughout the universe, even if he does not appear in front of the world through live broadcasts or other methods. Many people are praising him every moment. Amron praises you for maintaining your original intention and calls on your employees to follow your example. Long-lasting factor +1. Katharina compliments you on how handsome you are and admires your appearance very much. Long-term factor +1. The 1,000 points of long-lasting factor just consumed were all replenished in a few seconds. The key is that there are too many people in the universe. The Supreme Warrior did not die suddenly after being attacked by him, but was forced to activate the effect of the artifact. 1 thought of light. 1 thought of light, outside artifact, increase agility by 1,000 points. When a one-time loss of more than 10% of life force occurs, the excess damage will be ignored. When causing damage to the enemy, if the enemy's HP loss is less than 1%, the damage will automatically be supplemented to 1%. It's an okay artifact. He made a brief comment and continued to pursue and beat the Supreme Warrior with multiple sparks and lightning. The latter seemed to be aware of the enemy's strength and quickly activated the divine power, Miracle Clone. Miracle Clone, 12 stars, create 3 clones that are exactly the same as yourself. The clones will inherit 100% of your attributes, weapons, artifacts, and passive skills. The clone has no time limit and disappears when its vitality reaches 0. This skill can be used once per day, and the clones cannot be superimposed. As soon as the 3 clones came out, 2 of them ran towards Ling, and the other 2 ran towards the Ice King. In the face of the oncoming enemy, the master and servant did not hold back at all. One continued to attack with high multiplier Yang Qi, while the other used her newly acquired ice power to slap the opponent at high speed. The Supreme Warrior's speed was so fast that many of the 2's attacks failed, and its clone naturally inherited this advantage. Fortunately, the space here is limited. Otherwise it would be difficult to hit them. If the opponent tries its best to dodge, Ling finds that it is not easy for him to hit it. He can only stably damage them by flooding the area with storm attacks. As soon as he finished speaking, there was a swish in his ear, and it turned out that one of the clones of the Supreme Warrior flashed beside him. The opponent raised his sword and slashed at him. He reacted in time and quickly activated the Holy Shield. The long sword struck the Holy Shield, like a plastic toy hitting steel, but the latter did not move at all. At the moment when the opponent ends the attack and withdraws his sword, Ling will often take advantage of the opportunity to turn off the Holy Shield and launch a swift attack at the opponent. This time is no exception. However, when he closed the Holy Shield and smashed his yang-laden fist against the face of the clone, the latter dodged away in time as if he had expected it. You were surprised that the clones avoided your sudden attack. You guessed that these clones had judged your combat routine based on your actions just now, so they were now on guard and could dodge more easily. Is this okay? You think it's too troublesome for them to fly around, and you don't know how long it will take to fight them if this continues. You remember that you still have the divine power of time and space annihilation that seals off space. Maybe it would be better to use that. In fact, when the battle just started, seeing how fast the Supreme Warrior was, Lingy had thought of using this divine power. It was only later that I saw that the space in this hall was really not big. So I gave up the idea of using the divine power. Well, since the prompt says so, it's better to use it. Lingy wouldn't care at other times. But now that time is limited. He must work hard to resolve the battle as soon as possible. At the moment, he opened his arms and slowly stretched his hands from both sides to the front of his body. Annihilation of time and space. He mobilized his power to block the area where the Ice King and the Supreme Warrior were fighting. And when the blockade was gradually completed, he quickly escaped into it. As a result, the three clones were completely left outside. And with the addition of Lingy, the pressure faced by the Supreme Warrior has greatly increased. A full 3 minutes later, with the full assistance of Lingy and the two summoned beasts, the Supreme Warrior and its three clones finally died completely. Although the White Tiger King is also in the legendary invincible level, its attributes are not high and cannot be used in this situation. So Lingy did not summon it. It's okay. Looking at the countdown with 4 minutes left, Lingy breathed a long sigh of relief. If there is no time and space annihilation, it will not be solved in just a few minutes. Alas, don't think too much. Master, the portal is right here. Let's go in quickly. While he was relieved, Ice King and Butterfly Immortal were already looking around in front of the huge portal, waiting for Lingy to step in. The latter shook his head, walked quickly closer, and continued. Fortunately, although this Supreme Warrior is strong, there is still a clear distance between him and the Supreme Sun. But if we can defeat it, we are not far away from defeating the Supreme Sun. Yes. The Ice King nodded with joy, turned around and said with a smile. Actually, Master, if I use all my firepower, I can deal with the Supreme Sun by myself. No, neither of you can kill the other, Lingy said bluntly. That's right. But I can defend against it alone. Well, that should be fine. The Ice Queen has an extremely high profile and is immune to death, which gives her endless courage. But the difference between the Supreme Warrior and the Supreme Sun is not that big. Right? Asked the Butterfly Immortal sitting on the Ice Emperor's shoulder. She didn't know much about this. Yes, there is a big gap. At least the Supreme Warrior is not a demon. And there is no level suppression. There is no real damage, invincibility, or other skills. And his recovery power is not that exaggerated. The Ice Emperor briefly explained to Dai Xian. After finishing her words, she turned to look at Lingy again. Her tender lips pursed slightly. What's wrong? Walking to the front of the portal, Lingy couldn't help but turn around and ask when he saw the Ice Emperor still standing there watching him. Master, how did I perform just now? Ice King suddenly asked this question, which made Lingy a little stunned. After a few breaths, he smiled and said, Great! You did a great job. I'm very satisfied. Good. After being praised by his master, the Ice Queen's beautiful face, which became more and more attractive after bathing in the Holy Angel Fountain for a period of time, showed a flush of joy. Her pure white peach blossom eyes took another deep look at the man. Finally, she quickly followed him and held his hand habitually, interlocking their fingers. Let's go to the core. The two smiled at each other and walked into the portal together. Chapter 516 Miracles. Great deeds. Unparalleled gods. God's way to open a small stove? It's like walking through a curtain of water. When the two opened their eyes again, their bodies had been teleported into the vast starry sky. In front of you, it is the core of the huge light ball that is as big as a blue star. Around it, activity cores, monster cores, skill cores, etc. are still floating quietly. The two of them stepped in the void, feeling as if there was an endless piece of transparent glass under their feet. You have arrived in front of the Supreme Core. Hint, you are being watched by the Supreme Core. Tip, this is extremely dangerous. Please restrain yourself. Lingy raised his head and looked at the Supreme Core in front of him, glancing up, down, left and right. But he didn't see where its eyes were. I'm here, but what should I suggest? He wondered if he could just shout, okay? This might work. The prompt before him confirmed his thoughts. However, just when he was about to express his intention, a message suddenly appeared in front of him. Player 01. Please indicate your intention. The surroundings became quiet at this moment. Lingy turned around and looked at the surrounding cores. After thinking for a moment, he said cautiously, "There are rewards for breaking through 5,000 and 10,000 attributes. So there should be rewards for 100,000. Right." The huge super ball of light in front of us, as huge as a planet, is still emitting soft white light towards this universe as before. When Lingy said these words, it flickered slightly for a moment. Opinions have been collected and are being analyzed. Analysis completed. Opinions are reasonable. After a pause for about a second, there was new information in front of him. Player announcement. Due to the suggestion of player 01, the new attributes of the Divine Road have exceeded 100,000 miracles. The Unparalleled God. And the new attribute ranking list. This ranking is not what I suggested. Jingle. Dicky an announcement. Player 01's highest attribute exceeded 100,000. Completing the miraculous feat of Unparalleled God. Hereby rewards the identity card Unparalleled God. Player 01 is the first to complete this great undertaking, and will receive an additional reward of Identity Enhancement Card X1. Tip. A new identity column has been added to the personal panel. Shinlu will be updated in 5 minutes. All players please be prepared. Lingy waited for a while, but couldn't help but feel a little disappointed when there was nothing more to say. Is this the reward? Ice King frowned, a little dissatisfied. Let's take a look first and then talk. He opened his backpack, found his newly obtained ID card, and clicked on it to view it. Unparalleled God, Legendary Limited, Identity Card. Only players with one attribute exceeding 100,000 can use it. After using it, you will gain the identity of a peerless god. While wearing this identity, the performance level increases by 50. Identity? It was just added now. He opened his personal panel and found that there was an identity column on it. Current identity, none. Lingy is not sure what this new identity is, but at present, it seems that it should be a new source of power. He turned around and opened the enhancement card. Identity Strengthening Card, Special and Limited. The identity card can be strengthened once. Easy to understand results. Master, if there is nothing else, why don't we go back first? Staying here takes time every second, Ice King suggested. That's what I meant. Lingy nodded, took one last look at the environment here, and said softly, "Return." To his surprise, just as he said these two words, the beam of teleportation light enveloped his whole body in time, and in the blink of an eye, he had returned to the present world, looking at everything familiar in the hall. Lingy said in surprise, "You are back so soon?" As expected of the core. Before he finished speaking, several more pieces of information appeared in front of him. Receive the suggestion reward. The return/advent time is shortened to 0. Tip. The Supreme Core starts to pay attention to you. Tip. You can ask more questions about Shinlu. The two seemingly ordinary tips gave Lingy a very awesome feeling. He felt that there might be some in it. The core begins to pay attention to you, and makes it clear that you can ask more questions. You feel like a good student, who is specially remembered by the teacher. You think, maybe you can find some secrets that you want to know, and you can ask the divine way. You haven't realized what a great advantage this is. The precognitive reminder told him that this was a big advantage. Lingy was not stupid either, so he immediately thought of some questions. It would be great if God could answer these questions. Lin Shiru and others were still sitting in the hall. They saw that Lingy had a serious look on his face, and they all stayed quietly and did not disturb him. The divine path. Lingy suppressed the slight nervousness in his heart and asked, "Which divine authority has the highest output of all divine paths? How to obtain it?" After only waiting for a second, Shinlu responded, "The highest output of the divine power of a single entity, Eternal Thought. The highest output of the divine power of a group, Final Extinction. Eternal Thought can be synthesized through the rare 10-star skill, First Class. The rare 10-star skill, 1 Heart Annihilation, and 3 Materials. Final Extinction can be synthesized through the rare 10-star skill, Moment of Extinction. The rare 10-star skill, Final Explosion, and 3 Materials." Good guys. Good guys. Seeing that Shinlu really answered, Lingy instantly felt like a teacher is giving a small talk to his students. Somewhat flattered, he asked again, "Where can I get these rare skills?" The Ancient Elves Spacetime Angel of Light and Darkness can gift skills, First Class, and Time of Extinction. The Ancient Elf Natural Holy Spirit of Dawn can give you the skills, Destroy with One Mind. Final Explosion. Seeing Shinlu answering again, Lingy couldn't help but smack his lips. TSK. 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 The fact that you can go directly to Shinlu to ask questions is To a certain extent. No different from cheating. He thought so in his heart. Regarding the 2 divine powers that I just asked about, Lingy is not in a hurry to do it now. Last time he moved an entire ancient elves altar to the family space. As long as he has more pure food, he will be able to summon these 2 ancient elves sooner or later. Come to your senses. He put the identity enhancement card through the OK mutation simulation. Identity strengthening card. Strengthen identity strengthening card. Strengthen the identity card. The identity card can be strengthened twice. Originally once. Simulated twice. Total 3 times. Before strengthening it, he mutated the Unparalleled God identity card. Unparalleled God, Legendary Limited, : Performance level increased by 50. All attributes increased by 5%. A new all attribute improvement effect has been added. After that, he used the 2 identity enhancement cards. 1 enhancement, performance level increased by 60. All attributes increased by 10%. 3 enhancements, performance level increased by 80. All attributes increased by 20%. Ha! Okay. Lingy was very satisfied with this enhancement and used this card immediately. Chapter 517 Make suggestions? You have obtained the identity of Unparalleled God. Tip: you can only have 1 identity at the same time, and the new identity will overwrite the original identity. Lingy had previously received the title Ultimate Legend, which was essentially a title rather than an identity. So there was no conflict between the 2. After getting this identity, Lingy quickly opened the properties panel. Strength 23,510. Mana 242,722. Agility 31,284. Endurance 17,460. And Constitution 76570. Okay. When you wake up, your strength and endurance will be lower than the normal Supreme Sunday. He set his sights on the attribute of strength, and made up his mind to add all the free attribute points converted from them to strength when he gets a large amount of divine elements next time. After doing this, Lingy let out a little breath, turned around, and lay in Lin Shuru's arms. He was at the Supreme Court just now, and because he knew that there was a Supreme Guardian there who was stronger than the Supreme Sun, his mind was always tense. After coming back, my body relaxed, and the feeling of fatigue suddenly came to my brain. His head was buried in Lin Shuru's arms, and when the charming fragrance filling his nose made him feel comfortable, his eyes closed unconsciously. A wave of announcements from the universe injected a lot of vitality into the universe that had been quiet for a while. The thousands of players who had already witnessed many of Lingyi's legendary deeds were not too surprised by the announcement. The 01 attribute has exceeded 100,000. Although I know it's powerful. Why am I not surprised? Because it's that man. Compared to this, the new identity really worries me more. Ha! Me too. Players on the forum did not discuss Lingyi's attribute exceeding 100,000 too much. They were more concerned about the new identity related to themselves. It's just that Shenlu didn't reveal any more information, so everyone is still confused about what this is like. Speaking of which, 01 can actually give advice to Shenlu. How is this possible? Many people on the forum are very confused about this, especially the major forces. Xian Jintian and the other 5 god kings discussed in private for a while, and decided to ask Lingyi questions in the group. In the hall, Lingyi, who was lying leisurely in Lin Shuru's arms, suddenly heard a beep. And then, the group message of the Big Boss chat group automatically appeared in front of him. Keket 01. Boss, are you free now? 01, yes. Lingyi replied casually. Lin Shuru's legs were arched on both sides of his body, and a thin red quilt covered her knees from the other end of the sofa. The quilt left an opening here, and from Lingyi's perspective, it was pitch black inside. Speaking of which, how tall is Wan Qing? Lingyi said suddenly. Lin Shuru was resting her chin on the man's head. Hearing this, she tilted her head slightly and blinked her beautiful blue eyes. Yeah, he's about 1.6 meters tall. Then this sofa is quite long. Ha. Lin Shuru, who was behind him, smiled softly, then lowered her head, her tender lips close to his ear, and asked softly, Are you comfortable? Then Yunji taught them well. I will give them some rewards later. Lin Shura hugged the man in her arms with her left hand, and her right hand habitually grabbed a strand of hair hanging down by her cheek and twisted it around her. There was a hint of thought in her beautiful eyes. Lingyi touched her smooth and tender snow-white thighs and looked at the interface in front of her. Kek, oh, it's nothing. I just want to ask. How do you give advice to Shenlu? Yin Yu, yes. Yes. We are all curious. Mubai, +1. 01, well, to be honest, if you want to give advice to Shenlu, you really can't do it without strength. On the way there was a 120 level legendary invincible supreme guard with a strength of 50,000 blocking the way. He was very fast. Keck, oh. Let me just say. How can you give opinions so easily? Yin Yu, forget it. We ordinary players are really not qualified to mention oh. Mubai, ha. It's actually not a big deal. If we have any opinions, we might as well leave them to Lingyi and let him raise them on our behalf. 01, do you have any suggestions? Mubai, there are still some. For example, we have been at this max level for hundreds of years, and we want to see if we can open up a higher level cap. In addition to the level limit mentioned by Mubai, Xian Jintian and others also expressed their hope to open more activities, hope to have more sources of combat power, and hope to have more support. 01, okay. I understand. I will ask when I have time. Xian Jintian, I am grateful. Yin Yu, come and sit down when you have time. After Lingyi collected the opinions of these people, closed the chat window, he turned around and asked for guidance. Shenlu, can you continue to raise the level limit? Need to pass the upgrade challenge. What about more sources of combat power? More support? No arrangements currently. Activity? The core of the activity has been working, and the next new activity is expected to be updated tomorrow. Oh, that's okay. After receiving Shenlu's reply, Lingyi's eyes lit up, and he felt a little hopeful. His current strength has been greatly improved. If he enters the 18th floor of the Supreme Sky ranking now, including the Ice King, the two of them have hope of defeating the Supreme Sun. But there were only 2 final challenges left, and he, who was always cautious, wanted to make more preparations before going in, so as to ensure nothing went wrong. He turned to look outside the house, and saw that the night was already dark, and it was raining continuously outside. He couldn't help but open his mouth and yawned. Without saying much, he crossed his hands on his chest, tilted his head, and closed his eyes. Nandongli, Shengya, Xiaoya, and Yunji were still talking quietly about some trivial matters. Seeing this, they quickly turned off the bright chandelier in the hall, and turned on the soft and weak warm yellow wall lamp. They closed the door, drew the curtains, and turned on the heating props. Warm little home. Suddenly, the entire hall became warm quickly. This home was protected by House Protector, and there was a powerful barrier outside. Curtains don't matter, but closing them makes it more atmospheric for them. Yunji lightly jumped onto the couch where Lingyi and the others were sitting, and turned on the button on the side of the sofa, revealing the true shape of the sofa. It was actually a retractable burgundy sofa bed, stretched to its longest length. It is 2.5 meters long and 2 meters wide. After it was fully revealed, Xingya and the others quietly sat down and discussed the topic they had just discussed in a low voice. Thump, thump, thump. The shiny black high heels stepped on the rain-wet floor tiles. Lin Xian, holding a big red umbrella, walked through the path in the front yard and came to the door of the house. Because she often comes here, Lingyi also sets the barrier to be open to her, which allows her to easily enter the barrier. Standing in front of the door, she was about to reach out and knock on the door, but she vaguely heard a strange sound coming from inside. Lin Xian's distant eyebrows frowned slightly, but soon she realized what the voice was, and her beautiful face full of fairy spirit couldn't help but blush with shame. Chapter 518 The Wind God's Call Strengthens. New event. Gateway of Hope. Lin Xian stood here hesitating for a long time, not knowing whether to leave or continue to wait. While she was struggling, she saw Lin Ying, who was wearing aqua blue sportswear, walk through the large iron gate and walked into the yard. Seeing her, Lin Xian quickly put his fingers in front of his lips and whispered "Shh" to her. Lin Ying was stunned for a moment, then quickly approached and came to her side with a confused look on her face. After standing there quietly for a few seconds, she understood what Lin Xian was worried about, and she immediately raised her lips and smiled. He didn't say much, just pressed his fingers lightly on the door. Bang bang, bang bang. After a while, Xiaoya, wearing a pink bathrobe, opened the door. She glanced at Lin Xian unexpectedly, and then welcomed Lin Ying in. Xiao Yaben was about to close the door, but saw Lin Xian still standing outside. After hesitating for a moment, he asked, "Do you want to come in?" No, No. 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 Lin Xian was shocked by the scene in the room. Hearing Xiuya's question, he quickly shook his head crazily. Xiuya didn't say much and reached out to close the door. It wasn't until the door was closed for a long time that Lin Xian gradually recovered. In her mind, the few seconds she saw when she opened the door were still there. She turned around, held up her umbrella, and walked into the rain, murmuring softly to herself. I see that they usually have some small quarrels, but I didn't expect that they would be so harmonious on this occasion. The next morning, 11:55 in the morning, after sending Ming Ke and the other 11 people away, Ling Yi sat down on a long wooden chair in the yard and let out a sigh of relief. The Nether Clan can really hone a lot of my yang energy. With their help in the past 2 days, I have continuously improved by more than 1,000. In the early morning, when the sun was shining on the earth, a group of people from the Nether Clan came here and had a collision of Yang Qi and Yin Qi with him in the sunflower field in the family space. The specific process is 11 people, including Ming Ke, sit around Ling Yi. They mobilize the Yin energy in their bodies to suppress the Yang energy that explodes in Ling Yi. Through suppression, the collision between Yang Qi and Yin Qi will become more intense. Although the total amount of Yin energy in Ming Ke and others' bodies is higher than that of Ling Yi, they do not have the same ability to fill up the Yang energy just by breathing like Ling Yi. Therefore, the final collision between the two sides was caused by the Yin energy of Ming Ke and his group. The anger bottomed out and ended. As for why they were able to enter the family space, it was because Ling Yi bought family space passes for them in the family store. As long as they hold that card, non-family members can enter. Yeah, that's very good. The total amount of Yang energy is almost 13,000 now. Right. Lin Shiru, who was sitting next to him, smiled at him. Yes, let me take a look. Ling Yi looked at his Yang Qi. Current Yang Qi, 13056. It's over 13,000. Oh. That's great. Speaking of which, you said there would be a new event today. Right. Yeah. Usually if you don't show up in the early morning, you'll show up at noon. Yesterday I learned that there will be new activities today. Now Ling Yi is looking forward to it. Without some activities, it would be really difficult to obtain a large amount of divine elements. Seeing that there was still some time, he thought for a while and opened the plan store. When he saw today's plan, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wind God's Call Strengthening Plan. You can summon the ideal wind god in your mind. The wind god is a non-attack target, not a summoned beast, and cannot be attacked. The wind god will help him fight, and his wind attribute output to the enemy will be the same as his own. Price: 1,800 mutation points. Can you summon the wind god? Yes. To be honest, when he first saw the name of this skill, Ling Yi thought it was a summoning skill to summon the god of wind. Later I found out it was just for wind control. Now he can summon the wind god, although the effect is that it is not a summoned beast. Ling Yi also feels a sense of satisfaction. He quickly bought it and stood up quickly. It was approaching noon, and the sun was high in the blue sky. There were no white clouds to block it, and the strong sunlight shone in the yard, making the grass on the ground bright and dazzling. Ling Yi glanced at the time and saw that it was approaching 12 o'clock, and sat down slowly. Don't worry. The event is coming soon. Being basked in the sun, he felt warm all over his body and felt very comfortable. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, the information about the divine path finally appeared in front of him. Update completed. A new category has been added to the store, ID cards. The new large-scale event, Gateway of Hope, will officially open in 5 minutes. Tip: content related to the new event has been posted on the Dakian forum. Players can check it out. Ling Yi opened the store and took a look, and indeed found that after the categories of props, skills, and weapons, there was an additional category of identity cards. Click in, and the subcategories are also divided according to quality, with the highest level being a grade. I looked at a few out of curiosity. Jungle Ranger, A, increase agility by 200 points. When in the jungle, agility will be increased by an additional 10% overall. Benevolent Doctor, A, increases endurance by 100 points and treatment amount by 20%. When the opponent's health is lower than 50%, the treatment amount is doubled. Raging Sea Singer, A, the damage caused by water-based skills and music-based skills to enemies is increased by 35%. After reading these few things, Ling Yi had a more intuitive understanding of identity. A new source of combat power. It improves attributes and adds some effects. It's almost the same as a treasure. It's just that the treasure is gone when you take it off. This one can last a lifetime.
Next to her, Lin Shuru also checked these identity cards and smiled lightly when she heard this.
It's more like a super enhanced version of talent. After all, there are many identities that don't add attributes and are just effective. That's right. In this way, different players will have more and more unique characteristics.
Nodding, Lingy opened the forum, found the event pin post just posted by Shinlu, and clicked to view it. Event name, Door of Hope. Activity type, group activity. Activity cycle, once a year. Activity time, 6 hours. Activity introduction. Players can choose to sign up for the offensive/defensive side. The defensive side will be played in small teams, with a maximum of 10 people per team. Attacking players will be randomly assigned to various locations to attack the Hope Gate. Each team of players on the defensive side is responsible for guarding a Hope Gate. When all defenders of a Hope Gate are wiped out, other defending players can absorb the Hope energy there to improve their own Hope Gate level after annihilating the attacker. The higher the level of the Hope Gate, the more attacking players can launch attacks at the same time. The activity introduction was not short, but from just the first few lines, Ling Yi knew the general content of the activity. He looked at the event rewards in detail. For every player on the attacking side who participates in defeating a Hope Gate, they will receive 5 Hope Points. Every time the defending player successfully annihilates a wave of enemies, he will receive 1 Hope Point. In addition, for every 100 levels of his own Hope Gate, the final points will be doubled. At the end of the event, you can use your Hope Points to redeem identity cards or experience gold coins and divine elements in the event store. Obviously, the main reason why this activity can appear is because the identity card is updated, which is the main activity to obtain the identity card. Ling Yi turned his attention to the reward introduction on the defender side and thought to himself, level 100 is doubled, which is 2 times. Level 200 is 4 times. And level 300 is 8 times. It seems that only the defender can hope to obtain a large amount of divine elements. Chapter 519 event starts. The large-scale event, Gate of Hope, is about to open. The 5-minute registration channel is now open. Click here to enter. When the event channel opened for registration, Ling Yi, Lin Shuru and others formed a team and signed up to choose the defensive side. After another 5 minutes, the event finally officially started. The teleportation beam appeared in the void and shone on everyone, taking them all away from here. In the blink of an eye, Ling Yi had arrived at a circular platform suspended in the void. The light yellow floor tiles can be seen intertwined with crack like moss. The sky is blue, and the snow-white clouds appear in various shapes and drift in the wind. Looking up, there are other void platforms in the surrounding airspace. Looking back, there is an oval gate emitting blue light in the center of the platform. It stands on the ground and looks quiet and mysterious.
That's the Door of Hope. It should be. The next step is to protect it. That's easy.
Ling Yi turned his attention to Lin Shuru. The latter covered his mouth and smiled, skillfully activated the Holy Shield, and used the Invincible Shield to cover the door.
It's absolutely safe this way.
Lin Shuru smiled lightly.
Yes.
Ling Yi's biggest purpose in participating in this event is to obtain a large amount of divine energy. So if he can't succeed simply by defending, he has to take the initiative to attack.
Working together, the two of you can basically defeat the God King. I can feel free to go out later. Don't worry. We will bury all the enemies.
Nandongli patted his chest with a confident expression.
Good.
As soon as he finished speaking, light flashed around the circular floating platform, and the attacking players began to attack. Ling Yi glanced quickly and saw that there were only 9 people coming.
The defensive side can be in a group of up to 10 people, and the offensive side can be in a group of up to 10 people.
Yunji stood beside him and said to him,
the event introduction said that the attack frequency is not fixed, as long as there is no attacking team on the platform.
The attacking team will randomly send a team to attack. Remember, so the faster you destroy the enemy, the faster you can gain hope points. Yes, yes.
As Yunji nodded, the team on the opposite side also noticed Ling Yi and his group outside the Golden Light Shield.
Hack. That's 0-1. It's over. It's over. Why are we so unlucky? If you think about it from his perspective, we are actually very lucky. There are many players in the world who want to see Ling Yi with their own eyes, but they don't have the chance. We just got lucky.
Seeing Ling Yi, all the players in the team in front of him were very wise and did not attack, because they know very well that there is no possibility of victory at all. One of the yellow-haired men even boldly stepped forward and asked,
01. I am your fan. Can I take a photo with you?
Before Ling Yi said anything, Xiao Wanqing, who was standing next to him, frowned, stretched out her hand, took out a lightning ball flashing with black lightning, and threw it towards the opponent. The jet-black thunder ball turned into black lightning as it flew by, hitting the yellow-haired man quickly and roughly, killing him in an instant and dissipating into a large number of white light spots.
Wow!
The other people in the same team as the yellow-haired man let out an exclamation, and turned to look at the woman in black skirt next to 01 with surprised eyes.
It's so beautiful. But why are some places mosaic? Maybe it's the protection of the divine path? There's some agreement or something. You actually killed him with just one blow. Isn't she worthy of being the woman next to a boss?
Uh-huh. While the group of people were still discussing, Nan Dongli, who knew that Ling Yi wanted to quickly annihilate the enemy, did not hesitate and flew out in an instant. There seemed to be a flash of red light passing by these people one after another. After just 1 second, Nan Dongli flashed back to the original place. Bang, 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 bang. A series of sounds announced the death of several people on the opposite side. Gate of Hope, you have destroyed a wave of enemies. Hope points +1. Double gold coins, Hope points +1. Ling Yi turned his head and looked at Nan Dongli, and said with a smile,
Your strength is also developing very quickly.
Nan Dongli smiled, held the Phoenix Divine Sword in a sword flower, nodded and said,
Of course. With your support. Even a pig can take off. Uh-huh. Then I'll leave this place to you. I'll collect the other doors of hope.
Uh-huh. Nan Dongli and the others nodded repeatedly. Ling Yi didn't wait any longer, turned around and entered the cover, heading towards his side's Gate of Hope. This gate was not only something they needed to protect, it could also be used for teleportation. But when he stood in, Xiao Wanqing, who had been following him, actually followed in.
What are you here for? The invincible shield here is absolutely safe. There are Nangong and others outside the shield. I am not missing. I will accompany you.
Okay. In this way, under the gaze of Lin Shuru and others, Ling Yi teleported away. It has been 5 minutes since the event started. On a platform, Kakuhan, a player from the cattle tribe, had just led his team to break through the Hope Gate here and was now resting on the spot.
Everyone should be alert at all times. There may be defensive players coming later.
After breaking through the Hope Gate, each team must stay in place for 1 minute. During this period, defensive players can come here, and as long as they annihilate these people, they can absorb the energy of the Hope Gate.
Don't worry. With Brother Kakuhan here, you won't be afraid when the Alliance Elders come.
A girl with cat ears put her hands on her hips and laughed.
Uh-huh. Yes. If it weren't for Brother Kakuhan's lack of interest, how could he have a place among the Alliance Elders of Immortal Palace?
Someone echoed, hearing the compliments from the people around him. Kakuhan touched the cow's nose modestly and smiled lightly.
Actually, I'm not as powerful as you think. If the opponent is Ling Yi or something, I will still be defeated.
What a coincidence. As soon as this talented player finished speaking,
a beam of teleportation light brought Ling Yi and Xiao Wanqing here. Seeing Ling Yi, the group stayed motionless.
Ha ha. Am I scary?
Ling Yi wanted to laugh when he saw their shocked and confused expressions.
You are not scary, but being your enemy is scary.
Xiao Wanqing's beautiful dark eyes quickly swept across the crowd, and she basically made a judgment in her heart.
Ling 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 Yi.
Kaku-kan was shocked, and his heart sank to the bottom in just this short second. Everyone knows that facing him, there is no hope of victory. The other players present also looked shocked. But after realizing that this was an enemy that was impossible to defeat, they all showed wry smiles of relief.
There's nothing to say. It's just bad luck.
The activity time was limited, and Ling Yi was too lazy to hang out with them. He raised his hand to summon the strong wind and was about to kill them. At this time, he vaguely felt something appearing behind him. Looking back, I saw the dark green wind element condensed into a hazy human form that was both real and illusory. Chapter 520. The event is in progress. This humanoid unit does not have a specific face or figure. Its body is wrapped with light green wind element streamers. The streamers flutter in the wind, and dots of bright green light emit from the end.
Wind God.
Ling Yi looked curious and quickly activated the Eye of Truth. Wind God, a special existence condensed from the owner's thoughts, with an unstable appearance, can help the master fight. Sure enough, it's not a summoned beast. Ling Yi looked at the God of Wind
and saw that it summoned strong winds to attack the surrounding players. He wanted to use his real eyes to check the life status of these people. Unexpectedly, the wind was so powerful that he could kill them all instantly with just one blow. Legendary invincibility level. Performance level 230. More than 200,000 mana. If I don't have self-protection skills and immunity to damage, other players will be killed instantly by me. The output of the wind god is the same as his, which is equivalent to leaving it to control the wind to attack the enemy. In this way, Ling Yi no longer needs to control the wind in future battles, and can only focus on using sparks and lightning to engage in close combat with the enemy. Compared with before, it is undoubtedly much more worry-free and convenient. After Ling Yi wiped out all the players, Xiao Wanqing, who had already arrived at the Broken Hope Gate, quickly collected the energy from the Hope Gate here. It was a bright green light like a firefly, which looked dreamy and beautiful. Xiao Wanqing took out a small sachet from her backpack and put the light particles into it. Let's go to the next place. After collecting more and more, we will finally put them all on our hope door. She happily ran to the man, raised her pink face, and smiled at him. As soon as she finished speaking, she couldn't help but hug him and put her face against the man's chest. Good. Ling Yi took his eyes away from the sachet and turned to the white-walled beauty in front of him. He raised his eyebrows and said, "You have become more and more clingy to me recently. It's not because of you. Sister Ro is like that. Your firepower is concentrated on me, making me more and more angry." Xiao Wanqing pouted her red lips, put her hands around the man's neck, stood on tiptoes, and kissed her lover. The player on the attacking side has an independent giant blue platform. These players are all placed on this platform between destroying the Hope Gate and waiting to attack the next Hope Gate, in order to prevent them from being too bored. Xinlu also thoughtfully set up many virtual large screens above the platform, which would randomly broadcast the offensive and defensive battles of any Hope Gate. Players often just look at these screens and talk to other people around them. There are many excellent ID cards in the activity store of the Gate of Hope. The highest among them is even S level. Yes, the highest grade ones sold in ordinary stores are A grade ones. Sure enough, the event store is better. It would be a shame if you didn't catch up with this event, because this is the first time this event is open. Many of the redemption items in the event store are also discounted. Not far away, Baiyu, a girl with rabbit ears, and Hu Man, a beauty from the Sky Fox tribe, were sitting on a long wooden chair, feeling the noise and bustle around them. Hu Man, who was wearing a purple shirt, couldn't help but frowning his eyebrows. "Whoa! I heard that our boss is on the defensive side." Baiyu put his hands on both sides of his body, and his long legs wrapped in pure black leather pants were straddled in front of him. "Well, yes. Whoever encounters him will have to consider himself unlucky." The Rabbit Fairy Realm and the Sky Fox Realm are one of the many small realms that have joined the Blue Star Alliance. The boss they call is Ling Yi, the most powerful man in the universe known to everyone. Although on the surface the Blue Star Alliance is managed by 5 seats, everyone knows that the real culprit has always been that man. "I hope we don't run into each other. Otherwise it will be embarrassing." Baiyu waved her pink rabbit ears and laughed a few times. Her delicate pink eyes were like usual, and she liked to look left and right restlessly. After a while, she saw a beautiful woman with a white eye mask in the crowd. She stood up happily, waved to her and said, "Here! Here!" In the crowd, Vega's Fuyanina heard her friend's voice and was slightly startled. Then she smiled and walked over gracefully. Her graceful figure was wrapped in a light gold plain dress. As she walked, her body was exuded with dots of warm golden light, making her look like a saint with divine power. Baiyu moved to one side and let Fuyanina sit between the two of them. Then he looked at the light spots on her body with curiosity and said in surprise, "Wow! It's actually real. Nana, I really got a 10-star rare skill given by the ancient elves. And now it lights up when I walk." Ha ha ha. Fuyanina covered her mouth and chuckled, looking quite happy. Hu Man on the other side had also heard similar rumors. She looked down at the perfect and slender thighs under the light gold skirt and swallowed quietly. Fuyanina turned her head, although the white snow blindfold covered her eyes. Hu Man felt that the other party was looking at her again with unexpected eyes. She met the other person's gaze calmly and asked, "Wouldn't this bring trouble to your life? As long as you move, you will shine." "Good. I heard that you wear an eye patch because your eyes passively glow. Is that true?" "Yeah," she responded softly. "Then it seems you have quite a few high-star rare passive skills." Hearing the other party's somewhat sour words, Huyanina raised the corners of her mouth and smiled silently.
If the rumors are true, then you must be very popular now. Right? Yes. Many forces have extended olive branches to us, wanting to train me and make me their second god king. Do you have any idea? We all refused and will not leave the Blue Star Alliance. But you also know that with that man around, your strength and abilities may not be able to be used. It doesn't matter.
After saying this, Huyanina smiled inexplicably. Baiyu tilted her head and said doubtfully,
Nana, you have that unique ability, and you have such potential for growth. As long as you report to the 5th seat, you will soon be trained in key areas. Why haven't you taken any action?
Huyanina lowered her head and pursed her lips. After a long time, she shook her head and said nothing more. Just when Baiyu was about to continue questioning, a bright white beam of teleportation light suddenly appeared above Huyanina's head. Taking her away from here, Baiyu and the two knew that this was a beam of light entering the field, which meant that the other party was sent to attack again.
How much have we collected?
3 hours had passed since the event started. Ling Yi casually killed another team and turned around to ask Xiao Wanqing.
More than 200.
The latter held a heavy sachet and shook it at him, his delicate little face full of joy.
That's 4 times. At this rate, it may end up being 8 times. That's okay.
As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Yi received a message from Lin Shuru.
Chapter 521 Defeat Yuju again. Lin Shuru, somewhat unexpectedly. Yuju is also a player on the attacking side, and happened to come to our place. 01, oh? Then I'll go back. Although Nangongli and the others are strong, they are still not enough in front of the former strongest person like Yuju. Ling Yi didn't waste any time. After annihilating another attacking team in front of him, he quickly rushed back with Xiao Wanqing. After a while, 2 people walked out of the Hope Gate where their team was located.
Come back?
Lin Shuru, who was just outside the door, smiled at the 2 of them.
Ling
Yi nodded and looked outside the sacred shield. Outside the shield, Yuju, who was several hundred meters tall, was leading several elders from Xinghua Sahai to fight with Nangongli and others outside.
How long have you been fighting? I sent you a message when they arrived. Technically, it was less than 15 seconds.
Although Nangongli and his team are not as strong as their opponent, they can still hold on for a while.
He
said briefly, then strode out of the hood. Yuju, who was suppressing Nangongli and the others, felt an unforgettable aura. He lowered his head and glanced at Ling Yi's indifferent gaze.
Ling Yi,
he said this in a low voice, and then waved his hands vigorously to repel the red-eyed beauty in front of him, his expression becoming excited.
My strength has improved greatly since I was defeated by you last time. I wanted to go to Panga Continent to find you, but I didn't expect to meet you here.
Yuju said this, opened his arms, and laughed a few times, and then said,
Everyone in the world says that you are the fastest growing player. The enemies you have defeated will never be able to catch up with you. But next, I will prove to the world that I am the only exception.
As soon as he finished speaking, he raised the axe in both hands and jumped towards him. Ling Yi was about to take action when a flash of blue light appeared in front of him, and the Ice King suddenly appeared in front of him. He teleported into the distance and blocked the opponent's attack with a 0-degree ice spike in his hand. Boom! The invisible shock wave of the diffusion explosion swept in all directions, and was finally absorbed by the protective wall of the floating platform. In the surprised sight of Nangongli and others, the Ice Emperor, who was wearing a white robe with gold edges, just held the 0-degree ice spike with one hand, and easily blocked the attack of Yuju, who had entered a multi-explosion state and was holding an axe with both hands.
Wow! Is the Ice King so strong?
Yuanji subconsciously exclaimed. They still don't know that the Ice King has been strengthened.
It's actually possible to achieve this level.
Nangongli had already begun to estimate the latter's attributes in his mind, seeing that his attack was easily blocked. Yuju frowned fiercely, but when he cast his blue-gray one eye at the target that blocked his attack, his expression suddenly changed.
What? Who are you?
He thought it was Ling Yi who blocked his attack. As a result, he is now a nobody?
Wait a minute. Are you the ice expert next to Ling Yi?
Yuju was stunned for a while before he recognized him. He looked at the ground and saw that Ling Yi was still standing there with an unsurprised look on his face. And he was shocked and angry in his heart. Are the ice masters around him so strong? Also at this time, the Ice King raised his eyes and looked at the Cyclops in front of him. His thin lips slightly parted.
With your defeat, I don't need him to take action. I can finish you off by myself. What did you say? Arrogant!
Ju suddenly became angry. It doesn't matter if he can't beat Ling Yi. If he can't beat even a small follower around Ling Yi, then his self-confidence will suffer a major blow. He was so angry that he was going all out. Unexpectedly, the ice girl in front of him was too fast. She came to him in the blink of an eye, and the ice spear in her hand stabbed directly into his eyes. Although Ju's consciousness reacted, his body was a beat too slow, and he was unable to dodge in time. The next moment, with a soft puff sound, the severe pain caused Ju to let out a scream that echoed throughout the platform.
Ah!
The terrifying gray-white cold air exploded in a circle, completely freezing Ju's eyes in just half a second. At the same time, players outside who were paying attention to the details of the event also learned through word of mouth the number of the Hope Gate where Ling Yi was, and jumped to the screen of this platform.
Wow! What's going on? Ju is having sex with Ling Yi again? I heard that Ju had an adventure recently, and his strength has greatly increased. But it seems that he is still at a disadvantage now. What happened just now?
Players who came in later asked about the situation, and some people who had seen the present again actively told them what had just happened. After seeing other people's simple explanations, more and more people understood the situation.
Good guy. Good guy. Ling Yi didn't take any action himself, but the guy next to him actually stopped Ju on his own? The problem now is that the Ice Master is beating Ju. My god! So who is that ice girl? With this kind of strength, she is truly the second strongest person after Ling Yi. I thought Ju had made enough progress, but I didn't expect Ling Yi's side.
Among the countless comments, some people also noticed some details of what they just experienced. Yanina and Baiyu, who had returned from the attack, were still sitting together. They could also see the scene and were discussing the other side. Wow! Baiyu's eyes were full of little stars. She stared at Nangongli in the picture and said excitedly to the two of them,
Did you see it? Did you see it? The beauty with the flaming sword just now can defend Yushin alone. She is my good friend. We were in contact yesterday.
The rabbit-eared girl's words were full of pride. Hu Man frowned and murmured in shock.
I knew you had a friend like this, but I thought he was just about the same strength as you. I didn't expect it.
Well, Baiyu twitched the corner of her mouth as she thought of the Great Universe preliminary tournament that was held just 20 days ago.
Actually, in the preliminaries, our strengths were almost the same. That seems right.
Hu Man also had some understanding of the situation at that time. Thinking of the guy's improvement in strength during this period, a look of disbelief gradually appeared on his face.
How long has it taken to actually rise from an ordinary player in the universe to a level that can compete with the former strongest man? This is too amazing. Sure enough, it's probably because I'm with the boss. The other beauties except Nandong just performed very well.
Baiyu speculated.
That's the reason,
Yanina affirmed. While the three of them were talking, the battle on the screen in front of them also ended at a speed that was difficult for them to understand. In the sight of countless people, the unknown ice girl just stabbed Ju a few times with her ice spear. The latter couldn't bear it anymore and turned into a point of light and collapsed and dissipated.
This.
Hu Man still wanted to say something, but not far away. Other players shouted loudly.
Hack! Hack! Yushin is dead now? What's going on?
She raised her head and glanced around, and found that many people were looking at their respective viewing interfaces. Although she couldn't see the interfaces of these people, she could tell through their words. Chapter 522. The power exceeds 100,000.
I don't know. Is this ice girl's damage so high? Alas. In short, Yushin has completely fallen from the altar. It's okay to be defeated by Ling Yi. After all, he is the super monster in the universe. But he was killed so easily by this ice girl. Alas. It's mainly because I'm with Mr. Ling sure enough. One person can achieve enlightenment, and chickens and dogs can ascend to heaven. I discovered that the only shortcut to improve your strength on the Quanshan Road is to get close to the big boss. That's right. That's right.
More and more people are realizing this. There are so many smart people in the universe. They looked at the beauties in the picture and secretly discussed in private. As long as there are beauties at this level or even beyond them, then as long as there is a chance to get close to the big boss, there is hope, soaring into the sky. And if we get involved with that kind of beauty before then, maybe we can take the opportunity to have some soup. Yes, as long as you drink some soup, the benefits may be more useful than 100 years of hard work. Let's go. Let's cultivate a beautiful girl.
On the attacker's huge platform, Hu Man, a beautiful woman from the Tianhu clan in a purple shirt, looked at Fuyanina next to her, and said with a strange expression, "I feel like Nana. You have a good chance of getting involved with a big boss in the future. Not only do you have huge potential and unique abilities that are coveted, but you also have amazing beauty. In the future, as long as your star concentrates resources to train you and make you even better, it is really possible." Fuyanina smiled and said nothing more about this matter. During the following activity time, nothing happened that was enough to attract the attention of the public from all over the world. Soon, the time came to the last 2 minutes. Lingy took Xiao Wanqing back to the location of their Hope Gate and asked her to invest all her hope energy. Good. The latter opened the sachet and poured all the energy inside into the door. As soon as these firefly-like bright green lights come out, they are automatically absorbed by the Hope Gate. Gate of Hope. The Gate of Hope you belong to absorb 1 point of energy. Level +1. Current level 2. Gate of Hope. The Gate of Hope you belong to absorb 1 point of energy. Level +1. Current level 3. Hundreds of messages flashed by quickly. And the last message was, current level 503. It doubles every 100 levels. If it exceeds 500, it's 32 times. TSK. 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 Lingy quickly looked at the currently accumulated hope points. Current hope points, 550. That is, before the words were spoken, the activity time officially ended. Gateway of Hope. The time has come and the event is over. In this event, you have accumulated 550 hope points. And the Hope Gate level is 503. So you finally obtained hope points, 17,600. Double gold coins, hope points plus 17,600. Because I hope that points can be exchanged for items. Double gold coins is effective for it. Tip: the event store will only be open for 1 day. Players are requested to complete the redemption as soon as possible. When this prompt appears, all players participating in the event have been sent back to the present world. How many points are these? When he opens the activity store and just looks at the number, 35,200, he won't feel how big it is. In the hall, Lingy sat down slightly nervously. When Lin Shuru and Xiao Wanqing needed his shoulders, he frowned and lowered his gaze to the redemption product area. Exchange area. Green Forest Hero, S300 hope points. Sea Overlord, S150 hope points, 50% off. Mountain Tiger, A80 hope points. Plain Covering Dragon, A40 hope points, 50% off. 10,000 gold coins, 0.5 hope points, 50% off. 500 experience, 0.5 hope points, 50% off. 50 Shinsu, 0.5 hope points, 50% off. District finished. This is the first time we hold this event, so some of the products in the exchange store are discounted. Right? Lingy asked Xiang Yunji habitually. That's right. The latter nodded repeatedly. Because there were 2 Shinsu cards, Lingy focused on the exchange of Shinsu cards. 0.5 hope points can be exchanged for 50 Shinsu. Then I can exchange these for 3.52 million. With 2 Shinsu cards and double gold coins, it is 140 million. Then transfer it through the Ancestor Gem. Okay. Lingy thought about it in his mind and found that he could get hundreds of millions of divine elements by doing this. He immediately no longer hesitated and quickly used the Double Divine Elements card and Tenfold Divine Elements card and collected all his wish points. Exchanged it for Shinsu. You have obtained 70,400,000 divine elements. Double gold coins. Shinsu plus 70,400,000. He took out the Ancestral Gem and called Lin Shuru, transferring all the 140.8 million divine elements to her. Ancestral Gem, you have received a return of 281.6 million divine elements. Double gold coins. Shinsu plus 281.6 million. Sure enough, those 2 bonus items obtained from the Ancestral Gem and double gold coin will no longer be able to enjoy the blessing of multiple Shinsu cards. Otherwise, they can be repeated over and over again. Lingy was not surprised by this. He was already satisfied with it now. Originally, he had 6 to 7 million divine elements. And now he began to convert all of them. You lost 570 million divine elements. You gained 5.7 billion experience. Next, open the personal panel and put all your experience into it. You lost 5.7 billion experience. You have gained 57,000 free attribute points. Ha 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 ha. Seeing so many free attribute points, Lingy couldn't help laughing. While smiling, he added all these to the strength. which he had thought of before. Power 23510, power 137,510. Okay. 242,000 mana. 137,000 strength. 76,000 constitution. That's about it. He looked at the other two attributes that were currently lower. Agility 31,284. Endurance 17,460. Through True Soul Awakening, my agility will increase to 62,000. And my performance level is higher than that of the Supreme Sun. So agility is not a big problem. As for endurance, my battery life and abnormal resistance are now both complete. Lingy wondered, could he fight the Supreme Sun again now? He rubbed his chin and sat on the sofa. When Lin Qiru and Xiao Wanqing leaned over, he took them into his arms. What are you thinking about? Lin Qiru, who was lying on his chest with her eyes closed, asked softly in a delicate voice. I'm thinking about the success rate of attacking the Supreme Sun now. How many? 80%? 90%? Isn't that very high? Lingy always acted prudently, thinking that Wind God's call had been strengthened by the Plan Store today. He took another breath and thought to himself, maybe tomorrow the Plan Store will be able to launch a plan that greatly improves its strength. Looking at the bright sunshine outside the window, he took a breath and finally decided. Tomorrow, I'll recharge my batteries and rest today. I'll go attack it again at noon tomorrow. Okay, you can do whatever you want. Lin Qiru raised her head and kissed his lips. At this time, in the bright courtyard outside, Lin Xian, who looked like a classical fairy in a plain white dress, stepped on the stone steps and walked in from outside the house. I got a message. As soon as she entered the door, she saw her eldest niece kissing a man. She was stunned for only a moment, then sat down naturally and continued. A female player has a rare ability, which may help you improve your strength again. Chapter 523, The Fruit of Destiny. What? There is a female player named Fuyanina in the Weaver world. It is said that she recently received favors from the ancient elves and was given 2 rare 10-star skills. Oh! Between the primary map and the final map of the Divine Path, players may encounter elves. And on the Dakianshan Road, lucky players may even encounter ancient elves. So? Lingy looked at Lin Xian with doubts on his face. Although ancient elves are extremely rare, there are hundreds of millions of players on the Dakian Divine Road. For hundreds of years, there are not 4 people who have been gifted skills by ancient elves. And there are at least 3. Are you counting? Are the skills Fuyanina was gifted unique to her so far? At present, it is highly likely that it is. That's it. The Weaver world she belongs to is a member of our Blue Star Alliance. I have contacted her personally. I may have a chat with her at the headquarters of our alliance later. Having said this, Lin Xian looked at Lingy and asked, do you want to go with us later? What am I going to do? Forget it. The latter waved his hand. Okay. I'll leave first. Lin Xian just came to ask. It would be best if he could go. It would have no impact if he didn't go. After saying that, he stood up, said goodbye and left. After she left, Nandongli, who was sitting on the sofa on the left, turned his delicate red eyes to Ling Yi's face and said, actually, you can go. Vega is the first one to take the initiative to communicate and negotiate with our Blue Star in the member world. If you go, it will be regarded as a kind of attention and recognition. Anyway, you have nothing else to do later. Right? It's okay to go like this. Ling Yi was a person who was easily persuaded, so he didn't think much and nodded in agreement. Pangea Supercontinent, the headquarters of the Blue Star Consortium, in a square surrounded by trees. The main personnel of Vega came here as agreed, waiting for the arrival of Lin Xian, one of the 5 seats in the joint body. This is the headquarters. This is my first time here. The environment is really beautiful. I heard that Blue Star's portal is not far from here. I don't know if I can see that legendary figure later. It's possible that we won't see a few from the 5 seats. Vega is a star world where women are superior to men. In the entire world, most of the strong ones are women. Therefore, those who were sent to negotiate with Lin Xian along with Fuyanina were all female players. There are 15 of them in total, and they are sitting on the seats provided by the staff and chatting. In front of them, Fujanina, who was wearing a light golden tight-fitting robe, was sitting elegantly at the end of a small red round table. She had taken off the snow-white blindfold and put it aside, and her beautiful eyes shining with purple light were staring calmly ahead. There was no one on the other side at this time. Buzz. There seemed to be a subtle buzzing sound. Yanina raised her head and saw a beautiful woman in a plain white dress slowly walking out from a few meters high in the air. The beauty landed gracefully in front of her, pulled out the chair opposite her, and sat down calmly. Seeing this, all the players in Vega stopped talking and turned their attention to Lin Xian. Nice to meet you. Me too. The two exchanged simple, polite words. And then Lin Xian got to the point. We already know your abilities, and would like to invite you as a special player of our joint structure. If you help our players improve their strength, we will give you a certain amount of compensation every month. Well, your plan is feasible. But we have a better plan. That is, I will still be a special player, but the reward will not be given by you every month, but by those who come to me to improve their strength. Yanina was talking about the most suitable plan that the Vega experts came up with after careful discussion. They believed that this plan could bring higher profits. Lin Xian frowned and thought for a few seconds, then finally nodded and said, "That's okay too." Before he finished speaking, the Vega warrior sitting in a row opposite suddenly let out a small exclamation, as if they had seen something extraordinary. Lin Xian was slightly startled, and followed their gazes to look back and saw Lingy, who had appeared here at some unknown time, smiling and waving to her. Huh? Why are you here? She stood up subconsciously. Opposite her, Yanina, who saw the legendary man appearing, did not dare to sit any longer and jumped up. It's boring anyway, so just come over and take a look. Lingy smiled, walked to the big red log table, pulled out a chair and sat down. Seeing that the two people who were still talking were confused, he waved his hands casually and said, "Sit down. Sit down." After the two sat down, he cast his candid gaze on Yanina and asked, "I heard that you have some unique ability. Can you let me have a look?" "Ah? Yes. Yes. Of course." Yanina was startled, then nodded her head quickly, stretched out her hand, and condensed an aqua blue virtual fruit in her palm, while continuing to output physical strength to accelerate the concentration of fruits. She explained, "My ability is not unique. It just can." Lingy did not listen carefully to her explanation because he could see the effect of the skill himself. Fruit from Destiny, 10 stars rare, condensate a fruit of destiny for the designated target. This fruit can only be taken by the designated target. After consumption, the target will receive a permanent partial boost. This skill can be used 10 times per day. The same target can only condense one fruit. Oh, I didn't expect that this kind of skill existed. Lingy thought that this skill could become extremely amazing with just a slight mutation. On the opposite side, after Yanina finished speaking, the man in front of her looked surprised, and she couldn't help but said nervously, "What? Do you understand? Okay. Then shall I give you one now?" Lingy planned to simulate the mutation of this skill first, so that the fruit of fate might be stronger? You think maybe you should do this, but you also vaguely feel that if this thing is simulated, it will only change in terms of the number of uses and restrictions. So you can use it now. Come on! After the premonition said, Lingy no longer had any worries in his heart. Good. Yanina stared at Lingy's side face, and the aqua blue virtual fruit in her hand gradually solidified. A few seconds later, she let out a soft breath, exhaling hot breath from her tender red lips. Huh? Maybe it's because you are too strong. Boss, it takes far more energy to realize the fruit of your destiny than others. Thank you for your hard work. Do you need anything from me? No. Boss, you are too polite. Yanina shook her head wildly, with a joyful smile on her face, and slowly handed the aqua fruit in her hand to the other party. Lingy took it and checked it. Fruit of Destiny, artificial, one-time use. Made for player 01, and only available on target. After use, you can specify an attribute to increase its normal attributes by 10% of its highest attribute. Chapter 524, Double Sensitivity Improvement. Do these fruits have different effects for everyone? Lingy asked. Yes. Yanina nodded and explained in detail. I have given our Vega players a lot of fruits before. Some are to increase strength, mana, etc. Some are designated to improve attributes. Some are to increase the power of certain skills. And some are increase some kind of resistance. But no matter what it is almost always the direction that the other party wants to improve most at the moment. Oh. Hearing that the fruit can give effects in the direction the user wants to improve, Lingy instantly understood why Lin Xian suddenly told him this. It is indeed an extremely excellent ability. Ling Yi put the fruit into his backpack, and then carefully looked at the otherworldly beauty in front of him, thinking to himself, this skill is good. It would be great if I had the chance to mutate it. Thinking of this, he suddenly remembered that he also had a various skill card, which could change a skill into other skills of the same star that he wanted. Thank you for your fruit. This will bring me a lot of improvement. Before leaving, Ling Yi said seriously to Fuyanina, although you said no, since you helped me, I will naturally give you corresponding rewards. Is there anything you want? Seeing the serious attitude of the man in front of her, Fuyanina did not refuse anymore. She turned back to look at the strong men of Vega. In addition to being the strong men of their planet, Fuyanina was also the main figure who controlled the world of Vega. Rong. Let's discuss it. Her purple eyes switched back and forth between the table and Ling Yi's face like a frightened rabbit, and she asked cautiously, Go ahead. Fuyanina stood up, bowed to him gracefully and seriously, then turned around and led the Vega players to the grove to discuss in a low voice. Maybe they think it would be embarrassing to discuss it in front of us? Lin Xian joked with a smile. Ha ha. Ling Yi smiled, took out the fate fruit just now, and directly mutated and simulated it in front of Lin Xian. New Destiny Fruit, Artificial, increases one's lowest attributes by 20% of one's normal highest attributes. This improvement can be very large. He put both fruits into his mouth in one breath. As soon as these two fruits entered his mouth, they seemed to turn into conscious air currents, pouring directly into his body along his throat. The original Destiny Fruit specified the Agility attribute. So, Agility plus 24,272. Endurance plus 48,544. Agile 31284. Agile 79,468. Endurance 17460. Endurance 114,578. It would be impossible for anyone else to have such a terrifying improvement effect as Ling Yi. The main reason is because his current highest normal attribute is as high as 240,000. More than 10 times higher than other normal players. Even other God Kings can only improve by 1 or 2,000 points at most, which is far behind him. Ha! It is indeed right to wait a little longer. Ling Yi had never thought of such an unexpected surprise before. Now that his agility and endurance have greatly increased, he is even more confident when facing the Supreme Sun. The sun shines on this large green square. Lin Xian, who is dressed in plain white, looks at the sunny smile of the man next to him and can't help but smile along with it. There is a hint of pampering in his starry eyes. There were just the two of them here now. After Ling Yi absorbed the fruit, he easily noticed the other's eyes. He turned his head and cast his gaze on Lin Xian. As Lin Shuru's aunt, her appearance was somewhat similar to Lin Shuru's. When the two stood together, those who didn't know thought they were sisters. A rounder oval face, white and smooth skin, beautiful and small ears, and charming eyes. Ling Yi couldn't help but smile when he recalled that when he had physical contact with the other person before, the yang energy would automatically flow into the other person's body, causing the other person to have some interesting reactions. What's wrong? You laughed like this all of a sudden. Lin Xian still looked at him lovingly and tenderly. My yang energy was not high in the past, and you would soften whenever I touched you. I am very curious about what will happen now. After Ling Yi finished speaking, Lin Xian's expression suddenly changed. No. As soon as the three words were spoken, Ling Yi had already grasped her delicate white wrist. In the next moment, Lin Xian narrowed her eyes, let out a long moan, and fell limply on the round table in front of her. A few minutes later, when Fuyanina came back with Vega and everyone else, she only saw Ling Yi lying on the back of the chair with his arms crossed and a mysterious smile on his face. Lin Xian, one of the 5 blue star seats, was lying on the table as if sleeping. We have discussed it, and have only one request. Fuyanina ignored Lin Xian, but walked around the table, walked straight to Ling Yi, and said to him, That's it. The next morning, the sun is shining brightly, under the careful care of Lin Shuru and others. Ling Yi, whose physical condition has reached its peak, is sitting on a long wooden chair in the yard, basking in the sun while checking today's plan store. For Saints of Heaven Strengthening Plan, the attributes increased by awakening will be tripled. Price, 2,000 mutation points. Call. As soon as he saw the plan in front of him, Ling Yi's first reaction was to feel relieved. The second reaction is deep joy. Originally, the attributes of awakening were doubled, but now the attributes are tripled. He quickly bought the plan. Lin Shuru was resting on his lap. Hearing this, he raised his head and asked, "Has it been strengthened again? What's the success rate now?" As the woman who has been with Ling Yi for the longest time, she knows a little more than others. Yesterday it was 80% to 90%. Today it is infinitely close to 100%. Does that mean you've beaten me? It's just that you're cautious and don't talk enough. Ha! Agreed. Ling Yi touched her head and suddenly lowered his head and said, "Don't you like to bask in the sun? Why have you been out in the sun lately?" "Because I have been bathing in the Holy Angel Fountain for too long. External forces such as sun exposure will not affect my skin at all." "Alright." He looked at Lin Shu carefully. Under the sun, her snow-white body was emitting a faint pure light, and the clothes on her body seemed to become more beautiful because they were worn on her. After soaking in the spring water for so long, it will become more and more difficult to improve. Almost. Ling Yi looked at the time, cheered up, and said, "It's almost time now. I'm going to challenge." Good. Lin Shu grabbed his clothes and climbed up, held his head, and raised her head to offer her red lips. The two kissed for a moment. Then Ling Yi stood up and disappeared under a beam of bright white light falling from the sky. Watching her lover disappear, Lin Shu lay down in the same place for a while, and then lay down again. His scent. She squinted her eyes and inhaled hard, and a deep feeling of intoxication appeared on her exquisite and beautiful face. Chapter 525 The Top Battle on the Great Thousand God Road. 01 starts challenging the 18th floor of the Supreme Sky ranking. Explosion. Legendary Invincible Players vs Legendary Invincible Ancient Demons. The top battle on the Great Thousand God Road has finally arrived. Explosion. Can 01 successfully defeat the Supreme Sun? Hut. 01 has open challenge viewing rights. Enter the Tianbang interface to watch immediately. Fire. You may be able to witness history today. New. On the morning of August 16th, as the Blue Star Alliance released the news about Ling Yi's official challenge to the Supreme Sun, the entire world once again became a sensation. Although all the players knew that this day would come sooner or later, they did not expect that the so-called sooner or later would actually come so early. Originally, I had no idea about the 18th floor, but the basic information about the Supreme Sun was released in the last Q&A on City of the Strong, and I realized what kind of battle this is. Oh my god! I really can't imagine the strength of Zero. Now he is actually unilaterally suppressing the Supreme Sun. The battles in the Supreme Sky ranking are invisible to the outside world by default. However, challenging players can also turn on the viewing permission on their own initiative, allowing players to watch the battle before the challenge, in order for the Jiuyuan divine body to accumulate the long-lasting factor faster. Ling Yi had notified Lin Xian and others, asking them to release the news of his challenge. Therefore, hundreds of millions of players are pouring into the viewing room every second. And because of Ling Yi's ultimate legend, privilege, all players have an immersive feeling when watching it, which makes their visual experience even more intense. Damn it! This Supreme Sun is too hacking big. A player who just came in blinked and felt as if he suddenly appeared in the battlefield in the blink of an eye. While he was startled, he saw the Supreme Sun in the distance, and the shock and terror in his heart reached its peak at this moment. When they saw this name before, many players actually had a basic impression of this ancient demon god, thinking that it should look like the sun. But it couldn't be that big. But looking at it now, although it is really not as big as the sun, it is still many times bigger than all the monsters they have seen before. Turning his head to look at Ling Yi and Ice Girl, who were attacking frequently in the starry sky, the new player couldn't help but take a deep breath. Hey, is this the strength of the top boss? He is actually fighting against an enemy of this level. The player glanced left and right, and could see thousands of other players in the void around him. No one is actually in the warring environment, but they can see each other and hear each other's voices. That's awesome. I didn't expect to see a battle of this level with my own eyes one day. The big boss has attributes of more than 100,000. And the Supreme Sun also has attributes of more than 60,000. The big brother has at least 2 divine powers. And the Supreme Sun also has 5 divine powers. It looks like Ling Yi has the upper hand. Yes. Xian Jintian and other god kings were also in the viewing room at this moment. They gathered together in a very tacit understanding, looking at the battle in front of them, each with a look of shock. It's too fast. I can't see clearly. God King Li Mingxian, who was previously known as the fastest in the universe, wiped the sweat from his face and said with a slightly trembling voice. He thought he couldn't defeat Ling Yi, and he could see him more or less. I didn't expect that I couldn't even do this. Boom! Ling Yi, who was far away, slashed the burning battle flag in his hand on the surface of the Supreme Sun, blasting away the large flames on the latter's surface and spreading into the universe. This wave of flame swept through the shadows of several people without having any impact on them. You can only see clearly. If Ling Yi doesn't have this ability, how dare he continue to challenge the Supreme Sun? Xian Jintian crossed his arms and said pertinently, "Yes, there are only 2 challenges left. If you fail this time, it will be the last time," Yin Yu added. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the Supreme Sun in the distance erupting with an astonishing golden momentum. The momentum spread rapidly to the surroundings, as if it was sweeping the entire universe. Wow! Seeing this magnificent scene with their own eyes, countless players exclaimed at the same time. This battle is at the planet level. We are still fighting on the ground, and people are already thinking about whether to collapse the star. To be honest, without Ling Yi, we might not be able to see this kind of scene in a few hundred years. Zero is awesome. At the same time, in the field, after Ling Yi launched another 100-fold attack, he frowned when he saw the message popping up in front of him. The opponent triggered the miracle of divine protection, and your damage was invalidated. This is a message from a precognitive prompt. Otherwise, the player will not be prompted about what skills the enemy activates, or what passive skills are triggered. Divine protection miracle. Alas! Such a troublesome skill. Katie is deeply shocked by your strength. Longevity factor +1. Joselina praised you for having the demeanor of an unparalleled god, and is deeply fascinated by you. The longevity factor +1. Emulin recognizes your strength very much and believes that you can defeat the Supreme Sun. The long-lasting factor +1. Fortunately, there are trillions of players watching the battle, and 1,000 points of long-term factor are fully restored in less than half a second. Owner! The Ice King flashed to Ling Yi's side and analyzed carefully. The Supreme Sun can only take damage 10 times in a minute, and its recovery ability is also very fast. I'm going to use that skill. In the last test of patience in the temple, Ling Yi had already fully understood the Ice Emperor. Therefore, he knew what skill she was talking about. So he nodded immediately and said, "Okay, you use that skill, and I will cooperate with you." The conversation between them will naturally be heard by the majority of players watching the game. But now, Ling Yi doesn't care anymore. It doesn't matter even if thousands of players guess that Ice King is his summoned beast. Just as he thought, all the players were surprised to hear that the Ice Girl was called Master Ling Yi. Master? What's going on? Is the Ice Girl called Master Ling Yi? What's the relationship between them? Good guy. Speaking of it, Ice Girl has been with Ling Yi a long time ago. Isn't she his slave? It should be a real humanoid summoned beast. Right. Otherwise, how would you bring it into the Tianbang? It doesn't matter what the relationship is. Anyway, the Ice Girl is more powerful than all the God Kings. In fact, the identity of the two has been speculated among the majority of players. Now that the word Master is heard, the players are only slightly shocked for a while, and forget about it in the blink of an eye. When they subconsciously turn their attention to the Ice Girl, they saw a purple diamond-shaped ice cube condensed in front of her. The ice block was not that big, only about 2 meters long and 1 meter high. As she shot out the ice, the golden light on Ling Yi's body surged, and a bunch of golden balls were thrown out by him and attached to the ice. Chapter 526: The Legend of Invincibility and the Divine Ice that Shattered the Sky. At this moment that countless players didn't see clearly, the purple ice covered in golden light streaked through the space and rushed towards the Supreme Sun at the speed of light. The latter seemed to realize that this attack was not trivial, and instead of accepting it calmly, he launched the Invincible Legend, the divine power that had not been used before. For the first time, Invincible Legend, 12 stars, immediately enter the invincible state. While invincible, you cannot move or use displacement skills. During the invincible state, 1% of stamina is consumed every second, and stamina consumption is doubled every 5 seconds. That is to say, you can attack during the period of invincibility, and you can use other skills except displacement skills. Ling Yi frowned slightly when he saw the effect of this skill again. In fact, when he saw this skill last time, he felt that this skill was a bit exaggerated. As long as 1% of physical strength can be restored every second, then it can be turned on every 4 seconds and lasts for 4 seconds each time, which can achieve almost unlimited battery life. Even better than his Invincible Holy Shield. But it's normal. After all, his skill was originally only a 10-star skill. while the opponent's was a 12-star skill. Because of his invincibility, his and Ice King's coordinated attacks naturally failed to cause harm to the other party this time. The divine ice attached to him by his long-lasting divine power shattered with a click when it hit the golden shield. What the Ice Queen used just now was her new skill. Godly ice that breaks the sky. Launch a piece of divine ice to attack the enemy. After hitting the target, the divine ice will destroy the space and cause rare and extremely real damage to all units in the area. In addition, after the divine ice is broken, a mark of divine ice will be left in the body of the surviving target that lasts for 1 minute. While this mark exists, if the target is hit by divine ice again, it will suffer an additional double true damage. This skill can be used 3 times a day, and if no damage is caused to any enemy, the number of uses will be restored immediately. If the Supreme Sun wasn't invincible, if it had hit it and caused damage just now, it would have died. Lingy had never tried to add long-lasting divine power to real damage before. He didn't know whether true injuries would enjoy multiple bonuses. True damage is also a type of damage and should enjoy bonuses. Precognition hints gave him the answer. Wow! Enjoy a 100-fold bonus? Then I can take away the opponent with a few 200 times normal punches. He has Miracle Sky Flash Meteor, and every time he punches the target, he can bring 1% or 4% of the target's life limit as real damage. If it weren't for the level suppression, he might have solved it with 1/200x Lightning Spark. Although the real damage ignores damage reduction and resistance, it cannot ignore the influence of rank. The suppression brought by rank still exists. Of course, this is only ideal. Although the Supreme Sun has strong life recovery power, physical recovery is not its specialty. I may have to consume its physical strength first. Just now, a divine ice attack was blocked by the opponent's invincibility, and that skill had no usage restrictions and only consumed physical strength. Only now did he realize that as long as the opponent can still use Invincible Legend, it is basically impossible for him to kill the opponent. Xiao Bing, let's use up its energy first, Lingy said to the Ice Queen. Okay. The latter nodded vigorously. Because Lingy has a trick-like vitality and physical recovery speed that can be replenished every second, he has an absolute advantage in this regard. And because Eternal Marking was activated, he and the Ice King's recovery were shared. So the Ice King could also instantly recover his physical strength and vitality. While Ice King activated another new skill, Extreme Shattering Ice Storm, Lingy also mobilized all his magic power and shouted, "Come on! Flame Star!" Having used Starfall so many times, he has already reached the point where he can accurately use the skill without calling out its name. So it doesn't matter what you say. His current mana has been temporarily increased from 240,000 to 1.08 million due to his awakening and the improvement of Butterfly Immortal. With a performance level of 230, his mana and combat power is now an astonishing 248 million. As soon as Xinglua was used, he felt that all his body strength was drained at this moment, and he felt a momentary sense of powerlessness for the first time in a long time. Oh no! My mana is too high. The consumption of using Flame Star with all my strength is greater than my upper limit of physical strength. His head only made a small swing of 2 or 3 centimeters before he regained his strength. And above the starry sky, the sudden appearance of a huge flame star had completely attracted everyone's attention. Damn it! This flame star is so damn big! It's outrageous to be bigger than the Supreme Sun. Is this the real sun? Big Brother Zero casually pulled out such a big flame star. It's so scary. The Supreme Sun is about the same size as the blue star, but in front of the flame star summoned by Lingy, it was like an egg compared to a football. Although it was not as good as the real sun, its hugeness was enough to shock the world. If it weren't for my lack of physical strength. Ugh! This flame star is not the full display of 248 million mana combat power. Lingy is not sure how much power it has. In short, if you have enough physical strength, the flame star in front of you will be even bigger. Lingyi's half-sentence was naturally heard by the majority of players. It was only now that many people realized what they had subconsciously ignored before. Hack! Wait! How much mana does it take to pull out such a big flame star? The boss said he doesn't have enough physical strength. But to be able to pull it out so big, it takes an amazing amount of energy in an instant. While the players were shocked one after another, several God Kings who stood at the top of the players understood better how difficult it was to do this. It's a bit exaggerated. The flame star is really too big. Mubai frowned, puzzled. It turns out that the gap between me And the boss is so big. He deserves to be the boss.
Keck looked admiring. Xian Jintian turned his head and looked at his old friend, who was about to become a little fanboy, and said with a strange expression,
Old man Kai, you are almost 1,000 years old. Can you be more mature?
Question mark. Keck raised his eyebrows and looked at his friend, and retorted,
Why? Is it immature for me to worship the strong? Little Emperor, aren't you also a fan of his? Last time I visited your home. No. Okay. You are very mature.
Xian Jintian quickly covered Kaik's mouth. Yin Yu and the others ignored the two people's bickering and were still analyzing the battle situation seriously.
I didn't expect that the Supreme Sun has the ability to be invincible. It's really scary. The Divine Road doesn't want players to pass it. We have no hope at all. Ling Yi just said that it would consume its physical strength. It should be a protracted battle. Not necessarily. Hey! The second flame star is coming now.
In the sight of countless people, the first flaming star was clearly still in the process of falling, and a second flaming star appeared in the universe above, still as huge as before. However, what surprised everyone was yet to come. 1 second after the second flame star appeared, the third flame star appeared immediately. This third flame star did not fall towards the Supreme Sun, but fell towards Ling Yi's position.
Three flame stars. 3 flame stars in the same frame. What a shocking scene. Take a picture.
It's like 3 identical little suns appeared in the deep space of the universe, making players feel insignificant and at the same time shocked by this shocking power. Chapter 527 Natural Outbreaks and Incineration Ray Bursts. Seeing the huge flame star falling, the Supreme Sun did not immediately activate his invincibility. Instead, he activated the skill, Natural Explosion, and moved parallel to other places. Natural Burst, 10 stars, increase agility by 35% in the next 10 seconds, and move parallel to the specified direction, every 0.1 seconds between movements. A ghost will be left on the movement trajectory for 5 seconds. During the duration of the phantom, you can return to the location of any phantom. While moving, you will continue to release random elements to attack surrounding enemies, causing moderate corresponding attribute damage to them. This skill is available once per minute. The direction that the Supreme Sun chose to move was far away from the 3 flame stars, and it looked like it was trying to escape from the cosmic space. Watching it move, Ling Yi just smiled and did not chase after it. The next moment, there seemed to be a soft, bang, sound coming from the distant cosmic space. The Supreme Sun seemed to have hit an invisible barrier, and the entire huge star was stopped there abruptly. At this moment, a huge translucent sphere covering the cosmic space vaguely appeared. It was like a crystal ball, enveloping Ling Yi and the Supreme Sun in it. At this time, the first flame star finally arrived at the designated location and exploded. Boom! In an instant, extremely dazzling light shone throughout this universe. It makes people unable to see other existences in the universe. Wow! There were several bursts of noise again among the players watching the battle, one after another for a long time. Almost all the people who witnessed the explosion of Flame Star at the scene died, and only in Ling Yikai's viewing room could they witness the release of this skill, known as
the most destructive power in the universe. Unscathed. Is this the pinnacle of a player? Oh my god! It's worth it! Just seeing the Flame Star explode makes it worth it for me to come in this time. It turns out that we players can achieve this level. It seems that before, I was just sitting back and watching the sky. Not necessarily. Even the God Kings couldn't do it for hundreds of years. Ling Yi is a special case. Is that translucent sphere just now a space blockade?
Among the trillions of players present, there were many well-informed ones. As soon as they saw the huge translucent sphere covering the universe, they immediately realized that it was probably the power of space.
It's very much like a space barrier. It must be a space blockade.
Mu Bai, who was dressed in light blue clothes, speculated.
It's such a big space blockade that neither of them can leave this space. No wonder Ling Yi wants to pull a flame star in his own direction. It turns out that it is to carry out saturation bombing in that area.
Xian Jintian suddenly realized.
Yes, and if the Supreme Sun wants to avoid damage, it can only use invincibility. And if it does so, it will consume its energy. This is also Ling Yi's purpose.
Mu Bai nodded. Mu Bai's explanation was also heard by surrounding players. Some players who didn't quite understand the development of the battle situation understood it instantly.
So that's it. then Ling Yi just needs to continue carrying out saturation attacks in this blocked space. Isn't it right? Does he have that much physical strength? Supreme Sun can't take the medicine to replenish his physical strength. So Ling Yi can't take it? While the players were talking, more and more flame stars appeared frequently in the field. Fourth and fifth. As if summoning them cost absolutely nothing. They watched the flame stars explode one after another, and the dazzling light in front of them continued one after another without stopping. Therefore, no one has a clear idea of what is going on in the field now. They only saw between the bursts of light, and occasionally the majestic golden momentum rushed out of the light, shaking in all directions. The audience knew that it was the skill released by the Supreme Sun. And at this time, amidst the bursts of radiance, Ling Yi opened the dark purple guardian shield like the stars in the universe. While bearing the attack of the Supreme Sun, he continued to pull out the 100-fold flame star to attack. It's really a bit difficult. After entering the battle just now, through the awakening and the buffs given by the Butterfly Immortal, he suddenly entered the best fighting state. Then used time and space annihilation to seal off the space and limit the fighting area. And now we use hundreds of times the flame star to continuously bombard it, forcing the Supreme Sun to turn on its invincibility again and again. But despite this, the Supreme Sun, which has an endurance of 60,000, has extremely amazing physical recovery. He bombed for tens of seconds just now, and the overall consumption on the opponent was less than 1/10. But under what circumstances will it become invincible? Ling Yi was a little curious. The Supreme Force field of the Supreme Sun allows it to only be damaged 10 times in a minute. But you perfectly avoided this skill by dealing a single extremely high damage. You think that as long as you can cause more than 10% damage to it in a single time, it will definitely become invincible. So that's it. Then I don't need to use Flame Star all the time. When Ling Yi was still thinking this, the reminder message appeared again. You plan to cancel the use of Starfall and use the Call of the Wind God to attack instead. But you suddenly remember that the opponent has a skill like Life Sacrifice Aura that can erase one skill. If it weren't for the fact that Flame Star is not affected by external effects, it would have been wiped out many times. After much thought, you finally found that Yinqing was the most reliable. Well, that's all. Subconsciously sighing. But soon, Ling Yi became optimistic again. But if you use it continuously, maybe it won't take long to reach 10 stars. His Xinglue rose to 9 stars a few days ago, and its power has become stronger. But there is no new effect, now that it is used so frequently. The time until the next star rise will only become shorter and shorter. The Supreme Sun is still attacking his Guardian Shield, because his vitality has increased 128 times. His vitality-based shield has also increased 128 times. For a while, the other party really couldn't do anything to him. You suddenly sense a hint of danger. It turns out that the Supreme Sun is planning to launch the special shield-breaking skill Incineration Ray Burst. The information that suddenly appeared in front of Ling Yi made him raise his eyebrows. He did not dare to make too big a mistake. So he immediately interrupted the process of continuously releasing Starfall and turned on the invincible Holy Shield. Almost at the next second, hundreds of beams of bright red light burst out from the Supreme Sun. The beams seemed to be conscious and concentrated towards Ling Yi's position at the true speed of light. Bang, bang, bang. The blazing red light struck the invincible Holy Shield without causing any damage to the latter. At the same time, Ling Yi also used his Real Eyes to check. Incineration Ray Burst, 10 stars, releases a number of incineration rays equal to its own level. These rays will attack the designated target at the speed of light. Each ray of light can cause a small amount of blast damage to it. If the target has a shield, damage will be increased by 20%. When all the rays hit the same target, the opponent's shield will be forcibly erased, making it impossible to open the same type of shield for the next 1 minute. Within 1 minute after the skill is released, mana is increased by 20%. This skill can only be used 5 times a day. Chapter 528 Sparks and Lightning with Unexpected Power. Although this kind of light has the effect of breaking shields, but obviously, the invincible shield is not included. A total of 150 shots hit Ling Yi's invincible shield accurately, causing a total of 0 damage to the latter. Okay, it's a pretty good skill. In battles between top experts, shield skills are relatively common. Therefore, this output skill, which is specifically designed to suppress shields, can play an important role in many situations. Ling Yi praised it, and saw that the Supreme Sun stopped motionless in its place after emitting a ray burst. Perhaps your invincibility is too rogue. The Supreme Sun seems to be thinking about how to fight next. Ha ha! He laughed twice, and sincerely agreed with this in his heart. In the distance, after a pause of 2 or 3 seconds, the Supreme Sun took action again. I saw it shooting a gray-black dark light in the direction of Ling Yi. Because he saw the effect of his skill, he did not avoid it. That dark light shone in this space, dyeing the starry sky black. In the dark space, groups of pitch-black clouds and mist appeared out of thin air, transforming into grotesquely huge individuals in just a second or two. Nebula Monster. This is the summoning skill of the Supreme Sun, Nebula Monster, which can summon a large number of powerful soul monsters. Ling Yi activated the skill, Call of the Wind God, to summon the Wind God. Wind God, I leave these to you. He said this softly, and his figure instantly disappeared from where it was. The next second, he suddenly appeared in front of the Supreme Sun, and the golden lightning in his hand quickly struck the opponent's body surface. Your purpose is just to let the Supreme Sun use invincibility more, and consume its physical strength. You think there is no need to pull the Flame Star. The Flame Star not only consumes a lot of energy, but also has a 5-second delay. If you use 100 times more sparks and lightning, you will not only be able to force out invincibility, but your frequency will be higher, and your speed will be faster. Perhaps it was because of Ling Yi's sudden change of strategy. Or perhaps because the small sparks and lightning were far less intimidating than the big flame star. In short, the Supreme Sun did not activate invincibility in time. Huh? Not open. The moment he was about to hit the opponent, Ling Yi quickly activated the protective skill, Red Lotus Triumph, with quick eyes and quick hands. In an instant, the golden lighting condensed by extremely high yang qi suddenly added a bit of demonic red. The moment the reddish gold sparks and lightning touched the opponent's body, the entire universe seemed to suddenly become silent. The next moment, as the flames on the body surface of the attacked area of the Supreme Sun were lifted away from the star by an invisible shock wave, dense golden and red lightning flashed across the exposed body surface area, followed closely by a huge explosion that suddenly reached a height of thousands of kilometers in an instant. Boom! The light of the explosion formed a flashing hemisphere with an outer infrared and inner gold, and the light was filled with large and dense electric flowers. And this scene is what the majority of watching players are seeing now. Ling Yi's speed was so fast that no one could see his attack clearly. Wow! What just happened? The Supreme Sun summoned a bunch of magical beasts. Why did his body explode instead? Because Ling Yi no longer pulled Yanqing. They were able to see the situation in the fighting area again. Looks like a quick attack from the big guy. F***CK. F***CK. It hurt so much. Everyone had just begun to discuss the explosion, but they saw that the light of the explosion was only fleeting. After the light disappeared, a huge hole that penetrated the entire body of the Supreme Sun was clearly visible. The diameter of the hole is more than half the diameter of the entire star, and it looks extremely terrifying, although the players don't know how much vitality the Supreme Sun has lost. No matter how you look at it, this is an extremely fatal attack. Oh my god! So fierce! Several god kings took a deep breath. As expected of Ling Yi. Among the crowd, Luo Yuan, Nandong Han and others looked at each other and smiled. He's in great shape now. Ha. Lin Ming raised his head and laughed twice. Yes, it may not take long for us to win. Tong Wei, minister of the Shenli, analyzed seriously. Beside them, Luo Yao, Lin Qingyu and others were standing together. I didn't expect that the young man who asked me to drag him around more than 2 months ago has now grown to this level. Lin Qingyu smiled slightly. Yes. Luo Yao looked at the battle in a daze, with complicated emotions in her delicate pale golden eyes. In the field, after a wave of attacks, Ling Yi quickly checked the opponent's vitality. Vitality, 1%. I go! He was a little surprised when he saw the terrifying and tragic situation of the Supreme Sun. Now when he saw the other party's vitality, he was even more surprised. Is my damage so high? And there's exactly 1% left? Could it be because some skill was triggered? When he was doubtful, the predictive reminder appeared in time and thoughtfully answered his questions. You have underestimated your own strength. Your current normal strength is 130,000. With the superposition of various abilities such as True Soul Awakening and Long-Lasting Divine Body, a burst attack has reached the point where the entire life force of the Supreme Sun can be wiped out instantly. But because the Supreme Sun has the divine power of final extinction, you cannot kill it instantly. So that's how it is. Ling Yi had learned about the skill, Final Extinction, before. It was recognized by Shenlu, and was one of the 2 strongest output skills in all Shenlue. When he thought of this, he naturally thought of the effect of this skill. Final Extinction, 12 stars rare. Holding this divine right will not be killed by the enemy in one attack. When the HP is lower than 10%, half of the current HP can be consumed to activate. Shoot the terminal light in a specified direction, and all targets hit will have 99% of their current HP evaporated. This skill can only be used up to 5 times a week. Ling Yi frowned, paying full attention to the demon in front of him. I was afraid that it would suddenly teleport and use this skill on his face. To be on the safe side, he still turned on the invincible holy shield. You obviously feel that the Supreme Sun is stunned. Looks like it really had this plan just now. Ling Yi breathed a sigh of relief. While he was speaking, the opponent's vitality had quickly recovered to over 10%, and he could no longer use this skill. Now that it knows that my output is so terrifying, it will become invincible every time I get close. It can only continue to consume. The reality was just as Ling Yi thought. When he flew toward the Supreme Sun with sparks and lightning, the latter activated his invincibility very decisively. Legend of Invincibility allowed him to attack during the invincibility period, in order to kill him before his physical strength was exhausted. Ling Yi clearly felt that the firepower of the Supreme Sun was much stronger. But it's just the end of the road. Ling Yi smiled slightly, but his expression became much calmer. Chapter 529 Defeat the Supreme Sun. You feel that the physical strength of the Supreme Sun has dropped to 70%. You feel that the Supreme Sun's physical strength has dropped to half. You feel that the Supreme Sun's physical strength is less than 1/10. Under Ling Yi's fierce pursuit, the Supreme Sun, who couldn't dodge, had no choice but to activate his invincibility again and again. During this process, although the latter often released output skills such as Heaven and Earth Sunburst, Destruction Star Burst, and Incineration Ray Burst, they still had no way to activate the invincible Ling Yi in time. The players in the universe, who were watching, gradually understood this battle. Good guys! Good guys! How come Zero has so many invincibles? There are no restrictions on their use at all. Right. And his physical strength seems to be endless. Even now, he is still the same as when the war first started. I can finally see it. With higher agility than the opponent, unlimited physical strength and unlimited invincibility. You are already invincible. The reason why the boss can fight so easily is because his output is also terrifying. I feel that if the Supreme Sun is not activated and is invincible, he may be beaten to death by 2 punches by the boss. It's too fierce. It's too fierce. Countless people were filled with excitement when they saw it, wishing they could also come on stage to help fight. Most of them can also see the fact that Ling Yi is about to win. He's almost winning. Among the crowd, Sheng Yahu said. She was standing with Lin Shiru and others, and the surrounding players recognized them. No one dared to get too close, and the nearest one was 5 meters away. Huh? Nan Gongli turned his head and looked at her. Ha! Feel it! Xing Ya scratched the back of his head, feeling a little embarrassed. At the same time, in the field, after forcing the Supreme Sun to become invincible again, the prompt information in front of Ling Yi finally refreshed again. You feel that the opponent's physical strength is about to bottom out. He smiled silently and was about to continue to step forward when he saw a halo of 6 colors: red, orange, yellow, green, blue appearing around the edge of the Supreme Sun. When the 6-layer halo began to expand rapidly, the real eye also saw the information about the skill. 6th realm, 10 stars. Consume 10% of total vitality to open the 6th realm, which has the following effects. Every second the domain exists, it requires 1% of the total vitality as a cost. At the same time, within the domain, one can recover 1% of the total vitality every second. When enemies in the area use skills, the cost increases by 20%. The maximum attributes of enemies in the area are reduced by 20%. The damage caused by enemies in the area to yourself is reduced by 20%. Increase the damage you cause to the enemy by 20%. Specify an attribute of yourself to increase by 20%. A domain skill that can restore physical strength? I won't let you use it. Ling Yi canceled the invincible holy shield and activated the divine power, Shining Sun Realm, with all his strength. The sacred and dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from his body, swallowing up the sky and suddenly growing to the size of a planet in an instant. Facing the expanding 6th level domain on the opposite side, Ling Yi was not afraid to run into it directly. The Supreme Sun has launched the life sacrifice spiritual light on your domain, intending to eliminate your domain. But your domain is 12-star divine power, and the life sacrifice aura is invalid. ignoring the fleeting beam of light. I saw two huge realms of gold and color colliding together in the universe. Boom! The pressure of the huge energy crushed all the floating rubble in the surrounding universe. And the strong shock wave generated by the collision pushed other hard rocks that were difficult to crush away from this universe. The stalemate lasted for less than 2 seconds. And under the eager and excited eyes of countless players, the golden field on the left finally gained the upper hand, defeating the 6-color ring on the right with a strong and domineering force. Immediately afterwards, the golden field seemed to have broken free of its restraints, spreading faster than before, filling the block space in the blink of an eye. Field suppression. The boss is awesome. This is the domain of the boss. It's so beautiful. Do the top experts open their fields last? While the players were still complaining and discussing, the golden mask on the Supreme Sun in the distance suddenly disappeared. Then, everyone saw Ling Yi firing another golden lightning attack from close range. The attack successfully hit the Supreme Sun, opening a large transparent hole in its blue star-sized body just like before. Seeing this scene, trillions of players were stunned for a moment, and then reacted one by one. He shouted in shock and joy. The Supreme Sun has no physical strength and is invincible. We'll win soon. We'll win soon. One more attack from the boss and we'll win. I will witness history with my own eyes. 01 is invincible. Under the attention of hundreds of millions of players in the universe, Ling Yi, who saw the prompt message in front of him, finally adjusted his energy and spirit to the peak at this moment. You find that the Supreme Sun no longer has enough physical strength to use the invincible legend. There are still 4 seconds until its physical strength recovers to 1%. One last blow. I will send you back with all my strength. He stretched out his hand and spread his fingers. And between his palms, a battle flag of legendary quality suddenly appeared. As he clenched his fingers, ferocious flames roared upwards, spiraling around the entire flag. After he got the legendary weapon Soul last time, he used it on an S-class weapon in his backpack, raising it to legendary quality. And due to the effect of King of all weapons, he can temporarily turn any item around him into a legendary weapon. Time was limited, so Ling Yi did not delay. He held the flaming flag and added the eternal divine power and red lotus to it for a moment of triumph. And his figure flew in front of the Supreme Sun. The rich yang energy was attached to the flag surface by him, and it spurted out as he slashed. The majestic golden flames condensed into a half-moon shape during flight, and quickly hit the ancient demon god's body surface. The latter did not give up hope of victory. At this moment, it also activated its final divine power, Final Extinction, detonating the fleeting black ball in the area where Ling Yi was. Boom! One is black. One is gold. One is small and one is large. And the left and right areas burst out with terrifying and fierce light at the same time. Hundreds of millions of players stared with bated breath, unwilling to let go of any moment. Finally, seconds later, as the light from both sides gradually dissipated, the battle situation in the field was finally revealed. Left, Ling Yi is safe and sound. On the right, from top to bottom, the Supreme Sun is gradually disintegrating into massive white light spots, dissipating toward the deep space of the universe. After a second of silence, the hundreds of millions of players watching the match suddenly burst into shocking noises and shouts. Win! 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 The boss has won! Cleared the 18th level of the Tian Ban! Ha ha ha! It was so violent! After the beating, I was still unscathed. How did the boss do it? I never expected that a legendary invincible demon would actually be defeated. Today is an epic-making day. The Tianbang has been cleared. Listening to the deafening cheers surrounding them, Lin Ming, Luo Yuan and others also laughed. Players all over the universe have witnessed this battle, and Ling Yi's invincibility is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Chapter 530 Organizing Rewards. Ha! Yes! Yes! Luo Yuan clapped his hands and laughed. His eyes narrowed with joy. Our Blue Star realm is truly the most powerful realm, just because of his existence. When everyone heard this, they looked at each other and laughed. Jingle. A crisp ding-dong sound caused the players to pause for a moment. And then, they all raised their heads and looked up at the sky. Making an announcement. Congratulations to player 01 for successfully defeating the Supreme Sun and passing the 18th level of the Supreme Sky ranking. The Supreme Sky list has been successfully cleared and will disappear completely in the future. Tomorrow at noon, the Shenlu Upgrade Challenge will officially begin. Please be prepared. Hereby rewards player 01 gold coins times 20 billion. Experience times 1 billion. Divine Essence times 100 million. Free Attribute Points times 10,000. 12-star Divine Power Optional Package times 1. Legendary Prop Optional Package times 1. Legendary Treasure Optional Pack X1. Legendary Soul Optional Pack X1. Ultimate Wishing Card X1. Additional Reward, Cloak Jacket, Infinite Glory of the Strongest. Regarding the upgrade challenge, thousands of players already knew about it in the previous answers. Therefore, with the current wave of announcements, players can easily focus on other content, especially rewards. Holy shit! 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 This is a reward! Looking at the reward announcement above, the players looked at each other. Although I know that defeating the 18th floor is awesome, the reward is too great. God King Li Mingxian looked surprised, and couldn't help but have a trace of desire in his eyes. These rewards made him extremely excited at this level. Well, I think it's okay. After all, the upgrade challenge will start after this fight, which will have a great impact, Keck said while stroking his white beard. Before he finished speaking, the increasingly loud noise from the players quickly overwhelmed his voice. Choose your own divine authority. Choose your own legend. Give me anyone and I'll take off on the spot. Ah, I'm so envious. The boss can get a lot of attribute points again. His strength will be improved again. After defeating the Supreme Sun, Ling Yi and the players watching the battle quickly returned to the present world. While the Dakian Forum continues to be a sensation, the former is sitting in his usual seat and relaxing. Call. Finally finished. The Supreme Sun was a powerful enemy that continued to put pressure on him during this period. Now that he defeated it, he felt really relaxed. Lin Shiru and Xiao Wanqing skillfully sat next to him and massaged him, successfully making him feel much more relaxed. During the massage, the former put her red lips on his lips and kissed him, saying softly, "How about it? Do you want to go crazy before noon tomorrow?" Well, Ling Yi frowned and pondered for a moment, shook his head and smiled. Let's not talk about it for now. I'll sort out the rewards first. Okay. Lin Shiru and Xiao Wanqing responded in unison. But even though they responded, their bodies still leaned against his. Their hands couldn't stop moving around his body, and their two tender lips kept touching all parts of his body. Leave a mark on the ground. Ling Yi didn't pay much attention to them, and just checked for the rewards. With the help of double gold coins and ancestral gems, 1 billion experience and 100 million divine elements turned into 8 billion experience and 800 million divine elements. He converted 800 million divine elements into 8 billion experiences, and then converted all 16 billion experiences. You lost 16 billion experience. You have gained 160,000 free attribute points, counting the 10,000 given in the announcement. The total is 170,000 free attribute points. Ling Yi thought for a moment, and finally made the following distribution. Strength 100,000. Mana 40,000. Agility 30,000. After adding them, all three attributes have undergone major changes. Power 137510, Power 335,910. Mana 242722, Mana 322,722. Agile 79468, Agile 139,468. Next are 4 packages of your choice. Ling Yi swept them quickly. 12-star Divine Power Optional Package. You can choose a Divine Power in the package to obtain. Legendary Props Optional Package. You can select a legendary prop in the package to obtain it. The other 2 optional packages have similar effects. Don't wait any longer and quickly carry out mutation simulation on these 4 optional packages. Perhaps because they are all top-level items, only one simulation option appears in these 4 simulations. That is, 1 becomes 2. 12-star Divine Power Optional Package. You can choose 2 divine powers in the package to obtain. Legendary Props Optional Package. You can choose 2 legendary props in the package to obtain. Okay. Counting the original ones, you can choose 3 of each. Ling Yi is very satisfied with the simulation results. He did not open these self-selected packages immediately, but set his sights on the last reward. Ultimate Wishing Card, Limited Unique. You can make a wish to the core of the divine path to create an item with the effect you want, including but not limited to skills, props, treasures, true souls, etc. The highest quality can reach 12 stars or legend. Wow! In fact, many players have had the idea of making a wish on the divine path to create an ideal item. What was impossible in their eyes now really existed in front of Ling Yi. He had obtained a wishing star with similar effects before, but the 2 sides were still fundamentally different. The wishing star can be obtained from a large inventory of items. The wishing card allows the divine path to be created for you alone. Speaking of which, I haven't used the simulated wishing star yet. With these words on his lips, his movements were not slow, and he put the ultimate wish card into the OK mutation simulation with great anticipation. There is still only one simulation result. Create 2 pieces. Well, if you describe it this way, you can still only make one wish. But it will mean 2 things. He subconsciously looked at the 2 women beside him. At this time, they were still raising and lowering their hands towards him. Their moist and red faces and narrowed eyes made it hard to believe that they were still awake. Thump, thump, thump. The sound of high-heeled footsteps could be heard outside the house. Lingyi and Nandongli, Yunji, Shengya, and Xiaoya, who were idle in the room, looked over and saw Lin Xian and Lin Ning walking in side by side. Lin Xian wore a long red dress, with black hair flowing down her back like a waterfall. As she walked, her long, snow-white legs poked out of the red dress from time to time. Her tiny feet were on a pair of fine red high-heeled sandals, and her delicate toes were painted with bright red nail polish. Lin Ning was wearing a sports suit as always, with her whole body wrapped tightly. "Honey!" The latter waved to Lingyi with a smile on his face, and found a place to sit down with a smile on his face. Lingyi turned his attention to Lin Xian, raised his eyebrows and said, "Well, I guess you came to me to talk about tomorrow's upgrade challenge. Right? Oh?" Lin Xian was stunned for a moment, then covered his mouth and smiled sweetly. "Ah! How is that possible? I don't understand that thing. So how can I tell you? Then you are here. I can't come if I have nothing to do. Okay. Okay." Even though he said that, Lingyi really didn't think she was fine. Sure enough, the next second I heard her say, "It's about what you promised Fuyanina before. Now she's urging you." "Huh? Oh. Lingyi remembered. Chapter 531 Upgrade Challenge Information. At that time, because Fuyanina created the Destiny Fruit for Lingyi to help him improve his strength, he agreed that the other party could make requests to him. As a result, the strongmen of Vega discussed for a while and finally wanted nothing from him, as long as he went to Vega as a guest once. "Coming to see you now?" he asked Xian Lin Xian. "It's not strictly speaking in the morning, but you were going to compete in the Tianbang at that time, so I didn't tell you. That's it." While Lingyi was thinking deeply, a soft beep sound suddenly came from Lin Xian's ear. She opened the chat interface and saw a message from Fuyanina. "Candy-loving Fufu, we didn't know that the boss would have to compete in the Tianbang today, so there's no rush. Let the boss take a break first and come back in a few days." Lin Xian blinked her beautiful eyes and simply replied, "Okay." Then turned to Lingyi and smiled. "They just sent me a message saying there is no rush. Oh, okay. Let's go there tomorrow morning. There will be an upgrade challenge at noon tomorrow. I don't know what it is and how long it will last. If you want to go soon, tomorrow morning would be the best." Did I reply to her like this? After conveying Lingyi's meaning to Fuyanina, Lin Xian closed the chat window and turned his attention to his eldest niece. "Shuro, you don't have to pester Lingyi like this. You have to give him some rest time." Lin Shuru's body paused for a moment, then continued acting as if she hadn't heard. On the side, Yunji joked, "Ha ha! Just leave her alone. No one's words will matter to her now." Lin Xian sighed, moved her beautiful eyes to Lingyi's face, and said, "You too. You are too indulgent to them." The latter shrugged and turned to look at Lin Ning. She smiled mischievously at him, stretched out her hand to pull the zipper of her sports top, and turned slightly to show him what was inside. There was nothing inside, just all white. Suddenly seeing this scenery, Lingyi was shocked for a moment, and then his body temperature climbed quietly. "The top battle in the universe has ended." Explosion. "Lingyi successfully defeated the Supreme Sun." Explosion. "Luxurious rewards." Hot. "What exactly is the upshift challenge?" Fire. After Dakian's announcement came out, as expected, it caused a huge uproar in all walks of life. "What? The Supreme Heavenly List has been cleared? It took me just a nap. But Big Zero defeated the Supreme Sun? There are many live broadcasts and videos on the forum. Go and have a look." As early as the battle between Lingyi and Supreme Sun, more than 90% of the players got the news and came to the viewing room. After the announcement came out, some of the remaining players and most ordinary people knew about it. Compared with the rewards Lingyi received,
People from all walks of life are more concerned about the upcoming upgrade challenges.
What is this upshift challenge? I asked Shinlu, but there was no answer. I don't know. But it's a big one anyway. The boss may know some news.
While countless players were speculating, the top post on the forum was suddenly refreshed. When everyone looked again, they saw an additional post at the top that was not there before. Information related to Upshift Challenge, posted by Daki and Shinlu. At the same time, a reminder of the Divine Path appeared in front of all players. Tip: information related to the Upgrade Challenge has been released. Players can go to the top post on the forum to view.
Oh! Upshift Challenge information is here. Let's go and have a look.
A large number of players rushed in immediately. Upgrade Challenge. A big challenge to upgrade the level of Shinlu. After the start, 10 top-level magic crystals will be dropped into all walks of life in the universe, causing 10 great black skies in all walks of life at the same time. If these 10 top magic crystals are successfully destroyed within 24 hours, the assessment will be completed for that realm. When the number of star realms that have completed the assessment exceeds 90% of the total number of star realms, Shinlu will upgrade its level through an upgrade challenge. During the challenge, time and space gates will be born in each star realm. Through the time and space gates, players can go to other realms to help fight. The message released by Shinlu only contained a few simple lines, but these few lines were enough to cause a sensation in the world.
I'm going! This time the big one is really coming!
A middle-aged man who was watching this challenge on the computer in the house was startled. He quickly ran into the house and shouted,
Honey! Honey! Clean up quickly. We will go to the shelter in the neighboring city later. Oh? There will be 10 Makala happening at the same time at noon tomorrow. Is it true?
A woman in the room ran out in a panic.
Really?
The man led the woman to see the contents of the Shinlu Upgrade Challenge. After the latter finished reading, he ran to pack his things in a hurry and cursed.
This damn Shinlu. If you don't develop more ways for us to become players, forget it. I still do these things every day. We ordinary people are the ones who suffer, but the players get all the benefits. Oh, don't be nagging. Maybe more channels will be opened after this upgrade.
The two quickly packed up all their valuables and pushed out the door without any delay. More and more people from all walks of life in the universe have received the news. Players are generally calm, but ordinary people can't sit still at all, and groups of people immediately move their positions. The scope of Makala is well known to be large. If there are 10 simultaneous events in the world, they can cover at least 1/5 of the global surface area. The probability of ordinary people encountering Makala is really not low. Therefore, countless people had to be relocated for their own safety.
Fortunately, Shinlu had some conscience and told us one day in advance.
Someone said optimistically on the way to transfer.
I just hope there won't be a big black sky here. Otherwise it will be difficult for the shelter to stop it. I'm more afraid of players from other realms. I'm afraid that they will come to our realm and do evil. Oh, the players will think about that. But we weaklings, it's useless to think about that.
And at this time, on the Dakian forum, players who read the upgrade challenge information reacted quite fiercely.
10 Krishnas? As long as there is no Demon King, it won't be a big problem. The Divine Path is not clear, but I guess at least 100 level Demon King will appear. Ha ha! You can go to other worlds. Then I will definitely go to Blue Star to see it. Big Brother Ling is said to live in a country called Xinxia. The town he is in seems to be called Ingwa Town. Ingwa has a really good meaning.
Be careful of being beaten to death by the boss. News of the upgrade challenge spread rapidly throughout the world. In the evening, when the red clouds filled the western sky, Ling Yi, who was still at home, learned the news.
So that's it.
He and Lin Shuru were chatting in the yard. After listening to the content of the post that Xingyao had just read to him, he nodded thoughtfully. Chapter 532, Visits and Cards?
For us, it's not difficult at all,
Ling Yi said seriously. Hearing this, Yunji couldn't help but laugh and said,
Ha ha! Of course, the most dangerous enemy that may appear in Makala is the 100-level Demon King. If you don't take action, we can easily deal with it now. But it depends on the entire star realm. It's still a bit difficult.
Nandonli analyzed conservatively.
It's not big either.
Lin Shuru, who was standing next to Ling Yi and resting her head on the former shoulder, said softly,
The powerful star realm can solve the problem of Makala in this realm and then go to support other realms. In this way, more and more realms will receive help. More and more sectors are being liberated. With the flow of time, The number of people who successfully pass the assessment will increase rapidly. Yes.
Nan Dongli nodded. After finishing speaking, she turned to look at Ling Yi and said,
Then you can go and visit tomorrow. We are enough here at Blue Star. Well, I should be back before then.
August 17th. Morning. Ling Yi took Lin Shuru and Xiao Wanqing to the Weaver Girl world under the leadership of Lin Xian. In a huge and bright platinum palace, he met the planet's supreme leader, Empress Vega, an intellectual and elegant beauty named Yi Luyu. About 2 meters tall, she was wearing a golden, noble and gorgeous dress, decorated with countless gems. When Ling Yi saw her, the latter was floating in the air, with a light golden shimmer lingering all over her body. These lights seemed to have the ability to float, causing her hair and skirt to float slightly.
Hello!
Seeing the most powerful man in the universe walking in, Yi Luyu hurriedly floated over, smiled in front of him, and extended her precious jade hand to him. Ling Yi reached out to shake hands with her and frowned.
I don't like others shaking hands with me at a higher position than me. Can't you stand on the ground properly? Oh, sorry.
Yi Luyu bowed to him repeatedly, said sorry 3 times, and said with a blushing look of guilt,
I can't get off the ground. There is a passive skill that keeps working. This is beyond my control.
You think that since Fu Yanina and the others have made this request, they may want you to help the Empress solve this problem.
Just use the fossil stone.
He wondered.
That passive skill was not bound to me in the first place. It was because I was young and ignorant.
Yi Luyu sighed softly, with regret on her face. After saying this, she smiled at a few people and said,
Boss, we have prepared sumptuous food and a lot of gifts.
Yi Luyu invited Ling Yi and the 4 of them to sit down for dinner. And after the meal, he took them to visit the important attractions of Vega. Before leaving, Ling Yi used new fossilized star stone to help Yi Luyu solve the problem with this skill.
All right.
Looking at Yi Luyu in front of her who could walk on the ground again, Ling Yi waved her hands and said,
Then let's go. Boss.
Wait, Yi Luyu called out, then turned over his hand and took out an aqua card and a thick book.
This is the ever-changing card and the 1000-changing record book. I got them from a Divine Path event that only appeared once decades ago. The things I have here are not as good as those in the Joint Construct Treasure House. But this thing is unique, so I will give it to you.
Huh? This, seeing that Ling Yi subconsciously wanted to refuse. Yi Luyu continued.
In the 1000 Changes record book, there are 100% restored models of 8,692 beauties of all races that we have collected over hundreds of years. Just use the skill card to cross one of them. When the page is used again, the user can change the appearance of the corresponding page.
Ling Yi was obviously stunned. He thought it was a super rare item that could increase combat power or have some special ability. But this is what happened.
I have no use for these things, so I'll give them to you.
She handed the 2 things to him.
It's no use to me. Why do I want this?
Ling Yi twitched the corner of his mouth.
Then give it to your lover.
Yi Luyu smiled and handed these 2 items to Lin Shuru. The latter took it over with curiosity on his face, his eyes flashing with excitement. The gift was also accepted, and the group did not stay any longer, turned around and left. Looking at the backs of Ling Yi and others, Yi Luyu sighed sadly.
Oh, I can only look at pictures next.
The other end. As soon as the group of 4 returned to the hall, Lin Xian said happily,
I didn't expect that woman to let this thing out. I heard that she spent a lot of energy collecting these. Why is she collecting this? She likes beautiful women.
Well, Ling Yi looked at the card and book in Lin Shuru's hand, and seemed to understand what the guy was using these 2 things for.
Yes, I heard that she changes her mates every day, and she has a wonderful life.
Lin Xian joked. He saw Lin Shuru starting to flip through the book. Open the first page, and the color picture on it is the image of Empress Yi Luyu herself. Lin Shuru was very curious and scratched it with the card in her hand. Immediately she saw the card emitting a gentle white light. After the burst of white light that lasted for about 3 seconds dissipated, Lin Shuru had transformed into Yi Luyu. The appearance, figure, clothes, and jewelry are all exactly the same as in the pictures. Lin Shuru ran to the floor-length mirror and turned around to take a closer look. She said, "Wow," and looked very excited.
It's actually the same.
Her voice also became Yi Luyu's. Then, she turned to the second page and used the card to cross the beauty on the second page again. This time, she turned into a beauty from the bunny tribe. Seeing how much fun she was having, Yunji and Xiaoya couldn't help but move closer. When Lin Shiru had enough fun, they took turns to continue playing.
It's not easy to collect that kind of thing. It requires the consent of the other party. And then the collection process will take several hours. And it cannot be interrupted during this period,
Lin Xian said simply, then raised his slender eyebrows and showed a strange smile to Lingyi.
You will be blessed in the future.
The latter smiled, and his eyes stayed on the card for a moment. You always feel that the card, the book, and the divine path are a little out of place. You remember Yi Luyu said that it was a divine path event that only happened once. You think this may be some kind of possible combat power system that has been eliminated by Shenlu. You feel that you don't need to think too much about it. Lingyi really didn't think much and just looked at the clock on the wall.
It's almost 12 o'clock.
Remembering that he had not checked today's plan store yet, he immediately opened it to check. Attribute copy enhancement plan. Up to 2 attributes of the target can be copied at the same time. Price: 1,500 mutation points.
Oh sure.
Lingyi bought it immediately. Immediately afterwards, he activated Heart Summoning to summon the Ice Queen, putting her into optimal condition and copying her power. Power 335910, power 557,518. Chapter 533. The upgrade challenge arrives.
Sigh. If it were before, the power increase of more than 200,000 yuan, even to me, would be like cheating.
Lingyi looked at his current strength attributes, shook his head, and said with a smile,
but with my current strength, it seems that there is no point in improving the attributes. How can it be?
Lin Xian shook his head and said,
you can never have too much power. Besides, you may encounter players from outside the divine path next. You don't know how strong those people will be. Strong strength can be good or bad at any time. So don't have such thoughts. Alright.
Lingyi was just complaining, but he actually fully understood what Lin Xian said. A few minutes later, when the Shenlu time reached 12 o'clock, while countless people in the universe were waiting, the Upshift Challenge finally arrived. The Upshift Challenge is officially open. 10 top-level magic crystals have been placed at random locations in all walks of life. Players are requested to solve them as soon as possible. End countdown: 23 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. Lingyi let go of his perception with a thought. Now his mana combat power is as high as 74.22 million. Which means that the farthest perception distance of Wind God's Call has reached 1/10 of it. That is 7.42 million meters. And half of the blue star is within his perception. As soon as he opened it, he immediately noticed several huge auras of monsters appearing around him.
Coming!
He was about to stand up, but Lin Shiru next to him grabbed him and said,
if you go, you may be able to solve everything in less than a minute. It's better to let us Blue Star strongmen go. It's better to have someone an opportunity to practice. But there will be innocent sacrifices. You are indeed very kind. Then go ahead.
When Lingyi stood up, he said to Nangongli and others,
don't worry. I will leave 1 or 2 for you and others to deal with.
As soon as he finished speaking, the figure disappeared from the spot. Lin Shiru and others did not take any action, but drank tea leisurely.
30 seconds.
Nangongli said suddenly.
25 seconds.
Xingya also responded. Yunji was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said,
guess how long it will take for him to come back. Then I'll guess 1 minute. Yeah. Just a minute or so.
Lin Shiru said elegantly and calmly while sipping the tea that Lingyi had just put down.
Why? He might take a look at the scenery. Yes.
Nangongli and others suddenly realized. Just as several people had guessed, Lingyi had a leisurely flashback a minute later.
How many are left? 3. One is in the sea southeast of Arshinxia, where there is an uninhabited island. One is in the North Pole, and the other is in the Blue Moon Islands in the Pacific Ocean. Good.
Nangongli, Yunji, Shengya, and Xiaoya looked at each other, and then the 4 of them stood up together, passed his global teleport, and left leisurely.
Why don't you try it?
Lingyi looked at the 2 people around him. The 2 shook their heads and curled up their long, snow-white legs to lean on him. There was no one else around Sushar, and the 2 no longer suppressed their feelings. The black and white elves once again joined hands to fight.
Wow! Is this the Blue Star Realm? It looks similar to our place. It's so crowded. Those who came out first should stop standing there and move away.
After the upgrade challenge is opened, time and space gates will appear in random locations in all realms. Players can go to other realms or return through this gate. Now, in front of Blue Star Spacetime Gate, more and more people are arriving from all walks of life.
temporarily blocking the area. Someone moved their hands in order to forcefully push away the people around them. This seemed to trigger a chain, and a few people in front of the space-time gate started fighting for no reason.
Who attacked me? Stand up for me!
A red-haired giant man shouted loudly, his voice obviously louder than the others.
Don't squeeze! Repulsive wave! The whirlwind spirals in circles!
There was a Ursine boy holding a sledgehammer and spinning in circles while moving, knocking away other players along the way. The small commotion was quickly stopped by Lin Ming, who was standing nearby.
This is Blue Star! Stop everyone!
He flew high in the sky and shouted, and a virtual giant with red light appeared behind him, which was quite eye-catching. Everyone turned around and saw Lin Ming, one of the 5 seats in the Blue Star Alliance. They did not dare to offend anyone and stopped their movements, but they still couldn't help but mutter,
that guy may not be as strong as my assistant. If he hadn't been one of the 5 Blue Star seats, I wouldn't have cared about him at all. Ha ha. After all, I am a person close to the boss. Even if he is not as good as you now, one day the boss will give him some good things, and his strength will skyrocket immediately. Be careful.
Someone next to him sneered. Hearing this, these people immediately became quiet. Lin Ming didn't hear the murmurs of those people. He scanned the area around the time and space gate, and saw many people flying to other places as soon as they came out. He couldn't help but frown and said loudly,
We at Blue Star are hospitable. We are happy for you to come as our guests.
Welcome. But if you do evil, you will definitely suffer our thunderous counterattack.
He recorded his voice and placed it next to the time and space door, letting it loop continuously. The other end, Qianjiang City. In Ingwa Town. Countless players gathered here. Overwhelming and dense.
This is Ingwa Town. Do you see that house in the distance? That's the residence of the legendary man, Ling Yi.
A man pointed at the building in the distance and said excitedly to his companions. In their sight, the courtyard illuminated by the blazing midday sun was bright and beautiful with green grass, chirping birds and fragrant flowers.
Why do you look so calm? This is just the appearance. There is a barrier protected by the big boss, and we can't see anything specific inside.
In the sea of people, Luo Yuan and his friend Negong Han looked at the incomprehensible sea of people and smiled helplessly at each other. The two originally wanted to keep the surrounding players 500 meters away from Ling Yi's house, but they thought that for the strong, 500 meters was no different than being right in front of them. So they let them get closer. Mainly because they asked Ling Yi, who allowed outside players to approach.
Are these all fans? There are so many. No. 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 His real fans are all over the universe. And they may not even be 1 in a billion. We ordinary people in Blue Star must have a heightened sense of security now. Ha ha. That's for sure. Anyone you meet on the road may be a super powerful person in some world.
While Luo Yuan and Luo Yuan were talking and laughing, they caught a glimpse of a fiery red figure flying towards the yard. Just as he was about to stop him, he suddenly noticed that it was someone he knew.
Oh. It's Lin Xian.
Luo Yuan stopped the skill he was about to use.
Didn't she say she wanted to see her own strength in the great black sky? She came back so soon.
Nangong Han was a little confused.
Maybe your daughter helped.
The two of them and countless players around them watched the woman open the door and walk in.
You are very brave.
In the yard, Ling Yi was sitting on a long wooden chair and said without looking back.
He,
dressed in a fiery red,
Lin Xian
style. She walked over. Her eyes swept over the two beauties beside the man without leaving a trace, and smiled softly.
Boss, can you let me in? Sure enough. You have the ability to predict the future. Ability.
Chapter 534 Soul Contract Seal. You know that the woman outside is not Lin Xian, but you feel that since she dares to look like Lin Xian and come to you, she must have something to rely on. You guessed it right. The opponent has the rare skill Soul Contract given by the Ancient Elves, and the Ancient Elves are really a magical group. When Ling Yi was complaining in his heart, the woman also walked up to him and smiled at him.
Big brother, since you let me in, you can probably guess the purpose of my coming.
Right? She transformed into Lin Xian and tilted her head with a sunny smile, giving Ling Yi a strange feeling. Do you think the other party wants to use that skill in exchange for something, such as your protection? Or is it connected to the Pangea supercontinent?
Do you want your supercontinent to be connected to ours?
Uh-huh.
Yes. As expected of a boss.
As she spoke, the woman also changed into her original appearance. She shrank to a height of 1.5 meters, wearing a black plain skirt with twin ponytails.
Her skin was white and crystal clear, and her big watery eyes seemed to be able to talk. She grinned, showing her white teeth.
My name is Annie. I have an excellent skill given to me by the ancient elves. We want to wait until the next time you get the heart of the continent to join us.
Connect them. No need for next time. Just now.
Last time, Lingy used the original
Heart of the continent
to connect the supercontinent where the Nether clan is located with their Panga's supercontinent. They haven't used the simulated second heart of the continent yet. When Annie heard this, she smiled and said,
Okay, I trust you, boss. So I will give you this skill first.
With a little effort, she placed an orange-yellow crystal surrounded by 10 light spots in the palm of her hand and handed it to Lingy. The latter took a look at it while taking it. Seal of Divine Soul, 10 stars rare. Consume half of your vitality and physical strength to condense your own Seal of Divine Soul. Putting this seal into the body of other units besides yourself can increase each of its attributes by 10% of its own corresponding normal attributes. Each soul mark lasts for up to 1 day. Cannot be superimposed with other soul marks. And cannot be expelled.
Oh!
After Annie said goodbye and left, Lingy analyzed in a serious manner.
Because there is no limit to the number of Divine Soul seals that can exist at the same time. Theoretically, it can be given to hundreds or even thousands of people. If the Divine Kings get it, at least it can be given to other people.
The player can provide a buff that increases all attributes by 1,000 or 2,000. It is indeed a 10-star skill.
While speaking, he also launched a mutation simulation on it.
Simulation 1. There is no consumption when using, and 1,000 pieces can be condensed at the same time. Simulation 2. It can increase its corresponding normal attributes by 20%, and the mark will last for a week.
Without any further hesitation, Lingy chose Simulation 2 and implemented and studied it.
You have successfully learned the 10-star rare skill, Seal of Soul. Star position -10. Stars remaining, 22. He called everyone back. And while condensing his soul seal, he said,
I just got a skill that can give you 20% of my attributes.
Nandongli and others turned their attention to the light golden flame mark that was slowly rotating clockwise in his palm.
Come on, Shuro. Try it first.
Lingy grabbed the opponent's soft and watery little hand and pressed the mark on it. In an instant, Lin Shuru's eyes suddenly lit up, and her whole body became confused.
The attributes have improved too much all at once, and I can't control it.
She continued with surprise and joy.
Excluding the influence of my other buffs, my strength suddenly increased by 110,000, mana over 60,000, agility and endurance over 20,000, and constitution over 10,000. This is too fierce.
When she was happy, Lingy also smiled and continued to condense the soul seals, adding them to Nandongli and others one after another. The light golden flame mark appeared on the back of their hands for a moment, and then quickly disappeared within a few seconds. The group's auras became disordered one after another, and Lingy immediately brought them into the family space, where he helped them stabilize their auras. After a few people calmed down, everyone looked at their own greatly changed faceplate in surprise.
Wow! This is really a magical skill. With your help, I feel like I can defeat you, Shin.
Nandongli's face flushed with excitement, and she hugged Lingy and danced and kissed her.
Yes, this skill has no target level limit, which means that even if you are a level 1 player, you can immediately turn him into a strong player with tens of thousands of attributes.
Xingya stared at her man with adoring eyes. Her eyes filled with brilliance. Seeing the man's gentle smile, she couldn't help but step forward and stand on tiptoes to kiss the side of his face. Then she smiled with a little pride.
Such a strong skill is still someone else took the initiative to deliver it to your door. You are so awesome. Ha ha. Not bad.
Lingy scratched the back of his head and smiled modestly.
Actually, the skill itself is not particularly exaggerated. It's mainly because my attributes are so high that it's ridiculously high. Of course, only you can do this.
Yunji didn't hide her
dog licking
attribute at all. She sat on the grass in front of him and looked up at him, her light golden eyes full of attachment.
Yes, yes,
others echoed. Lingy smiled and touched Yunji's head. This action made the latter couldn't help but let out. Her charming eyes turned red, and her hands unconsciously hugged his legs. Seeing that the man did not resist, Lin Shuru and the others smiled happily and walked towards him.
Etc.
Lingy looked at Nandongli and said,
Li, go and support other star realms. I want to see how the performance will improve after the blessing of the mark. Ah, good.
Nandongli was stunned for a moment. then nodded quickly, stepped forward and kissed him for a moment, then turned around and left in a hurry.
I will open the viewing room.
Rabbit Fairy World. As one of the 100 realms that have only entered the Great Thousand Divine Path in this period, the rabbit people in this realm are now facing greater pressure. At this moment, in a certain sea area in this world, looking at the two huge snake-shaped sea monsters approaching each other in the sea, the rabbit-eared girl Bai Yu and her brother Bai Zhuang both look confused.
I didn't expect that these 10 Mahakala events were not ordinary Mahakala events. Let me tell you, how could it be so easy?
When he got the news about the upgrade challenge yesterday, Bai Zhuang was actually quite happy. After all, Mahakala, the strongest among them, is only the 100-level Demon King. For a world like them, who defeated the 100-level Invincible Ultimate Demon King, this is not a big problem. But what many people feared still happened, and the Divine Road was not intended to let them pass easily. In these 10 Mahakala games, not only were there 100-level Demon Kings, but they were also all invincible level ones, who devoured top-level magic crystals as soon as they came out. What's even more terrifying is that these invincible Demon Kings will gather together to act together.
Originally, this big sea snake was almost killed. But I didn't expect that another big sea snake came to restore its health. Gone! Sigh. We spent a lot of energy to defeat the ultimate Demon King not long ago. And now 10 of them suddenly appear. It's very difficult to deal with. Don't talk about us. Even those centuries-old realms can't deal with this easily. Just do your best.
Chapter 535 The Fire Phoenix of Nirvana.
Separate them apart. Separate them. When the Demon Kings get together, the difficulty will increase exponentially. Don't let the Demon Kings get together.
The powerful rabbit immortals didn't say much and continued to act with the overall policy of
separating the Demon King and encircling and killing them one by one.
The battle between the two sides released surging energy that impacted all directions, causing the sea surface to fluctuate and set off tsunamis tens of meters high on the surrounding islands. In this great black sky, there are not only Demon Kings, but also a large number of monsters above level 90. In addition to dealing with the Demon King, players also have to deal with the monsters that may appear around them at any time. The battle situation is not ideal. Boom! Bai Yu released a bolt of thunder to attack the Demon King, but he nimbly dodged it. The thunder struck the water, causing waves hundreds of meters high, and countless purple-blue electric snakes scurrying around in the sea. The sea water was broken down into gas, and a lot of it evaporated out of thin air.
Missed again.
Before she finished speaking, Bai Yu suddenly caught a glimpse of a hazy giant object approaching quickly. Before she could react, the giant object hit her. In an instant, a mist of blood erupted from every part of her body. She groaned in pain and was hit into the sea by the incomparably huge force. Plop! After falling into the water, Bai Yu, who still retained a trace of consciousness, realized belatedly she had been hit by the devil. No, it hurts. When the main consciousness weakens, the deeper consciousness emerges in the mind. It may have been 2 or 3 seconds, but it seemed like 2 or 3 minutes had passed. When she came to her senses again, she was surrounded by darkness and endless sea water, making her feel suffocating. Fortunately, after arriving here, everyone I've used the water repellent charm, so I won't drown. Going up, Bai Yu twisted her body to change direction, then kicked off her legs, and her body rushed towards the sea like a high-speed bullet. But at this moment, a dazzling red light shone from the sea surface, illuminating the endless dark sea area instantly red and clear. What? That is. Her eyes widened in shock at the spectacular scene in front of her. She quickly increased her speed and rushed out of the sea with all her strength. Puff! She flew across the sea, and as the water dripped from her body, she was surprised to see the 2 huge sea snake Demon Kings in the distance collapse in the raging fire, turning into endless white light and scattering towards the sky and the earth. The dark sky is lifted, and when you look up, you will see a brilliant starry night again.
Demon King, are you going to die now?
She glanced blankly at the other players around her, only to see that everyone also looked blank.
What happens? It seemed like a very huge flaming sword energy rushed over and killed both Demon Kings. That thing came and went as fast as it came. I'm not sure if it was sword energy. Kill him with just one sword energy. How is that possible? That is the invincible Demon King. Even the God King would find it difficult to do that. Lingy can do it. Ha ha. He can indeed kill a group of people at will. But that's not how he fights.
Hearing everyone talking about
Flame Sword Chi,
a character instantly appeared in Bai Yu's mind.
Is it her butt? Bai found it difficult to accept this, and frowned slightly. But it's so strong. Before she finished speaking, a hey came from behind her, and someone tapped her shoulder at the same time. Subconsciously turning her head, she saw her friend Nandongli standing here smiling at her. How are you? Seeing the shocked look on his friend's face, Nandongli felt relieved. But on the surface, he asked with confusion. What's wrong? You. Bai stopped talking for a moment, and finally gritted her teeth and said, Did those two demon kings kill each other? Yes. You have become stronger again. Much stronger. She then recalled watching her fight in the Big Universe preliminary arena, when the two of them were about the same strength. Bai also secretly compared them in her mind, and found that their strength was very close. But now, the woman in front of her has far surpassed her, and stands at the pinnacle that hundreds of millions of players need to look up to. And the time spent in between was less than a month. Ha! Yes! Nandongli didn't say much, just patted her shoulder again and said goodbye. Okay, I have to go to other worlds to support, so I won't say more to you. Goodbye. After saying that, he waved his hand, turned into a flash of red light with a smile, and instantly disappeared from the sight of Bai and the surrounding players. A few seconds after she left, everyone around her dared to speak loudly. Wow! That's Nandongli! The boss is Phoenix? The Demon King is invincible in one strike. Her strength was never so exaggerated before. What's going on now? Oh! The boss must have given her some benefit again. Oh! I'm jealous. Tisk. Players are not fools. You can know this kind of thing just by thinking about it. Bai Zhuang listened to the discussions of the surrounding players, and thought about how Nandongli had specifically talked to his sister just now. So he couldn't help but dart to his sister's side. Old sister, I think you should stop spending time on killing monsters from now on. Just talk to Nandongli more. Get together with her more. And invite her out for a walk and have a meal together. Bai. Do you want me to date her and break her up? No. 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 Bai Zhuang was so frightened that he waved his hands and said, Don't get me wrong. I just said you can spend more time on this. Being her true friend, best friend, etc. is far better than improving your strength a little bit. Bai Zhuang touched his chin, lowered his head and thought, Not only can I get help in the future, but more importantly, I can indirectly connect with the big boss. Hearing what Bai Zhuang said, the surrounding strong rabbit people also came here and agreed repeatedly. Yes. Yes. Bai, you now have friends that countless players can't envy. If you don't take advantage of them, you are simply guarding your wealth and not using it. Yeah. Faced with everyone's persuasion, Bai nodded perfunctorily. Okay. I know. I will. It was around 11 o'clock the next morning. In the last few dozen minutes, when the upgrade challenge was about to come to an end, Lingyi sat in the Holy Angel Fountain and watched Nandongli step into the spring water beside him. Plop. As soon as she stepped in with her feet, she quickly squatted down and shrank her body into the spring water. Ha. It's been so long, and I'm still so shy. Lingyi smiled, and when the latter swam to his side, he reached out and held her in his arms, asking, How is it? How much stronger will you become? Nandongli was leaning her cheek against the man's chest. She smiled slightly when she heard the words. After whispering, for a while, she sweetly replied, Probably from the elder level. He was suddenly promoted to a level no less than, or even slightly stronger than you. To the extent of God. Haha. That's okay. He opened the Dakian forum interface, looked at the hot searches on it, and smiled again. Yesterday you were killing people from all walks of life. And now you are completely famous. There are several messages about her on the forum interface in front of her. Phoenix Sword Master shows his sharp edge. Explosion. The Phoenix beside the boss. Fire. Slaying tens of thousands of invincible demon kings in one night. The Fire Phoenix of Nirvana shocked the world. Fire. Chapter 536 Daily, and Plan Store Plan. Under these posts, players were shocked one after another. Boss Lingyi has a black dragon, a phoenix, and a green python beside him. If the phoenix is so strong, the other two should be about the same. Oh, being with a big boss means you have meat to eat. I'm so envious. The Phoenix Sword Master is now stronger than Yushin. In the past 20 hours, Yushin didn't seem to have killed many invincible demon kings. It's mainly because people don't have the interest. If there were, at least 1,000 of them would still be possible. I remember that there is a very beautiful woman beside Mr. Lingyi. And she is also super strong. Looking at these comments, Ling Yi smiled and said,
Now you are finally the top experts.
Uh-huh. Nan Gongli nodded and smiled.
It's all your credit. Without your help, we wouldn't be able to reach this level.
The two of them didn't say anything more and quickly started washing up. More than 20 minutes later, when the time came to early 11:50, Ling Yi finally led Nan Gongli down the hall from the second floor. Xiao Wanqing had prepared a lunch early. When he came down, the former handed him a golden and crispy chicken leg, which was steaming hot and fragrant. Huh?
Your cooking skills have improved again.
Just by smelling it, Ling Yi felt a strong desire to eat, and he immediately took a bite. With a click, your teeth bit through the golden crispy chips and sank into the soft, sweet and hot chicken. The harder you bit, the more you felt the toughness of the meat. Seeing that the man was satisfied with his meal, Xiao Wanqing immediately turned back to the room, brought over a plate with a dozen chicken drumsticks, and said with a smile,
Actually, this is not my own improvement. When I am bored recently, I will study food with Sister Ro and the others. This is the result of the joint efforts of several of us. Of course, there are many others besides this chicken drumstick. Oh, that's good.
Ling Yi smiled happily.
I'll have a good meal in the future.
Uh-huh. Xiao Wanqing stepped forward and kissed his cheek, then turned and left with a smile. After she left, Ling Yi looked at the clock on the wall and saw that it was still 1 minute before 12 o'clock. So he opened the plan store to check today's plan. Eternal Divine Body Strengthening Plan. The maximum accumulation limit of the ancient factor is raised to 10,000. Price, 2,000 mutation points.
Oh, it's finally here.
As early as when the
super mutation system
updated the plan store function, Ling Yi was looking forward to the strengthening of the
Eternal Divine Body.
Although we only see a simple enhancement in one direction now, this improvement is not a big one. 1 point of long-lasting factor can increase the damage by 10%. If all 1,000 points are released, it will be 10,000%, or 100 times the damage. Now that the upper limit has been raised to 10,000, the maximum damage can reach 1,000 times. The upper limit of output can be said to have increased tenfold. He quickly bought it.
The long-lasting divine body has been strengthened.
When such a piece of system information flashed by, the divine path information finally appeared in front of the world. The countdown to the upgrade challenge has returned to 0, and the number of passing assessments is being determined. Then, the next second,
with a ding-dong
sound that resounded throughout the universe, the great announcement came again. Dakian announcement. The Upshift challenge was successfully passed. Shenlu will enter a 3-day upgrade, during which all Shenlu functions except the forum will be closed. Tip, after 5 minutes, all players who are still in Shenlu's gameplay and activities will be forcibly evicted. Players are asked to evacuate as soon as possible. Ah? Ling Yi was stunned for a moment, then reacted and said slightly surprised.
Wow, it's really an upgrade. It actually stopped for 3 days. In the past, when a tribute combat power appeared in major updates, it would only stop for 1 day. It seems that this time is indeed extraordinary.
Nan Gongli took a deep breath.
Anyway, just wait 3 days.
When the announcement of the upgrade challenge appeared in all walks of life in the universe, countless players were surprised.
3 days? Good guy.
Does that mean you can't enter the divine path in these 3 days? Can you still enter the secret realm of the real world? I originally planned to go to the big world again tomorrow. Alas. Fortunately, the forum is not closed. Otherwise, these 3 days would be too boring. Yes.
Regarding the news that the Divine Road will be closed for 3 days, although the players are reluctant, they have nothing to do. Soon, when the Divine Road was officially closed 5 minutes later, a large number of idle players could only flock to the local forum or the Dakian forum to communicate with others. Suddenly, the number of players staying in the forum interface skyrocketed.
What changes may occur after upgrading? HUD. Count down the ways players can kill time. HUD. The inability to enter the secret realm also means that Black Sky will not appear in the present world during these 3 days.
Fire. It was only in the evening that the excitement surrounding the sudden closure of the sacred road for 3 days gradually subsided. When the setting sun reflected the red clouds in the western sky, my aunt Lin Xian came to visit me again.
What's wrong? What's going on?
Ling Yi was playing chess with Shengya in the front yard. When he saw Lin Xian sitting down next to him, he asked curiously.
It's nothing.
Lin Xian's eyes kept moving back and forth between the chessboard and Ling Yi's face.
Finally, when the man looked at her with a smile, he said a little embarrassedly, I asked Nandong out of curiosity before, and then I found out that you have that kind of seal. Oh, you want it too? Just tell me. Why are you being so polite? Lingy smiled, and casually condensed a soul mark to press on the back of her hand, and help stabilize the aura in her body. Wow! Lin Xian looked at his hugely increased panel in surprise, and asked happily, Does this mark last for 7 days? Yes. Can I come to you every week for a refill? Casual. Uh-huh. Lin Xian nodded his head excitedly, hesitated for a moment, and then said, But I'm not used to receiving favors from others for free. You can ask me for any requests you have. Oh. Lingy had already withdrawn his attention, and at this moment, he just responded perfunctorily. When Lin Xian saw this, he smiled helplessly. The next 3 days were uneventful, because the Divine Road or even the supercontinent cannot be entered. Players can only do nothing in this world, or can only chat on the forum. Lingy eats well, sleeps well, and gets new plans from the plan store every day. His strength is still improving steadily. Number 19. Soul Seal Strengthening Plan. Increase attributes from 20% to 30%. Price: 1,500 mutation points. Number 20. Shining Yang Realm Strengthening Plan. New effect when driving Yang Qi to attack. Ignore target resistance. Price: 2,000 mutation points. The 21st. Intelligence Reduction Halo Enhancement Plan. It can forcefully reduce the target's intelligence regardless of abilities such as invincibility and immunity to negative effects. Price: 1,500 mutation points. At this moment, Ling Yi's eyes suddenly lit up when he looked at the strengthening plan for the intelligence aura in front of him. Originally, when his intelligence aura had an effect on the enemy, the opponent would not notice it at all. But if the opponent turned on the invincibility, the intelligence reduction would be ineffective. Now with this enhancement, it can be said that this wisdom halo can be used on any occasion and any time. Chapter 537 3 Divine Powers. Okay. Ling Yi was also very satisfied with today's plan. While buying it immediately, he looked at the time. 11:50. In 10 minutes, Shenlu will be completely upgraded. I don't know what will happen. While speaking, he deliberately turned on the precognition prompt. Sure enough, the prompt soon gave clues. You don't know what will happen, but you guess that the player's strength should be greatly improved. You also think that you may meet players from outside the divine path today and tomorrow, and you are very concerned about what kind of strength they have. Do you think you can improve your strength before that? Well, we have to wait until the divine road opens. It's no use remembering that you still have the ultimate wishing card and several optional packages in your backpack. That's right. Ling Yi really forgot about the bag of choice, mainly because he had been having such a good time these past few days. He quickly opened his backpack and set his sights on the rewards. I have the legendary soul and treasure. He handed the original and simulated versions of the legendary true soul optional pack, legendary treasure optional pack, and legendary item optional pack to Lin Shuru beside him, and said, Take them and choose what you like. Open it. Bring it to me after you open it, and I will simulate it again. Okay. Lin Shuru, who was hugging his waist and resting her hatband on his chest, responded sweetly. After taking these self-selected bags, he invited Xiao Wanqing and others to gather at the dining table to discuss. Looking at the final original version, theocratic optional package, and the simulation board, theocratic optional package, Ling Yi opened the panel again and looked at his star position, thinking in a low voice. You can choose 1. You can choose 2. And you can choose 3 in total. Divine power. 36 star positions. I only have 22 stars left now. It seems that the level limit will be raised after upgrading. It should be okay to learn all 3. Let's choose first. He opened the Divine Right package. Suddenly, an interface unique to the Theocracy of Freedom appeared in front of him. Chant of Heaven and Earth. Invincible Legend. Sunshine of Heaven and Earth. Miracles and Meteors. Power of Stars. Creation of 5 Elements. Superstar Storm. Among these free powers, Ling Yi also saw some that he owned or had seen before. He looked at these divine powers carefully and slowly one by one, and felt that each one was very excellent, which made him have trouble choosing again. The gods are all very good. It's hard for you to make a choice. You think about it and decide that excellence is their business. What you have to choose in the end is of course the one that suits you best. You now use Yang Qi for melee combat. Fengshen for long range, Xing Luo for annihilation, and invincible for defense. It is invincible in terms of defense, and its output is blessed 1,000 times by the ancient divine body, making it capable of both offense and defense. But you lack unique tricks, so you think you might be able to choose some divine powers with special effects. The prompts in front of him gave him direction. He hesitated for a long time, and finally settled on 3 divine powers. Power of the Stars, 12 stars. Use the specified skill to temporarily produce an additional effect that suits your needs. The additional effect lasts for 3 minutes. This skill is available once every minute. Happy Garden, 12 stars. Create a closed space happy garden in the designated area. In this area, any physical consumption will be converted into vitality consumption. If there is no action for more than 1 second or the attack misses the enemy, 1% of the target's maximum health will be lost. Every 3 seconds, a virtual illusion of each unit in the field will be born at a random location in the area. Attacking the illusion is equivalent to attacking the target. Each illusion exists for 1 second. Strange Totem, 12 stars. Place a totem pole in the designated area that lasts for up to 5 minutes. All friendly units that believe in the totem pole will enjoy the totem blessing. There can be at most 1 totem pole at the same time, and different totem poles have the following different effects. Aggression is like fire. Agility is increased by 50% and damage is increased by 50%. Immovable as a mountain. Physical fitness is increased by 50%, and damage reduction is increased by 50%. Reverse Heavenly Wheel. The damage caused by the enemy to yourself will be converted into healing, and the healing caused to yourself will be converted into damage. If my Shining Yang domain hadn't been strengthened by the planned shop, making my Yang energy attacks ignore resistance, I would probably still want the Heaven and Earth Shining Sun skill. It's just that now my Yang Qi attack is equivalent to causing real damage. As long as the Yang Qi explodes, it is equivalent to using that divine power. There is no need to choose it again. After sighing for a moment, Ling Yi used both of the optional packages and chose these 3 divine rights to obtain. He does not lack output and defense, nor does he lack displacement and recovery. Choosing these 3 divine powers is actually a bit particular. The power of the stars, not to mention. It is a universal skill. Happy Garden and Strange Totem can work together. Opening the Happy Garden and choosing the Rebellious Totem will not only speed up the battle, but also gain a huge advantage before the battle begins. With the cooperation of the 2 divine powers, even a strong man like Ling Yi would be in great trouble. After all, he really has no ability to heal the enemy. Now that I am powerful, these 2 divine powers may rarely be used. But if I encounter a strong enemy in the future, these 2 divine powers can play a big role. Thinking like this in his heart, he only planned to learn the power of the stars, first because he didn't have enough stars. Of course, before that, mutation simulation must be carried out. Simulation 1. The additional effect lasts for 1 hour. Simulation 2. No usage restrictions. After a moment's pause, Ling Yi chose Simulation 2. It seems that in most cases, Analog 2 is more in line with my wishes. Saying this, he learned this divine power. You have acquired the skill, Power of the Stars. This is a divine power that can add additional effects to skills. After learning it, Ling Yi couldn't wait to try it. Use on Starfall. Additional effects. An additional 1 can fall. Additional fire, wind and other attribute damage. And the landing time is shortened. Use on Invincible Holy Shield. Additional effects. You can attack during the invincible period, and you can use skills during the invincible period. Use on Ice King Summon. Additional effects. Summon Beasts attributes are improved. Summon Beasts damage is increased. It is indeed a divine power that is both omnipotent and powerful. Unfortunately, the new additional effects will overwrite the original ones and cannot be superimposed. Otherwise it will become even more invincible. Ling Yi is not too greedy. He is already very satisfied with the current results. He turned his attention to Ice King Summon, Hard Heart Summon, and Attribute Copy on the Skills and Divine Authority panel, and couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth. If you add effects to these 3 skills, I should be able to copy them to higher attributes. Just do it. Ling Yi quickly gave it a try. After changing the additional effects of these 3 skills over and over again, he finally produced 3 results that satisfied him. Ice King Summon. The Summon Beast's power and mana attributes are increased by 20%. Summon with all your heart. The Summon Beast will increase its strength and mana by 2,000 points. Attribute Copy. 120% of the target's attributes can be copied. Chapter 538 The Divine Road Upgrades. Okay. Okay. Ling Yi was quite satisfied with the effects of these 3 skills. He stopped wasting his time and quickly activated the heart summoning to summon the Ice King, while the additional effects were still there. After the Ice King entered his second form, he quickly took a look at the opponent's current strength and mana attributes. Both are 152164. Immediately afterwards, he quickly activated Attribute Copy to copy 120% of these 2 attributes. Finally, when he looked at his panel again, these 2 attributes had changed again. Power 557518, Power 700, and 1104. Mana 322722, Mana 466,448. Strength 700,000. Mana 460,000. TSK. Ling Yi smacked his mouth and murmured in surprise. I used to feel extremely powerful if my attributes exceeded 10,000. But now my attributes of hundreds of thousands are something I couldn't even imagine before. He still remembered his surprise when he first saw the 60,000 attributes of the Supreme Sun. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, his attributes have been exaggerated several times compared to the opponent's. After the Ice Queen came out, he didn't intend to go back. He turned around and took a book from the bookshelf by the wall and sat on the stairs alone to read. Lin Xiru, who was beside her, heard Ling Yi's surprised murmur and said in surprise, "Wow, your 2 main attributes are so high now. Yes, let me condense the seal for you again." He called everyone to him and gave each person a new seal in turn. In the meantime, they also handed over the items they had just selected from the self-selected package to Ling Yi and asked him to perform mutation simulation. Although they didn't know how he did it, it was okay knowing that he had such an ability. Didn't think much about it at all. Correct. When giving the seals to several people again, Ling Yi naturally remembered what he had promised Annie before, and immediately took out the simulated Heart of the Continent from his backpack. Looking around the faces of the girls, he finally opened the forum chat window and summoned Lin Xian. In less than half a minute, the latter walked in from outside. "Will you help me bring the Kaiming supercontinent to connect with us later?" "Okay." Lin Xian did not ask the reason, took the heart of the continent, and nodded in agreement. Looking at that clean and neat move, those who didn't know it thought she was Ling Yi's subordinate. After renewing the seal for Lin Xian, she did not leave immediately. Instead, she looked at the time on the wall, pulled up a stool, and sat down here. "The matter of pulling the mainland is not urgent. Is it?" "Not urgent." "Okay. Then the upgrade of Shenlu will be over later. I will stay here for now." After finishing speaking, Lin Xian turned his curious eyes to Ling Yi and asked, "Has the ultimate wishing card been used? What did you wish for?" "What is the effect of the ultimate wishing card?" In the past 2 days, she also learned from Lin Xiru and others. When she first heard about this effect, she was greatly surprised, astonished that there was such a prop in Shenlu. Now I feel less surprised and more curious. "I was just about to use it." As he spoke, he opened his backpack and looked at the wishing card. But these wishing things really made him think of nothing for a while. "You can wait for now. The upgrade will be completed. It's not too late to take a closer look," Xiao Wanqing suggested. "That's fine." Ling Yi felt it made sense and nodded. They didn't keep anyone waiting for long. When the time of the Divine Road arrives at 12 o'clock, with the sound of ding dong, a series of Divine Road information suddenly appears, led by Dakian announcement. Dakian announcement. Shenlu's upgrade was successful. Everyone celebrates. Reward all players with gold coins times 200,000. Experience times 10,000. And divine elements times 1,000. The special welfare event, Upgrade Celebration, has been launched. Players can go to the top post of the forum to check the details. The specific upgrade content has been posted on the top post of the forum. Tip: you get the newbie gift pack. Tip: your level has reached level 10, and you have received a level 10 gift pack. Tip: your level has reached level 20, and you have received a level 20 gift pack. Hint: you. Tip: you have completed your growth goal, and there are a lot of rewards waiting for you to claim. Tip: the Shenlu store has been updated. Looking at the series of messages in front of him, Ling Yi was stunned for a moment, and then said unexpectedly, "Gift package for newbies?" He looked at the people beside him with questions, but I saw that everyone was also confused. "Has there ever been a novice gift pack before?" Xiao was confused. "No. It seems that they only gave us 5 skills and let us choose one," Xingyo replied. "Now it's suddenly a reissue for us. Maybe new people will have it in the future." Nandonli gave a reliable explanation. With that said, several people also checked the contents of the Novice Gift Pack. Newbie Gift Pack, a gift pack given by Shenlu to new players, which contains 100 gold coins, 10 experience points, and a novice guide. Everyone. It's really just a gift package for newbies. Lingyi twitched the corner of his mouth and had no idea of using it at all. He smiled and said, "Just put it in your backpack like this. It's good as a souvenir." As he spoke, he quickly swept through the level gift packages. Level 10 Gift Pack, a gift pack awarded by Shenlu to level 10 players. After opening, you can get gold coins x 1000, random 5-star skills x1, and small bottles of life potions x10. Level 100 Gift Pack, a gift pack awarded to level 100 players. After opening, you can get gold coins times 200,000, divine elements times 5,000, A-level random scrolls times 2, A-level random props times 1, and A-level random identity cards times 1. Level 110 Gift Pack, a gift pack for players with full level. After opening it, you can get 300,000 gold coins, 10,000 divine elements, 1 A-level treasure / weapon / true soul optional package, and 1 A-level random treasure. Well, these gift bags are relatively average. After all, it's available to everyone, so it's normal if it's not much better. Lin Xian replied. 2. Yes, Shenlu suddenly gave so many gift packs, which is a good thing anyway. At least the combat power level and upgrade speed of all our players will increase a lot, Nandonli said. That's right. Lingyi didn't pay attention to the rewards contained in these level gift packages. He turned his eyes and focused on the growth goal. The growth goal is also newly added. I don't know what it is. Thinking that he was under special care from the core of Shenlu, Lingyi raised the corner of his mouth and said directly, "Shenlu, open my growth goal interface." The next second, a rectangular interface with a starry sky background appeared in front of you. There were lines of white information on it, with a check mark at the end. Kill the first monster square root. Reward, primary life potion times 5, not received. Kill the first elite monster square root. Reward, intermediate physical potion times 5, not received. Purchase an item at Shenlu store square root. Reward, gold coins times 1000, not claimed. Successfully support other players square root. Reward, gold coins times 1000, not claimed. Oh my god! Counting all these, the rewards issued by Shenlu this time are a bit too many. There are more goals in the growth goals than Lingyi imagined, although the rewards are not worth mentioning individually. If they are all included, they are still a huge amount of resources. It's nothing to Lingyi, but to others, it's nothing less than a great benefit. Chapter 539 Upgrade Contents. Just as Lingyi thought, when the players read the level gift packs and growth goals, every one of them was overjoyed. I'll go! Oh my god! God Road really gave out too many rewards this time. Ha ha ha! Even A-level true souls and treasures can be awarded. It seems that the strength of advanced players will at least be guaranteed in the future. Growth goals and level gift packs can greatly promote the promotion speed of our players. By increasing our strength, it is conceivable that the overall strength of our players will increase in the next period of time. Go and look at the pin post. The bigger one is still there. Seeing someone say this on the forum, countless people happily poured into the pinned post. There are only 2 pinned posts at the moment, namely, Upgrade Content, poster, Shenlu. Upgrade Celebration, posted by Shenlu. Lingyi followed the crowd and took the lead in clicking on the first post. Shenlu has completed the upgrade, resulting in the following changes. 1. The free arrival time is increased to 6 hours every day. 2. The upper limit of player level is raised to 110. 3. The Shenlu forum and store will be open to ordinary people of appropriate age. The store will add a new product, Player Qualification Card, each worth 10 gold coins. 4. Support System Update. Both parties can completely support one of their normal attributes to the other party, but the attributes that both parties support to the other party cannot be the same. New SS and SSS level support skills have been added, and all players will have a corresponding number of opportunities to re-challenge the support trial. After the challenge is successful, you can directly replace or upgrade the existing support skills. 5. The store has added shopping points and a points area. When players spend money in the Shenlu store, they will receive corresponding shopping points, which can be spent to redeem experience in the points area. 6. The circulation of gold coins will be strictly restricted. Looking along the way, Ling Yi's eyes were finally attracted to the fifth item. Shopping points can be exchanged for experience? Doesn't this mean that you can become stronger by spending gold coins? Is it true? He opened the Shenlu store with anticipation and excitement. And sure enough, he saw an additional points area behind the identity card. Click in quickly. Shopping points area. 1,000 experience. 10,000 points. Points area completed. It's just this one. That's okay. After all, I didn't have these shopping points before. But now they're extra free. Ling Yi did a quick calculation in his mind. 100,000 experience points can be exchanged for one free attribute point. And here, exchanging 100,000 experience points requires 1 million points, which means you need to spend 1 million gold coins in the store. In other words, spending 1 million gold coins in the Shenlu store can be exchanged for one free attribute point. Well, if you look at it this way, it makes sense. With that said, he looked at the value of his gold coins. Current gold coins almost equals 56.8 billion. Spending 100 million gold coins can exchange for 100 points. And that 56.8 billion can be exchanged for more than 50,000 free attribute points. While Ling Yi was happy in his heart, he couldn't help but frown. Although the Divine Road provides a way to make money and become stronger. In this case, wouldn't anyone be able to do whatever they want as long as they have money? As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Xian, who was in the hall, felt regretful and said, "Yes, this new channel for improving strength has been given. But Shenlu now strictly limits gold coin trading channels. Oh, if I had known earlier, I should have stocked up on some gold coins beforehand." Ling Yi looked at her and suddenly asked curiously, "You are now one of the 5 seats of the Blue Star Alliance, and your status is higher than those of the elders of the Supergiant Alliance. How many gold coins do you have on you?" "Yes," Lin Xian, who was still deeply regretful, replied in a sour tone when he thought of the super rich man in front of him. 1 billion. Do you think I am you? 10 million? Too exaggerated. Then there's always 1 million. Right. You really think like a rich person. If you have 100 million, you feel that everyone has 10,000. If you have 10 billion, you feel that everyone has 1 million. Lin Xian shook his head and sighed, spreading his hands and saying, "I only have more than 880,000. After saying this, Yunji on the side said softly, "Huh?" and said slightly surprised, "That's a lot? I thought you only had 200,000 or 300,000. Have you secretly used your position to make money?" Nandonli said with a smile. Lin Xian crossed his arms and smiled, showing a smug smile. "I'm not trying to make money. I'm just charging a little hard work. And I can make a net profit of more than 70,000 yuan a day." 70,000 is not a small amount of money. Ling Yi still remembered that when he got tens of thousands of gold coins, he spent a lot of effort. Now Lin Xian can do it easily. It can only be said that his status is too high. If it's 70,000 a day, it's 2 million a month, 20 million a year, and it'll be 2 billion in 100 years. He touched his chin, frowned and said, "Could it be that the elders of the Supergiant Alliance in the outside world each have billions of gold coins? How can it be?" Lin Xian's eyes widened, and he looked at him in surprise. "Do you think the Alliance's money belongs to the Alliance elders? That's not true." "Yes, and everyone has died several times over the years. It's not like you don't know that gold coins will drop when you die. Besides, they are not like you. They don't need to spend money everywhere." "Yes, that's right." Ling Yi didn't particularly care. After all, even if there were billions of gold coins, it would only be exchanged for a few thousand free attribute points, which was far inferior to him. Not to mention, with double gold coins and ancestral gems, he could only make money faster than others. But this time the upgrade changes are really too big. On the left, Xiao Wanqing, who was wearing a translucent black gauze, tightened her hands around his left arm, looked at the post in front of her and said slowly, "There are player qualification cards in the store, and each one is very cheap. As you can imagine, we will enter the stage where everyone will be a player next. The level of support has been improved. The arrival time has been increased. And there are so many more benefits. Coupled with this upgrade celebration, now is the golden period for newcomers to enter the divine path." If she realized something, she added, "It seems that Shenlu wants to quickly replenish the number of players. Maybe the other extraordinary system in the same tier as us has far more players than us." Rather than the number of players, Ling Yi cares more about the strength of the strongest player on the other side. Now that everything has been upgraded, Sooner or later we will encounter outside players. He opened a panel and looked at his fifth dimension. Strength 701,104. Mana 466,448. Agility 139,468. Endurance 114,548. And Constitution 76570.
What's wrong?
Lin Shuru was the first to notice his deep thoughts.
I don't know what my strength is compared to other players outside of Shenlu. Players of the same level should be about the same strength as us. So don't worry. If you are top here, you will definitely be top there. I hope so.
You may find out when you meet them in a few days. There is no need to think about it now. Shaking his head to get rid of unnecessary thoughts from his mind, he opened the second pinned post and looked at the Gear Up celebration. Chapter 545.68 billion qualification cards. Upgrade celebration. Opening hours, 3 days. 1. Upgrade for all. When players kill monsters on the Divine Road / Dakian Divine Road, the experience gained is increased by 100%. The experience gained by players below level 30 is increased by an additional 100%. 2. Celebration tasks. 10 celebration tasks will be refreshed every day. You can get generous rewards by completing the celebration tasks. 3. Red envelopes dropped from the sky. Red envelopes can be dropped at any time and anywhere on the Divine Road of All Worlds / Dakian Divine Road. After opening the red envelope, players may receive rewards such as gold coins, experience, and props. 4. Appearances in the real world. During the celebration, Krishna will not appear in the real world. And in addition, there will be a large number of temporary secret realms that last for 3 days. 5. Bustling Night City. The temporary map,
Busting Night City,
is open for the celebration. After players enter, they can play various minigames to obtain rewards such as store coupons, and can also trade with other players. Go to the center stage of the map every day to receive a small celebration gift. No combat is allowed on this map. 6. National Question Answering. National Question Answering will be opened at 10 a.m. and 10 p.m. every day. You can get rewards by answering the questions correctly. 7. Event Returns. During the celebration, a large number of activities will return for a limited time. 8. Celebration Blessings. There are 3 opportunities to send blessings to other players on the forum or Dakian forum every day. After the other players receive the blessings, they will receive corresponding rewards based on the content of the blessings.
Many.
Ling Yi scanned it from top to bottom, from beginning to end, and found that this wave of celebrations was indeed a pure welfare event. There is no competition and no cost to participate.
TSK. 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 Shenlu is so generous. It seems that this wave of upgrades is indeed very important.
As soon as he finished speaking, Nan Gongli on the side nodded in agreement and said,
Well, that's it. The 8 contents are added up. It would be a pity if you missed it. Yeah. So there's going to be a lot of people wanting to be players today.
Lin Xian took the words and said,
A player qualification card costs 10 gold coins. Now we at Blue Star and all walks of life know that gold coins are already valuable and have no market. Don't you still have the conjoint? Why don't you take it out and use it?
Ling Yi was confused.
No.
Lin Xian shook his head and said,
The gold coins of the joint structure must be used on the entire joint structure, not on our Blue Star alone. It is like the wealth of a group,
and the boss cannot arbitrarily elicit it.
Use. That's right.
Ling Yi nodded, looking at his more than 50 billion gold coins with a look of helplessness. These gold coins were doubled by him through ancestral gems. They could only be used by him to purchase items in the store and cannot be used for other operations. Even if he wanted to help, he couldn't do anything.
Huh? Wait.
Ling Yi opened the Shenlu store and looked at the player qualification card on the store interface with a slightly strange expression.
My more than 50 billion can only be used to buy store items. Before, I didn't know what to buy to spend this money.
It's more than 50 billion. But if you buy qualification cards, you can spend it smoothly.
When Lin Xian and others heard this, they were all stunned for a moment. When they came to their senses, they all showed sudden joy.
Yes.
Nan Gongli clapped his hands and shouted with joy.
Yes. Yes. This is a very correct approach. You spent more than 50 billion to get more than 50 billion qualification cards. Not only did he give out more than 5 billion favors, which greatly improved the strength of our Blue Star, he also received more than 50,000 free attribute points. Not to mention, after these people become players, They can easily get hundreds or even thousands of gold coins, even if only some of them will return it. The reward to you may be greater than the 50 billion. Nagongli's words made sense. Lingy listened and spent all his gold coins to buy 5.68 billion qualification cards, while asking Nagongli to inform the entire alliance. By the way, there is another condition. Only those with a character monument score of 60 or above can receive it. When Nagongli told the entire alliance about this in the group, Xiao Wanqing suddenly added, "The character tablet is one of the other ancient tablets that Lingy has obtained from ancient ruins in the past few weeks. It can identify each person's character and give an approximate score." After countless people's test summaries, everyone finally estimated that the passing score was 60. Although it is not completely accurate to judge a person's character through this score, there is no problem in judging a person's character. Therefore, after the appearance of this monument, many places still rely on the person's character value when recruiting people. Of course. Nagongli nodded. Soon, with the coordinated help of countries around the world, in less than half an hour, people all over Blue Star knew that Lingy was about to distribute 5.68 billion player qualification cards for free. Countless people cheered excitedly for this. Now the price of gold coins has been driven to the sky by those players, using the excuse that gold coins are difficult to circulate. Now the boss is willing to help. It's great. The boss is invincible. You have to have a character score of 60 or above. Alas, I'm only 58. It seems I have to do good deeds and change my ways. Wow. This is a big expense. When I become a player, I will definitely pay it back to the boss in time. Is there any channel through which I can repay the boss? Under the operation of the entire alliance, the 5.68 billion qualification cards provided by Lingy were shipped to all parts of the world in an orderly manner. At 1:30 p.m., the issuance of qualification cards in various places officially began. People from all over the place, whether they were accompanying or alone, all gathered eagerly and enthusiastically at the distribution site. Under the supervision of the players, they checked their character values with their ID cards one by one, and then happily lined up to receive the qualification cards. Ha! I've become a player. After getting the qualification card, many people rushed to use it before taking a few steps for fear of being snatched away. The people behind stared at them hard, with slight envy appearing on their eager and excited faces. The other end, Lingy, who had just returned from Daqianshan Road and was chatting with Lin Shuru and others in the hall, saw Nagongli walking in from the outside in a hurry. More and more people are becoming players now. It's the time of the celebration. Those people quickly got a lot of gold coins. And now they are looking for ways to repay you on the forum. As she spoke, she tucked her blonde hair behind her ears, sat down on the burgundy sofa on the left, raised her straight long legs wrapped in light blue jeans, turned to him and said anxiously, "You can't pay so many gold coins in vain. Ah, I have to collect something from them. Then let me initiate a donation." After this wave of Shenlu upgrades, there are still some small detail changes that have not been mentioned, such as the addition of a function called Love Donation on the forum. As long as the player initiates a donation, other players can donate. Of course, the reason for everyone's donation will be reviewed by Shenlu, which will confirm whether it is true. If the reason is too arbitrary, it will generally not be approved.